A world of infinite mystery and perilous adventure awaited. And standing at the center of this Manhwa recap was our protagonist, Jein Frey Vanred. But there was something strange about him. Since childhood, no matter what, he faced an eerie sense of familiarity lingered, as if his soul had already lived through this entire reality. Today was no exception. Even as he stepped into the Adventurers Guild for the first time, a wave of inexplicable nostalgia washed over him. He remained lost in thought until a voice pierced the veil of his mind. "Mr. Jein Frey Vanred, thank you for your patience. You are here to register as an adventurer, correct?" "That's right," he replied. As the receptionist meticulously recorded his data, Jein studied her intently. Even this stranger felt like an old acquaintance, a ghost from a forgotten memory. Before he knew it, the paperwork was complete. Suddenly, a holographic interface materialized before his eyes. A system window labeled Adventurer Registration. The authentication process will begin when you wave your right hand. In that split second, the floodgates opened. The truth behind the déjà vu struck him like lightning. These were memories from his past life. He remembered everything. This wasn't just reality. It was the world of a game he had obsessively mastered to the point of legendary status. The game was known as the Seven Continents, a vast realm where players traversed 7 massive lands to uphold peace and order. He had been a top-tier player then, but now he had transmigrated directly into the game world itself. The authentication was simple, yet Jein stood frozen, his mind reeling. A tsunami of information crashed into his consciousness. Every secret, every map, every mechanic of the 7 continents from his past life surged forward. The realization that his entire existence was now inside a game he once played. It sent uncontrollable shivers down his spine. It was absolute madness. But as the shock faded, a new realization dawned. This madness meant he possessed the knowledge to become truly invincible in this new life. "Excuse me, sir, are you all right?" The receptionist asked, her voice laced with concern as she watched him tremble and sweat profusely. "I'm fine," Jein replied, regaining his composure with a smirk. "Just the thrill of a warrior before battle." Oh yes, things were about to get very interesting. He didn't know why, after 19 years of living here, his past life memories chose this exact moment of registration to awaken. But one thing was certain, this knowledge was the ultimate weapon he needed to ascend to the absolute peak of this world. The authentication process completed in a flash. Jein Frey Vanred's personal data materialized on the glowing status window. Age 19. Personality calm and adaptable. Level and class none. Even his HP, MP, and core attributes remained a mystery. The status window suddenly expanded, warping and shifting until it transformed into a towering dimensional gate. "Good luck, adventurer," the receptionist called out as Jein stepped through. He arrived at the altar of purification and couldn't help but gasp. It was a perfect replica of the game's starting zone. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed he wasn't alone. Several other rookies had materialized alongside him. Just like the 7 Continents tutorial, 5 new adventurers were summoned. Excluding Jein, there were exactly 4 others present. Everything was proceeding according to the script. But there was one fatal difference: this was reality. There were no continues. A single mistake meant permanent death. While the thought was enough to freeze blood in anyone's veins, Jein felt a surge of confidence. His past life's mastery would be the foundation of his rise. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed through the chamber. "The purification ceremony will commence in 30 seconds. Please select your equipment." The prompt was identical to the game. While the others panicked, Jein remained cool and calculated. The bald man in the group wasted no time. As soon as the arsenal materialized, he sprinted ahead of the pack, snatching up a guard spear. It was an E-rank weapon. Attack power 21, durability 50, a decent starting choice. However, he wasn't the only one eyeing that prize. Another adventurer stepped up and the first conflict of the trial ignited instantly. While they bickered, the remaining 2 adventurers began brawling over a chainsword, an E-rank weapon with 19 attack power and 60 durability. Jein watched the chaos with indifference. They were fighting like dogs because of the system's hidden mechanic, forced class assignment. Your performance in this ceremony dictated your future class options. It was a brutal system designed to weed out the weak right from the start. Jein remembered resetting his character countless times in his past life just to roll a high-tier class. Meanwhile, the bald man successfully bullied his way into keeping the spear. With a smug grin plastered on his face, the bald man turned his attention to Jein, mocking him for standing there empty-handed. "Hey, look at this lazy bum," he jeered. Jein didn't even blink. In fact, he mentally thanked the fool for the compliment. Jane's nonchalant attitude only fueled the bald man's irritation. "Ch, what's with that face? You think you're better than us." The bald man grumbled away, clueless. Jein wasn't lazy, he was calculating. He had his eyes on a specific weapon, one that nobody else would even consider touching. It was a basic short sword. A trash-tier F-rank weapon with a pathetic attack power of 1. However, it boasted a durability of 90. Seeing Jein approach the useless blade, the bald man scoffed. Hey genius, that thing has 1 damage point. Don't come crying to me when you get stuck with a garbage class. Jein ignored the warning completely. He reached out his fingers, brushing against the cold steel of the short sword. In this world, common sense dictated that your class defined your power. But what if that common sense was a complete lie? How could these amateurs understand the mind of a hardcore grinder? Jein was the only true expert here, and choosing this trash weapon was the first hidden piece of the puzzle. The equipment selection phase ended. The purification ceremony officially began with a strict time limit of 5 minutes. The rules of the purification ritual were brutal in their simplicity: slaughter as many beasts as possible. The enemy, the winged centipede. A nightmare creature found only in this trial. 1 drop of their venom meant instant paralysis. Jein Frey focused his expression, turning into a mask of steel. But the bald meathead next to him mistook focus for fear, sneering, "Try not to die, coward." Jein let out a heavy sigh. He had no idea why this hairless buffoon was targeting him, but he had bigger problems. Ignoring the trash was the only option. The signal flared instantly. The winged centipedes went into a frenzy, their bloodlust locking onto the terrified adventurers. Jein analyzed their patterns in a split second. It was just as he suspected: their appearance, their attack animations, it was identical to the game. If the coding is the same, their weak points haven't changed either. The critical hit system in this leveling Manhwa world was notoriously difficult, but Jein possessed a weapon no one else had knowledge from his past life. He gripped the rusty common dagger that everyone else mocked. With a single fluid motion, he sliced the first beast in 2 before it could even screech. The kill was so clean, so impossibly fast that the entire crowd stood frozen. Jaws dropped in absolute disbelief. It was a textbook execution of violence. Yet the bald fool refused to accept reality, scoffing, "Pure luck. Don't get cocky, kid." Jein didn't waste a single brain cell on the idiot's jealousy. Every game has its glitches, and this world was no exception. In the 7 Continents game, there was a legendary bug exclusive to this ritual. A common dagger striking the weak point equals an instant kill. No exceptions. Jein had gambled on that glitch, and the system answered. It was an exploit that only he, a veteran gamer, knew existed. While Jein danced through the chaos, the other adventurers were fighting for their lives. Even the bald guy was barely holding his own, burning through all his stamina. Success only inflated his massive ego. After finally killing a single centipede, he roared at the sky. "Ha, witness my power. Who is the genius now? The strongest swordsman class is mine," he bellowed. His voice grated on Jein's ears like nails on a chalkboard. The idiot was doing more damage than the monsters, distracting everyone with his boasting. He was worse than a griefing troll in a ranked match. But Jein couldn't babysit. The swarm descended on him again. Relying on muscle memory, he weaved through their attacks, slipping past death by mere inches. The adrenaline was intoxicating. Living inside this hyper-realistic game world sparked a fire in his blood he hadn't felt in years. But evasion wasn't his style. He was here to dominate. The dagger flashed again. Another beast fell silenced in a single strike. Jein became a whirlwind of death-farming kills until the timer hit 0. This score would determine his destiny in the awakening ceremony. The results rolled in. 7 kills, granted 3 options: hunter, artisan, or guardian. One candidate groaned, staring at his screen. 7 kills, and this is trash. I wanted to be a summoner, damn it. Despair washed over the crowd. But the true tragedy was the adventurer who failed to kill a single monster. For him, the journey ended before it began. No kills meant no class. Game over. Then there was the bald egoist. With 15 kills, he puffed his chest out, smugly satisfied to see the coveted swordsman class appear on his list. But a villain like that couldn't enjoy his victory without stomping on someone else. He turned his predatory gaze back to Jein, who was analyzing his system window. "Hey, lucky shot, what trash did you get?" The mockery died in his throat as Jein's status window flickered into view. The number was undeniable. 33 kills, more than double the bald fool's score. A legendary score unlocked 9 different class paths. And naturally, the swordsman class sat right at the top. Shock paralyzed the bully, but he forced a crooked smile. "Oh, not bad. I got swordsman too, so we're even." "Good for you," Jein replied, his voice dripping with indifference. But Jein knew the truth. With only 15 kills, the drop rate for the swordsman class was less than 2%. The bald guy had used up a lifetime of luck just now. In this meta, everyone worshipped high DPS classes like swordsmen or summoners. But Jein was playing a different game entirely. He moved his hand and selected the artisan. The crowd gasped their brains, unable to process the decision. "Are you brain dead?" the bald guy screamed. "That is the weakest class in the entire system." Jein didn't even blink at the insult. Lions do not concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. A class is only as strong as the player wielding it. He opened his inventory, his eyes gleaming. The 33 kills weren't for the score. They were for the loot drops. The harvest was bountiful. 5 centipede tails, 9 wings, and 3 vials of acidic blood. Jein initiated his first craft immediately. He threw the materials and that useless rusty dagger into the fusion window. This was the true power of the artisan in this system Manhwa. The ability to forge god-tier equipment that defied the laws of the game. The fusion light blinded everyone. From the light emerged a nightmare weapon. The unranked centipede dagger. Damage 66, durability 1500, a masterpiece. But the stats were just the appetizer. It came with 3 active skills. First unlocked Mind's Eye, tripling critical damage on weak points. The other 2 skills remained sealed, waiting for his growth. This was a hidden piece, a secret treasure of the world, and now it belonged to him. Now the world would witness how a former top ranker shatters the game's balance. Amateurs believed power came from levels and flashy skills. To them, weapons were just stat sticks. They were wrong. Only Jein knew that hidden artifacts like this were the keys to becoming a god in this realm. An artifact capable of shattering the limits of attack and defense. For a player who knows the system's secrets, this is what we call a hidden piece. With the purification ritual complete, Jein Frey spawned into the bustling starter village of Rubijin. Situated at the heart of the continent, the streets were alive with activity. It was a perfect replica of the game he knew. Having secured the first hidden piece exactly as calculated, he stood at a crossroads of destiny. The ultimate objective of this system Manhwa world was deceptively simple. 7 continents. 7 S-rank dungeons. Defeat all 7 boss monsters to clear the game. But right now he was nowhere near the power level required for such a feat. To ascend, he needed to grind. While standard adventurers would play it safe in F-rank dungeons, he had other plans. Jein Frey wasn't interested in being normal. Ignoring common sense, he marched straight toward the warp gate for a C-rank dungeon. He stepped into the Forest of the Guardian. The clear condition was brutal: kill the boss. There was no logging out until the deed was done. A mere level 1 enters the fray. HP 122. MP 30. His stats 21. Strength 27. Defense and a dash of luck at 11. The recommended level here was 17 to 30. Walking in at level 1 wasn't bravery, it was a death wish. Sure, he wielded a legendary hidden piece, but the rest of his gear trash-tier starter equipment. But there was no turning back now. The dungeon's inhabitants weren't about to give him a moment's respite. Instantly, a level 17 wood demon launched an ambush. He knew its patterns, but a 16-level gap created a suffocating pressure. One clean hit would mean game over. He needed absolute perfection in both offense and evasion. The beast struck with blinding speed, but Jein had memorized its attack frames. He waited for the split-second opening exposed after its strike. Just like his battle with the winged centipede, he executed a flawless counter. A single critical strike to end it all. The monster shattered in one blow. A massive influx of experience points flooded in, skyrocketing him from level 1 straight to level 10. His HP surged to 158. 45 unallocated stat points were now his to command. Deciding his damage output was sufficient, he dumped all 45 points into defense. Watching his stats climb was pure dopamine. Of course, this insane growth was only possible thanks to that broken hidden piece. The Mind's Eye skill was broken. With 66 base damage, he could challenge B-rank dungeons, but he hadn't even scratched the surface of this weapon's true potential. He was becoming a glitch in the system. Everything was proceeding according to his script. Now it was time to pave a road of corpses to the boss room. But the dungeon had other plans. In moments, the shadows came alive, surrounding him. These weren't trash mobs. 3 level 23 Black Serpent's dungeon sub-bosses. The spawn rate for 3 at once was less than 1%. Talk about rotten luck. He lashed out, but reality proved far more brutal than the game. The serpents coordinated a pincer attack, their fangs grazing him by inches. Panic threatened to set in. 3 elite monsters against 1. But he forced a breath. He knew their AI. He knew their fatal weak points. Stealing his nerves, he reset his tempo. Finding the rhythm of the battle, he charged back into the jaws of death. The scales were impenetrable everywhere except the neck. A single precise slash there would sever their heads. But then a variable appeared. Just as his blade sought a neck, another serpent lunged forward, sacrificing itself to shield its kin. Intelligence in a mob monster. That split second of shock cost him dearly. Fangs sank deep into his left shoulder. Razor-sharp teeth tore through muscle and bone. The pain was blinding white-hot agony. Fighting through the scream, he swung his blade. The attacker's head went flying. Level up to 23, but his HP had plummeted to 8. He was in the red zone. This wasn't a screen anymore. The blood, the terror, the pain, it was all too real. He was hurt, yes, but he was grinning. Everything was under control. Boosting his defense to 72 earlier hadn't been a whim, it was insurance. He survived the hit. And by hovering at death's door, the hidden condition was met. The seal on the weapon's second ability shattered. Skill unlocked. His speed attribute didn't just increase. It exploded from 19 to 190. The effect, a tenfold speed increase, triggered only when the user's life hangs by a thread. a true berserker's gambit. With speed defying the laws of physics, the remaining serpents looked like they were moving in slow motion. He ended them before they could even blink. Breathing heavy, shoulder throbbing, he stood victorious. It was messy, but the path was clear. He was the main character with a cheat code. Dying in the tutorial wasn't in the script. With the serpents dead and his level hitting 27, he was finally ready for the boss. But he didn't rush. He slumped against a massive ancient tree, catching his breath. Logic dictated he should heal. But healing meant losing the tenfold speed buff. It was a gamble, but that power was too intoxicating to give up. Challenging the boss with only 8 HP. It was insanity. But he trusted his gamer instincts over his fear. Intentionally tanking a hit to reach critical condition had been hell but necessary. Steeling his resolve, he pushed forward. Before the main event, he cleaned up the trash mobs. After surviving the black serpents, these lesser beasts were nothing but free EXP. With his leveling progress steady, Jein Frey felt confident facing the upcoming boss. However, before the chaos ensues, he had some crafting to do. The recipe called for waterthorn grass, sour berries, caterpillars, bone leaf, blood flowers, and hyrer seeds. All that effort just for a single D-rank item, and he was still coming up short. It was a massive headache. But sitting around feeling sorry for himself wouldn't change his fate. He had to secure those materials before the boss spawned. Fortunately, Lady Luck seemed to be smiling on him for once. Just as he secured the sour berries, completing most of his list, a familiar voice shattered the silence. "Hey, isn't that Jein Frey?" Jein Frey turned to see a ghost from his past, a guy from his own village. And of course, it was the guy who never missed a chance to spit on him. "Well, look at this. You actually think you can be an adventurer. You're nothing but trash." Jein Frey That blonde punk was Julius. He'd been stuck rotting in C-rank dungeons for years. If anyone here was truly useless, it definitely wasn't our main character. Julius sneered at the materials in Jein Frey hands. "What's with the junk? You a crafter now? Pathetic. I bet you can't even afford real gear." The guy beside Julius chimed in. "Is he a friend of yours?" "Hell no, just some dirt-poor kid from my village," Julius scoffed. "Don't group me with him. His dad kicked the bucket ages ago, and his mom's a cripple." Hearing Julius laugh about his tragic life made Jein Frey blood boil. Running into this clown was the worst luck he'd had all day. It was true. His father died when he was young, leaving his little sister to care for their bedridden mother. That struggle was exactly why he risked his life diving into dungeons. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking about your hero here." Julius noticed the shift in Jein Frey eyes, the gaze of a predator. "What's with that look? You want another beating like the old days?" He grabbed Jein Frey by the collar, but Jein Frey didn't flinch. He was too busy calculating the most efficient way to break this guy. Before he could act, a savage roar shook the ground. The boss monster had spawned way earlier than the Manhwa recap predicted. A level 31. One-eyed ogre stood before them. Julius instantly forgot his grudge. Survival instinct kicked in, and he prepared to flee. Jein Frey sharp senses realized the danger immediately. The ogre was locked onto Julius's friend. Before anyone could blink, the monster's club smashed down. Blood and gore exploded everywhere, nearly scaring Julius out of his mind. Julius collapsed, shaking uncontrollably. Even Jein Frey felt the pressure. The level gap was massive, and the ogre's defense was like an iron wall. That massive timber club was a death sentence. One clean hit meant instant annihilation. Now the beast turned its killing intent toward Jein Frey He could dodge a few strikes, but he couldn't dance with death forever. The ogre's ocular skill locked him in, making escape impossible. Jein Frey drew his centipede dagger just as the monster launched its assault. Thanks to reading the attack patterns and his tenfold speed buff, Jein Frey barely managed to slip past the blow. He even launched a counterattack. Julius watched in disbelief. The useless trash was going toe-to-toe with a C-rank boss. But Jein Frey knew the truth. He hadn't found a way to pierce its defense yet. Kiting the boss wouldn't work. He needed to get personal. When the club smashed down again, Jein Frey ran up the weapon like a ramp. The ogre tried to snatch him out of the air, but Jein Frey used its massive hand as a stepping stone to launch himself higher. That acrobatic maneuver took him completely out of the beast's line of sight. While the monster looked around confused, it exposed its neck. Gravity took over, and Jein Frey prepared to strike the vital point, but the blade barely scratched the skin. Jein Frey expected this. The level difference acted like an invisible armor, reducing his damage. Fighting on the ground was suicide, but aerial attacks weren't working either. Realizing it was tricked, the ogre went into a frenzy. The club swung wildly, forcing Jein Frey to retreat. He had to rely on his agility, chipping away at the boss's HP bar little by little. Julius cowered in the dirt, watching the spectacle. He couldn't understand how the village loser had transformed into this warrior. Jein Frey kept the rhythm, but his MP wasn't infinite. Fatigue was starting to weigh down his limbs. If this dragged on, one mistake would end him. He had to craft that special item right now. He had the thorngrass acidic berries and fresh cornflour. He was sure the remaining ingredients for this leveling manhwa recipe were nearby. It was hard to scavenge while dodging death, but his eyes scanned the battlefield desperately. There, the final ingredients were right next to where Julius was hiding. Without hesitation, Jein Frey sprinted toward the coward. Naturally, the ogre chased him. Seeing the boss charge his way, Julius's heart nearly exploded from terror. He thought Jein Frey was running to him for help, but Jein Frey wasn't stupid. He knew Julius was useless. Jein Frey only wanted the herb growing next to him. And the final piece, water. Conveniently, there was a lake right behind them. Jein Frey dove into the water. With all 7 ingredients gathered, he initiated the synthesis process instantly. Success! He created an E-rank toxic vial. It inflicted poison status and drained the target's HP every second. You might ask, poison against a boss. Are you crazy? That one-eyed demon has complete immunity to toxins, forcing it down its throat won't do a damn thing. Julius shrieked in panic. Useless and loud, what a terrible combination. But Jein Frey was a player who had hacked the system itself. Did Julius really think the protagonist of a leveling manhwa wouldn't know the basics? That vial was just the beginning. What he really intended to do was fuse the toxin with the spinal fluid of the Black Serpent. Alchemy complete. A rank D lethal poison was born capable of inflicting severe intoxication and rapidly draining the target's HP every second. What the hell, a double fusion on a single item? Julius's mind couldn't keep up. He thought Jein Frey was acting out of desperation, but that calm smirk said otherwise. Everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Now for the final touch, fusing the lethal poison directly into the centipede dagger. This move completely shattered Julius's expectations. He assumed Jein Frey would try to poison the beast's stomach, not enchant his own weapon with a toxic attribute. As the process finished, a satisfied grin spread across Jein Frey face. This is the centipede dagger's true form. Gripping the blade, he knew the outcome of this battle was already set in stone. Right on cue, the one-eyed demon charged in. Its thunderous roar nearly made Julius wet himself for the second time today. Kept you waiting, didn't I, you big lumbering idiot? Let's start round 2. Jein Frey taunted with overflowing confidence. The beast's movements were just as crude and unrefined as before, but Jein Frey he had evolved, or rather the steel in his hands had. With the centipede dagger now dripping with venom, Jein Frey bloodlust spiked to a whole new level. Triggering his speed buff, he became a blur, dancing circles around the one-eyed demon until the monster's head spun. Just like that, he secured the blind spot. This time, when the centipede dagger slashed down, the impact was completely different from before. Success. The deadly toxin surged through its veins. The monster's HP began to plummet by the second. Even though the demon's resistance neutralized the poison quickly, Jein Frey remained calm. You can cure it fine. I'll just poison you again. He could keep this hit-and-run tactic up all day long. It became a deadly cycle. Slash poison neutralize, slash poison neutralize. A rhythm of destruction. The damage was small but relentless. Like water dripping through stone, the toxins accumulated. Finally, unable to withstand the centipede's venom any longer, the one-eyed demon crumbled. Time to end this. Jein Frey aimed with surgical precision, driving his weapon straight into the monster's single vulnerable eye. The demon let out a final agony-filled roar. A critical hit. The victor of this duel was undeniable as Jein Frey landed softly on the ground. That grind nearly exhausted him to death, but fortune favored the bold today. Are you serious? Julius, still cowering in the corner, couldn't process what he just saw. Was the monster standing before him really the same Jein Frey he used to know? Suddenly, Jein Frey turned his gaze toward the corner. Startled, Julius spun around and bolted, thinking, "Crap, run or I'm dead meat." Watching the coward flee, Jein Frey clicked his tongue in disappointment. Tsh! He dismissed the centipede dagger into his inventory and let out a weary sigh. I don't know what his problem is, but whatever. System open status window. The holographic interface instantly materialized, displaying his stats. Scanning the data, excitement lit up his face. Yes, my level jumped up a decent amount. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the surrounding notifications. I'll deal with those useless support items later. Close equipment. Gold coins cascaded on the screen as the system tallied his loot. Jein Frey clenched his fist in victory. Awesome. This is a solid haul of gold for clearing this zone. I'll transfer all of this to Mom right away. His fingers danced across the status window. He muttered, the best part of a solo awakening manhwa run, no sharing the loot. Now, for the material drops. An image of a grotesque eye popped up. There it is. Jein Frey smirked, closing the window. Ugh, let's just ignore how gross it looks. Close. Gazing into the distance, he calculated his next move. With this, I've secured one of the key materials for the next hidden piece equipment. The landscape shifted to majestic mountain ranges hugging a vast open grassland. System text floated in the air, flat plains, rank D area. Jein Frey Vanred stretched his stiff limbs. Finally made it. This place brings back so many memories. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. He mentally reviewed the endgame. The ultimate goal: defeat the evil gods across all 7 continents. And the conquest starts with the first one right here on this continent. An image of a goddess statue flashed in his mind. To pull that off, I need to retrieve the second hidden piece from that location. Glancing at his weapon, he muttered, "To clear the trial of the fallen goddess, I need the Cyclops' eye, and one more ingredient. That's exactly why I'm here." Suddenly, a pack of wolf-type beasts emerged nearby, locking their predatory eyes onto him. Jein Frey Vanred dove into the fray. I need to sharpen my skills anyway. After slaughtering every last enemy, he marched forward without hesitation. I will slay every evil god, and build a paradise where monsters no longer exist. Visions of his family filled his heart. Then I'll make a fortune, so we can finally live the life we deserve. His expression darkened. And those villagers who spat on me, they'll pay. He clenched his fist. I just need to become stronger. Much stronger. Ding, the level-up sound chimed sweetly. Wiping blood from his cheek, he grinned. As long as I keep leveling up, I can have it all. A broadcast echoed through the streets. Attention citizens, we have breaking news from the Adventurers Guild today. Yesterday, a rookie adventurer annihilated 33 monsters during the baptism ritual. This is an unprecedented record that has the entire guild in an uproar. According to the official report, the adventurer's name is Jein Frey Vanred. In the crowd, Doi frowned, jaw-dropping. You've got to be kidding me. Ma Fi frantically swiped through his status window, eyes wide with shock. 33 monsters. That's insane. The crowd stood frozen, hanging on every word of the broadcast. Rumors were spreading of a mysterious warrior with raven black hair and eyes like polished jade currently marching toward the town of beginnings. But the system announcer had other, more pressing news to deliver. An urgent alert flashed across the interface. The local forest kingfisher population was facing extinction due to illegal overhunting. The scene shifts back to the majestic highlands where clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. Jein Frey stood victorious, a massive slain monster lying at his feet. He hoisted the giant centipede onto his shoulder, scanning the horizon with a scowl. "Strange," he muttered. "I've been hunting for hours, yet I haven't seen a single trace of them." The image of the kingfisher's rare feathers danced in his mind. "I've farmed every other material I need," Jein grumbled. "But those feathers are the last piece of the puzzle." His eyes narrowed in frustration. "It doesn't make sense. The forest kingfisher isn't even a high-tier legendary beast." As if mocking him, the bird's cry echoed in his memory. In true Awakening Manhwa fashion, a holographic map instantly materialized in his mind's eye. He analyzed the world's structure: 7 continents with zones ranked F to A. And the 7th, that was the S-rank domain where the evil god resided. His logic was flawless. Based on the spawn rates, the highest concentration of kingfishers should be right here in the D-rank sector of the first continent. Jein looked up at the empty sky, the monster corpse on his shoulder fading into data particles. "Damn it, I have no choice. I'll warp back to town and gather some intel." The story transitions to midday. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a humble forest town. Jein wandered the streets, his gaze sharp as he scanned the buildings. There has to be a general store or a merchant guild around here somewhere. He paused in front of a wooden sign. Found it. Maybe the locals know something. He reached for the door handle when suddenly a scream pierced the air from inside. "Hey, hold it!" From the shadows, a thug named Sub burst out, a loot bag slung over his shoulder. He laughed maniacally. "Time to vanish, boys." Sub and his crew stormed out. One of them, Henry, shoved Jein violently aside. "Out of the way, trash!" The gang marched off, roaring with adrenaline. "We hit the jackpot today." Jein watched them go, utterly confused. What was that A raiding party? Or just common bandits? The thieves sprinted away, laughing at their own cruelty. Nearby, a mother named Sophia and her daughter Maria were enjoying a peaceful walk. Sophia turned, startled by Sub's shout. "Tsk! Move it, peasants!" Sub swung his arm wildly, shoving little Maria aside. The girl cried out in pain as she lost her balance. She plummeted toward the hard ground, screaming in terror. But then, a blur of motion, Jein Frey moved like lightning, catching Maria just inches from impact. Holding the trembling girl safe in one arm, Jane's eyes locked onto the retreating bandits. Cold fury began to build in his gaze. "Those bastards!" Sub didn't even look back. Sophia rushed over, clutching Maria tightly to her chest. "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." Jein glanced at the child, his expression softening. "Don't mention it." The bandits disappeared into the distance. Sophia tried to soothe her daughter. It's okay, sweetie. It's over. Suddenly, the shopkeeper Len stumbled out boiling with rage. Those mountain dog scum... Jane turned to the old man. That must be the owner, he thought. Then he asked aloud, Mountain dogs? Yeah, Len spat. The Mountain Dog Guild. They're nothing but thieves and poachers. They've turned this area into their personal playground. They just cleaned out my entire inventory. Jane frowned. So criminal guilds actually exist. Len looked toward the forest, his face grim. I bet they're the ones behind the Kingfisher extinction too. Jane froze. The world seemed to stop. Ugh. A narrator's voice chuckled. He is processing the information, and the sudden surge of rage. He glared at the spot where Sub vanished. So, it's their fault. Len removed his bandana, sighing in defeat. Women, children, they don't care who they hurt. They are the lowest of the low. I might have to close the shop for good. Jane stood in silence, watching the broken old man walk away. He rubbed his chin, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Mountain Dog Guild, huh? What a pain. Usually guilds are for like-minded adventurers. But this... The image of the crying girl and the ruined shopkeeper flashed in his mind. He calculated his motivation. Desire to help the innocent 10%. Rage because they farmed all the Kingfisher feathers. I need 90%. This wasn't justice. This was personal. A vendetta fueled by missing loot. The audacity of these thieves made his blood boil. Jane bolted forward, his mind made up. I'm going to hunt them down. The chase was on. Deep in a cluttered alleyway amidst piles of stolen junk, the mountain dogs were celebrating their haul. Jean arrived, melting into the shadows behind a wall. Sub was chugging a bottle of wine, grinning. We stripped this town bare, boys. Henry nodded, standing opposite him. Yeah. The boss said it's time to move locations anyway. Jane observed quietly. They have the loot bags, he thought. But where are the feathers? He scanned the area. They still hadn't detected his presence. His gaze landed on a shelf stacked with glowing blue jars. Inside, something floated suspended in liquid. Feathers. Hundreds of rare Kingfisher feathers. There, Jean's internal voice hissed. It was confirmed. They really did hunt the species to the brink. Nearby, Sub continued his drunken ramble. By the way, did you see the news about that rookie adventurer? A lackey shouted back. The one with the level 33 stats, total garbage. Has to be fake. Sub laughed. Idiots, it's all tabloid lies. Probably right. Another voice chimed in. Jean crouched lower. I can't hear everything. There are too many of them. How do I play this? Suddenly a cold voice whispered right behind his ear. Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Adrian materialized from thin air behind Jein. Jean's heart skipped a beat. Damn stealth skill, I didn't even sense his aura. Jein quickly raised his hands in surrender. Whoa, easy, I'm not looking for trouble, Adrian aimed his weapon, cutting him off cold. You're not suspicious. No. You're just a rat who lost his way. You get that right. We just zeroed a rat from a rival guild who spouted that exact same garbage a minute ago. Jein Frey offered no reply to the threat, his gaze shifting away as if bored by the interrogation. Suddenly, Adrian lunged his weapon, slicing through the air with lethal intent. Jein drifted backward, effortlessly dodging the strike. His mind raced with a cold analysis. That attack. It was fast and erratic. He opened his palm and the dagger known as Centipede materialized in a flash of light. No other choice, Jein whispered. As Adrian thrust forward again, Jean sidestepped with supernatural agility. Jane's leg whipped out, slamming into Adrian's ankle with bone-shaking force. The assassin's balance crumbled, his body pitching forward helplessly. With surgical precision, Jein drove the hilt of his blade into the back of Adrian's neck. A heavy thud echoed instantly, alerting the boss, Samao, and his pack. What was that noise? One of the lackeys spotted the scene and screamed, Hey, we've got an intruder over here. Jein flinched, his internal monologue cursing his luck. Oh, damn it. Samao glared at the protagonist, his voice dripping with suspicion. What is this, another spy sent to their death? Jein raised a hand, trying to de-escalate the situation. Hold on, I'm not looking for a guild war here. I just need some feathers from the forest Kingfisher. Jein paused, realizing how bad it looked while gripping his summoned weapon, Centipede. He glanced at the hostile group, a wave of helplessness washing over him. No matter how I explain this, I look like the bad guy. This is incredibly stupid. Henry looked down at his unconscious comrade. Is he dead? Samao stared for a moment before roaring a command. That bastard took down one of our soldiers, kill him. Jein sank into a combat stance, sighing at the cliché development. Tch, this is becoming such a drag. If negotiations are off the table, Jein announced, his aura shifting, and just so you know I didn't kill him, then I guess I have to use force. He gripped Centipede tighter, facing the squad of armed thugs. Henry charged, first sword raised high with a battle cry. Jein stood like a statue until the last second, slipping past the blade and shoving Henry off balance. Jein smashed the pommel of Centipede directly into Henry's face. The thug howled in agony as Jein stepped back, twirling his weapon with practiced ease. Henry clutched his face, blood leaking between his fingers. He shrieked like a banshee. "My nose! He cut off my nose!" Jein turned back, exasperated. "Buddy, relax. I hit you with the handle. Why are you being so dramatic? You're scaring your friends." Nearby, the Wild Dog Guild members hesitated, sensing the danger. Jein scratched his cheek, analyzing the raid mechanics. Fighting an entire guild party. I need crowd control for this. What a pain. Suddenly, Nethan rushed from the blind spot, spear raised. "Die, you piece of trash!" The spear tip thrust toward Jein's vitals. He ducked smoothly, the steel whistling over his head. Rising instantly, Jein delivered a devastating kick to Nethan's gut, launching him backward. Nethan scrambled to recover, charging again with desperate fury. Jein didn't even flinch. He caught the spear shaft with one hand, halting the attack dead in its tracks. Spinning gracefully, Jein switched grips and buried a heavy punch into Nethan's stomach. A holographic window popped up, startling him. Critical hit delivered. Skill Mind's Eye has been activated. In this leveling Manhwa world, seeing that system notification meant the battle was already over. Nethan collapsed, writhing in the dirt. Jein raised a hand in mock apology. "Sorry about that. Probably stings a bit." Ethan was next, swinging a massive axe. "You dirty rat!" The axe cleaved the air. Jein dropped into a crouch, the blade passing harmlessly above him. Flipping Centipede, he drove the hilt upward into Ithon's chin with an audible crack. The concussive blow left Ithon seeing stars, groaning in defeat. Jein rested his weapon on his shoulder, whispering, "Don't get me wrong. I really didn't want to beat you guys up." The Wild Dog squad lay defeated. Jein looked down at them, delivering a cold verdict. "You reap what you sow. That's how this world works." Suddenly, a chilling presence materialized behind him. Samao's voice whispered like a ghost. Jein's eyes widened, his instincts screaming danger. Jein spun around, parrying just in time. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel, the impact ringing like a bell. Jein blocked the vice leader's sword with Centipede, but Samao just grinned, the thrill of the hunt in his eyes. "Your rear defense," Samao taunted, "is full of holes." As Jein locked eyes with Samao, realization struck. He used the stealth skill. A memory flashed, Samao robbing Lucan in the city. It's him. That thief from before. They broke the deadlock, leaping back to create distance gazes, locked in a silent duel. Samao raised his blade, arrogance radiating from him. "I am Samao, Vice Guild leader of the Wild Dogs. Surely even a nobody has heard of me." "Nope." "First time," Jein replied flatly, though internally he was confused. Is this guy seriously proud of that terrible name? Samao's face twisted in rage. "You little... There are some things you shouldn't say out loud." He tightened his grip and dashed forward, speed exploding. "I remember you now," Samao roared. "You're that punk from the streets. We should have gutted you back then." As Jein parried the flurry of strikes, he quipped, "Is your weapon low tier? It feels weak." "Aren't you just a thief?" Samao scoffed, replying through gritted teeth. "Keep yapping, little chick. You clearly know how to fight." The vice leader unleashed a barrage of attacks. He's skilled, Samao analyzed, but that weapon... It's clearly a lucky drop carried by a newbie. "I guess that happens sometimes," Samao sneered. "We are all legitimate adventurers with proper jobs, aren't we?" Samao laughed coldly. "But gear is just decoration. The only thing that needs polishing is your skill. Do you understand?" Jein looked unimpressed. "Is that so? Really?" Samao brought his sword down with a thunderous crash. Jein backstepped the blade, smashing the earth into fragments where he had just stood. "You cheeky brat," Samao spat. "Just looking at your weapon, I know you're a rookie." He pointed an accusing finger. "That armor is basic starter gear from the tutorial, isn't it?" Jein remained silent, absorbing the information. He let the villain monologue. "However, that weapon in your hand is an ultra-rare artifact." Jein frowned, annoyed by the analysis. Samao continued. "That blade is the only reason you're acting so high and mighty." Samao threw his hands forward and the air shimmered. Dozens of weapons materialized from his inventory. "You look like you've never fought a real player before." The floating swords aimed their deadly points straight at Jein's heart. With a flick of his wrist, a dozen blades screamed through the air like guided missiles. But Jein Frey stood like an immovable mountain, effortlessly swatting away the steel rain as if it were nothing but annoying flies. Sap leveled his sword at Jein's throat, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Listen, rookie. In a battle between adventurers, revealing your class is a fatal mistake. You've already lost the upper hand." A smug smirk twisted his lips. He thought he had Jein figured out. "You're a manufacturer, aren't you? If your only skill is crafting, I just need to watch out for your clumsy weapon swings." Jein remained silent, his gaze piercing through the man with unnerving calm. Sap laughed, his ego swelling. But do you know what I am? Since you don't know my class, you can't predict my next move. Jein finally looked at him, tilting his head with a bored expression. You're a thief class, right? The one class capable of using plunder. Sap's face went red with rage and panic. What? No, I'm a summoner. Definitely a summoner. He gripped his sword, sweating nervously. Uh-huh, sure. Jein actually felt a pang of pity for this guy, but a dark thought crossed his mind. What if this guy actually could use the plunder skill on his weapon Wukong? I need to verify his skills before things get messy. Jein thought, analyzing the situation like a pro. Losing Wukong to a low-level thug with a steal ability would be a total disaster. Jein tightened his grip on Wukong. Let's end this now. Without wasting another breath, Jein exploded forward, blurring into a streak of motion straight towards Sap. His eyes were locked on his target, ready to strike. But suddenly, killing intent from behind Len and Mar materialized out of thin air, launching a surprise ambush. Jein glanced back, eyes widening in genuine surprise. What the? The duo lunged their weapons, thirsting for blood, aiming to catch him off guard. Stealth users, annoying. As Len's blade swept toward his neck, Jein twisted mid-air. He planted one hand on the ground, defying gravity with perfect balance. A magnificent dodge, Jein touched down and slid backward, keeping his profile low like a predator preparing to pounce. Then he launched himself at Sap with blinding speed. He spun Wukong around, not the blade, but the handle. It connected squarely with Sap's lower regions. Thwack. A system notification flashed, critical. Hit. Sap froze. Time seemed to stop. His soul left his body before a scream of unholy agony tore from his throat. The sound was so ear-piercing it practically shattered the windows of nearby buildings. The pain was too much for the human mind to handle, and Sap collapsed into the darkness of unconsciousness. Len and Mar scrambled over in a panic. Vice Guild leader, wake up. Mar checked his pulse, trembling. It's no use, he's out cold, Len screamed. Vice leader. Jein raised a hand, awkwardly scratching his cheek. My bad. Didn't mean to land a supercritical hit there. He sighed, looking at the fallen man with a mix of guilt and amusement. Jein stepped behind the trembling duo like a ghost. Looks like the match is decided. The Vice Guild leader wasn't getting up anytime soon. His voice dropped an octave, radiating pressure. Unless you want to share his tragic fate? Jein pointed Wukong at them, his eyes glowing. Hand over the blue feather. One hand on his weapon, the other open in demand. Jein towered over the two thugs who were now cowering on the ground, paralyzed by fear. I said, give me the blue feather. Now. The mere mention of the item sent them into a frenzy. Hick, you want the blue feather? Yes, yes, we'll bring it right away. Just don't hit us. But just then footsteps approached from the distance. Adrian and Henry arrived on the scene. That's him, Henry's voice echoed. That's the guy who beat our crew. He's definitely from the enemy faction. The two on the ground sighed in relief. Thank God backup is here. Jein rubbed his temples, annoyed. Geez, they keep swarming like ants. In seconds, 4 enemies had him surrounded. It was looking like a classic Manhwa recap beatdown setup. Adrian gripped his weapon, trying to look intimidating. You've got guts messing with the Mountain Dog Guild, kid. Henry frowned, looking around confused. You called us all the way here just for one guy. Henry stopped mid-sentence, his eyes bulging as he spotted the body. Wait. Vice leader. All eyes turned to the pathetic figure sprawled on the pavement. Vice leader. What happened to him? Why is he sleeping there? Silence. Absolute silence. Henry gulped, realizing the truth. He passed out. Adrian couldn't believe his eyes. That kid took down the vice leader. Impossible. Henry shook his head frantically in denial. No way, he must be drunk. Yeah, the vice leader just had too much to drink. Adrian grabbed onto that excuse. He attacked the boss while he was drunk. What a cowardly piece of trash. Jein recalled Sap's arrogant introduction earlier. He definitely wasn't drunk, Jein thought with a sigh. He was just drunk on his own delusional power. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed like thunder. What is all this noise? The crowd parted immediately, fear written on their faces. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a giant of a man rippling with muscles, Dumasuo, the guild leader of the Mountain Dogs. He cast a sharp glance at Jein. The guild members practically bowed to the floor. Boss guild leader, you're here. The lackeys rushed to him, whispering and pointing accusing fingers at Jein. Jein rested Wukong on his shoulder, unbothered. So that's the big boss, Dumasuo. Du narrowed his eyes, his presence dominating the street. So someone came here just to pick a fight with my guild? Yes, sir, look. The minion pointed to the unconscious body. He even took down the vice leader. Look at him. Du's expression darkened. He pressed his lips together, his predator eyes locking onto Jein, analyzing him like a slab of meat. Jein stared back, refusing to flinch. Suddenly, Du shoved his hands in his pockets and burst into laughter. That's definitely our kind of guy. Hey kid, what guild are you from? Jein stood amidst the bodies of the fallen minions, calm as ever. I work alone. No guild. Du's eyes widened in disbelief. You did all this damage by yourself. No backup. He looked like a kid in a candy store. That's right, Du cracked up laughing, holding his forehead. I get it. I get it. His eyes sparkled with greed. I like you. Join my guild. Jein blinked, his brain short-circuited for a second. Huh. A crow seemed to fly past in the awkward silence. The minions were just as shocked. They scrambled around Du, waving their hands frantically. Boss! You can't be serious. He beat us up. Chief, he's still acting tough, one of the lackeys sneered. Usually I'd crush anyone reckless enough to mess with our crew. The leader Du grinned, his eyes crinkling with amusement. But he took down the vice commander. That takes skill. So I'm making an exception. You're in. He threw a heavy arm around Jein Frey Venred's shoulders. What's wrong, kid? Too happy to speak, Du laughed. Come on, let's go grab a drink. Jein Frey Venred stood like a statue, his expression cold as ice before finally breaking the silence. I refuse. With a look of pure disdain, Jein Frey Venred violently shoved the gang leader's arm off his shoulder, leaving Du stunned. His face was a mask of determination. I only want the blue feather, he stated flatly. But in the shadows of his mind, a darker vow burned vengeance for the shopkeeper and the little girl. Jein Frey Venred continued, his voice dripping with venom. Who would want to join a damn guild like yours, hand over the blue feather? The atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy and suffocating. Rage caused Du's body to tremble. He glared, his voice a low growl. Damn guild. Did you just say that? Aren't you scared of death? Jein Frey Venred replied calmly. That's right. Your guild is trash that only bullies the weak. It's pathetic. Those words snapped Du's last thread of patience. He leaped into the air, swinging a massive battle axe high above his head, aiming directly for Jein Frey Venred's skull. The axe crashed down with the force of a meteor. A deafening boom echoed as the floor shattered into 1,000 jagged fragments. Luckily, the strike missed. Jein Frey Venred had already ghosted to the side. Du yanked his axe from the crater in the floor, dust swirling around his massive frame. Du's eyes bulged, blood vessels popping with fury. He grinned like a maniac. Fine. I've changed my mind. He pointed a thick finger at Jein Frey Venred. I've never met a punk this arrogant. I'm going to beat you until you beg to be my slave. Jein Frey Venred ignored the threat, completely sinking deep into his own analytical trance. The force behind those attacks. He's definitely not a thief class. Du seized the moment, bringing the axe down again, while Jein Frey Venred seemed distracted. But the protagonist's reflexes were god tier. He dodged effortlessly. Relentless, Du launched a flurry of strikes, charging at Jein Frey Venred like a raging bull. But Jein Frey Venred wasn't just going to stand there and take it. He leapt backward, dancing around every lethal swing. His eyes locked onto Du, calculating. It'll be trouble if he activates his active skills. I need to end this before that happens. Decision made. Jein Frey Venred gripped the hilt of his centipede sword, launching himself toward Du like a human missile. He ducked low, letting a sharp blade slice the air inches above his head. The movement was so fluid, so effortless, that Du's eyes widened in sheer shock. Without missing a beat, Jein Frey Venred unleashed a slash that skimmed across Du's torso. The gang leader checked his side, gritting his teeth. He's attacking with the flat of the blade, that arrogant bastard. But Du wasn't a total amateur. His hits are heavy. I need to avoid taking them head-on. Jein Frey Venred glanced back at his opponent, assessing the situation. This guy is tougher than he looks. Du's face darkened. He paused, then suddenly sheathed his weapon. The axe in his hand flickered and vanished into his inventory right before Jein Frey Venred's eyes. Jein Frey Venred frowned, confused. He put his weapon away. Is he surrendering? Then it clicked. I get it. His class is pugilist. Du's muscles suddenly swelled, ripping against his clothes. A system window popped up, duelist hidden skill activated. Physical stats doubled for 3 minutes when unarmed. Classic system Manhwa mechanics. The minions erupted in cheers. There it is, the boss's legendary hand-to-hand combat mode. Seeing Du's transformed physique, Jein Frey Venred confirmed his theory. He's a martial artist type. There was no time to think. Du tightened his fist and punched the air, exploding around the impact. The fist flew like a cannonball, stopping just centimeters from Jein Frey Venred's handsome, unbothered face. Kaboom! Jein Frey Venred tilted his head just in time. The punch obliterated the stone wall behind him. A single drop of cold sweat rolled down Jein Frey Venred's cheek. A brawler class. If one of those hits connects, I'll explode like a watermelon. Dude didn't let up. He spun around, launching a hammer fist from above, intending to crush Jein Frey into paste. He gathered every ounce of strength, screaming like a demon. Die, you rat! Jein Frey remained calm, his grip on the sword tightening as he prepared to intercept, to charged mouth wide open in a roar of pure hatred. Go to hell! But his scream was cut short. Under the flash of Jein Frey blade, a system notification chimed. Critical hit dealt. Du couldn't even react. His eyes rolled back and a choked gasp escaped his lips. Ugh. Another window appeared, skill third eye activated. The minions watched in horror, jaws on the floor, their brains unable to process the scene. Their invincible leader lay face down, motionless. Boss! They whispered, terror creeping in. He took down the boss. One thug murmured. Wait, come to think of it. Doesn't he look like that adventurer from the rumors? They stared at Jein Frey, who was casually stretching in the distance, looking bored. Yeah, another whispered. Black hair. Blue eyes. They scrutinized his features, terror rising as the pieces fell into place. Black hair. Blue eyes. The realization hit them like a truck. It's him. There's no mistake. That's the blue-eyed. Jein Frey, Jein Frey stood with his hands on his hips, watching the group whisper among themselves, completely baffled by their reaction. He decided to cut through the noise. Hey, you guys! But before he could finish, the entire gang screamed and scrambled over each other to flee, leaving Jein Frey blinking in confusion. He scratched his head. How do they know my name? And did they seriously just abandon their leader like that? He turned and walked the other way, sighing. Whatever. Time to find the blue feather and return the treasury loot to the shop. The scene shifted to the sound of flowing water. System tax and dungeon, rank B. Jein Frey. walked toward the exit, thinking about the boss fight. It had ended way too quickly. Of course, compared to the one-eyed demon, this was child's play. The system voice rang out, confirming the kill. You have defeated the three-headed beast, level 35. Experience points acquired. Just another day in a leveling Manhwa. Hands in his pockets, Jein Frey strolled toward a massive statue of a female angel perched high on a pedestal. He stopped before the stone figure, silence enveloping him. The goddess statue was damaged, missing one eye, her hands clasped in eternal prayer. Jein Frey spoke softly. I missed you. Fallen goddess. He looked up, his mind racing. If I solve the mechanism of this statue, I'll unlock the second hidden equipment piece. Jein Frey raised his hand. From his inventory, a feather and a glowing stone eye materialized. It's time for our reunion, he whispered. Staring deep into the statue's face, he smirked. For someone with high intuition, the answer is obvious. The key lies in the statue's missing eye. His hand tightened around the gemstone eye before jamming it into the statue's left socket. Most players missed this detail, but Jein Frey knew the secret fit perfectly. Next, he pulled out a feather to measure the wings. His mind raced with calculations. According to the lore, no one else had discovered that the microscopic gap between the statue's wings was exactly the width of a single feather. Suddenly, the feather resonated with spiritual energy, illuminating the clear sky with blinding light. A system notification chimed. The fallen goddess's wish has been fulfilled. A pillar of radiance erupted from behind the statue, swallowing the horizon in gold. From the statue's left eye, crystal-clear tears began to fall in silence. As the divine tears splashed into the golden chalice, the system announced the completion of the hidden quest. The fallen goddess wept tears of pure joy. A golden ring materialized, hovering above the chalice with a hum of power. Another text box flooded his vision. He had just secured the hidden legendary item, Lucifer's Halo. Gripping the golden ring, Jein Frey smirked. With stats like these, it was no wonder this artifact was notoriously impossible to find in this system Manhwa world. He looked up at the stone face of the goddess, his expression shifting to one of arrogant confidence. He curled his lips into a grin. Lucifer's Halo. I'll make sure to put this power to good use, goddess. Above him, the statue remained frozen in prayer, but a disembodied voice echoed in his mind. Equip it immediately. Without hesitation, the halo floated up and settled over Jein Frey head. He turned to leave, muttering to himself. Great. This thing makes me look like some kind of lost spirit or angel. Geez, I didn't want to stand out this much. I just hope people don't think I'm wearing some broken glitchy gear because of how weird it looks. Jein Frey rolled his eyes before clenching his fist in victory. Aesthetics aside, he had the power now. S-rank dungeon, here I come. This was the peak of an awakening Manhwa moment. The scene shifted to a scorching blue sky hanging over a massive architectural marvel. Jein Frey wiped sweat from his brow. His face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, it's hot. This was the S-rank dungeon, the Acne Volcano. Towering peaks spewed magma in a violent rhythm, creating a landscape that screamed danger. Because of the catastrophic difficulty, only parties of 7 or more were permitted to enter. Jein Frey Vanred scratched his head in frustration. There were 0 recruitment notices on the board. A hologram displayed the raid mechanics. If you defeat the boss residing in this S-rank dungeon, the entire instance will vanish from the map. However, after a cooldown period, it would respawn randomly somewhere else on the continent. Killing the first demon god would grant a title allowing travel to the second continent. Reading the rules. Jein Frey Vanred lowered his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. He needed to reach that next continent faster than anyone else. Suddenly, a commotion broke out nearby. Hey, look over there. It's Freena's fire mage party. Wow, first time seeing them up close. The gossip instantly caught Jein Frey Vanred's attention. He glanced over with his piercing blue eyes and spotted a blonde woman sitting regally among a group of men. His internal monologue kicked in. The fire mage The blonde beauty was Freena Asbury, age 23, level 45 class mage. The golden Lucifer's halo spinning above Jein Frey Vanred's head suddenly pinged with an alert. He stood still as the system processed the data. Skill activated mind reading. Thanks to the halo, her inner thoughts were laid bare. She was desperate to raid the S-rank dungeon immediately. However, the barrier standing in her way was simple math: she didn't have enough party members. Reading her mind like an open book, Jein Frey Vanred chuckled softly. Perfect. Lucifer's halo is paying off already. Meanwhile, Freena and her team were deep in a grim discussion. Fire mage, let's make a call, one of the men said. Yeah, let's disband for today. Suddenly, a pair of black boots stepped into their circle, interrupting the defeatist atmosphere. Excuse me. Jein Frey Vanred stood tall, pointing a thumb at his chest with overflowing confidence. Mind if I join your party? He figured they were desperate for help. But the group just fell silent, their eyes glued to the ridiculous glowing ring floating above his head, completely ignoring his words. Jein Frey Vanred felt a wave of despair crash over him. He closed his eyes, defeated. Damn it. I don't even need mind reading to know they think I look like a total clown right now. The group finally reacted. What did you say? Marcel, sitting on the ground, sighed. We just decided to give up for the day. If you need a team, go bother someone else. Looking at the tank, Jein Frey Vanred's halo relayed another thought. Emotion detected pity. Marcel was worried about their injured teammate currently lying in a hospital bed. Jein Frey Vanred pursed his lips. So that's it. One of their regulars was out of commission, leaving them 1 slot short of the entry requirement. He turned his sharp gaze toward Freena. I'd like to hear the captain's opinion. He took a step closer. You look anxious. Is there some urgent business you need to handle inside that dungeon? She lowered her head, letting out a heavy sigh. The system pinged, emotion anxiety. Freena was terrified for her father, an adventurer who hadn't returned from the S-rank dungeon in over a month. Jein Frey Vanred thought. I see. It's a rescue mission for her dad. Freena bit her lip, her eyes staring blankly into the distance, lost in worry. Another system window popped up, causing Jein Frey Vanred to frown. You have detected another anxiety. Annoyed by the spam, he mentally roundhouse kicked the notification window away. Ignoring the confused stares of the crowd, he closed his eyes and cleared his throat. Apologies for the late intro. I'm Jein Frey Vanred, and I also need to clear this S-rank dungeon as fast as humanly possible. Hearing his name, Freena's eyes widened slightly. Jein Frey Vanred. Why does that name sound so familiar? Behind her, Arthur gasped in shock. Wait, if that's really Jein Frey Vanred. The whispers among the other adventurers exploded into chaos. Isn't he the guy from the news? The gossip spread like wildfire. The rookie who solo killed 33 monsters at the Green West altar. That skinny guy, no way, must be a mistake. It was a classic leveling Manhwa misunderstanding. Standing in the center of the storm, Jein Frey Vanred closed his eyes in embarrassment. Ah, I made the news. That damn system really has 0 respect for my privacy rights. Freena stroked her chin, analyzing him. There's something strange about him. It's almost like he can hear what I'm thinking. I'm not usually one to believe the hype, but this guy has an aura that no ordinary adventurer possesses. She stared at him, her intuition screaming that he was different. It feels like he survived hell and back. A notification chimed for Jein Frey Vanred. Emotion detected awe. Freena was impressed by his presence, and Jein Frey Vanred's heart soared. Oh yeah, the plan is working. After a moment of silence, Freena spoke up. Understood. I'll allow you to join our party. As the wind picked up, a crimson coat flapped dramatically against the backdrop of the dungeon, signaling the start of a legendary Manhwa recap adventure. She took the lead, tossing a cold warning over her shoulder. If you're useless, we leave you behind. Jein Frey Vanred's blue eyes shimmered with hidden amusement. Perfect, he thought. Everything is going exactly as planned, thanks to the halo of Lucifer. Finally, he had access to the legendary S-rank dungeon. It was the ultimate dream scenario for a leveling Manhwa hero. The party stepped into the scorching heat of the volcanic zone. Walking at the front, the reality set in, so I'm the vanguard. It was the sacrificial lamb position, proving just how ruthless this captain was. But for him, it was barely an inconvenience. Behind him, Freena's squad exchanged skeptical whispers. Are we seriously trusting this guy? He looks like he wouldn't survive a minute in here. Freena's voice was ice cold. It doesn't matter. If he's useless, he becomes bait. Her gaze drilled into Jein Frey Vanred's confident back as they marched forward. Arthur broke the silence, jogging up to him. Hey, are you really that famous hunter from the news? Jein Frey Vanred blinked, caught off guard. Sure, he lied, thinking I've never been on the news in my life. Arthur pursed his lips, his suspicion growing just as a blue system window chimed. System alert. You have detected anxiety. Arthur didn't buy it for a second. Jein Frey Vanred held back a heavy sigh from the depths of his soul. The doubt was palpable. Cedric the tank shouted from the back. He's obviously lying. Look at that twig. Does he look like a powerhouse to you? He's even wearing a ridiculous angel halo. Jein Frey Vanred wanted to weep tears of blood. Why do they always attack my fashion choices? It looks stupid, but it's overpowered. Suddenly the system flashed red. Skill. 2 magic sense. Activated. Unknown mana source detected in motion. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the data. Are the monsters from the summit rushing down all at once? He spun around, his voice thundering. Tank, deploy your barrier now. Cedric stood there blinking like a deer in headlights. Move it. The volcano is about to blow. Cedric scowled, his ego bruised. Listen here, you nobody. Before he could finish his insult, the mountain roared. The volcano erupted with apocalyptic fury, spewing death into the sky. With the tank still frozen in confusion, Jein Frey Vanred screamed, Incoming! Put up the shield! Flaming meteors rained down on them. Cedric finally reacted, gritting his teeth as he raised his hands. An invisible barrier wove itself into existence, intercepting the molten bombardment. Watching the chaos, Jein Frey Vanred calculated his next move. Magma rain. We're pinned down until this storm passes. Freena's expression darkened. Hold your ground, she commanded, slamming her staff into the earth and channeling her mana. She raised a hand, chanting an ancient incantation. A massive magic circle blazed beneath her feet, conjuring a colossal sphere of roaring flames above her head. With a sharp cry, she thrust her staff toward the heavens. The giant fireball launched upward like a dragon ascending. The intense heat vaporized the falling volcanic debris in an instant. Jein Frey Vanred watched from the rear, a sly grin touching his lips. A fire mage fighting fire with fire. Impressive control. But the danger wasn't over. Spiderweb fractures raced across the ground beneath them. A massive fissure tore open, sending the party into a panic. The earth is splitting! Arthur screamed as the ground beneath his feet simply vanished. Time seemed to slow. The team watched in horror as Arthur plummeted into the dark abyss, their screams echoing his name. But a hand shot out. Jein Frey Vanred caught Arthur by the wrist just in time, dangling him over the precipice of death. Cracked the ledge, supporting Jein Frey. Vanred began to crumble. His eyes went wide. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. The rock gave way and they both plunged into the darkness. As the wind rushed past his ears, Jein Frey Vanred braced for impact. But the bone-crushing pain never came. Instead, they bounced. They had landed on the soft white back of a massive creature. Monster identified Cotton Bat, level 38. Jein Frey Vanred let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Well, that was lucky. That plus 100 luck stat from the halo is really paying for itself. The creature shifted, annoyed by the intruders on its back. The Cotton Bat turned, its eyes narrowing with killing intent. Move, Jein Frey Vanred commanded. They leaped off just as the beast snapped at them. Now on solid ground, they stared down the furious monster. Jein Frey Vanred analyzed the enemy instantly. Careful, it absorbs kinetic energy and reflects it. The force of our fall just charged it up. Arthur drew his dagger, his face pale but determined. I know. The air around the bat began to vibrate violently. Ain't coming. The Cotton Bat opened its maw, unleashing a sonic scream amplified by the absorbed impact. Jein Frey Vanred moved like a bolt of lightning. Sparks flew from his boots as he dashed over, grabbing Arthur and shoving him out of the kill zone. Arthur hit the dirt, hard groaning as the wind was knocked out of him. Jein Frey Vanred drew his blade, standing between the boy and the beast. Stay down unless you have a death wish. Arthur froze, watching the hunter's back. Arthur looked at the cliff wall behind them. It was pulverized. If he hadn't pushed me, I would have been turned into paste. Terror crept into his heart. A regular mob has this much power. This is the brutal reality of an S-rank battlefield. Jein Frey Vanred didn't hesitate. With a single fluid motion, he swung his sword. No wasted movement, pure lethality. A flash of silver light cut through the dark. The cotton bat collapsed lifeless. Arthur's jaw dropped. One hit. He killed it in a single strike. Meanwhile, back at the surface, Freyna was already casting a tracking spell. She stood at the edge of the abyss, her focus absolute. Cedric paced nervously behind her. "Well, do you see them?" Freyna clutched her gem-encrusted talisman, her expression colder than the grave. Arthur was still breathing. Remembering that brush with death, Freyna couldn't help but marvel at Jein Frey's audacity. That boy had actually risked his life to save him. Not only that, but Freyna realized Jein had sensed the mana explosion before anyone else. The rest of the team, seeing Arthur alive, cheered and immediately suggested they should head down to help. But Freyna raised her hand, silencing them instantly. No. Under their confused gaze, she explained with the cold logic of a leader. Searching for Arthur now would only drain our stamina before the real battle against the demon god. Our mission is to slay the demon god and bring peace to this continent, however fleeting it may be. We are all climbing toward that same peak. Freena's eyes were calm, her voice steady as a mountain. Move forward and our paths will cross again. She added a soft reassurance. Don't worry. Arthur is my little brother after all. I trained him myself. As she marched forward, a silent prayer echoed in her heart. Please reach the summit safely, Arthur. And Father. I hope you are safe too. Meanwhile, back with Jein Frey. So that captain is your sister. Jein realized the boy was also searching for his father. Jein Frey broke the silence, his voice cutting through the air. Are you calm now? Let's keep moving. Arthur looked shocked, pointing a trembling finger toward the peaks. Where are you going? The demon god is at the top of the mountain. Hearing the boy mention the ultimate boss, Jein scoffed. With your current stats, you want to challenge a god? You wouldn't last a second. The harsh truth hit Arthur like a physical blow. He bit his lip until it nearly bled, his mind racing. I don't care what Jein says, I'm going to hunt down here. Frustration boiled in his gut, a storm of inadequacy. The interface flashed, analyzing Arthur's internal conflict, a classic development in the system Manhwa. Arthur desires strength. Reading the boy's mind, Jein made an offer. If you want to get stronger, follow me. Arthur's face went blank, his eyes crossing in confusion as he forced a goofy smile. Moments later, standing amidst a swarm of skeletal firebirds, he thought, this is what you call hunting a little bit. They were completely surrounded by the blazing avian monsters. The system spammed notifications. The skeletal firebirds are leveling up continuously. Arthur scanned the perimeter, panic rising. Their levels are lower than the cotton bat's, sure. If it were one-on-one, I'd have a chance. But against a horde like this, before Arthur could even formulate a plan, he saw the flash of steel. Jein Frey had already drawn his weapon. With a single fluid motion, Jein unleashed a slash that annihilated the front line before they could even screech. Jein didn't stop. He became a whirlwind of destruction, pressing the advantage, his blade dancing through the air and turning the flock into ash. Arthur watched, jaw dropped, as Jein displayed the gap in their power. He's a monster. But before the thought could finish, a roar erupted from his blind spot. He spun around just as a firebird dove at him, unleashing a torrent of flames. Arthur's survival instincts kicked in. He dodged. Relying on pure agility, he narrowly evaded the scorching breath. Mid-air, he summoned his weapon from the inventory. The massive bird circled back, hovering directly above him like a vulture. Arthur gripped his dagger, shifting into a defensive stance. Suddenly, the beast folded its wings and dived, a missile of feathers and fury aiming straight for his heart. Realizing the danger, Arthur swapped tactics, instantly pulling out his bow. I can't let it get into melee range. He nocked an arrow, his eyes locking onto the target. Focus. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now the bowstring sang. Thwack! The arrow pierced the firebird's skull with surgical precision. The beast plummeted from the sky, crashing into the dirt. It was a close call. If he had hesitated, he would have been toast. Arthur wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He looked at his kill and grinned. Don't look down on me. I won't lose a one-on-one fight. Suddenly he remembered his teammate. Panic returned. Right. What about Jein? Arthur turned and froze. Jein Frey was sitting casually amidst a pile of burning carcasses. Wait a minute. Is Jein Frey eating a drumstick? Jein chewed, looked back at Arthur and asked, Oh, you done? Arthur stood there, statue still. Is he seriously eating the loot drops? Jein held out a piece of meat, offering it like a polite host. Want a bite? The system window popped up, ranka item firebird meat. Tastes like fried chicken. Edible raw, but better when heated. It was the absurd logic of a leveling Manhwa come to life. Arthur looked at him with pure judgment, his eyes screaming, What is wrong with you? Jein felt the stare and panicked internally. Damn it, I'm eating too fast. But I need to consume 50 of these to unlock the fire resistance buff. Suddenly the system flashed a red alert. Warning. Massive mana signature detected, approaching rapidly. Jein sighed, feeling helpless. He chewed on the chicken, thinking, talk about bad timing. The ground shook as massive footsteps approached, interrupting their bizarre picnic. From the shadows emerged a level 45 flame salamander. It was colossal, wreathed in living fire. Its tongue flicked out, testing the air, while its tail, armored in razor-sharp scales, thrashed behind it. The beast roared a sound like grinding metal. It whipped its tail toward Arthur with blinding speed. Arthur couldn't react in time. Bam! He was sent flying, smashing into the cliff face. Arthur Jein yelled, genuine concern in his voice. "Are you okay?" Arthur grimaced. His pride hurt more than his body as he looked at Jein. I'm fine." Jein didn't waste a second. "I'll handle this. Find a safe spot and hide." Fearless Jein stepped between the boy and the monster, facing the raging salamander head-on. The beast gnashed its teeth, drool sizzling as it hit the ground. It looked at Jein like a delicious snack. Jein smirked, his expression dripping with mockery. "What's wrong? You got a tummy ache too. Moving that slow. Did you just finish a big meal?" The salamander shuddered violently. It seemed Yein's taunt had hit the mark. Oh, here it comes, Jein thought. It's going to hurl. As predicted, the monster retched, vomiting a torrent of bile and half-digested contents onto the ground. And there amidst the filth lay a pristine white skeleton. Jein looked at the remains without flinching. "Just as I thought," he mused darkly. "Human bones." Arthur had recovered enough to stand. He looked past Jein, his eyes fixing on the pile of vomit. But his expression shifted from disgust to pure horror. His eyes went wide, pupils trembling as recognition set in. Jein frowned, disgusted by the smell. "Let's wrap this up fast before we both throw up." The flame salamander, enraged by Jane's provocation, flared the flames on its head, preparing to attack. But behind Jein, Arthur was staring at the undigested items left behind. His voice broke a whisper of agony. "Father, that sword. Those clothes." The system pinged. Detected intense hatred. Arthur has marked the target for death. Jane's eyes widened. What Arthur's aura darkened his face, twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "You," he growled. "You're dead." Arthur gripped his daggers, his heart consumed by vengeance. He launched himself at the monster, abandoning all defense. "Pay with your life for my father." The scream drew the salamander's attention, instantly turning its gaze from Jein to the reckless boy. Jein watched in horror as Arthur charged into the jaws of death. "Hey, wait. Stop right now." With a single devastating swipe of its tail, the blazing rhino disarmed Arthur before he could even blink. Arthur was no match for this beast. He was tossed aside like a ragdoll, completely helpless. Yet even as he hit the ground, his rage burned brighter than the flames. He roared, "I'll rip you into 1,000 pieces!" The beast heard his taunt, and its killing intent skyrocketed. As the monster charged Jein Frey, Vanrid flashed in from the blind spot, tackling Arthur to the ground just in time. Jein Frey Vanrid pinned him down, his eyes blazing with fury. "Have you lost your damn mind? I told you to stand down." But Arthur was blinded by vengeance, thrashing wildly. "Get off me! Let me go!" Jein Frey Vanrid didn't budge an inch. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Do you have a death wish? That blazing rhino isn't something a single hunter can take down alone?" But Arthur was deaf to reason. He screamed, veins popping. "So what? Just let me kill it." Jein Frey Vanrid grit his teeth. He had to snap him out of this madness right now. "Pull yourself together. If you die here, who's going to protect the rest of your family?" The words struck Arthur harder than the monster's tail. He froze. The red haze of rage finally began to lift. Jein Frey Vanrid pressed the reality of the situation onto him. "You know it deep down, don't you? That monster, it's out of your league." Arthur's resistance crumbled. The stubbornness faded, replaced by crushing despair. "I know, of course, I know that, but what else can I do?" Tears streamed down his face. "That monster, it killed my father." He was drowning in his own powerlessness. Suddenly a system window popped up for Jein Frey Vanrid. System notification. You sense the target's overwhelming grief and resentment. Arthur clenched his fists until they turned white, cursing his own weakness. Seeing his teammate's agony, Jein Frey Vanrid slowly released his grip, stood up, and turned his back. Jein Frey Vanrid's voice softened, losing its edge. "Sorry for shouting at you." Silence hung between them for a heartbeat as Arthur composed himself. Then, Jein Frey Vanrid broke the quiet. "Arthur," Jein Frey Vanrid turned back, his eyes calculating. "Your class is a hunter, right? That means you can use the skill, Battle Cry. Check your inventory. What do you have on you?" Arthur blinked, confused by the sudden shift in topic. He couldn't grasp what Jein Frey Vanrid was plotting. He stammered, checking his storage. Some recovery herbs, my bow, and soft bat fur. Why is this trash even in my inventory? But Jein Frey Vanred's eyes lit up. That comes from a hunter's hidden passive. You've actually got some S-tier materials there. Arthur looked dumbfounded. Hidden passive? I'll explain the mechanics later. Listen closely, I have a plan. Jein Frey Vanred smirked with the confidence typical of a protagonist in a manhwa recap. If we pull this off, that beast is dead meat. Jein Frey Vanred's expression turned deadly serious. Just follow my lead perfectly. Arthur didn't speak, but his mind raced. A plan to take down a boss-level monster. Facing a catastrophic threat like the Blazing Rhino with just a two-man party seemed insane. Arthur frowned, anxiety gnawing at him. He still didn't believe he had the strength to make a difference. Across the clearing, the Blazing Rhino glared at them, its nostrils flaring with smoke. It was waiting, assessing its prey. Jein Frey Vanred remained as calm as a still lake. Buff me, now. Arthur nodded, trusting his life to Jein Frey Vanred. Right. He took a deep breath, drawing mana into his lungs. He raised his hands to the heavens, chanting the ancient verse. O spirits dwelling within the steel, awaken your dormant power, and guide this warrior to glorious victory. He channeled every ounce of his energy toward Jein Frey Vanred and unleashed his ultimate support skill, Battle Cry. Boom! Golden lightning exploded around Jein Frey Vanred's system notification. You have received the buff Battle Cry from player Arthur. Effect vitality restored. Strength and agility increased by 30% for 5 minutes. The Blazing Rhino stepped back, confused by the sudden surge of aura erupting from the tiny human. Arthur didn't waste a second. He pulled the item from his inventory and tossed it. Here. The soft bat fur. Just like you asked, Jein Frey Vanred snatched it out of the air. Perfect. That buff settled my stomach. He grinned. Operations start. In a blur of motion, he vanished, dashing forward like a streak of light. He wore the smile of a predator who had already won. The rhino roared, shaking the ground, and erupted in flames as it charged to meet him head-on. Jein Frey Vanred looked like an ant compared to the towering mountain of muscle and fire, but he didn't flinch. As he swung his blade, he analyzed the boss. This thing's HP is massive. In a standard leveling manhwa, this would take a full raid party to chip down. But Jein Frey Vanred didn't care. He unleashed a flurry of slashes. Slash, slash, slash. The beast couldn't even react. Under the relentless assault, the Blazing Rhino staggered, wounds opening up all over its tough hide. System notification. The mutated Blazing Rhino has been inflicted with deadly poison. Jein Frey Vanred smirked. Got him. The centipede venom is working its magic. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air. Thwack! An arrow buried itself deep into the monster's skull. The rhino shrieked in agony. Jein Frey Vanred glanced back to see Arthur holding his bow stance perfect. A satisfied smile crossed Jein Frey Vanred's face. Just as predicted. The fatal weak point is right between the eyes. Arthur lowered his bow, staring at his hands in shock. He couldn't believe he actually landed that shot. Melee attacks would just bounce off. Thank God Jein Frey Vanred is holding aggro. Regaining his confidence, Arthur knocked another arrow and let it fly. Meanwhile, Jein Frey Vanred was dancing with death, taunting the beast to keep its focus on him. The rhino snapped its massive jaws, trying to swallow him whole. The monster went berserk. It thrashed its tail, destroying the terrain, roaring as arrow after arrow turned its head into a pincushion. Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the air. Here it comes. The rhino let out a roar that wasn't just pain, it was pure, unadulterated rage. System warning. The boss has entered berserk state. All stats of the mutated Blazing Rhino have increased by 30%. A classic system manhwa twist. The shockwave from the roar nearly knocked Arthur over, forcing him to stop firing. He wiped sweat from his brow, trembling. Is this the berserk mode? Even from a distance, the heat was blistering, but Jein Frey Vanred. He didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the inferno. While the beast's power was skyrocketing, Jein Frey Vanred tightened his grip on the soft bat fur in his hand. This wasn't an accident. This was the trap. Everything is proceeding exactly as I calculated, Jein Frey Vanred thought. Time to turn its own power against it. The rhino, now overflowing with power, opened its maw to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs and a grotesque tongue. It swung its tail to intercept Jein Frey Vanred as he descended, wreathed in lightning, for the decisive strike. Jein Frey gripped the cotton bat fur tight. A smirk of absolute victory curled his lips. The endgame begins now. He launched his final assault. His mind raced, analyzing the system data. In its berserk state, the weakness shifted, no longer the brow, but... Arthur raised his bow high. Killing intent flooded his eyes. Arthur released the string, the arrow screaming through the air. His target, the beast's front leg. Bullseye, the shaft pierced the burning scale. Jein Frey didn't hesitate. He surged forward, his blade carving into the open wound. System Mind's Eye activated. The mutant fire lizard roared in agony. Jein became a blur of steel, unleashing a torrent of slashes across its massive frame. Just a little more. The flames on its leg were flickering out. But suddenly, Arthur froze. He sensed a shift in the battle's rhythm. The monster's aura was fading. Its strength drained away like water. Jein Frey stood his ground, a lone figure against the towering beast. The fire lizard's eyes shut tight. Jein analyzed the flow of mana. The inferno surrounding it was dying down. It was entering the weakened state. But Jein knew the mechanics of this system Manhwa. It could devour nearby flames to restore its HP. And there it was. The flames surged back. System alert. The mutant fire lizard is regenerating HP. The nightmare wasn't over yet. Arthur's eyes went wide. Self-regeneration. What kind of broken stat is that? Gritting his teeth, he drew his bow once more. He calculated the odds. If they didn't end this in 5 minutes, the Warcry buff would vanish. They had to burst it down now. Desperation fueled his aim. "Jein Frey, I'm ready," Arthur screamed. Jein stood like a statue, unshakable before the towering inferno. That voice was the signal he needed. Jein's grip tightened on his weapon. Power surged through him. "Let's do this." He looked death in the face and smiled. "Game over, you overgrown lizard." The beast understood the insult. It charged with catastrophic fury. Restored and enraged, its speed doubled. Jein danced with death, taunting it. "Come on, open wide." He slammed the hilt into its throat. Every strike was a calculated provocation. Forced to gasp for air, the beast's jaw finally hinged open. In that split second, Jein pulled out the item. The maw was open. The trap was set. This was the turning point. He hurled the cotton bat fur into the sky. "Don't you dare miss, Arthur." The fluff floated perfectly toward the gaping jaws. Arthur locked onto the target. The fur. The throat. A predator's focus took over. Miss, not a chance. The string snapped. The arrow became a streak of light tearing through the air straight toward Jane's setup. Perfect combo. The arrow skewered the fur and plunged deep into the lizard's throat. The beast choked, its attack canceled instantly. Silence followed. Arthur lowered his bow, sweat dripping down his face. Why wasn't it falling? Did the plan fail? Did we lose? Arthur panicked. But Jein Frey just stood there cool as ice. He began the countdown. 3, 2. Jein's expression was that of a man who had already seen the victory screen. 1. The lizard's chest expanded violently. The energy inside reached critical mass. And then, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed. The monster's head was obliterated. That harmless ball of fur had just become a tactical nuke. The cotton bat fur's hidden stat absorb impact and reflect it with triple the damage. A classic Manhwa recap strategy. System Warcry buff ended. Status effect stomach ache removed. Jein exhaled long and hard. Talk about perfect timing. The massive legs gave way. With a ground-shaking thud, the mountain of scales collapsed. Dust settled around the corpse. System Mutant Fire Lizard defeated. Reward obtained. Jein smirked. Quest complete. The adrenaline faded, leaving a heavy silence. Arthur didn't cheer. He just stared blankly at the fallen colossus. Jein knew that look. He offered no words, simply deactivating his Lucifer aura through the system interface. Footsteps approached from behind. A familiar voice called out. Arthur turned, his eyes lighting up. "Sister." Mage Frina and the party rushed in. Her face was pale with worry. "Arthur, are you hurt?" Then her gaze fell upon the weapon in his hand. She froze. "That sword." Arthur's voice trembled, heavy with grief. "It's father's." Tears streamed down his face. "I found it inside the beast, along with his clothes." Frina pulled her little brother into a tight embrace. She held him as if he would disappear. "Thank the gods you're alive. You did well, Arthur. You did so well." But Arthur shook his head, sobbing into her shoulder. "No, it wasn't me. Jein Frey did it all." Frina looked up, stunned. Skepticism clouded her eyes as she turned to the main character. But Jein was just crouching on the ground, gathering rocks. He was silently stacking stones one by one. The party watched confused until the realization hit them. Wait, is he building a... Jein's expression was solemn. He wasn't looting. He was paying respects to a fallen warrior. Maxwell knelt beside him. "Let me help you." Frina covered her mouth, tears welling up again. "It's a grave." The makeshift headstone stood tall, the father's sword planted before it. "Rest well, father." The siblings fell to their knees in prayer. As they mourned, Jein Frey stood at a distance, a silent guardian watching over them. His work here was done. Grief hung heavy in the air as Jein Frey watched Arthur and Freya kneel before their father's grave, the weight of their loss triggering his own dark memories. A familiar voice from the past echoed through the corridors of his mind, taking him back to a day when he and his brother played innocently at home. Suddenly his mother burst through the door, tears streaming down her face as she delivered the heart-wrenching news about their father, her world collapsing in an instant. Reality snapped back into focus as a voice called out to him, and he saw Freya approaching with soft, gratitude-filled eyes to thank him for saving her family's honor. Jein Frey shook his head with characteristic humility, insisting that Arthur's survival was due to his own hidden potential, not any miracle Jein had performed. Arthur, refusing to hide from the truth any longer, pounded his chest and declared that he wasn't a fool who ignored his own limitations. He admitted that from the moment they faced the fire beast, his survival was entirely thanks to Jein, finally acknowledging that the rumors had severely underestimated Jain's true power. Cedric listened in stunned silence, the realization hitting him like a truck that the man he had doubted was actually a monster in human skin. But Jein Frey turned his back on their prey's eyes, locked on the looming peak as he grimly reminded them that the true architect of this nightmare was still waiting up there. Staring at the ominous volcano, Jein revealed that the demon king controlling the continent's monsters was nesting at the summit. Amber Freena's expression darkened with pure hatred as she vowed to reduce the enemy to ashes, leading the party up the mountain with regal determination. The path was a gauntlet of beasts, but Cedric's steel sang a symphony of destruction while Freya's flames incinerated anything foolish enough to lunge at her. Meanwhile, Jein Frey casually gnawed on a chicken leg while slaughtering monsters, displaying the nonchalant swagger typical of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. They finally reached the summit of mountain, nerves taut as violin strings until a deafening boom shattered the silence and sent Arthur and Cedric into a panic. The volcano erupted with apocalyptic fury, forcing the party to scramble back as the very earth seemed to declare war on them. Cedric froze in terror as a colossal three-headed nightmare emerged from the magma. It was Amber Rose, the boss monster possessing the terrifying 50-trait scorching heatwave. The beast unleashed a roar that shook the heavens, the sound amplified threefold by its heads hitting them like a physical blow. The sonic blast was agonizing, leaving them dizzy and disoriented as Cedric clutched his bleeding ears, unable to comprehend the sheer acoustic pressure. Freya grimaced in pain, barely able to withstand the overwhelming aura that crushed down on them like the sky itself was falling. Amber Rose looked down at the ants before it and asked if they came to die, but Jein Frey calmly ordered a retreat, predicting the boss's breath attack like a veteran gamer. Arthur gasped in confusion, while Freena stared deeply at the raging beast, quickly calculating their odds of survival in this hellish environment. Making a split-second decision, Freena ordered everyone to obey Jane's command, and the group scrambled away from the danger zone without hesitation. But as Freya looked back, her heart skipped a beat. Jein Frey was still standing there motionless in the face of imminent death, and she screamed for him to move. Jein simply turned his head, looking completely immune to the monster's roar, his gaze cool and unbothered by the chaos. The beast wasted no time, one of its heads spewing a cataclysmic torrent of fire at Jein, forcing Cedric to deploy a desperate shield to protect the others from the splash damage. Struggling against the intense heat, Cedric groaned under the strain while Arthur watched in horror, screaming Jane's name as the flames swallowed his friend. As the fire subsided and smoke choked the air, the heads of Amber Rose mocked the foolish human who dared to face them head-on. The monster gloated, certain that the intense heat had vaporized Jein so thoroughly that not even his ashes would remain. But as the silence stretched on and the smoke began to clear, anxiety gripped the party, with Marcel cursing in disbelief at Jean's reckless sacrifice. Suddenly the monster's arrogance faltered. Through the dissipating haze, a familiar silhouette stood tall and unbroken, defying all logic. Amber Rose stared in absolute shock, its three brains unable to process how a mere human could survive a direct hit from its ultimate attack. Jein Frey dusted off his slightly soot-stained clothes and smirked, remarking that the legendary dragonfire felt no hotter than a common fireplace. The shock on the monster's face turned to twisted amusement as it realized this human was no ordinary prey, muttering that things had just gotten interesting. Jein escalated the provocation, taunting the beast that its power wasn't even enough to make him break a sweat, leaving his teammates dumbfounded by his durability. Arthur cheered wildly while Freya stared wide-eyed, realizing Jein must possess a terrifyingly high fire resistance skill to survive unscathed. Internally, Jein flashed back to the grueling preparation, acknowledging that the stomach-churning gorging on monster meat was finally paying off. By consuming 50 pieces of firebone bird meat, he had unlocked 5 minutes of fire resistance, though he noted his health points were still slowly ticking down. A system Manhwa interface flashed a critical warning in his mind, prompting Jein to decide it was time to activate his Godspeed ability to end this quickly. He summoned his trusty weapon from the inventory while the Demon King Amber Rose grinned, thrilled to find a toy that wouldn't break instantly. The monster declared that this durable human would provide excellent entertainment, preparing to unleash its full sadistic arsenal. The atmosphere grew heavy as Amber Rose raised its razor-sharp claws, inhaling deeply to launch a sonic attack that rippled through the air toward Jein. The system notification blared that the boss had activated Scorching Heatwave, catching the rest of the party completely off guard with an area of effect strike. Arthur shielded his face as the temperature skyrocketed the system, informing him that he had been inflicted with the debilitating burn status. The status effect began draining their health every second, forcing Jein to widen his eyes as the mechanics of the fight shifted against them. Freya screamed for everyone to take cover behind the boulders, warning that the intense heat wave was about to melt their equipment into useless scrap. With the party safely tucked away in the shadows, Freya ran the grim calculations. Even with their specialized volcanic dungeon gear, it was hopeless. A single skill from that beast had rendered their defenses completely and utterly void. The math simply didn't add up. Even Arthur, who had witnessed Jein Frey's awakening firsthand, couldn't suppress his doubt. How could anyone withstand that kind of hellish heat? Jein Frey merely smirked, his confidence radiating like a sun. "Let's get this party started, you oversized mutt." System alert fire resistance has nullified the burning effect. It was a classic moment for a system Manhwa protagonist. Amber Rose brushed off the insult, though its eyes narrowed dangerously. "You seem different from the other insects. But don't get cocky just because you can withstand a little warmth." Flames erupted around the beast in a violent inferno. "I will show you the folly of your arrogance. Your attitude means nothing before my power." In a blink, the beast vanished, merging with the scorching magma of the volcano. Seeing the lull in combat, the party cautiously emerged from their cover. It submerged into the lava. Maxwell stammered, confused. "What is it planning?" Jein Frey gave no reply. He simply leveled his blade, the Ngokong, steadying his stance for war. His posture was flawless. He stood with the absolute confidence of a top-tier hunter without a shred of fear in his eyes. Jein scanned the boiling magma below. If my memory of this leveling Manhwa boss serves me right, here it comes. Suddenly, Amber Rose erupted from the depths, charging straight for him. Razor-sharp claws, massive enough to crush a tank, slashed toward his face. Jane's eyes widened. The overwhelming pressure. This was its signature ultimate move. Even the shockwave was devastating, rattling the others hiding behind the boulder. The ground quaked violently. Freya gritted her teeth against the tremor. "It's too fast!" she gasped internally. But amidst the chaos, Amber Rose paused. Jein had blocked the ultimate strike with just his blade. "You withstood that." The beast's voice rumbled with intrigue. "Interesting. Human, you have officially piqued my curiosity." With a roar, Amber Rose launched itself from the crater's mouth. It charged at Jein with primal, unbridled aggression. Gazing down with supreme arrogance, the beast sneered. "Consider this an honor. I shall play with you personally." Then, moving like a phantom through the molten rock, it soared into the sky. Its form blurred into nothingness, leaving only a disembodied voice echoing through the chamber. "Let us see if you can survive this, little human." The sound! It's coming from beneath the earth, Freya realized. "Jein, what are you doing?" Arthur screamed in panic. Yet Jein Frey remained motionless, standing like a statue amidst the chaos. Arthur squinted, realizing the truth. Is he... Closing his eyes. Suddenly the ground exploded behind the party. Amber Rose leaped high into the air, positioning itself directly behind Jane's blind spot. Its massive claws descended, ready to crush him into oblivion. Arthur and Freya could only watch in frozen horror, unable to react. But in that split second, Jein Frey executed a perfect god-tier dodge. Mana perception. The words left his lips calmly. The spectators gasped, their minds unable to process how he evaded the unavoidable. Even Amber Rose was left dumbfounded. That strike should have been fatal. Above Jane's head, the halo of Lucifer began to blaze with blinding intensity. System Lucifer's Halo, second skill activated. Magic perception detects all entities within a 5-kilometer radius. Your intuition is sharp, the beast growled. Jane smirked, his arrogance returning tenfold. Intuition hardly. I know your every move like the back of my hand. Amber Rose bristled at the mockery. Don't mistake dumb luck for skill, human. Once again the beast dissolved into the flowing lava, vanishing from sight. Its voice echoed ominously. Fortune will not favor you forever. You survived once, but death is inevitable. How long do you think we can play this game of whack-a-mole? Jean's patience finally snapped. Shut your trap and surface already, he shouted. Jein focused, expanding his mana perception to track the beast's energy signature. I'll use Godspeed to counterattack the moment it appears. He centered his mind like a veteran of a Manhwa recap. Recall the feeling. I've done this 1,000,000 times before. Suddenly the earth bulged behind him. The same trick again. Watching from the sidelines, Arthur screamed a warning. Amber Rose erupted from the dirt, claws swinging to decapitate Jein Frey. But its claws hit nothing but air. The beast froze, scanning the empty space in panic. Where did he go? High above, Jein Frey was already descending like a meteor. The monster looked up, terror finally filling its gaze. With the Ngokong blade raised high, Jein crashed down without a shred of mercy. He unleashed a devastating slash, aiming straight for the beast's vitals. The ambush was too fast to track. What? The Amber Rose gasped. Jein swung his blade again, his voice cold as ice. Answer me now, little puppy. Jein stood tall, looking down on the boss with utter disdain. Did you really think I couldn't handle the likes of you? Humiliated Amber Rose let out a roar of pure fury. The party watched in awe at the display of power. That was incredible, Arthur cheered, yet the beast remained standing. You land one lucky hit and your mouth starts running at full capacity, it sneered. Foolish human. We will not let you interfere with our sacred mission. Jein frowned. Mission that wasn't in the game lore. Without another word, Amber Rose plunged back into the magma. Damn it, not again! Jein cursed. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Thinking won't solve this. I need to focus on the kill. Suddenly the lava bubbled as Amber Rose surfaced once more. It roared, closing the distance with murderous intent. But Jein didn't wait for the attack. He struck first, his blade slicing through the air and enraging the beast further. The proactive strike landed perfectly. System alert, critical hit dealt. This was the power of a true awakening Manhwa hero. Skill activated, mind's eye. Amber Rose recoiled in shock. Can this human actually predict my attack trajectory? Jein Frey smiled, a predator engaging his prey. Perfect. System notice target. Amber Rose is afflicted with deadly poison. HP will decrease continuously. The beast froze. Poison. I didn't think you'd resort to such dirty tricks, the monster hissed. Jein shrugged. Why so surprised? Everyone knows a fire type like you has zero resistance to poison. A cold smile played on Jein Frey's lips as he locked onto the enemy's weak point. Isn't this the true thrill of a leveling manhwa? The spectators watched in stunned silence. Sidric gasped. He is a monster. Freena's eyes widened in pure disbelief. Entire raiding parties had fallen to this beast. Yet he stood alone against the nightmare. Frey taunted, Hey, you stupid mutt. Amber Rose snarled, What? Frey laughed calmly. Keep choking on my dust. The poison will end your miserable life in 5 minutes. The air trembled as the beast's rage spiked from the provocation. It roared, I will tear your soul apart, human. A scorching heat wave blasted outward. Arthur realized the danger instantly. We can't get close. His sister screamed, Arthur, fall back. The inferno intensified by the second. Freena commanded, Everyone retreat to a safe distance. Move. Arthur wiped sweat from his face, cursing his own weakness. Damn it, I can't even stand in his presence. Yet Frey stood amidst the flames completely unfazed. Wounded pride turned into a breath of fire. Amber Rose unleashed hell on Frey while its other 2 heads scanned for victims. But when the flames cleared, Jein Frey stood there without a single scratch. He looked almost bored. Frey thought, Isn't this just the opening move? The game never had a pattern like this. Amber Rose glared, unconvinced. Lowly human, you predicted my attack. Frey smirked at the realization. So what? Are you making excuses because you are about to lose? Fury consumed the beast. Amber Rose prepared a new technique, knowing his weakness was exposed, but his arrogance remained unshaken. Even if you know my moves, the second head hissed, can your fragile body handle the reality? The third head sneered. What happens when we all strike at once? Frey narrowed his eyes, realizing the boss's plan. They were targeting the spectators. Arthur gasped in confusion. Wait, the 3-headed beast. It just split into 3 separate monsters. Frey cursed internally. This wasn't in the game walkthrough, give me a break. The beasts leaped high. This was completely off script. The 3 clones dove into the magma. Frey calculated, again, great. He realized, they figured out my blind spots. Even if I predict the attacks, defending against 3 angles simultaneously is impossible. From the molten lava, a voice boomed, You die first, human. A shadow emerged behind Frey with lethal speed. Frey checked his status window. My HP is critical. Thank God for Godspeed. 1 hit and it is game over. He dodged by a hair's breadth, but death still loomed. The beast charged again, relentless. Frey grinned. Low health, 3 bosses, impossible odds. Now this is what I call a thrill. The beast laughed. I enjoyed this, human, but don't worry, I will send your useless friends to hell with you so you won't be lonely. Frey's breathing became ragged as he calculated his next move. The beast erupted from the ground, screaming, This is the end. Jaws snapped shut, aiming to swallow Frey whole. He froze. Suddenly a flash of frost cut through the heat. A voice rang out, Ice magic. Freena stepped in. 3 against 1 is hardly fair, Demon King. She had saved him. And I don't like being called a burden. The beast bristled with aggression. It glared at Freena, annoying pest. With a roar, it switched targets. Then you die first. But Frey's blade flashed. Don't ignore me. He decapitated the beast mid-lunge before it could retract its tongue. The severed head crashed near Arthur's squad, terrifying them. Frey panted heavily, his stamina draining fast. Wiping blood from his lip, he called to Freena, Let's finish this. 2 left. The system chimed active skill mind's eye activated. You have defeated Demon King Hambaros right head. Arthur cheered from the sidelines. He did it. The battle took its toll. Frey gasped for air, Freyna tense behind him. Just 2 more, he thought, focusing his mind. The remaining monster roared in grief. You murdered my brother. It charged with insane bloodlust. I will shred you to atoms. Frey and Freyna unleashed their magic in unison. You can use ice magic? He asked, surprised. I prefer fire magic, she admitted. My ice skills are just passable. Frey asked quickly. What about the heat? Can you handle this range? She nodded seriously. I buffed my resistance, but it won't last forever. Frey clenched his fist. Just hold on a little longer. He braced against the monster's overwhelming assault. Gotch. Godspeed. Power surged through his veins. Frey seized the opening for a lethal counterattack. He kicked off the ground, a blur of motion supporting Freyna. She gasped. What the? The system announced Mind's Eye active. The robotic voice confirmed the kill. You have defeated Demon King Hambaros. Left head. Frey thought the poison weakened it just enough. He looked forward, calculating the final phase. Only one remains. Frey ordered, It's safe now, hide yourself. Freyna shook her head. Let me do my part. She cast a spell. Solar Flare. The system displayed the new effects immediately. Buff Solar Flare activated. Attack power increased for 3 minutes. Fire resistance increased. Frey marveled. My fire resistance is stacking up. Freyna issued a final warning. As per the laws of this technique, while the buff holds, my own magic is sealed. With a faint smile, she turned her back on the battlefield. I have done all I can. Fate is in your hands. Jein Frey Vanred replied with a gentleman's grace. My gratitude, Lady Pyromancer. Deep in the abyss, amidst the shadows. Hamber rose, slumped against the obsidian throne. A roar of pure hatred tore from his throat. Curse it all, to be reduced to this state by a filthy human. Just wait until my power returns. I will flay you alive. But a voice cut through the heat like ice. How long do you plan to cower there, you lazy mongrel? Are you tired of playing whack-a-mole already? Descending from the heavens with overwhelming pressure, Jein Frey Vanred dove straight toward the beast, a sneer etched on his face. His expression was one of absolute contempt. The monster shrieked in panic. What? But I am surrounded by molten lava. It snarled, refusing to accept reality. How can a lowly human withstand this heat? Jein Frey Vanred raised a hand, silencing the beast. Quiet down, mutt. The crushing reality left the demon paralyzed. Impossible! The blade flashed. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes were void of mercy, locking onto his prey. In its final moment, a singular thought echoed. I, a demon king, falling to a mere human. The earth screamed. The volcano erupted, spewing a column of destruction. Cydric stared in horror. Is it exploding? Freyna realized the truth, her eyes widening in terror. No! Arthur screamed into the inferno. Jein Frey Vanred, from the scorching abyss. Jein Frey. Vanred clawed his way back to the surface. The team rushed forward, panic in their voices. Jein Frey Vanred, are you intact? Cydric hesitated. Is it truly over? Marcel bellowed orders. Healer, get the potions now. But the hero exhaled a whisper in the wind. Yeah, it is finished. Arthur could barely speak. You actually slew the Demon King. Jein Frey Vanred nodded calmly. I did. The boy choked back a sob. His sister smiled through her tears. Freyna looked to the horizon. Father, you can finally rest in peace. And then the system Manhwa interface appeared. You have defeated the level 50 Demon King Hamber Rose, distributing XP and rewards. He could not hide his elation. Magnificent. Jein Frey Vanred did the math instantly. 800,000 gold, huge. Mother will be overjoyed with this fortune. The system listed the spoils of war. Reward, 800,000 gold. Item Claw of Hamber Rose, rank S. Item Fang of Hamber Rose, rank A. The loot window hovered before him. Jein Frey Vanred analyzed the haul. The claw and fang are rare treasures in this leveling Manhwa world. But they are not what I came for. Freyna's voice trembled with emotion. Jein Frey Vanred, I have no words to express my gratitude. Arthur nodded fervently. Without you, we would be corpses right now. We wouldn't have even reached the summit. He bowed low, speaking for them all. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. He waved them off casually. Why so formal all of a sudden? It is not as if I achieved this victory alone. She laughed softly. We clearly just followed your lead. Yet the system counted it as a party raid. I even received drops from the Demon King. Jein Frey Vanred's gaze was sincere. You earned those rewards, he added with a smile. That buff was exceptional. Thank you. Freyna knew the truth, he would have triumphed regardless. She hesitated before speaking. I wish to offer more to show my debt. But the highest item I received was merely a rank B firestone. Jein Frey Vanred froze. A firestone. Internal shock rattled him. That is the one. His reaction confused her. Jein Frey Vanred made his move immediately. Would you be willing to trade that firestone for my S-rank claw? Freena blinked. Trade. Sidric whipped around, jaw-dropping. Did he just say the claw? Arthur's eyes bulged. The rank S item. Freena nodded slowly. If that is what you wish. Done. New location unlocked, central town of the first continent, Rubijin. She offered a solemn farewell. We return to our village to honor our father. Until fate crosses our paths again. Arthur clenched his fist, eyes burning. Next time we meet, I will be stronger than you. And seriously, thank you for everything. Jein Frey Vanred held his gaze, a gentle smile forming. I look forward to that day. He sighed in relief. Finally, the firestone is mine. Obtaining this essential material on the first continent was only possible thanks to my awakening Manhwa memories. But I am grateful for the allies I met along the way. Jein Frey Vanred shifted gears to his next plan. Money has been sent home. It is time to move to the next stage. System confirmation, teleporting from first continent to second continent. A passerby whispered loudly. Hey, is that the guy who took down the Demon King? His companion scoffed immediately. Impossible. Look at his equipment. That is starter gear for a crafter class. He nodded in agreement. True, must be a mistake. Title confirmed, the first demon slayer. Do you wish to proceed to the second continent? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he stepped into the magic circle. The passerby gasped. What the hell, he just teleported? His friend waved it off. Nah, just a glitch. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. New area unlocked, central city of the second continent. City of Mutu, the realm of desire. Jein Frey Vanred took a deep breath. Good. We have arrived. Suddenly the system chimed. You have a missed call from Amelia. Jein Frey Vanred blinked, confused. What could happen now? Is something wrong with the kid? Amelia's voice crackled through the device. Hello, dear brother. He asked immediately. What's wrong? Her tone was sharp as a razor. You have the nerve to ask what is wrong. She unleashed a barrage of questions. Do you have any idea how much money you just sent? Where are you right now? What kind of work are you doing? Her worry spilled over. You haven't gotten mixed up with some criminal syndicate, have you? Jein Frey Vanred replied instantly. No, he thought quickly. Right. I kept my life as an adventurer a secret from them. I cannot let them carry the burden of my danger. Amelia's voice rose. Hey, are you even listening to me? Jein Frey Vanred laughed, trying to soothe his second mother. Relax. I promise nothing illegal. She hesitated, her anger fading. If you say so, I will believe you. Amelia's voice dropped to a whisper. But brother, you know. Mom's condition, it has gotten much worse. The world seemed to stop. What? The call disconnected. Jein Frey Vanred slumped onto a public bench, his soul weighed down. His mind raced with dark thoughts. I need more gold. I need the cure. Fast. A memory of her face flashed in his mind. He whispered the only word that mattered. Mother. Nearby excitement buzzed as a stranger pointed. Hey, look at that, Jack is starting the auction. Rare stock available, he pointed at the board. Look at this. Tears of a high-rank spirit. The familiar name made Jein Frey Vanred's heart pound like a war drum. Tears of a high-rank spirit. He instantly recognized its true worth, the core ingredient for a divine elixir. A treasure that shouldn't even exist on the second continent. With this, I can finally cure Mother's illness. The item materialized before Jein Frey Vanred's eyes, a glittering vial of salvation shimmering in his vision. But cold logic cut through his excitement. This is an auction house, a playground for the ultra-rich. The price could soar to hundreds of millions. Securing it won't be child's play. Yet I must obtain it at any cost. I need capital, and I need it now. The scene shifts as the system marks a target, second continent E-rank dungeon, the Eternal Snowfields. Jein Frey Vanred weighed his money-making tactics. Usually diving into high-ranking dungeons is the standard meta for a leveling Manhwa protagonist to get rich quick. But this specific dungeon held a secret. He froze, eyes widening. The system flashed a crimson alert before Jein Frey Vanred's eyes. A spirit beast has spawned. A level 66 Scythe appeared. His gaze sharpened. A smirk played on Jein Frey Vanred's lips as he whispered, Found you. He instantly formulated a plan utilizing items scavenged along the way. Seeing the object in his hand, the Scythe's eyes sparkled with pure delight. Jein Frey Vanred lowered his voice to a silky purr. Come here, little kitten. Come get your treat. He presented the offering. Look at this. A luxurious bed woven from enchanted warm grass. You like that, don't you? Seeing the creature's joy, Jein Frey added gently, Of course it's all yours. Responding to his kindness, the Cate Sith happily handed him a golden coin. The system window popped open. Cate Sith's gold coin, rank a rarity. A glittering token of fortune that doubles all currency earned while in your possession. Jein Frey feigned surprise. For me, thanks, little guy. Victory surged through his chest. Perfect. The Cate Sith's gold coin was finally his. Satisfied, the Cate Sith gleefully accepted Jein Frey trade. He quickly calculated the value. A hidden item obtainable only from this specific beast. With this artifact, my earnings will skyrocket twofold. Absolutely broken. Now it's time to start the real grind. Without wasting a second, Jein Frey launched his hunting spree. The battle raged on as he tore through the dungeon to claim his rewards. Jein Frey glanced at the panel. Can't ignore the boss monster. That should be enough. His wealth multiplied exponentially as the system updated his balance. Current balance 12,640,000 gold. He locked in his next destination. All right, time to head back to town and multiply this fortune. Jein Frey stepped into the shadows of a familiar haunt, a small-scale gambling den. The system's robotic voice confirmed the location: underground casino. He mused silently, a pit filled with lunatics who worship money as God. A lawless zone without rank or status. In a place like this, there was no need for politeness. Jein Frey scanned the room before his gaze settled on a man laughing boisterously. Boring, looks like I won again. I don't think defeat is even possible today, the man gloated. Lady Luck is sleeping in my bed tonight. The system instantly flagged the anomaly. You have detected a lie. That gambler had swindled over 10 million gold through fraud. Jein Frey analyzed the situation. We have a cheater in our midst, and judging by his stack, he's a fat sheep ready for slaughter. He's my target. How to approach? As Jein Frey walked up, the gambler sized him up. Another fresh face. He flashed a confident, provoking grin. Hey boss, looking to sit at my table? Just remember, don't run away crying when you lose. My luck is unstoppable today. Consider yourself warned. Jein Frey put on a timid mask. Please go easy on me. He feigned total ignorance. This is my first time playing. Is that okay? I'll learn the rules as we go. The dealer and the shark exchanged knowing smiles. Excellent, a perfect sucker. The man waved his hand generously. No worries, it's just a spinning wheel. I'll even let you bet first. Place your bet and I'll follow. I've been winning too much anyway. The system screamed a warning. You have detected a lie. The dealer preparing the game was rigging the outcome. Jein Frey connected the dots instantly. So he's in cahoots with the house, I see how it is. A cold smirk threatened to break Jein Frey poker face. This place is as entertaining as ever. The game is roulette, often called the queen of the casino. The rules were simple. The dealer tosses 2 balls. Players pick 2 numbers. If one ball lands on your number, you get half the pot. Guess both right, and your bet doubles. If nobody hits, the game continues until a winner emerges. Naturally, you can't pick the same number twice. The gambler tilted his head, impatient. All right, give me your numbers, and your wager. Jein Frey answered with lethal precision. Red 36 and black 8. His voice remained calm. And I'm betting 10 million gold. The gambler flinched. What? The dealer froze mentally. 10 million? Jein Frey rested his chin on his hand, eyes wide and innocent. Should I say it again? He repeated every syllable with chilling clarity. Red 36, black 8, 10 million gold. Jein Frey began to corner his prey. What's wrong? If you don't call your bet, the ball will stop. You forfeit if you don't pick before it lands right. The gambler ground his teeth in frustration. This bastard! Jein Frey gaze turned icy. Hurry up. Pick your numbers. Jein Frey knew the truth. This man had no strategy, only a cheat code he couldn't use right now. At the table, he slammed the pressure down. I bet 10 million. Red 36, black 8. The dealer stared at the player in horror. How is this possible? He predicted exactly where the balls would land. Jein Frey propped his chin up, smiling effortlessly. Chop, chop. The wheel is stopping. The gambler looked desperately at the dealer. Hey, what's happening? Give me the numbers. The dealer hesitated, sweat beading on his brow. The wheel spun endlessly, but Jein Frey had already seen the future thanks to the Angel's Ring. He had read them like an open book. The dealer's true class was a hunter. Finally, the first ball settled into red 36. The dealer possessed the skill Eagle Eye, granting him 100% accuracy on his targets. The second ball dropped, black number 8. The crowd gasped, staring at Jein Frey Vanred with awe. Red 36 and black 8. He actually hit it. He smiled darkly. Looks like Lady Luck is with me tonight. He knew the dealer had used his skill to lock onto those specific numbers before throwing. The final step was signaling those numbers to his accomplice. But since I intercepted their little code hijacking, the win was child's play. Chaos erupted in an instant. He slammed the table, rage boiling over. Bullshit! This is clearly a scam. Then glancing back with arrogance, he shouted, "Manager, get out here!" A few seconds later, a man approached. "Is there a problem?" Diller pointed an accusing finger straight at Jein Frey. "This brat is cheating. We all saw it." Behind him, Hector and his thugs arrived wearing smiles dripping with malice. "I see," Hector purred. "You bet 10 million gold and doubled it in a single hand. Truly the gods must be smiling on you. Or perhaps something else is at play. Why don't you join us in the back room for a little chat?" The manager's tone was polite, but Jein Frey's instincts screamed danger. This wasn't going to be a friendly conversation. The manager was definitely in on the con. Sure enough, the moment the sweet talk ended, Hector signaled his men. "Grab him." Violence was their only language, but Jein Frey was ready. With superhuman agility, he kicked the table into the air. A thug tried to ambush him from behind, but Jein sensed the killing intent. "Come here, you trash." One strike. That's all it took to knock the aggressor out cold. However, Hector's goons swarmed in like cockroaches surrounding Jein Frey with no escape route in sight. Diller even pulled out a bow, aiming an arrow straight at the protagonist's heart. Another thug brandished a dagger, sneering at Jein. "You damn scammer, you're dead meat." Armed and dangerous, they rushed him. Jein Frey dodged with the grace of a phantom. "You're the ones cheating." A swift leg sweep sent Entei crashing to the floor, looking utterly bewildered. Ent and Dare were down in seconds, left staring up at Jane's imposing figure. "Who's next?" Hector froze, sweat forming on his brow. "Damn it, this kid is more trouble than I thought." Suddenly, Hector's assistant went pale with realization. "Boss, wait. I think I know who this guy is." The hesitation made Hector snap. "What? Spit it out." The subordinate didn't hold back. "His appearance matches the report from yesterday's news. He's the rookie monster who shattered the records during the purification ritual." The news struck Hector like a lightning bolt. "Impossible. Is it really him?" The crowd outside began to whisper, realizing they were witnessing a living legend from an awakening Manhwa in the flesh. If he reached the second continent, does that mean he soloed the Demon King Habaros? While everyone lost their minds, Jein Frey stood there casually picking his ear. "Hey, are you guys done spacing out? If you're gonna throw me out, make it quick." Just as he spoke, Hector threw himself to the floor, face planted in the dirt, begging for mercy. "We are so sorry. We truly apologize for mistaking you for a cheater. Please forgive our ignorance. It was a terrible misunderstanding." But beneath the groveling, Hector's mind was racing. If the rumors are true, we can't beat him in a fight. We have to de-escalate now or we're finished. We must find a way to settle this and minimize the damage. Jein Frey looked down at the pathetic display and smirked. "Oh." His voice dripped with amusement. "We sincerely apologize," Hector continued. "As the manager, I will personally compensate you for this trouble." Jein Frey thought for a moment. Then his eyes gleamed. "Oh, you certainly will." He leaned in close, whispering his demand into Hector's ear. "Give me every single coin in this casino's vault." Hector's face drained of color. All the money." Jein Frey wasn't done. "And the VIP auction invitation. Hand it over." Hector froze. "The auction invite too." Jein Frey's gaze turned icy. "I know exactly how you rig these games. Consider this karma. Here's my account number." He turned to leave, dropping one final threat. "Refuse, and I'll report your little operation to the Bureau. Or you can try to stop me by force." That one sentence broke Hector completely. Okay, I'll give you everything." The next morning at the sprawling Second Life auction center, a finger traced the sign as Jein Frey muttered to himself. "I thought I'd get more loot, but this should be enough. If I miss this chance, who knows when the high-rank spirit's tears will appear again." Thanks to the extorted invitation, Jein Frey breezed through security. Now, he just needed to win the bid. Meanwhile, back at the temporarily closed club, Hector sat in a dark corner, seething. Damn it all. That bastard cleaned us out completely. His hatred for Jein Frey burned like fire. "I'm taking that auction invite back one way or another." But just as he hit rock bottom, a presence filled the room. Hector gasped. "Branch manager, back at the auction house. Distinguished guests, thank you for your patience. The auction officially begins now. We have a lineup of rare treasures today. You can view the 11 auction items on your personal system windows. First up, the Orc Warlord's Blade. Although it's a collector's piece and not for combat, it is an A-rank artifact coveted worldwide. Starting bid 2 million gold. Jein Frey ignored the sword. He was focused on his own mission. The 3 ingredients for the divine medicine to cure his mother. Target 1 high-rank spirit's tears, found only in the secret dungeon of Sector 6. Targets 2 and 3 ice demon fang and ancient red earth. Normally, I'd have to slay the demon lords of Sector 2 and 3 to get these. But today, money can solve my problems. If he secured them here, he could skip the grind. No need to waste weeks fighting demon lords. It was the most efficient path. Merci. Honey blue dragon wine. If I get that, I can unlock a hidden class item immediately. But the announcer cut through his thoughts. Next item. The 5th lot of the day. The Ice Demon Fang. A rare monster material found only in the S-rank dungeons of Sector 2. Starting price 500,000 gold. Jein Frey didn't hesitate. 1 million. The host's voice boomed. We have a bid of 1 million. Oh, a challenger appears. The guest on the other side bids 10 million gold. Jein Frey's eyes widened, snapping his head toward the bidder. 10 million for a crafting material, is he insane? Who is that lunatic? On the screen above the 10 million bid, a familiar face appeared. Jein recognized him instantly. It was Hector, grinning like a devil. Hehehe. How does that taste, you little brat? Did you think I'd just let you walk away? I'm going to ruin you. Jein Frey remembered cleaning out Hector's vault. Does that snake have a secret stash? Damn it, the spirit tears are the final item. I must have that item at all costs. He had to save his funds for the main prize. Reluctantly, he stayed silent. The Ice Demon Fang is sold to the Wind Snake Guild for 10 million gold. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. The Wind Snake Guild is here. That's a massive organization with branches on every continent. If they want something, you might as well give up. Jein Frey listened to the rumors, his mind racing. This just got a lot more complicated. Using his telepathy, the main character instantly exposed the thug's identity as a member of the Wind Snake Guild. But he never expected their influence to run this deep. Meanwhile, Hector was busy pouring out his pathetic grievances to Samon. Is that the guy? Samon asked, his eyes narrowing. That is him, Hector spat. The bastard who trashed my club, stole my fortune, and even snatched this auction invitation. I will not let this slide. Samon cracked his knuckles. Understood. I will teach him exactly what happens when you offend the rulers of the underworld. But suddenly the announcer's voice cut through the tension. Presenting the 7th item, the legendary ancient red earth. A mysterious treasure found only in the S-rank dungeons of Sector 3. Bidding starts at 7 million gold. Jein Frey immediately jumped to 50 million. The crowd gasped at the jump, but a shockwave was about to hit. Unbelievable. The Wind Snake Guild strikes back with 200 million gold. Jein froze. He knew auctions were expensive, but 200 million, that was absolute insanity. Do they seriously have pockets that deep? The gavel struck down. Once again, Jein Frey faced a crushing defeat. The ancient red earth went to the Wind Snake Guild for an overwhelming 200 million. Hector sneered, shooting a look of pure arrogance toward Jein. Ha ha. Suddenly a system window popped up with a warning. You are currently the target of a malicious interference tactic. This enemy plans to sabotage you by outbidding on every single item you desire. Jein clenched his jaw in frustration. This is bad. If this continues, getting the spirit tears will be impossible. He needed a new strategy, and fast. His opponent was a massive guild with bottomless resources. Trying to fight a bidding war with money alone, that was suicide. Wait a second. Could it be Jein tested the waters with a 40 million bid? But the announcement rang out immediately. Sold to the Wind Snake Guild. Moving on to the 8th item. The mermaid scales went to them for 40 million gold. Next, Jein threw out 15 million. Windsnake snatched it. Item number 9. The Blood Slaughter Sword was theirs for 20 million. Jein pushed the price to 200 million, then 300 million. But it did not matter. Item number 10. The Azure Dragon was captured by the Wind Snake Guild. It was clearly a personal duel. They were only targeting items that the man with the halo was bidding on. Hector laughed maniacally in Yein's face. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think a solo player could defeat a major guild? I will buy every single thing you touch. But Jein just smiled, a dangerous glint in his eye. Ha ha ha. In this system, Manhwa, you are the only fool here. Jein's plan all along was to force them to win. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Michael stepped forward for the grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the main event of tonight's auction. An item both holy and mysterious. Known as the most beautiful tear in existence. It has stolen the hearts of countless souls. Behold item number 11, the high-ranked spirit's tears. After the stunning introduction, Michael looked to the crowd. For this legendary treasure, bidding starts at 50 million gold. Without a second of hesitation, Yang raised his hand. 500 million. The crowd erupted in outrage at the astronomical figure. 500 million on the very first bid. Damn it. There is no way we can compete with that. We have to give up. Seeing the prize within his grasp, Jein smirked victoriously. Finally, I will not let this slip through my fingers. Prepare yourselves, war is coming. But up in the VIP box, Hector refused to back down. He was determined to crush Jein until the very end. Who are you trying to impress, kid? Nothing will change. We will double that bet right now. But as he raised his hand to speak, a voice stopped him cold. Here it comes. The Windsnake Guild bids double 1 billion gold. Excuse me, sir. A prohibition sign has appeared. Michael's voice cut through the air with authority. The representative of the Windsnake Guild is barred from bidding on this item. Hector looked like he was about to explode. What did you just say? Jein covered his mouth, trembling with suppressed laughter. Served him right. The auction staff looked at Hector with pity. We deeply regret to inform you, but you have reached the maximum limit for successful purchases. High above, Hector gripped the railing until his knuckles turned white. Limit? What kind of nonsense is that? Keep your cool. Michael began to explain, counting on his fingers. It is simple, sir. According to the laws of this auction house, each guest may only win 5 items. The Windsnake Guild has already hit that cap. Therefore, you are forbidden from participating in any further bids. This rule exists to prevent monopoly. But Hector was beyond reason. What kind of garbage rule is that? His angry roar echoed throughout the entire hall. I am a VIP regular here. This is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing. Jein crossed his arms, staring with contempt. This isn't your usual low-level auction house, you old fox. The symbol of the association flashed in Yang's mind. This place is under the special protection of the Adventurers Association. That rule is a hidden clause never revealed to outsiders. He watched with satisfaction as the two fools argued with the staff. Preventing one person from hoarding all the rare artifacts is just common sense. Jein scratched his cheek, baffled by their stupidity. Honestly, he should have realized something was up when he saw the insane caliber of items here. It seems he had no idea this was a special auction house. Absolute moron. After a lengthy explanation, Michael delivered the final blow. Do you understand now? Sir Hector seethed in impotent rage while Simon stood behind him in an eerie silence. That silence was unnatural. But with the dispute settled, Michael raised his gavel high. Then it is settled. Congratulations to the gentleman with the halo. The high-ranked spirit. Tears are yours for 500 million gold. As the crowd erupted in applause, Jein twitched in annoyance. Could you please stop calling me that? Hector's face twisted into a mask of fury. You knew about this rule from the start, didn't you, you little rat? How dare you play me? Jein stood calm and collected, staring him down with cold eyes. Up on the balcony, a terrifying sphere of energy manifested in Hector's hand. Enough games, I let you live at the casino. But my mercy ends here. Jein suddenly leapt to his feet. The sudden movement confused the old man. Looking straight at the incoming attack, Jein made a proposal. Let's take this outside. There are too many people here. Why drag the innocent into our mess? Step out. I promise I will not run away. Seeing Hector hesitate, Yein's voice turned icy. If you understand, then power down, old man. Hector paused, studying the boy's fearless expression. That brat. Damn him. His hand trembled, the energy ball still pulsating with lethal power. If I fire this now, I could wipe him from the face of the earth. A commanding voice sliced through the tension. That is enough. It was Simon. He stepped in to restrain the elder. The branch manager is right. If we strike now, the association will descend upon us. However, Hector's pride wouldn't let him back down so easily. But this brat is mocking us. How can I let him disrespect the prestige of our guild? Simon cut him off cold. You are wasting time. He didn't bother with further explanations, his eyes locking onto Hector with terrifying pressure. Do not make me repeat myself. Submission was the only option. Simon signaled for him to move. Let's go. Hector, crushed by the hierarchy, had no choice but to obey the order. Meanwhile, Jein Frey Vanred sat alone in the aftermath. Even in this chaotic system, Manhwa world, unexpected variables happened, but he had successfully secured the high-grade spirit's tears. The rival guild had snatched the other 2 items, but a smirk played on his lips. He would reclaim them soon enough. Speed was the only thing that mattered now. Yes, this will work perfectly. But as his mind wandered to the item he missed, a heavy sigh escaped him. The Azure Dragon Liquor. Losing that treasure is a genuine tragedy. The image of the mystical gourd kept flashing in Jein Frey Vanred's mind. He could still acquire it on the 5th continent, but that would require clearing a mountain of annoying quests first. If I had that wine now, I could have crafted the hidden equipment immediately. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, blazing with resolve. Damn it. I have to chase them down right now. A velvet voice interrupted his planning. You have a very unique aura, do you know that? Mira approached him, her eyes scanning him with intense curiosity. That angelic halo hovering above you. I have never seen such a relic. Jein Frey Vanred's guard went up instantly. Who was this woman? Fortunately, she seemed to sense his wariness and backed off. Apologies for the sudden interrogation. But what exactly is your relationship with the Windsnake Guild? Have you crossed paths with their branch manager before? Jein Frey Vanred decided to share the intel. His voice echoed clearly in the quiet room. The branch manager. You mean the one with the long hair and the suffocating presence? He rules the Windsnake Guild's branch on the second continent. As he spoke, the menacing image of Simon surfaced in both of their minds. A moment later, he shut down the conversation. No. I don't know him personally, but I do have business with that guild. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Forget that. Who are you? Mira placed a hand on her hip, revealing the truth. I am merely an explorer. Her gaze dropped to the ground, a shadow of melancholy crossing her face. And currently, I am hunting them. Mira had been commissioned by the Explorers Association to investigate the Windsnake Guild. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes widened in shock. A direct mission from the association. Wait, is she one of the 8 Guardians? The legendary symbol of the 8 Absolute Protectors flashed in Jein Frey Vanred's mind. The 8 Guardians were S-rank explorers officially sanctioned by the association. Those who held this title could accept special commissions and reap rewards that would make empires jealous. In other words, she was a walking legend possessing ultimate power, honor, and wealth. A nostalgic smirk curled Jein Frey Vanred's lips. The 8 Guardians brings back memories. Back when he grinded through this leveling manhwa as a game after clearing the main story, he would occasionally run errands for the association too. He looked at Mira. If that's the case, they likely already fled. Aren't you going to pursue them? At his question, she nodded slowly. That is the plan. But before I go, I must ask you something. Mira pointed accusingly at the halo floating above his head. Where in the world did you get that thing? The question plunged Jein Frey Vanred into deep thought. Does she not know about the hidden pieces? To be fair, these were items so rare that even the association's database had no record of them. If a high ranker got greedy and tried to seize it, things would get messy. He felt a spike of anxiety. How do I explain this without revealing everything? He scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Oh, you mean this? Suddenly, a blue system window materialized in front of him. System alert. You have triggered interest. Your unique equipment has stimulated Mira's curiosity. The update stunned Jein Frey Vanred. Interest. Thanks to the system's superior features, it translated Mira's vague question into her true inner thoughts. That angel halo is so adorable, I want it. That was what Mira was actually screaming internally. Seeing him hesitate, she tilted her head, annoyed. Huh. Is it a secret? Jein Frey Vanred's face flushed red, and he shook his head frantically. No, it's just a very long story. We would be here all day. An awkward silence descended, wrapping around them like a thick fog. Realizing she wouldn't get an answer, Mira sighed and waved her hand. Forget it. You don't have to tell me. I will find one myself. She turned on her heel and marched toward the exit. Thanks anyway. Jein Frey Vanred was left standing there, stunned. That scared the life out of me. I never expected one of the 8 Guardians to be into cute things. It seems I have unintentionally caught the eye of a monster. He analyzed the encounter. Based on that brief exchange, she wasn't just a member. She was likely one of the top-ranking leaders of the 8 Guardians. As she walked away, Mira glanced back, her mind racing. That equipment. I have explored up to the 7th continent and never witnessed such power. She couldn't stop wondering about Jein Frey Vanred's origins. Just who is that boy? Not far behind, he turned away in silence. I've been spotted in an event that shouldn't even exist. Scene shift to the A-rank dungeon of the 2nd continent, the moonlit wasteland. The earth shattered violently. In true awakening manhwa fashion, Jein Frey Vanred stood victorious over the fallen beast. System. You have defeated the level 80 giant goblin boss. He instantly snatched the loot from the air. Found it. The goblin's plunder gloves. Grade A item. Ability. When facing a stronger opponent, you may steal one item from their inventory and claim it as your own. Clutching the item, a wicked grin spread across Jein Frey Vanred's face. My level is skyrocketing too. He shielded his eyes, gazing into the distance. My original plan was to raid the S-rank Blessing Castle for the Chimera's Fang. But priorities have changed. I need that hidden equipment first. Time to relieve those guys of their burden. In the distance, Simon and Hector were unaware they were being hunted. All because the Azure Dragon liquor was the key ingredient for his next power-up. Like a predator, Jein Frey Vanred locked onto them. I've already used Mana Sensory to pinpoint their exact location. I'm tracking them now, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He also noticed the girl hiding behind a tree. It was Mira. She's here too. She must have started her mission before I arrived. Mira's eyes were fixed on the group ahead. Well, look who it is. Is that boy chasing the Windsnake Guild too? Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred's eyes widened as if sensing a shift in the air. Hector and Simon were vanishing into a secret tunnel. He was shocked. Did they really hide a secret passage inside the wall? Beyond the darkness lay a massive hidden chamber, the private territory of the Windsnake Guild. Simon gazed down at the blossoms with a twisted tenderness. Here broke the silence. My liege, how does this season's harvest look to you? Cold sweat trickled down his back. If the boss wasn't satisfied, he was a dead man walking. He wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. The leader didn't hesitate. The market value has skyrocketed. We'll make a killing. Here let out a breath of relief. Excellent. Our coffers will be overflowing soon enough. I'll summon the alchemists to process them immediately. Here bowed. But suddenly, a familiar voice sliced through the air. Since when did you old men pick up gardening? It was Jein Frey. He twirled a flower in one hand and waved casually with the other. The two villains froze, panic flashing in their eyes. Here's face twisted in rage. He barked, "You rat, how the hell did you breach our defenses? Did you stalk us here?" Jein ignored the outburst, analyzing the petal in his hand. Moonlight Azalea, beautiful but deadly, a prime ingredient for illicit mana stimulants. His playful expression vanished, replaced by a gaze sharp enough to cut steel. Drop the innocent act. I know exactly what this is. Mana stimulants are forbidden for a reason. Hallucinations, sensory failure, and eventually, an agonizing death. The association banned this filth years ago. So tell me, what game are you playing? Here crumbled under the pressure, stammering like a cornered rat. We were just... Here glanced at his boss for help. Salmon stepped forward. Are you an association spy? Jein waved him off. Please, I'm not with them. The Blue Dragon wine. Hand it over and I'll pretend I never saw this little garden of evil. Jein stood tall, crossing his arms with arrogant confidence. What did you say? The audacity made Salmon's blood boil. You insolent brat, do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Here charged a mana sphere, but Jein was faster. He vanished and reappeared behind him. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Mira watched breathlessly. Is a battle breaking out? I can't hear them from here. Jein didn't strike to kill, he just tapped Here's shoulder. Relax, old man. This isn't a threat. It's a business transaction. Consider it a consultation fee. Here forced a stiff smile. I see. You infiltrated the auction just for the legendary Blue Dragon wine. Well, too bad. We'd rather die than hand it over. Blame your own greed. But beneath his sleeve, a poisoned dagger materialized in his grip. Jein sighed, sensing the killing intent. I see how it is. Shame. I really wanted to do this the easy way. Guess I'll have to report this little drug farm to the association after all. That was the trigger. Here lunged dagger flashing. Go to hell. Jein didn't even flinch. He sidestepped the strike with fluid grace. In a flash, cold steel materialized in his hand. You chose this path, not me. A single flash of silver Jein drove his blade straight into the nape of Here's neck. The traitor collapsed, life fading before his body even hit the floor. Mira stared, her jaw dropping. Instant kill. I didn't even see him move, and that short sword. It's an artifact I've never seen before. Watching his subordinate die only annoyed Salmon. Useless trash. And you've got guts, kid. Staining my floor with blood. Mana exploded around Salmon as he summoned his heavy blade. A cruel grin split his face. I hope you're ready for the consequences. I've been itching to crush a bug today. Salmon Bradbury, leader of the Windsnake Guild's second branch. Level 97 warrior class, a true powerhouse. Yet Jein just looked bored. You talk too much, Jein taunted. Let's get this over with. From the bushes, Mira's eyes were glued to the scene. I need to see that weapon in action. I should intervene. But watching a high-level duel is a rare opportunity. The air crackled with tension. Two warriors, one destiny. The clash was inevitable. Salmon moved first. His blade cleaved the air with mountain-crushing force. Jein raised his sword eyes, locking onto the trajectory. Boom! Steel met steel in a shockwave of sparks. Jein gritted his teeth, feeling the heavy impact vibrate through his bones. His level is higher than mine. The sheer force of the collision sent both weapons recoiling. This wasn't going to be an easy grind. They vanished into a blur of slashes. But Salmon's raw power was overwhelming, forcing Jein on the defensive. Mira analyzed the fight like a true awakening Manhwa expert. That's Jein Frey, the rookie adventurer everyone is talking about. the one who shattered the purification ritual records. But rumors are just rumors. In terms of raw stats, Salmon is in a completely different league. The battle was turning into a one-sided beatdown. A massive strike broke Jein's guard. He was launched backward, crashing into the dirt. Salmon laughed, towering over him like a predator. Not bad for a newbie. But did you really think you could beat me? Playing hero gets you killed in the real world, kid? Jein wiped blood from his lip, trembling as he forced himself up. Hero? I couldn't care less about that righteous garbage, old man. I have my own ambitions, and nothing, absolutely nothing, is going to stop me here. His eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Brave words from a dying man. Salmon charged his blade, descending like a guillotine. Keep dreaming in the afterlife. Time seemed to slow. Jein inhaled sharply, planting his feet. He didn't run. He raised his weapon and met the strike head-on with perfect precision. The impact was massive, but Jein held his ground. With a surge of strength, he parried the heavy blade aside. A confident smirk returned to his face. Suddenly, the angel ring above him pulsed with divine energy, third skill unlocked. The brilliant flash blinded the dark cavern, catching Mira's attention. That light. It's coming from his halo. It was a classic system Manhwa progression moment. The hidden condition to unlock the third skill had finally been met. His magic sense proficiency had hit level 252. Every dodge, every near-death evasion had been feeding the system experience points. The XP calculation was complete. Between the Demon King battle on the first continent and this duel, Jein Frey had done the impossible. The skill was now maxed out. With raw power surging through his veins, Jein Frey's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. That bastard was tough. But thanks to him, my leveling speed just shattered all expectations. Fortune truly favors the bold. But suddenly, his eyes went wide. A glint of shock flashed across his face as his body reacted on its own. A surprise attack someone had struck from the shadows. His blade crashed down, cleaving through Jein Frey. As the boy collapsed, the old man's face twisted into a sneer. You absolute fool. Letting your guard down in a deathmatch. You lost because you didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Victory tasted sweet. He threw his head back in laughter. There is always a mountain higher than the mountain. Do you understand now? But behind him, the sound of footsteps shattered his celebration. It was Jein Frey, alive, unscathed. You talk too much, old man. Now tell me, who's the real predator here? Samon's blood ran cold. How was he standing, not a scratch on him? Jein just smirked, his expression dripping with mockery. The assassin froze, slowly turning his head. That brat. I killed him. He grit his teeth, confusion turning into fear. What the hell just happened? Was it a class skill, a hidden ability? Seeing the villain's panic, Jein couldn't hold back a laugh. Look at you now. Where did all that arrogance go? Aren't you embarrassed? Watching from the shadows, cold sweat trickled down Mira's face. This boy, he was an anomaly. Samon's eyes darted to where the corpse should be. Gone. Impossible. I felt my blade pierce his flesh. The sensation was real. Suddenly agony erupted in his chest. Blood sprayed into the air. He gasped, eyes bulging as he looked for his killer. What? Since when? He stared at Jein, but the boy's face was shadowed, his body motionless. What kind of sorcery is this? Desperate for survival, Samon lunged only to be skewered. A blade pierced his heart. Coughing up blood, he screamed in despair. You brat. What did you do to me? Mira observed every twitch from her hiding spot. Why is he screaming at thin air? She whispered. To her eyes, Samon was roaring at nothing. The assassin clutched his head, trapped in a nightmare only he could see. Behind him, the real Jein Frey stood silent as a shadow weapon drawn. A chilling smile played on Jane's lips. Welcome to the Lucifer Ring's third ability, Playground of Darkness. You were right, old man. The world is a very big place. System notification item, Lucifer's Halo. Skill 3, Playground of Darkness. Effect creates a hellish illusion for anyone who meets the user's gaze. Cooldown 72 hours. The mighty assassin was now a vegetable frozen in terror. Jein scoffed. Like I wouldn't notice an ambush. Having seen enough, Mira stepped out from the shadows. She looked flushed, but Jein didn't even flinch. Oh, it's you. He glanced back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Enjoying the show, Mira jumped. You knew I was there. Her excuse echoed through the flower field. I wasn't stalking you, I was monitoring him. Jein cut her off. Right. Another association mission, I assume. Just tell them you found their illegal moon azaleas. That should suffice. Ignoring her sputtering, Jein waved his hand and walked away. Good luck with the cleanup. I was never here. He looked at his palm and suddenly... Wait. I almost forgot the most important part. The loot. His fingers flew across the blue system interface. Mira watched, utterly baffled by his strange behavior. A flash of light item summoned Goblin's Bandit Gloves rank A. Effect when an enemy is incapacitated, you may steal one item from their inventory. Grinning. Jein placed his hand on the frozen Hector. Don't mind if I do. A few seconds later, the prize was his. Item acquired Azure Dragon Wine, rank S. Jackpot. Finally, the legendary wine is mine. Clutching the S-rank card, Jein sighed in pure bliss. With this, the raid against the second Demon King will be a breeze. Just wait a little longer, Mom. His sudden emotional shift confused Mira, and she leaned in to inspect him. Jein recoiled from her gaze. Whoa, personal space. I used the item legally, okay. Mira sighed, closing her eyes. She decided to let it slide. Fine. No objections here. Seizing the chance, Jein scrambled away. Great, I'm really leaving this time. Her eyes lingered on his retreating back. Then she turned to Samon, who still stood frozen like a grotesque statue. No mana fluctuation, no skill incantation. Then she recalled the halo floating above Jein's head. It has to be an item effect. She rubbed her chin deep in thought. If it were a forbidden artifact, the association would have flagged it. But his gear isn't on the blacklist. Jein Frey was truly living the life of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Later that afternoon, after a grueling journey, he finally arrived at the second continent, the workshop of Tuba. Jein stood ready, a cutting board in one hand, the Azure Dragon Wine in the other. Time to craft the hidden equipment. I even brought my own shield. Just then, the workshop doors flew open and 2 men were thrown out. What is wrong with you? You stone-headed old coot. You call yourself a legendary blacksmith. Watching them stomp away, Jein nodded sympathetically. I feel your pain, bros. But without the right tribute, that old man won't even look at you. He took a deep breath and flashed his most charming smile. Excuse me. Whoosh. A hammer flew at his face. Jein instinctively raised the cutting board to block. The legendary blacksmith. Tuba didn't even look up. Great. Another moron. Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm working? Get the hell out. I'm not forging anything for you. Jein dodged flying tools, his mind racing. Yup. He hasn't changed a bit. Tuba's rage was volcanic. You think you can just waltz into my sanctuary uninvited? As he was physically shoved out the door, Jein tried to reason with him. Master Tuba, just listen for a second. But the door slammed shut in his face. Don't you dare speak my name, get lost right now. But just as the blacksmith raged, the protagonist played his ace card. Such a pity. And here I brought this bottle of top-tier vintage. Tobar's eyes practically ignited with greed as he stared at the bottle. Wait. How did a brat like you get your hands on the legendary Blue Dragon liquor handed over and get out? Hooking an NPC like Tobar wasn't easy, so the main character wasn't letting go. What is he blabbering about? Tobar grumbled, stomping on Jein Frey Vanred's foot. Hey, watch it, that hurts. The blacksmith went feral, leaping for the precious bottle. Lower your hand, I said, give me that booze. But Jein Frey Vanred held it just out of reach, taunting him like a master manipulator. Seriously, cut it out. In this system, manhwa, everyone knew the walkthrough. Give the legendary blacksmith the Blue Dragon liquor, and he gets absolutely hammered. In a drunken stupor, he'd normally craft an S-rank item. But the protagonist had a better plan. He pulled up his inventory. How about we add this Class B Firestone to the mix? I looted this Firestone from Frina after crushing the Demon Lord. Tobar gasped. Seeing the rare materials, the blacksmith's attitude did a complete 180. Come in, sit down. Let's talk. Jein Frey Vanred poured a generous glass. Here you go. Tobar lifted the cup, tears instantly streaming down his face as emotions hit him like a truck. Sob. Boo-hoo. My late wife loved this drink, especially warmed with a Firestone. Jein Frey Vanred nodded with a practiced smile. Is that so? Internally, he was rolling his eyes. He'd heard this sob story 1,000 times. He kept refilling Tobar's glass, ensuring the drunk level hit max capacity. This was the only way to trigger the guaranteed hidden event. Getting an S-rank item just for the booze was a solid result. However, Jein Frey Vanred possessed knowledge that no other player in this world had. By combining Class S Blue Dragon liquor with a Class B Firestone, a secret hidden piece could be unlocked. Suddenly, Tobar roared in drunken regret. I'm such a fool. If I hadn't been drunk, my wife would still be alive. Jein Frey Vanred silently handed him a handkerchief. Jesus, he's still going on about this. If you endured Tobar's drunken love story all night, his mood would completely flip by morning. I need to repay you for that exquisite liquor. Tobar said, the grumpiness gone. This equipment is yours. It was exactly what Jein Frey Vanred had planned for. Thank you. Now I see why they call you the legendary blacksmith. Hidden piece number 3 acquired the chain armor of Scandal. Great unknown. Agility plus 120. Durability 5,000 out of 5,000. Passive skill free move. Active skill lightning speed. Instantly teleport anywhere within a 100-yard radius. Limit 5 uses per day. Third skill, unknown. Unlock conditions, not met. Perfect. Jein Frey Vanred thought, adrenaline spiking. Time to move. He was going to speedrun the Class S dungeon in Zone 2, the Grey Castle. Back outside, Jein Frey Vanred equipped his upgraded gear. With this final piece, his preparations were flawlessly complete. Equipped leg of Vital. Suddenly a metal flask sailed through the air toward him. "Hey, take this. It's a bonus for listening to my rambling." Jein Frey Vanred inspected the item. Non-alcoholic sake. Legendary grade A. The blacksmith had distilled the Blue Dragon liquor for hours to create this masterpiece. Upon consumption, it grants the user a state of extreme warmth. Tobar pointed a callous finger at him. "You're heading there, aren't you? To the S-rank dungeon?" Jein Frey Vanred smiled with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, sir." As he walked away, the old man waved a somber goodbye. "You're strong, kid, but watch your back. The Frost Demon King is no joke." Meanwhile, in the second continent, the frozen peaks loomed over the entrance to the Sanctuary of Blessings. Adventurers huddled at the gate, shivering despite their heavy fur coats. After a long trek, Jein Frey Vanred finally arrived at the desolate wasteland. Since he wasn't wearing heavy winter gear, the cold bit into his bones immediately. Damn, it's freezing out here. Just as I predicted. He reached into his inventory, pulling out the secret weapon he'd just received from Tobar, the non-alcoholic sake. Jein Frey Vanred downed the bottle in one gulp, ignoring the bewildered stares of the crowd. Heat exploded through his body. "Ah, that hits the spot." The system window popped up. Jein Frey Vanred. Status extreme warmth. Duration 100 minutes. His body temperature normalized instantly. He patted his light armor, smirking. "Glad I don't have to wear those bulky furs." The surrounding players started whispering, thinking he was insane. "Look at that guy. Is he joking with that outfit? He's totally underestimating the frost. And what's that weird icon floating over his head? Must be a clueless newbie. He should have at least bought a coat. Ignore the angel halo effect. He's just an idiot with a death wish." The system, however, was very helpful. Update: surrounding players are judging you. Jein Frey Vanred scowled at the notification. "Shut up, system. I don't care what NPCs think." A countdown timer appeared in his vision. Time limit. 1 hour 59 minutes and 45 seconds. Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes. "I need to speedrun this." The system displayed the cruel rules of this awakening Manhwa zone. In the Class S dungeon of the second continent, players were strictly limited to a 2-hour window. If the timer hit 0, you wouldn't just be banned from teleporting back to the city. The penalty for failure was brutal: half your inventory and gold gone. Jein Frey Vanred shoved his hands in his pockets, laughing bitterly. "Reminds me of when I was a total noob figuring out these mechanics. Every time I failed, I had to grind for weeks just to recover my gear. Trash game, trash system." But wasting time now wasn't an option. Jein Frey Vanred dashed forward, sensing the heavy flow of magic radiating from the castle interior. The entrance was choked with other parties trying to push through. Jein Frey Vanred scanned the crowd, calculating his route. "Too many people ahead of me. I need to reach the Demon King's corridor first. The Ice Chimera's fangs are spawning there, and I need that loot." Elsewhere, 2 adventurers battled against the ferocious blizzard. Boots crunched heavily into the deep snow as they struggled to find their footing. Noan shouted over the howling wind. "Just moving forward is a nightmare." Felix nodded grimly, fighting the elements. "If we keep this pace, we'll time out before we even reach the boss." Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed out of the whiteout. Gaping jaws and razor-sharp claws slashed through the mist. It was a level 82 Kunikura's terror and rage mixed in Felix's eyes as he raised his spear. "Damn it, not another one. We are racing against the clock here. Move it. At this rate, we'll never reach the Demon King's castle." Seeing Noel frozen in fear, his teammate roared in frustration. "Snap out of it. What are you doing? Hurry up and support me." But suddenly a shadow eclipsed the sun above them. It was Jein Frey defying gravity with his aerial arts. He glided past them like a deity descending from the heavens. A monster clung to him, staring blankly, but he paid it no mind. It was all thanks to the divine halo floating above his head. Man, this feels incredible. Walking on the sky. It's like a dream. Passive skill. Free movement effect. Ignore terrain restrictions and move freely. But his leisure didn't last long. Jein Frey's eyes went wide as a new threat emerged. A massive horde of level 82 Kunikuros was rushing him like a tsunami. Jein Frey didn't flinch. He casually drew his short sword. "Sorry, but I'm in a bit of a rush." Slash monster limbs rained down from the sky, staining the white snow crimson. Felix stood paralyzed, watching the carnage. That equipment, isn't that the idiot from the gate earlier? Noel was just as dumbfounded. Exactly. Did he just walk on air? Wait, that halo of the angel above his head. The 3 adventurers turned pale, a terrifying realization gripping their souls. Is he A vengeful spirit. Forgetting the battle, they dropped their weapons and clasped their hands in prayer. Please, spirit, rest in peace. Even the monsters stopped fighting to join the prayer circle. The system broadcasted their nonsense directly to him. Jein Frey felt a vein pop in his forehead. Are you kidding me right now? Say one more word, and I'll haunt you for real. Scene change. Demon King Amit's castle. After a brief journey, a triumphant smile graced Jein Frey's lips. Finally, I've arrived. He checked the time, smug satisfaction radiating from him. Total travel time 5 minutes. Not bad for a speed run, but suddenly his jaw dropped in shock. Below the snowy peaks, a familiar figure was charging forward. It was Mira. She was diving straight into the heart of the Demon King's territory. That female guardian again? Why do I get the feeling she's after the hidden piece too? I seriously don't want to get tangled up with her. He stroked his chin, curiosity battling his better judgment. But why would a member of the 8 Guardians be here? Surely she's bored of this dungeon by now. Below, Mira placed a hand on the ancient runes blocking her path. Her mind was racing with tactical analysis. Intel says he's hiding in here. But this is a Demon King's shelter. Adventurers only have a 2-hour limit. If it's him, I can't waste a single second. Boom! She unleashed a devastating palm strike. Debris exploded everywhere, forcing Jein Frey to shield his eyes from the shockwave. When the dust settled, the massive wall was reduced to rubble. Are you serious? System notification. You have entered Demon King Amit's castle. Jein Frey couldn't help but admire her power. As expected of the 8 Guardians. That was monstrous. He waited for her to disappear into the darkness before moving. He descended gracefully, his eyes scanning the breach. She just brute forced the front door. No gamer plays like that. Usually unlocking this takes forever. Looks like I got a free ride thanks to her. But his gamer sense tingled. He whipped his head around. Not you guys again. The level 82 and 83 Kunikuro's herd had tracked him down. You clingy pests. The army of beasts charged without fear. Seizing the moment, Jein Frey activated the artifact Toba crafted. Let's see how you handle this. Teleportation. Second skill, instant teleportation. Type. Active effect, teleport within a 100-meter radius. Limit 5 times daily. Zwoosh. He vanished into thin air, leaving the monsters confused. Seconds later, Jein Frey materialized on the upper floors of the castle. System notification, Demon King Amit's castle, 9th floor. Location, main building corridor to the absolute zero room. He jumped up, pumping a fist in the air. Yes, the teleport skip worked perfectly. Jein Frey looked at the looming gate ahead. Tsh! To enter the Demon King's room, you usually need to kill the mid-boss. He grabbed the handle. But not today. Time to test out Yaten's boots in real combat. A cunning grin spread across Jein Frey's face as the door sealed shut. I think I'm about to set a new speedrun record for this leveling Manhwa. Meanwhile, deep within the castle. Location 7th floor, annex. Hidden ice room. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the frozen halls. A group of players huddled in the corner, shaking in terror. Guildmaster, why, we made it this far. Garuda Gastami time limit 1 hour 26 minutes 7 seconds. A blood-soaked blade rested in his hand. You ask why? His eyes were cold, filled with contempt for the trash before him. Because you useless maggots are too slow. This was Garuda Gastami, Guildmaster of the Windsword Guild. He didn't hesitate. The sword flashed. You dare make me wait! Slash, an innocent life was extinguished instantly, and on his status screen the countdown reversed. Garuda time limit 2 hours, 42 minutes, 36 seconds. But Garuda was still furious. You incompetent trash, how will you pay me back if my loot drops are cut in half, huh? He pointed his dripping blade at the next victim. I'm sorry, please. Garuda looked at them with dead eyes. Listen well. Being alive while being this useless is a sin. If you're going to be trash, then die and redeem yourselves. At least your deaths will buy me something valuable. He didn't hesitate. A cruel smirk twisted his face as he raised the blade. Swing silence fell over the room. Blood sprayed across the ice. Garuda time limit, 4 hours, 21 minutes, 58 seconds. His trusted lieutenant stood by, closing his eyes to the massacre. Garuda turned to the last survivor, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Wait, no, I don't want to die. Guildmaster, please stop. Merciless. Thud. Another body hit the floor. Garuda time limit, 8 hours, 7 minutes, 13 seconds. Seeing the time extend, he let out a psychotic laugh. Your pathetic lives are worth just a few hours. The bloodlust hadn't faded. He turned to his servant. Is this all of them today? This isn't nearly enough. The lieutenant bowed his head. I apologize, sir. The blade inching closer made him gulp. We are working hard to recruit more livestock, but it takes time to lure them here. Garuda's eyes narrowed, a threat hanging in the air. Is that so? Then maybe I should use you to fill the quota. Desperation fueled the servant's legs as he fled, cold sweat soaking his back in the face of death. That monster Garuda stole time from others by snuffing out their lives. Beneath the servant's trembling feet lay a gruesome path of scattered corpses. How many more innocents would have to die to satisfy him? Watching the man's silhouette fade into the distance, Garuda gritted his teeth, his rage simmering. He paused, stroking his chin in deep thought. That damned shaman had already been captured by the female guardian of the 8 protectors. When the association gets serious about wiping out a guild, they always target the high rankers first. Their ruthless methods hadn't changed a bit. Garuda slowly walked forward, gazing out the window with a sinister smirk. Here the time limit worked in his favor. His laughter echoed through the halls of the ironically named Blessing Castle. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the Demon King's castle, Jein Frey was treating the monsters like mere toys. This was the corridor leading to the Absolute Zero room. His blade danced, claiming lives with every strike. Even as the horde swarmed him in waves, they were nothing but fodder for his blade. The thrill of battle sent a rush of euphoria through Jein Frey's veins. This feeling of overwhelming dominance was absolutely intoxicating. Just as expected, this gear was god-tier, the kind of cheat item you'd see in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something ahead. What was this massive magical signature? An image of a colossal fortress flickered in his mind's eye. The power radiating from the 10th floor definitely belonged to the second Demon King. But there was another source of mana. One even more terrifying than the Demon King himself. Curious. But the mission came first. The Demon King had to die. Finishing off the last monster, he launched himself forward. Jein Frey looked back with a satisfied grin. Perfect. Now it was time for the mid-boss. The massive doors to the 9th floor began to rumble. Someone was entering. To his surprise, a familiar figure stepped through the dust. It was Mira. Moving with ninja-like stealth, he clung to the ceiling. Right, he'd completely forgotten about her. Was she the source of that massive mana he'd almost been caught? Mira scanned the area, her eyes narrowing in confusion. No monsters. The hallway was eerily empty. The moment she spoke, 2 hulking shapes materialized behind her, masses of jagged ice fused together. Level 92, ice golems. She didn't even flinch. Something was wrong here. Why would the mid-boss spawn now? Mira exhaled a breath of blue mist and chanted a summoning command. An elemental spirit answered her call instantly. It was Sylphid, hovering gracefully in the air. Jein Frey recognized the high-level elemental summoning art immediately. Even for a summoner, one needed insane class proficiency to control a spirit of that caliber. Mira extended a palm glowing with energy. Sorry, but I don't have time to play. An aura of blue spiritual energy instantly enveloped the monsters. The mana obeyed her will perfectly. With everything in place, Mira slowly clenched her outstretched hand into a fist. Instantly, the 2 mid-bosses shattered into dust, offering 0 resistance. Even Jein Frey hiding above, was stunned by the display. Good heavens! She wiped out 2 mid-bosses in a single move. She dusted off her hands, looking at the remains with pure disdain. She was on a completely different level. Her gaze shifted toward the doors atop the stairs. Floating in the shadows, Jein Frey caught the intensity in her eyes. That gate only appeared when the mid-bosses fell. Beyond it lay the Demon King's throne room. But then Mira made a sharp turn, heading in a completely different direction. She walked right past him, oblivious to his presence. He needed to verify this. She was heading to the annex. Jein Frey watched her retreat. So she was hunting someone specific, not the Demon King. Lucky for the boss, honestly. Suddenly Mira stopped dead in her tracks. Her instincts flared as she looked up toward the ceiling where Jein Frey was hidden. She saw nothing, yet her guard remained up. I feel like I'm being watched, she muttered. Imagination. No time to waste. She hurried forward. Focus on the mission, Jein Frey told himself. Moments later, he arrived at the next level. The 10th floor of the main building, the Demon King's antechamber. He placed his palm against the heavy doors, pushing them open with a burst of force. Jein Frey strode into the darkness alone. The path was lined with corpses impaled on massive ice spikes. He looked ahead, flashing a fearless smile. Long time no see. Second Demon King Onmut. Lounging on his throne was Onmut Chin, resting on his hand. Level 100. His passive skill, Deadly Frost, reduced the stats of anyone in the room by 20%. Onmut bared his razor-sharp fangs in a savage grin. Another insect has come to deliver itself to me. Man and monster locked eyes. The tension was thick enough to cut. Unable to hide his excitement, Onmut addressed Jein Frey directly. You'll be joining my collection soon enough, human. To the left, a body hung skewered on ice. To the right, 2 more withered corpses remained. Jein Frey scanned the room. No mana signs from them. But then he detected a faint dying pulse that made him frown. No way. He looked up at the highest ice spike. One of them was still alive. Despite being on death's door, Richard gasped out a warning. Run! Away! Determined not to lose his prey, Onmut launched a volley of ice shards. The deadly projectiles screamed through the air, aiming straight for the motionless Jein Frey Vanred. But with a single glance, the protagonist had already analyzed the entire attack. The first move was identical to the game's mechanics, a classic trope in any system manhwa. But like with the previous boss who knew if the pattern would change. You humans are all useless trash, Onmut sneered, raising a clawed hand. But at least you look tasty. So many guests today. You're number 10. Onmut's long tongue slithered out, licking his bloodthirsty lips. Looks like I'm having a feast tonight. High above the surviving, Richard watched in despair, unable to do anything but curse his own powerlessness. The pressure in the room was suffocating. Thinking they could defeat such a monster was a fatal error, a truly stupid decision. Yet Jein Frey Vanred remained motionless, his expression as cold and unyielding as ice. Seeking a quick end, Onmut unleashed his power and charged forward. Time to hunt. The Demon King activated his signature move to snare his prize, spatial displacement, but the main character saw through it instantly. With a fluid shift of his body, he evaded the strike effortlessly. Active skill number 2, instant teleportation, range 100 meters, limit 5 uses per day. You only have 3 charges left for today. To emphasize his point, Jein Frey Vanred delivered a ruthless counterattack, carving a bloody line across the demon's face like a scene from an awakening manhwa. The spectator trapped in the ice watched in stunned silence. This was unprecedented. Onmut, however, didn't take the injury well, thrashing about in a display of pure desperation. Despite the heavy damage, the demon hung on every word, his curiosity piquing. What just happened? Jein Frey Vanred casually dug a finger into his ear, unimpressed. Quit your screeching. It is barely a scratch. Realizing his secrets were exposed, the demon's grin returned, twisted and manic. So you figured it out. You are sharper than you look. Onmut locked eyes on Jein Frey Vanred, gripping his weapon tight. Fine. A little warm-up before the feast is acceptable. Suddenly the air grew frigid as massive razor-sharp icicles materialized above the protagonist's head. At the demon's command, death rained down from the ceiling. The projectiles converged on a single point, fusing together to form a colossal glacier designed to crush the MC into oblivion. Watching from the perimeter, Onmut howled with laughter, his jaw practically unhinged. He bit his lip in triumph. No one could survive a direct hit like that. The human was definitely finished in this manhwa recap. However, reality struck harder than the ice unscathed and terrifyingly calm Jein Frey. Vanred drove his weapon straight through Onmut's chest. Caught completely off guard, the Demon King coughed up a fountain of blood. Skill centipede style. First form Mind's Eye. Critical hit damage increased by 300%. Onmut's consciousness began to fade as his knees hit the floor. His eyes glowed with fading mana, his vision swimming in a haze of confusion. What is happening? Why can I not see? Kneeling in his own blood, the demon trembled. It felt as if the human had teleported instantly. Standing over him, Jein Frey Vanred let out a sigh of disappointment. With 3 hidden items equipped, this Demon King is hardly a threat. Honestly, he is kind of an idiot. A strategic thought flashed through the main character's mind. I want to speedrun this boss fight, but I need him to summon the ice chimeras first. I cannot let him die yet. Plan set, Jein Frey Vanred gripped his blade and dashed forward. Onmut was still reeling, gritting his teeth in a daze. Before he could mount a defense, a bloody corpse was shoved violently into his face. Jein Frey Vanred skidded to a halt, forcing himself back into a defensive stance. The demon held the gruesome shield aloft, taunting him. What is the matter? Why did you hesitate? You know this man is already dead. He is nothing more than a shield of meat now. Seeing such dirty tactics, Jein Frey Vanred could only shake his head at the cruelty of this leveling manhwa. The bastard was not done yet. He smirked, his curiosity piqued. Hey, that power you used earlier. What was it, while using the corpse as cover? Onmut raised his free hand high into the air. He screamed the name of his vile ability. Puppeteer control. Instantly, the frozen corpses embedded in the ice began to twitch and jerk unnaturally. It wasn't just 1 or 2. An entire legion of the dead answered his call. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque wall of human shields stood between the demon and the hunter. The survivor trapped in the ice watched in horror, his face pale. Damn it! He is using the corpses! The bodies moved with the fluidity of the living, merely puppets on strings. Onmut clenched his fist and barked a single ruthless command. Kill him! Obeying their master, the undead horde swarmed Jein Frey Vanred, cutting off every escape route. The scene triggered a memory of a war from long ago. This is the first time I have seen this specific mechanic. It is just like facing Hebros. I do not know why, but the Demon Kings are behaving differently than they did in the game. Suddenly, Anmut noticed the trembling survivor. Oh, one rat is still breathing. Richard flinched, terror gripping his heart as the demon's gaze locked onto him. He sees me. Anmut raised his hand to snap the survivor's life away, but in a flash his arm was severed clean off. Richard stared jaw-dropped in shock. Jein Frey Vanred pointed his blade at himself. Where are you looking? I am your opponent right now. Struck by the sudden amputation, Anmut ground his teeth, his rage boiling over. How dare you! Suddenly the demon's complexion shifted from pale blue to a sickly purple. The Demon King had been inflicted with a lethal toxin draining 10 health points every single second. Refusing to accept defeat, he roared until his throat nearly tore. Summon Ice Chimeras. The space warped, and 3 monstrous beasts emerged from the void. Each one radiated pure hostility. Ice Chimeras, level 99. Confirming their arrival, Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes. Finally, the loot piñatas have arrived. The protagonist vanished, moving at speeds the naked eye couldn't track. Thinking the human was desperate, the demon cackled. What is the matter? Trying to run? But the smile was wiped from his face instantly. The level 99 chimeras were already slaughtered. Standing amidst the carnage, the MC checked his interface like a pro in a system manhwa. I finally secured the Ice Chimera fangs. Jein Frey Vanred's weapon pulsed with new power, its stats skyrocketing. Simultaneously, the durability of his centipede weapon had finally dropped below the 500 mark. Durability, 493 out of 1,500. An idea sparked in his mind, curling his lips into a devious grin. He looked back at the terrified boss. What a pity. Demon King playtime is officially over. The sheer arrogance drove Anmut to the brink of insanity. What did you say? Jein Frey Vanred admired his newly evolved weapon. The conditions to unlock the 3rd skill of the centipede have been met. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a chamber echoing with the death screams of those slaughtered by Garuda. A blood-soaked subordinate trembled violently, begging for mercy. Guildmaster Garuda didn't even look at him, digging a pinky into his ear. Shut your mouth. This place was a decent hideout. I hate loose ends. He raised his blade high, ready to execute his own man. Lately, there have been far too many annoyances popping up. The man cowered, waiting for the cold embrace of death. Suddenly, a violent gale blasted into the room. The sheer force of the wind knocked the sword from Garuda's grip, sending it clattering across the floor. A commanding voice echoed through the chamber, dripping with authority. I have found you. Guildmaster of the Windsnake Guild Garuda Gastami. A figure stepped from the shadows, listing his sins like a judge reading a verdict. Murder. Human trafficking. Illegal gambling. Manufacturing banned substances. Her eyes were sharper than any blade. And those are just the crimes on the surface, aren't they? It was none other than Detective Mira, the elemental spirit swirling protectively behind her. Killing your own members just to buy a little more time. You truly live up to your wretched name. She raised her hand, mana flaring. Spirit summon. To escalate the battle intensity, she invoked a new power. The water spirit Undine answered her call. Immediately following came a wave of scorching heat. The fire spirit Ifrit. And finally the entity Mira used to strike Garuda earlier. The wind spirit Sylph. 3 legendary spirits wielding 3 distinct elements formed an impenetrable formation around her. Watching Mira's seamless control, a flicker of anxiety crossed Garuda's face. For any summoner, manifesting a single spirit is a feat. Yet she controlled 3 simultaneously without shedding a single drop of sweat. Shoving his unease aside, he sneered with regained composure. Little lady, have you forgotten your manners? Just who are you? A dog from the association. Without a hint of hesitation, she declared her name. Mira Golden. Her expression remained stone cold as she delivered the verdict. In the name of the 8 guardians, you are under arrest by the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, back on the 10th floor. The weapon evolution was complete, conditions satisfied. The 3rd skill has been unlocked in this system manhwa scenario. Jein Frey Vanred gripped his weapon, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. His attitude pushed Anmu past his breaking point. Don't you dare mock me, you insolent brat. Anmu hunched over, pointing a trembling finger at the MC. Fine, I won't eat you. Instead, I'll grind every bone in your body to dust. With those words, his final reserve of dark energy began to erupt. Something twisted emerged from Anmu's shoulders. Constructs forged from pure glacial ice. They began to elongate, protruding hideously from both sides of his body. In a flash, a pair of icy wings unfurled. Anmu shot into the sky, drunk on his own power, raining down taunts upon the boy below. That's right, just stay put like a good little target. Refusing to play games, Jein Frey Vanred soared upward, appearing instantly behind the demon. Is this the extent of your power? I must admit the view from up here is quite entertaining. The MC widened his eyes in mock surprise, shading his brow theatrically. Especially when I'm looking down on trash like you. Anmu flinched violently. He flapped his wings, retreating backward while keeping a terrified lock on Jein Frey Vanred. Cold sweat drenched the demon's face, but he clung to his crumbling pride. You think you can maintain that composure forever? Anmu spread his palm, conjuring a swirling sphere of blue energy. From the light, a menacing weapon materialized into his grip. It resembled the Despia trident Anmu charged, screaming in fury. I will slaughter anyone who hinders our mission. Yet Jein Frey Vanred didn't break a sweat. He weaved through the attack with godlike agility, muttering a quiet incantation. The weapon Foolish Gong responded. The third skill newly awakened in this leveling Manhwa began to take effect. Liquefy. Liquefy. The solid blade dissolved into a fluid state capable of limitless transformation. With a 48-hour cooldown, this was a legendary one-of-a-kind ability. In this liquid form, the weapon could morph into anything the user desired. The only limit to this skill was Jein Frey Vanred's own imagination, mistaking Jein Frey Vanred's stillness for surrender. Anmu grinned with savage satisfaction. Dodging will only delay the inevitable death, but that grin vanished in a heartbeat. From above, the MC's liquid weapon solidified into a massive spear, crashing down like a meteor. Anmu raised his trident to block shattering. A single light strike sliced his weapon cleanly in two, witnessing the destructive power of his heaven-piercing gate technique. Jein Frey Vanred felt a rush of absolute triumph. This marks the second achievement, and a new personal record. Seconds later, Anmu convulsed, spewing a fountain of black blood. The damage was catastrophic. Jein Frey Vanred hovered in the air, gazing down like a god of war. The second Demon King, Anmu, has been eliminated. His lifeless corpse sprawled across the frozen ground, void of all vitality. The blue system window flashed a new notification for this awakening Manhwa protagonist. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the boss. Clear time. 1 hour 21 minutes and 35 seconds. Jein Frey Vanred nodded in satisfaction. All right, that's a solid new record. Across the battlefield, Richard stared at his savior with trembling eyes. Am I finally saved? He couldn't process that a single human had decimated a Demon King. Suddenly, the system pinged a status update. Richard's time limit 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Jein Frey Vanred turned his head, but the icy prison was empty. A faint smile touched his lips as he realized the truth. It seems the system automatically teleported him back to the city. He took a heavy debuff, but keeping his life is what matters. Now, Jein Frey Vanred turned his attention to the spoils of war. I safely secured the necessary ingredient. Item: Chimera's Fang, rank S. Description of Fang capable of being used as a high-grade crafting material. Studying the stat window, the MC stroked his chin in thought. Okay, the only thing missing now is the ancient red earth. Jein Frey Vanred's mood soared. Once I have that, I can finally synthesize the divine elixir. With that potion, Mother's illness will be cured for good. Just as hope bloomed in his chest, the earth violently shuddered beneath him. What the why is the ground quaking? Meanwhile, outside the castle, snow piled up in suffocating drifts. Back in the chamber, the arrogant Garuda stared down the emotionless Mira. Her wind attacks had failed to leave even a scratch. Garuda scoffed. You're taking this far too seriously. Realizing the gap, Mira played her next trump card. Swapping elements. Skill: Roaring Firelight. A blinding crimson flash erupted, followed by a wave of suffocating heat. Flames swirled around Garuda, trapping him in a vortex of destruction. Yet Garuda didn't even flinch. With a casual swing of his blade, he unleashed a shockwave that blew the flames into oblivion, restoring the freezing silence of the room. Beads of sweat formed on Mira's brow. Her eyes widened in shock, but she refused to yield. Raising her hand high, she summoned the next calamity. Skill: Raging Tides. The water element manifested soft, yet devastatingly heavy. But before the wave could even crash forward, it was sliced cleanly in half. It was Garuda. His blade moved faster than sight, turning the torrent into a harmless drizzle. Watching from the shadows of a broken wall, Jein Frey Vanred witnessed the terrifying display. So that's what caused the earthquake. It was the shockwaves from their battle shaking the very foundation. Gripping the doorframe, a frown of concern etched onto Jein Frey Vanred's face. That man, his strength is abnormal. Jein Frey Vanred analyzed the aura. He's definitely a high-rank swordsman. Is he the guildmaster Mira was hunting? Having dismantled 2 elements with ease, Garuda's arrogance peaked. Was that just a warm-up? Aren't you embarrassed to call yourself one of the 8 guardians with such pathetic skills? He raised his blade, his voice dripping with venom. Let me show you what a real attack looks like. A terrifying aura began to coat the sharp edge of his sword. As the smoke cleared, Mira desperately scanned for an opening, but it was too late. Garuda coiled his leg muscles and launched himself forward like a cannonball, aiming to end her life in a single breath. The blade passed through her motionless form with surgical precision, secret art Stormclaw. The outcome was instantaneous. Mira's body couldn't withstand the force it shattered. Blood sprayed into the air as her form was torn asunder, painting a scene more gruesome than any nightmare. Concealed in the shadows behind the wall, Jein Frey felt a heavy weight in his chest, believing Mira had fallen. In stark contrast, Garuda's face twisted into a sick grin of triumph. Is it finally over? You're weaker than I anticipated, Garuda scoffed. Your fighting spirit is pathetic. However, a chilling familiar voice cut through the air. Have you ever heard of a fool so blind he couldn't see the heaven and earth gap in power between us? The voice froze the blood in his veins. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Mira was alive. She sat casually on the railing, legs crossed, looking down at him like an empress. Garuda, the former member of the 8 Guardians, felt true terror. Trembling, he whipped his head around. What the? Panic seized Garuda as his eyes darted from the ground to the figure above. Is that an afterimage? No. It's just an illusion. It has to be. Seeing his denial, she pursed her lips, her aura flaring. Allow me to educate you properly. You exile who walks the path of stupidity. Mira raised her hand, aiming straight ahead. This is how you deliver a true strike. Instantly, a terrifying pressure materialized behind him. The raw power of the lightning element. A spirit summoned by her command stepped forward with majestic dominance. Spirit summoning. The thunder spirit. Kin Garuda, watching this, felt his face go pale as the abyss of despair opened before him. A 4th spirit. He gripped his sword, stumbling backward in fear. Bad. This is very bad. Seizing the moment, Garuda turned desperate to escape the death standing before him. Hold it. In a flash, Mira appeared right in his face, her voice icy. Did anyone ever teach you to stop when someone says wait? The thunder spirit didn't hesitate. Lightning exploded, engulfing his entire body in a blinding voltage. Seconds later, Garuda was nothing but a smoking, charred husk. Life had left him completely. Watching from the shadows, cold sweat drenched Jein Frey. Terrifying. Making an enemy of her would be a death sentence. Suddenly, as if possessing a 6th sense, Mira's sharp gaze snapped toward his hiding spot. Seeing Jein try to slip away, Mira called out, her voice echoing. You're there, aren't you? Jein Frey Vanred stiffened, trying to force his racing heart to calm down. Jein stepped out defeated. Damn it, she sensed me. He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. I'm not a spy or anything, I swear. Mira's expression softened as she reassured him. It's fine. You didn't interfere with my mission. Let's call it even. Just like before, Garuda's body was being hauled away by her elemental spirits. But Jein still had questions burning in his mind. About the mission. Was he really the guildmaster of the Sandstorm Guild? Hearing this, Mira dropped a bombshell. I can no longer sense the Demon King's presence. She looked him dead in the eye. You defeated him, didn't you? Don't try to hide it. He decided to come clean. That's right. With the mystery solved, she turned to leave. Is that so? Congratulations. I'm in a hurry, so I'll be taking my leave. After a few steps, Mira paused, glancing back with a meaningful look. Who knows, perhaps fate will let us meet again. And with that, she and her spirits faded into the distance, disappearing from Yein's view. The next morning, under the brilliant golden sun at the Adventurers Association HQ, the traitor Garuda had been arrested, stripped of his dignity, and thrown into solitary confinement. Hands clasped behind his back, the vice chairman praised Mira. Thanks to you, we caught that bastard. Excellent work. Mira stood respectfully before him. She nodded, accepting the honor. Thank you, Vice Chairman Ni. He continued with the update. The Sandstorm Guild will also be disbanded immediately. He couldn't stop gushing about the victory. This incident will serve as a warning to other criminal guilds, and prevent similar evils in the future. But hearing this, a shadow of melancholy crossed her face as she looked down. Yes, I hope so. Her shift in mood didn't escape him. Ni probed gently. Is something troubling you? She quickly regained her composure, lifting her head high. No, it's not the mission. There is simply an adventurer I find very intriguing. Her sudden change of attitude left the vice chairman stunned, frozen in place for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Jein had reached his destination. All right, I've arrived at the 3rd continent. He shielded his eyes, looking out at the vast horizon. If I defeat the Demon King here, I'll have all the ingredients for the divine elixir. But a serious problem loomed over Jein regarding his gear. Weapon name Centipede. Attack power 66. Durability 299 out of 1,500. Holding the weapon, he let out a long, heavy sigh. With this durability, Centipede won't last a second against the third Demon King. It was time to upgrade. His mind locked onto a new goal, a classic trope in a leveling manhwa, the search for the fourth hidden piece. The third continent. The Central District Warriors' third sector. A bustling hub where buildings packed together like sardines. Jein stopped in front of a modest building, the Soaring Dragon Inn. He pushed the door open. The employee Pao, holding a stack of towels, greeted him instantly. "Welcome." Glancing at Jein standing in the doorway, he asked the standard question. "Will you be staying overnight, sir?" Jein raised a finger, signaling the code. "One person, but 2 rooms. I'll take the 3rd room to the north and the 4th to the west." Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them like a secret handshake. A moment later, Pao smiled, breaking the tension. "Understood. Enjoy your time, sir." After the arrangements, a secret basement entrance revealed itself, and Jein stood before the abyss. He slowly descended into the darkness. That dialogue only triggers after completing the hidden event on the 5th continent. As he walked, Jein's mind raced. Lucky I still remember the walkthrough. In moments, he stood before the door, entering the underground boxing gym. In the distance, a mountain of muscle stood in the ring. 3rd continent. Dungeon level unknown. The underground boxing club. The man was showboating, repeating the same move over and over without variation. "Chosen gladiator, step into the ring and prove your strength. The strongest boxer of the era, Mike Weatheringout." Observing the man closely, Jein sighed. Still posing as always. Jein took a deep breath, adjusting his clothes. At first glance, he looks like a harmless NPC, but appearances are deceiving. Getting the hidden equipment from him won't be a walk in the park, but I don't have a choice. He changed into his fighting gear and stepped onto the canvas. Now, let the main event begin. The battle between the champion Mike Weatheringout and the challenger Jein Frey Vanred. In the red corner, wearing blazing red gloves, weighing in at 80 kilograms, standing 1.9 meters tall. A win streak of 108 and 90% knockout rate, our undefeated champion. The Divine Fist, Mike Weatheringout. In the blue corner, Jein Frey stood with arrogant calm in blue gloves. Weighing 67 kilograms, height 1.7 meters. Raven black hair and eyes burning with blue fire. The rookie face, Jein Frey Vanred, as they squared off, the tension in the air was thick enough to cut. No personal items allowed, only fists. Fight. Each round lasts exactly 3 minutes. A point is scored the instant a strike connects with the opponent's body. The referee locks eyes with him, laying down the law. When time runs out, the fighter with the highest score or the first to reach 10 takes the glory. He leans in, whispering the finer details of this brutal duel. However, there is no second chance. A single knockout spells instant defeat. The crowd cannot wait any longer. Prepare for battle. At last, the bell screams, signaling the start of the carnage. The stadium erupts in a deafening roar. In-Out explodes forward, his massive frame tearing through the air like a seeking arrow aimed straight at Jein Frey Vanred. Jein Frey Vanred offers no resistance, merely bowing his head and raising his guard. To the untrained eye, it looks like cowardice. But in reality, he is coldly analyzing every variable of this leveling manhwa scenario. For a behemoth of that size, his speed is terrifying. The announcer screams his praises to the heavens. Our champion has unleashed a storm of attacks. A lightning-fast combination from the champion Jein Frey Vanred is forced back, his defense buckling under In-Out's relentless assault. It is no surprise In-Out targets the vital points for maximum damage from the start. But with speed like that, Jein Frey Vanred can see the trajectory. He knows exactly where the hammer will fall. Another devastating punch is thrown, but Jein Frey Vanred reads it like an open book and weaves away. In-Out seems to be burning energy fast. The announcer roars. The challenger is not here to play games. He successfully dances through the champion's barrage of fists. Now the tide turns. Jein Frey Vanred pulls his arm back, channeling his strength into a straight right. He unleashes the strike without hesitation, targeting the champion's opening. In a flash, Jein Frey Vanred's fist hovers millimeters from In-Out's face with surgical precision. The clock ticks down mercilessly. The two warriors lock eyes. Time remaining 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Jein Frey Vanred 1 point. In-Out 0 points. The underdog has drawn first blood. Even though the strike was blocked, the system manhwa mechanics registered the hit. The champion stares back with a stone-cold expression. Kid, do not get cocky just because you scored first. But Jein Frey Vanred remains an ice-cold fortress, resetting his stance. Of course not. You let me hit you on purpose, didn't you? Stop pretending and show me your true power, champion. The boy's audacity ignites a spark in In-Out. A smirk curls his lip. Interesting little rat. In-Out flexes his back muscles, rippling like coiled serpents. Then let us begin for real. A fist packed with catastrophic power hurtles toward Jein Frey van Redfrey. But with a mere tilt of his head, he slips past the thunderous blow. Slightly taken aback, the champion reassures himself. His eyes are sharp, but his stamina is mortal. This kid cannot keep up this dance forever. Despite the odds, Jein Frey van Redfrey weaves through every lethal strike. Guarding his face, his mind races with one desperate directive. I cannot afford to be knocked out. Even if he scores, I must prioritize defense above all else. He gazes at In-Out, knowing the dark truth. This arena is a scripted defeat event in this Manhwa recap. With every point scored, In-Out's power and speed scale up like a boss monster. The champion grows arrogant. Where did all that confidence go, little mouse? Your guard is slipping. Dodging the barrage pushes Jein Frey van Redfrey closer to the edge of the abyss. Time remaining 1 minute and 38 seconds. Jein Frey van Redfrey 1 point, In-Out 49 points. The crowd goes absolutely feral. The champion has unleashed his signature move. The challenger is trapped like a rat in the corner. Crossing his arms, In-Out sneers down at him. Looks like you are out of juice. A lethal punch launches forward, inching closer to sealing Jein Frey van Redfrey's doom. Yet Jein Frey van Redfrey's eyes remain clear and calm. He knows the core mechanic of this awakening Manhwa event. Victory by combat is impossible. I cannot defeat him, but I can win the war. The condition to unlock the fourth hidden equipment is simple. Survive the hell inside this ring for 3 minutes. A gap opens. He ducks, slipping under In-Out's fist. With godlike reflexes, Jein Frey van Redfrey counters instantly, his fist connecting with the champion's startled face. In-Out clutches his face, disbelief washing over him. This kid. His body is broken, yet he still strikes. 57 seconds remain. Jein Frey van Redfrey 9. In-Out 51. Drenched in sweat, Jein Frey van Redfrey clenches his fist and charges into the fire. Jein Frey van Redfrey's unyielding fighting spirit sends a shiver of excitement through the champion. He is getting serious. How long has it been since my blood boiled like this? Still, he throws a punch straight at Jein Frey van Redfrey's face. But Jein Frey van Redfrey thinks, I am the one who writes this ending. 41 seconds left. Jein Frey van Redfrey 13. In-Out 68. A vicious uppercut slams into Jein Frey van Redfrey's jaw. He stands helpless, absorbing the devastating impact. The champion's technique lands perfectly. The challenger stumbles with the last dregs of his strength. Jein Frey van Redfrey forces his body to lock up, refusing to hit the canvas. Pain screams through every nerve sweat, blinding his vision. Jein Frey van Redfrey wipes his face, defying gravity. The announcer gasps. He hasn't fallen. The challenger is still standing. He is enduring pure agony with seconds on the clock. Who will the goddess of victory smile upon today? In-Out looks at the boy with newfound respect. You are skilled, but this ends now. He refuses a draw and sprints forward. In-Out raises his fist, charging a blow meant to shatter bones. This is the finisher suddenly. Jein Frey van Redfrey's fist fills In-Out's vision. What impact! Both warriors eat a fist to the face in a glorious exchange. The challenger dared to counterattack at the death. What a blazing display of spirit. In-Out feels no anger, only the thrill of battle, grinning at Jein Frey van Redfrey. Strong. You are truly interesting. Jein Frey van Redfrey stares back, his eyes burning. I am done retreating. The bell rings, the match is over. The announcer roars the results. Calculating final scores, champion 97 points. Challenger 13 points. The winner is Mike Weather. In-Out. The system interface flashes. Time remaining 0 seconds. Jein Frey van Redfrey 13. In-Out 97. The announcer heaps praise upon the spectacle. A truly legendary bout. I cannot wait to see who dares challenge our champion next. In-Out steps forward. Thank you, Jein Frey van Redfrey. You are the first warrior to survive 3 minutes in this ring without kissing the floor. Boxing is a conversation between souls. Fists speak the truth, and I felt the weight of your spirit. Something begins to materialize in his hand. Now take this. A gift from me to you. Leaning against the ropes, Jein Frey van Redfrey smiles, raising his hand. Thank you. I accept your gift with honor. It is a pair of pitch-black gloves, a reward for the survivor. Hidden item number 4. Acquired. Weapon name, Ghost Class. Unknown. Attack power plus 150. Durability 5000 out of 5000. Passive skill Fire Fist. Wraps your knuckles in infernal flames, doubling attack power. Warning. HP decreases every second while this skill is active. The second ability is Counterattack X, a passive skill common in this system Manhwa that memorizes incoming damage and reflects it with triple the force. As for the third skill Lock, it remains sealed until specific conditions are met. With a new hidden piece of equipment in hand, it was time to hunt the third Demon King. Jein Frey van Red gazed into the distance, shielding his eyes from the scorching sun. Now that I've secured the hidden item, I can't afford to waste a single second. Stretching out before him was a desolate wasteland. The S-rank dungeon of the third continent, the Renan Ruins. To his left lay the shattered remnants of ancient pillars crumbled by time. To his right, more debris lay scattered across the shifting sands, silent witnesses to a forgotten era. Jein Frey strolled forward with casual confidence, hands buried in his pockets. In this dead zone, no living creature existed except the boss. Defeating the Demon King was the only requirement to clear this dungeon. He squinted at the blazing sun overhead. However, the third Demon King Jack was notoriously elusive, a boss monster that rarely showed its face. The spawn rate for this encounter was a measly 12%. Under normal circumstances, a player would need the patience of a saint to track him down. Memories of the map and previous raid parties flooded Jein Frey's mind. Countless adventurers had wasted their lives in this endless desert, never even glimpsing the boss. Naturally, the barren landscape drained them body and soul. The thought made him clench his fist, a confident smirk playing on his lips. There was no way he would follow in their footsteps of failure. If this damn dungeon wanted to play hard to get, he would just have to force the issue. Operation Speedrun starts now. Jein Frey spun around, his movements sharp and decisive. If the boss wouldn't come out, he'd drag it out by its throat. After scanning the area, his eyes locked onto the trigger mechanism. Found you. The ancient sarcophagus. Jein Frey dashed over, gripping the heavy stone lid and shoving it aside with raw strength. Perfect. He paused for a moment, clasping his hands together in a mock prayer of apology. Forgive me for disturbing your eternal slumber, O Ancient One. But I'm on a tight schedule, and I need your help. The heavy lid groaned open, revealing a mummy that had been sealed away for millennia. A few seconds passed, and the coffin lay completely exposed. The withered husk of the ancient corpse lay silent beneath Jein Frey gaze. Suddenly, a brilliant golden orb rose from the corpse, releasing the slumbering soul from its earthly vessel. The spirit hovered, staring intently at him for a long moment, before shooting up into the azure sky, never to return. Simultaneously, the halo hovering above Jein Frey began to react. Second skill, magic detection. Passive. Mana signature identified. A massive surge of magical energy was approaching rapidly. The earth beneath his feet began to tremble violently from an unknown source. Jein Frey remained unmoved, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Here comes the main event. Not far away, the desert floor cracked open as something massive began to rise from the depths. The Demon King tore its way out of the earth, towering over the landscape. The third Demon King Jack had finally graced them with his presence. Jein Frey simply looked up, his expression unreadable. This was the third continent's S-rank dungeon, the Renan Ruins, also known as the Graveyard of Souls. Countless spirits had been laid to rest in these ruins. Radiating an aura of terrifying majesty, Jack roared, "Do you dare commit blasphemy against the dead?" Third Demon King Jack. Level 150. Special attribute, the Scales of Judgment. His entire being pulsed with murderous intent, manifesting as the eternal guardian of these lost souls. Disrespecting the dead carried a penalty worse than death itself. As they faced off, Jack pronounced his verdict. Your life shall be the price for this sin. Baring his razor-sharp fangs, he introduced himself. I am the Demon King Jack, the shield of the departed. And I am the executioner of those who dare to defile their rest. Cutting the chatter, Jein Frey summoned his phantom gear. Attack plus 150. Durability, 5,000. In response, Jack summoned his own artifact. The Scales of Judgment activated instantly. At that moment, a golden sphere was forcibly ripped from Jein Frey chest. His very soul was placed on one side of the scale, balanced against the feather of truth on the other. Your soul is now being weighed. After observing the balance, the Demon King declared, Your soul is filthy with sin. I shall purify it and forcefully guide it to the afterlife. But suddenly the soul on the scale shifted. The plates trembled violently, as if unable to comprehend the weight. The balance was shifting. Jein Frey soul was far heavier than the counterweight. The Scales of Judgment had reached a verdict. Once the judgment was finalized, the orb returned to his body. Due to your heavy sins, all stats are decreased by 30%. Jack's expression was grim as he delivered the sentence. This is the penalty for those who mock the spirits of the dead. Spend the rest of your short life repenting. Yet Jein Frey didn't flinch. A mysterious smile curled his lips. Just as I calculated. He analyzed the mechanic instantly. The Scales of Judgment was a special debuff targeting adventurers, a price paid for skipping the long search process in this leveling Manhwa dungeon. But for him, trading stats for time was an equivalent exchange he was willing to make. Staring down the boss, Jein Frey made his choice. He just needed to crush him before anything else went wrong. Jack didn't wait. Dark arrows, a barrage of pitch-black projectiles screamed toward him. Relying on his inhuman agility, Jein Frey contorted his body, dodging the deadly rain with terrifying precision. Hovering in the air, Jack looked down like a god. The Wheel of Heaven illusion skill had no effect on boss monsters. Jein Frey realized the implication immediately. This wasn't a battle of tricks. It was a clash of pure, unadulterated power. Equipping the gauntlets gifted by Inout, he launched himself forward with a devastating punch. But the Demon King was faster. Using teleportation, he blinked directly behind Jein Frey blind spot. Dark arrows. The void-colored arrows hunted Jein Frey once more. He dodged the volley in a blur of motion and propelled himself high into the air. The moment was right. Channeling every ounce of power into the gauntlets, Jein Frey unleashed, a strike meant to shatter mountains. Caught off guard, Jack was forced to defend with his secret artifact, Shield of Dark Magic. The impact against the small shield sent Jein Frey tumbling backward through the air. He barely managed to stick the landing, skidding across the sand. Jein Frey wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. His movements were sluggish. That 30% stat reduction was taking a heavier toll than he expected. Suddenly, a holographic system window popped up behind him. It was an incoming call. The caller ID froze his blood. Amelia. Amelia. His eyes widened in shock. Was his mother in danger? Sensing his distraction, Jack seized the opening. Take this, human. A fresh wave of black arrows erupted, aiming for the kill. He forced himself to steel his nerves, twisting his body in a fluid dodge. Jein Frey flipped through the air, his head barely grazing the ground. I don't have time to take calls right now, he thought, landing on his feet and sprinting forward with desperation. I need to end this instantly, he vowed, refusing to let Jein Frey escape. Jack unleashed a new ability, the Dark Swirl. A chaotic circle of darkness materialized, boxing the protagonist in from all sides. There was no moment to hesitate in this awakening Manhwa world. With time running out, Jein Frey clenched his fists, igniting a blazing aura as he activated the Phantom skill. His sudden movement left the enemy completely bewildered. What is this? Jack thought, his eyes widening. His fists, they're on fire. Wreathed in crimson flames, Jein Frey crouched back to gather momentum. His attack power doubled, but the cost was severe. His health points would drain every single second. Flame Punch. He unleashed a devastating strike, fueled by vengeance, aiming straight for Jack. The fiery fist connected squarely with Jack's face, the impact clearly inflicting massive pain. Just like that, the sheer force of the blow sent Jack flying backward. The Flame Punch skill, it wraps your fist in fire and doubles your damage but eats away your life force. Luckily, the enemy managed to stabilize himself, landing safely on the ground a moment later. Jack let out a heavy, ragged breath before spitting out an insult. Is that it? Just some fire wrapped around a fist? How utterly laughable. Hovering in midair, Jein Frey looked down with disdain. It seems you're only good at running your mouth. The retort bruised the villain's ego. You humans truly never know when to shut up. Jack began to summon something ominous within a cursed circle. I will make sure you never speak again. Staring at the ultimate technique forming before him, Jein Frey froze in disbelief. Inside the massive black void, a colossal fist began to emerge. Supreme Dark Heaven Fist. The giant fist launched like a missile toward the boy floating in the sky. It slammed into him with cataclysmic force, sending Jein Frey rocketing backward until he crashed violently against the cliffs. Observing the destruction, Jack gloated with malicious delight. How does that taste? That is the power of an invincible strike. But over in the rubble, something stirred. Life refused to be extinguished. Against all odds, the boy was still alive, casually wiping dust from his face. Just as I predicted, he muttered. That was a move I've never seen before. Jein Frey stared at Jack with a mix of confusion and wariness. What is wrong with the Demon King in this realm? Why does he defy the logic of every system Manhwa game I've ever played? Suddenly, the system interface lit up. His mother was calling again. Incoming call from Amelia. Rage boiled over on Jein Frey face. Not now, I told you I don't have time for this. He had no choice but to decline the call. Closed. Seeing Jein Frey distracted, Jack mocked him. What if I increase the intensity of my attacks? You seem capable enough. The comment made the protagonist shake with anger. Don't you dare patronize me with your small talk. The villain didn't waste time raising his hand toward the black hole. It was just a compliment. To create an opening for a counterattack, he decided to rely on the Flame Punch again. Even though the damage output was legendary, his health points were dropping critically every second he maintained it. I have to finish this now or I'm dead, he realized. Suddenly, Jein Frey eyes widened. The worst possible distraction occurred again. Another call from Amelia. Seizing the opportunity, Jack attacked, launching a fist straight at Jein Frey. What? The boy was agile, stepping back and bending his knees to land safely. I have a terrible feeling about this. Jein Frey glanced at his enemy. There is no other choice. He fell silent, spreading his palm toward the ground to prepare a secret technique. The next move he unleashed was nearly impossible to defend against. In a split second of teleportation, Jein Frey completely vanished from Jack's line of sight. The villain looked around frantically, shocked. Where did he go? A moment later, thanks to the teleportation, the boy had arrived in a desolate wasteland far away. Jein Frey quickly opened the system interface and tapped accept. Breathing heavily, he asked the voice on the other end. What is it, Amelia? Why are you calling me so many times? Jein Frey sister choked back tears. Brother, where are you right now? Fearing enemies nearby, he scanned the area while trying to sound calm. What's wrong? I'm a little busy at the moment. Amelia hesitated, her voice trembling. Mom! Tears streamed down her face. Her condition suddenly got worse. The healer says she doesn't have much time left. That simple sentence struck Jein Frey harder than any physical blow, leaving him paralyzed. His eyes narrowed as a wave of invisible, suffocating pain crashed over him. Through the connection, Amelia pleaded, "Please come home soon." But suddenly Jack had caught up to him. Did you think you could play hide-and-seek? Looking at the enemy behind him, the boy was horrified. Damn it, I've been found. Sweat pouring down his face from anxiety, Jein Frey urged his sister. Okay, I'm coming home right now. Jack cut straight to the chase, listing the boy's crimes. You disrespect the souls of the dead and then dare to run unforgivable. Shame on you, human. He unleashed the same ultimate move from before to crush Jein Frey Supreme Dark Heaven Fist. But the boy had read the pattern, using teleportation to ambush Jack from behind. He clenched his hand into a fist of pure steel, flames roaring to life around it. While winding up for the strike, Jein Frey offered an apology. Sorry, but I have urgent business. Let's end this. But the impossible happened. Jack caught the flaming fist with his bare hand. Flame Punch blocked. Jack looked at him with cold, dead eyes. This level of power isn't enough to handle me. But the protagonist didn't flinch, declaring boldly, No. I poured everything into this, and the damage of the Flame Punch has accumulated enough. Now it was Jack's turn to counter the black hole opening once more. Supreme Dark Heaven Fist. A gigantic fist emerged from the void yet again. This time, Jein Frey stood his ground, tightening his grip. Flame Punch can double attack power. He didn't hesitate to thrust his fist forward, but he had one more skill up his sleeve. Jein Frey slipped past the giant fist, activating Phantom Skill 2, Counter-Strike. An active skill that reflects the enemy's move, tripling the damage before returning it. He slammed his fist right into the arrogant Jack's face. A devastating punch sent the villain flying, his face contorting from the impact. Counter-Strike. Jack tumbled helplessly through the air, looking in agony, until he finally crashed his back, slamming into a solid limestone wall. Blood poured from Jack's mouth like rain hitting the earth. Watching his enemy fall in a miserable heap, Jein Frey announced, My attack power was doubled, and your Supreme Dark Heaven Fist damage was tripled. I told you, let's end this quickly. The system notification chimed, signaling the end of this leveling Manhwa battle. Defeated Jack, level 150. Experience points and rewards acquired. Along with the generous loot, he received 3 million souls from Jack S-rank rarity and Ancient Red Soil A-rank rarity. With the funds secured, he sprinted desperately. Good. These are the materials I needed. I have to get home now. Meanwhile, at a small house on the edge of the forest in the starter village on the first continent, Jein Frey home. Inside the sick room, a crowd had gathered around his mother. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up, causing Amelia to turn her head in hope. Amelia paced anxiously outside the door, her heart pounding with worry. Seeing her brother return, she rushed to him. Brother. But Roland's heavy sigh told them everything they needed to know. It is the final stage of mana depletion syndrome. The corruption has already begun to stain her skin black. Isabella lay there, the ominous dark spots consuming her face. The loss of mana had devastated her vital signs. Her heart and lungs were barely functioning. Even high-tier healing magic is useless now. I am afraid your mother... The devastating news shattered his little sister's heart. Seeing her tears, Jein Frey gripped her shoulders, his eyes burning with resolve. It's okay, Amelia. I won't let Mom die. Wipe your tears. With absolute calm, he declared war on death itself. I am going to cure her right now. Roland froze. Excuse me. You can do what? That night, embracing the power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist, he dumped 90 points straight into his mastery stat. He channeled his inner energy, pushing his proficiency from 145 to 250. He summoned the legendary materials from his inventory: ancient red earth, the horn of a chimera, and the S-rank tears of a high elf. Craft magic flared as the synthesis began. A blinding light faded to reveal a vial of golden liquid, an SS-rank divine elixir capable of purging all status effects and diseases instantly. The supreme medicine was complete in mere seconds. I did it, Jein Frey Vanred grinned, holding the miracle cure in his trembling hands. Roland stared, his jaw hitting the floor. I have never seen such a potion in my life. Is that a legendary elixir? Emilia was too stunned to speak. Brother, how did you... He brushed past her, focused on the mission. Sorry, Emilia. Explanations later. Jein Frey Vanred rushed to Isabella's bedside. The black corruption had grown darker, spreading across her skin like a living nightmare. He gently lifted her up. Thanks to his maxed-out crafting mastery, creating god-tier items was now within his grasp. I barely managed to gather the materials in time. He carefully tilted the vial, pouring the life-saving liquid between her lips. The golden drops vanished into her mouth. Please wake up. Time seemed to freeze as the siblings watched in suffocating silence. Then, a miracle happened. The black spots evaporated like mist under the sun. Isabella's eyes fluttered open, life returning to her gaze. The first thing she saw was the tearful faces of Jein Frey Vanred and Emilia. But confusion struck her, and she clutched her chest in panic. Who am I? Then the emotions broke the dam. Mom. Emilia threw herself into her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Emilia. What happened? Isabella looked up, bewildered, to see Jein Frey Vanred standing there with a warm smile. Seeing her healthy again was the greatest reward. Mom, how do you feel? Is the pain gone? The question caught her off guard. My health, Isabella searched her foggy memories. Now that you mention it, I have never stayed in bed this long. Did something happen? Emilia looked at her with pouting eyes. Mom, we were so scared. Her next words sent a shiver through Isabella. If brother hadn't treated you in time, you would have... Jein Frey Vanred, I was sick. She blinked, trying to process the information. Roland stepped in to confirm the truth. It is true, madam. Your son's elixir performed a miracle. Incredible. The symptoms are completely gone. She placed a hand on Emilia's shoulder but locked eyes with her son. A divine elixir. That is not something a normal person can obtain. Jein Frey Vanred, you didn't become an adventurer, did you? Jein Frey Vanred tried to play it cool, whistling as he turned to leave. Don't worry about the details, Mom. Just be glad you are okay. His words were cut off by a thunderous roar from Isabella. The sheer pressure made both siblings freeze in terror. The bedridden patient suddenly sprang up with the energy of a warrior. Mom, you can stand. She pointed a trembling finger straight at her reckless son. Jein Frey Vanred. Isabella unleashed a combo of scolding words. You ran away from home and left your sister and me all alone. So you really did decide to become an adventurer on your own? No, I didn't abandon you guys. But resistance was futile. Jein Frey Vanred dropped to his knees in defeat. Stop making excuses. Yes, ma'am, she shouted, her face flushed. You are exactly like your father ever since you were a child. Sensing the domestic violence, Roland tipped his hat. I shall take my leave. Take care, everyone. Emilia bowed politely. Thank you, Uncle. She then turned to de-escalate the boss fight. Mom, calm down. He only did it to save you, Mom. Seeing his mother's fiery energy, tears of relief streamed down Jein Frey Vanred's face. That elixir really works wonders. Isabella clutched her chest, her anger fading into sadness. I know. But what if something happened to my son? Seeing her vulnerability, guilt washed over him. But in a flash, Isabella's mood swung again. Fine. It's over now. At least you are safe. She pointed dramatically at the door. Now go defeat the Demon King, hurry up. Jein Frey Vanred's brain short-circuited. Say what? Emilia was baffled. Why the sudden change of heart? Jein Frey Vanred stammered. Shouldn't this be the part where we have a nice family dinner after a long separation? You are hearing things. Isabella smiled softly. How long do you think I have been your mother? She reached out, caressing his cheek with infinite tenderness. You look just like your father now. You want to achieve something great as an adventurer, don't you? Jein Frey Vanred nodded, unable to hide his true desires. Yes. Isabella looked deep into his soul. Then go do it. I am healthy now. Her gaze hardened with intensity. But you must promise me 3 things. First, call us every single day so I know you are alive. Okay, Isabella continued. Second, you are absolutely forbidden from dying. I promise. For the final condition, she pulled him into a warm embrace, whispering the words every son needs to hear. Thank you, Jein Frey Vanred. Tears glistened in Isabella's eyes as she gave her final blessing. Take care of yourself. Moments later, the two most important women in his life stood at the door watching him leave. I will be back. Emilia supported Isabella as they watched Jein Frey Vanred's silhouette disappear into the horizon. Later in the vast wilderness, his mind raced. Mom's illness. It was caused by a monster that drains mana. I was lucky I could craft the elixir this time. But there are countless others in this world suffering from the same curse. Jein Frey Vanred looked up at the endless sky, his eyes burning with determination. If we defeat the Demon King and create a world without monsters, then this disease will vanish forever. But a lingering question echoed in the depths of his mind. The 7 Demon Kings had fallen, yet the darkness remained. Monsters still roamed the lands. Why Jein Frey placed his hands on his hips and let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. The answer lay with the 8 gods. Entities I foolishly ignored in my past life. They were the missing keys to this twisted fate. That morning, the atmosphere was electric. The Third Continent's grand arena. The stage for the legendary Battle of Olympia. After a long journey, Jein Frey finally stepped onto the holy ground. He disappeared into the sea of warriors. Suddenly, a sharp chime pierced the air, demanding his attention. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Intercontinental Tournament. Today, we crown the strongest adventurer. The stadium erupted. A tsunami of cheers shook the very foundations of the arena. Jein winced, jamming his hands over his ears against the sonic assault. Just as loud as I remember. The organizers wasted no time explaining the rules of this brutality. Warriors from the United Continent to the 7th, all are welcome. However, the system has balanced the scales. Your levels are capped at 155. Your stats restricted to 150. But fear not, your class skills and equipment remain unbound. Show us your true power. Jein stood silent, hands in his pockets. If I want to slay the gods, I need to evolve. The 1 billion gold prize was tempting, but something else caught his eye. To his left, the elites were moving with purpose. They didn't care about the gold. No. They were hunting for a treasure found only in this system Manhwa reality. To his right, a frenzy. There it was, radiating a golden aura on VIP parchment, the SS rank class change scroll. Glowing circles materialized on the ground. The preliminary round begins now. First we measure your magical power. Jein stared at the circle, a smirk playing on his lips. Total scores will determine the rankings. Only the top 8 will survive to the main event. He stepped forward, hand placed firmly on the core. Channel your mana, let the array judge your worth. Time passed. The sun climbed high overhead. The results were finalized. All eyes locked onto the holographic scoreboard hovering in the sky. First place 1,190. Second place 1,033. Jein froze. Jein Frey. Rank 2,189. Score 72. Dead last. He grit his teeth, face falling. I should have known. As a production class, my mana stats are trash compared to combat types. I might not even be level 150 yet. But the next trial was starting. Seal, non-phase, attack power measurement. A massive punching machine rose from the ground in front of him. Strike with everything you have. Jein analyzed the mechanism instantly. Calm down. My mana score is bottom-tier garbage, but physical attack. That's where I can flip the script. He inhaled deeply, oxygenating his blood. He clenched his fist, feeling the texture of the gloves In-Out had gifted him. Skill activate fire punch. Wraps the fist in infernal flames. Attack power doubles. HP drains every second. Crimson fire erupted around Jein's hand. First double the power, then stack counter X to triple it. Skill 2, counter X. Automatically returns enemy damage with 300% force. Jein drew his arm back like a loaded spring. Ultimate Art, Dark Heaven Fist 6 times multiplier. Boom! The impact echoed as the bells signaled the end. The stadium went dead silent. Eyes widened in disbelief. Every gaze was glued to the smoking machine. The contestants dropped their jaws. Huh. Did you see that? Whispers spread like wildfire around Jein. Was that really him? What kind of monster is he? The announcer's voice cut through the shock. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The attack power results are in. Witness the rankings. The holographic board flickered to life. Rank 1, Jein Frey. Rank 2, Ruda Factor. Rank 3, Osun Jimin. Jein let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. I was worried after that pathetic magic score. He smirked. But brute force wins today. The host's voice boomed again. Based on the combined scores, here are the 8 warriors who have ascended to the main tournament. Rin Misto Rami, alias Remir, Kis, Jein Frey, Sibo, Ruda Factor Oisin. Jein grinned with pride while the losers ground their teeth in envy. Suddenly a voice drifted from his side. Jein turned. That voice, it was Mira. She sauntered over, hand on her hip, eyes narrowing. Jein Frey, are you stalking me? Jein jumped back as if burned. You again! Mira crossed her arms. That's my line, idiot. The air between them crackled with invisible electricity. The bickering began instantly. Why do you show up everywhere I go? She demanded. Jein scoffed. Right back at you, princess. Mira puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, but inside her mind was racing. That punch. He used some strange equipment again. Her curiosity was burning. Thanks to the ring of Lucifer, her inner thoughts were broadcasting loud and clear. Jein closed his eyes and sighed. You're here for the class change scroll too, aren't you? Mira flinched. She looked up, locking eyes with him. No point in lying. Exactly, she replied sharply. If we want to become stronger, we can't avoid a class change. It's essential. Jein studied her. The 8 guardians are celebrities. She must be using a pseudonym to avoid the paparazzi. The announcer's voice cut through their moment. Let the main event begin. The giant screen lit up with the bracket. A survival tournament for the top 8. The last one standing takes the 1 million gold and the legendary class change scroll. Jein looked up, a thrill running through his veins. So it's a gauntlet. If I win, I keep fighting immediately. Now that is interesting. The crowd hushed. First match of the finals, Jein Frey versus Green G Misto. Fighters step forward. Mira turned away, raising a hand casually. Good luck. Jein watched her silhouette fade into the crowd. Huh. She's not so bad after all. Jein Frey Vanred stood immovable in the center of the chaos, turning a deaf ear to the roaring crowd. He locked eyes on his opponent. What was this scrawny twig doing here? Judging by that gear, is he a crafter class? How did a non-combatant survive the qualifiers? The spectators went wild with speculation, convinced the judges made a grave error. And what in the world is that contraption on his head? The cacophony grew so loud that even Jein Frey Vanred couldn't ignore it, shifting his gaze to the massive screen above. There stood Green, decked out in flashy, over-engineered crafting gear. His stats flashed across the display for all to see. Green Mist, Class Crafter, Guildmaster of the Silver Devils. The crowd erupted in recognition. Isn't that the infamous guild from the 5th continent? Legend has it his self-crafted armor boasts impenetrable defense. The betting window opened and the gamblers scrambled to place their stakes. You idiot, is that even a question? Everyone is dumping their money on Green. The arena reached a fever pitch as the system chimed the final warning. Both fighters took their stances. Let the battle begin. Down in the ring, Jein Frey Vanred couldn't help but scoff. He couldn't believe his opponent was a crafter looking like a total clown. Green sneered, his arrogance overflowing. Looks like Lady Luck is on my side today. Though crushing a nobody might be a bit boring. The moment the words left his lips, Jein Frey Vanred vanished from his sight. It wasn't magic, just raw speed. Jein Frey Vanred clenched his fist, igniting it with the fury of a fire punch. Green didn't even have time to flinch. The uppercut connected with devastating force, rattling his brain inside his skull. His eyes darted around in panic, missing the Reaper standing right in front of him. Jein Frey Vanred seized the opening, unleashing a barrage of strikes that wrung screams of agony from the so-called tank. With a cold expression, Jein Frey Vanred delivered the final blow squarely to Green's chest, shattering his defense and his pride. The impact launched him like a ragdoll. He smashed into the arena wall, sliding down into a broken, gasping heap on the floor. The stadium fell into a deathly silence. Jaws hit the floor as the spectators processed the impossible. Then the whispers began. What just happened? Did a crafter just get obliterated? The system voice cut through the confusion. Green Mist has been incapacitated. Jein Frey Vanred scratched his head, feeling a pang of guilt. Oops. Did I use too much force? The announcer roared. The winner is Jein Frey Vanred. Watching from the shadows, Mira analyzed the fight. Fire attribute gear. Interesting. But there was no time to rest. The second match of the first round was up. Naime alias hearing her alias. Mira stepped into the light, but the moment the crowd saw a young woman, the jeering began. Ah, look at the cute doll. This is a man's battlefield sweetheart. Mira ignored the toxic spew, too dignified to waste breath on trash. Nearby, Jein Frey Vanred leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Seems trash-talking is the national sport for these spectators, he mused. Especially with this joke of a security team. Mira's opponent, a withered old mage clutching a staff, leered as the match began. Ho. Ho ho, aren't you a ravishing beauty? The old creep's words bounced off Mira's icy, expressionless mask. She shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Undeterred, the old man wiggled his fingers disgustingly. If you let this old man have a little feel, I might just go easy on you. She didn't dignify that filth with a response. In a flash of mana she summoned her guardians. A crimson flame and azure wave materialized instantly. Meet Ifrit the fire spirit and Shin the water spirit. Before the old pervert could react, Ifrit unleashed a roaring torrent of flame, engulfing him in an afterimage roar. The audience watched in awe as the arena turned into an elemental light show. Their doubt evaporated in the face of such overwhelming power. Leaving the charred loser behind, Mira turned her back with elegance. The announcement echoed. Match concluded. The winner is Rami Alias. The jeers turned to thunderous applause. That girl is a monster. Even Jein Frey Van Red had to admit that was terrifyingly fast. The tournament raged on the sounds of battle echoing through the dome. Match after match concluded smoothly until the first round was officially history. Now the real heat begins. The quarterfinals. The first bout would be the clash everyone was waiting for, Jein Frey Van Red versus Rami Alias. The second bracket, Ryuta Factor versus Jean's Jimyon. Jein Frey Van Red watched from the sidelines, his gaze locking onto Jean's. A silent intensity washed over him. Analyzing the man's aura, Jein Frey Van Red realized something unsettled him. This Jean's character. He was leagues above the other adventurers. He might even be on the same level as Mira, Jein Frey Van Red thought. But his analysis was cut short. It was time for war. Let's kick off the quarterfinals. Jein Frey Van Red strode into the arena, the Lucifer halo hovering above him like a crown of dark divinity. Raimi entered from the opposite side, her expression cold as steel. The two rivals finally stood face to face in the center of the ring. The crowd screamed for blood. Mira smirked with dangerous confidence. If you want to forfeit, this is your last chance. Jein Frey Van Red just chuckled. Oh, I'm not going anywhere. It's the perfect time to settle this. Let's find out who the real stalker is once and for all. The announcer whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Semi-final match 1, Jein Frey Van Red versus Rami Alias. The air crackled with tension. The signal flared start. Mira wasted zero time. Her eyes glowed as she commanded, "Spirit summon." She pointed to the heavens and space distorted behind her. The crimson-haired avatar of destruction, the fire spirit, emerged. Jein Frey Van Red didn't flinch, tightening his fists in a defensive stance. The crowd gasped. She's starting with a summon. This is the high-octane action fans love in a top-tier awakening manhwa. Jein Frey Van Red gritted his teeth. Dealing with one is a headache. But Mira wasn't finished. She was just getting started. Water Spirit, Lightning Spirit. Two more titans materialized. Three massive entities towered over Jein Frey Van Red, causing cold sweat to drip down his face. Triple summoning. Is she insane? The sheer pressure of facing three elemental calamities at once. It was absolutely suffocating. Mira smirked, standing proud before her three elemental spirits, a scene straight out of a top-tier manhwa recap. The audience roared, meeting every expectation. I'd never witnessed a legendary triple summoning like this before. Do your best, girl. She pointed a finger skyward, her voice sharp and commanding. I know exactly what you're capable of, so don't expect any mercy from me. Jein Frey kept his guard up, letting out a mocking chuckle. Ooh, I'm so terrified. But in a flash, a blue-haired spirit manifested, unleashing the devastating water dragon's roar. The mana coalesced into a ferocious watery dragon, its jaws gaping wide and filled with fangs as it surged straight for Jein Frey. Silence. Without a word, he twisted his body, barely dodging the strike. A blinding blue light erupted as the attack smashed into the arena floor. That was too close, but Mira gave him zero breathing room. She extended her hand, unleashing a lightning kick. A storm-gray dragon materialized, wreathed in crackling electricity. Jein Frey's eyes widened at her relentless barrage. What the hell, she's too fast. The spectators were blinded by the display, gasping in sheer terror and awe. Down in the arena, Jein crouched beside a massive crater, evidence of the death he had just narrowly evaded. He sat near the edge of the pit, jaw dropping. That was insane. Just a grazing hit caused this much damage. This is the brutality of a leveling manhwa world. He refused to be a sitting duck any longer. Jein Frey decided to counterattack with a fireball. He clenched his fist, channeling crimson mana, his expression hardening into cold determination. He exploded forward, planting his feet to deliver a devastating flame punch. Mira stood her ground, watching his approach with eyes as cold as ice, calculating her next move. Her jaw tightened a twitch at the corner of her mouth, betraying the darkness shadowing her face. Smoke billowed from Jein Frey's scorching fists. He gritted his teeth, whispering, "Is she actually trying to kill me?" She's strange, but her skills are undeniable. One slip-up and I'm dead meat. Mira's voice cut through the air, dripping with mockery. You look even more pathetic than I imagined. I clearly overestimated you. Jein Frey wasn't about to lose a battle of words. You're that cocky just because you summoned 3 spirits to gang up on me. Turns out I underestimated your cheap tricks too. Mira pursed her lips, accepting the challenge with a smirk. Lucky for me, your aim is terrible. The tension in the air spiked, and the bloodthirsty crowd roared their approval. Enough talk, finish that loser girl. The gamblers in the stands began to chatter. Right. I almost forgot to place my bet. Who are you putting money on? Isn't it obvious everyone's banking on the girl? Then came the jeers directed at him. Get off the stage, you dirty cheater. How much did they pay you to throw this match? Come on, girl. Don't let that kid shame this sacred arena with his trashy gear. This isn't a playground for brats. Jein forced himself to stay calm, though his mind raced. So annoying. Who exactly is fixing matches here? Even Mira felt a twinge of pity as she stood there. This arena is infamous for its savage audience, but that's actually kind of sad for him. But the pity was fleeting. Her eyes gleamed with a cunning light, a chaotic smile spreading across her face. Jein narrowed his eyes, sensing the shift. Something's wrong. Mira stood before her gray dragon, radiating confidence. Let's end this quickly. Karen. The massive spirit leapt into the air, its horn crackling with blinding voltage. The Thunder God. Jein Frey stood, frozen fists clenched, watching the destruction descend. The ultimate technique roared to life, aiming to incinerate him instantly. But he wasn't there. He dodged by a hair's breadth. With the lightning spirit Karen hot on his heels, he sprinted desperately across the arena. Disaster struck the water spirit. Undine blocked his path, conjuring a massive hydrosphere. Damn it. Handling 3 spirits at once is a nightmare. He glanced at the distant spirit's cold sweat dripping down his neck. There was zero opening for a counterattack. The spirits flanked him, cutting off his escape routes. So annoying, he cursed internally. But there's no doubt about it, Mira is a monster. As he ran, he looked up to see Mira leaning back casually, her spirits guarding her rear. She looked utterly triumphant, basking in her assured victory. Ifrit stood crossed-armed behind her, cementing her advantage. Jein Frey realized the truth. She knows. She figured out my flame punch can penetrate fire, so she kept Ifrit close as a shield. The crowd saw it too. Since his flame attacks could counter fire, she had positioned Ifrit strategically to intercept him. Understanding her game, he stopped hesitating. Fine. If that's how you want it, I'll go straight for the throat. In a blink, Jein Frey vanished from sight. Mira's heart skipped a beat, her body going rigid. He's gone. Jein Frey had completely disappeared from the battlefield. He materialized right beside her. She never saw it coming. His fist tightened, launching a flame punch at hurricane speeds, a vortex of fire swirling around his knuckles. The fiery fist filled her vision, but her eyes went wide, not with fear, but with triumph. Got you. Her sudden, icy demeanor froze Jein Frey in his tracks. System warning, trap detected. The system Manhwa interface screamed the truth. Mira had successfully lured him into her kill zone. Mira pointed to the heavens, her face twisted in victory. Blade of the Storm. Instantly, the wind spirit Sylphid manifested behind Jein, a sphere of compressed wind ready to shred him. His eyes bulged as he spotted the spirit. A wind spirit. She used herself as bait just to summon a 4th entity. The entire arena rose to their feet in unison. Boom! A massive explosion shook the foundation. The audience watched in horrified silence, sweat slicking their brows. Mira stood amidst the dust, thinking exactly as planned. There is no way he's getting up from that. Suddenly a sound cut through the silence. Mira's eyes snapped toward the noise. It was him. Jein Frey stood there, waving away the dust, coughing lightly. Everyone thought Sylphid had finished him, yet he stood completely unharmed before Mira and her fire spirit. He coughed, muttering to himself, "That was way too close. If I hadn't used wind shift at the last second, it would have been game over." The holographic blue screen hovered before him. Skill 2 wind shift. Active. Daily limit 5. Uses remaining 3. Mira's face contorted in rage. "Since when could you?" But Jein didn't let her finish. Capitalizing on her shock, he charged with a flaming fist. It's not over yet. Under Mira's intense gaze, Jein Frey Vanred shot toward her like a bullet. His fist still blazed with infernal energy, making Mira question his mana reserves. Spamming a high-tier skill like Blink isn't supposed to be humanly possible. Does he have infinite mana or something? Shaking off the shock, she commanded her spirit. Ifrit, intercept him now. Jein Frey Vanred knew using fire against a fire spirit was elemental suicide, yet he pressed on. The glint in his eye betrayed a hidden strategy in this awakening Manhwa showdown. He locked eyes with the blazing Ifrit, neither flinching. Man and spirit collided in midair. Their fiery fists smashed together, creating a violent explosion of sparks and heat. But the flash was momentary. The flames died out instantly, leaving only a thick plume of smoke drifting in the silence. Mira scoffed from the sidelines. Pathetic. Your fire punch deals 0 damage to him. Yet Jein Frey Vanred didn't look defeated. He just flashed a chaotic grin. Oh, I know. He launched a barrage of attacks again despite the zeros popping up in damage logs. Mira sighed, her patience wearing thin. No matter how hard you try, its futile skills of the same element nullify each other. That's basic common sense, don't you get it? Deaf to her lectures, Jein Frey tightened his burning fist and surged forward. But mid-leap the flames vanished as he whispered the command. Cancel. Mira frowned, confusion washing over her. What the— Before she could process the anomaly, the terrifying centipede sword materialized in Jein Frey grip. His voice dripped with confidence. This bad boy is a poison elemental weapon. Your fire immunity means nothing against it. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he unleashed his explosive speed. Skill activate melt. Instantly, the solid blade dissolved into an ominous purple mist. The system Manhwa interface flashed a description. Skill 3, melt. The blade liquefies, allowing for infinite shape manipulation. With a massive 48-hour cooldown, this was his ace. The molten aura coalesced into leg-like tendrils wrapping around Mira like a giant centipede. What? What is this thing? Warning: centipede sword durability at 299 out of 1,500. The durability was tanking, but Jein Frey did the math. It can survive one last squeeze. The construct coiled tighter, slithering over her body and gagging her mouth. Mira's eyes went wide with terror as the beast hoisted her helpless form into the air. Secret technique, thousand-legged Guanyin. The constriction was absolute. Mira couldn't move a muscle, her screams stifled in her throat. What kind of monster is he? I can't even mentally command my spirits. Tears welled up in her eyes as the pressure crushed her will to fight. Her legs dangled uselessly above the arena floor. Suddenly, a red alert flashed. Durability 9 out of 1,500. Jein Frey heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, that was too close. He barely pulled it off. The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium. Mira Elias is incapacitated. The winner is Jein Frey Victory tasted sweet. Jein Frey couldn't hide his smug grin as he acknowledged the crowd. Match over, no need to torment the girl any longer. Release! The centipede vanished. Mira plummeted from the air, but Jein Frey was there to catch her in a bridal carry before she hit the ground. She was too exhausted to speak, looking disheveled and gasping for air against his chest. The entire stadium went silent, absolutely stunned by the upset. The crowd stood up to get a better look. Mira regained her composure, whispering, "Too bad. Looks like I completely lost." Jein Frey raised an eyebrow. "Since when are you so humble?" "I'm not stupid enough to deny the strength of a worthy rival," she replied coolly. Impressed Jein Frey pulled a vial from his inventory. Mira stared at it, confused. "Here, drink this," Jein Frey offered. "It's a special high-grade recovery potion I brewed myself." Clutching the bottle, she watched his retreating back in silence. Alone now, her mind raced with questions about the enigma named Jein Frey With skills like that, he's a monster I can't afford to overlook. But suddenly a notification from his Lucifer aura popped up, making Jein Frey break into a cold sweat. "Alert: Mira is curious about your equipment." Mira was mentally dissecting him: illusions, teleportation, fire fists, and that transforming weapon. "I've never seen a weapon that can shapeshift so freely in any Manhwa recap or database." Realizing she was getting too worked up, she clenched her fist and exhaled. "Bad habit. I need to control this battle lust." Meanwhile, the tournament hype train rolled on. Time for the second semi-final match. Ryuta Factor versus Jean's fighters take the stage. Ryuta stepped up, oozing arrogance. He smirked at his opponent, practically planting a death flag. "Don't blink. I'm ending this in a heartbeat." Jean's expression didn't twitch. He simply replied, "Is that so? This should be entertaining." On the sidelines, Jein Frey was casually sipping water when his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He and Mira froze, staring at the arena in utter disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Jeans was standing there with his hands behind his back. At his feet, Ryuta was flattened on the floor. A single unseen explosion had decimated him. Winner Jeans Marion. It happened so fast the audience forgot to cheer. Jein Frey stood there, stunned frantically, using his artifact to scan the monster. The analysis came back terrifying: class swordmaster. He had already evolved from a basic swordsman. Jeans twitched a brow, then slowly turned his head. He locked eyes with Jein Frey whose hands were trembling at his sides as he approached. "I have to fight that thing in the finals." Jein Frey realized this leveling Manhwa just turned into a nightmare mode survival game. The PA system crackled to life. The stage is set for the ultimate showdown. First, the dark horse, who shocked us all with his creations, Jein Frey and his opponent, the incarnation of absolute destruction, Jeans Marion. Jeans closed his eyes, meditating amidst the chaos. The end was near. Let the grand final begin. Fighters advance. Watching Jein Frey march toward his doom, Mira crossed her arms. She smirked. "Do your best. Try not to die out there." Jein Frey Vanred grit his teeth, scowling. Mind your own business. Why does everyone treat me like the underdog? He marched toward the silent Jean's fists clenched tight. No words were exchanged, only a suffocating killing intent filled the air. Jein slowly opened his eyes. He locked his gaze on his opponent, waiting in silence for the system's signal. Raising both hands, his body began to glow with an ominous aura. Are you ready to meet your fate? The duel begins now. The wind whipped through Gina's hair as he stared daggers at his enemy. His voice was ice cold. I will bury you in a heartbeat. But Jein Frey Vanred just scoffed at the threat. You look cold as ice, but you're actually quite hot-headed, aren't you? From the sidelines, Mira analyzed their stances. Their power levels seem evenly matched. If that's the case, this battle will be a war of attrition. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred smirked. He raised his hand and triggered his trump card. Skill activation, 3-round war. This was a high-stakes gamble common in a system Manhwa. For 3 minutes across 3 rounds, his stats would skyrocket. But the penalty for failure was total item destruction. Round 1 start, all stats doubled instantly, 3 minutes on the clock. With the skill active power surged through Jein Frey Vanred's veins. The activation condition was simple chain, skill 1 and 2. His stats were monstrous now. But if I lose here, he thought, it's a total bankruptcy of my resources. Round 1 stats doubled. Round 2 stats tripled. Round 3 stats quadrupled. But he had to kill his opponent before the timer hit 0 or lose everything. He clenched his fists, staring down Jean's and his blade. Seeing Jein Frey Vanred hesitate, Jean's ran out of patience. Frowning, he declared, no need to waste any more time. Flashfire. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes widened in shock as Jean's closed the gap instantly. A lethal slash aimed right for his neck. Jein Frey Vanred barely dodged by a hair's breadth. He skid backward, dropping to one knee, his expression turning deadly serious. Jean's gave him no room to breathe. The sword danced, unleashing a barrage of strikes at Jein Frey Vanred. Facing this relentless assault, Jein Frey Vanred gritted his teeth. This guy, he realized as Jean's approached with cold calculation. He's undergone a class change in a leveling Manhwa. This meant evolving a current job to a superior tier. It granted god-tier skills and massive stat boosts. Both fighters charged. Jein Frey Vanred furrowed his brow, screaming as he rushed forward. Jean's remained calm as still water. Gripping his blade, he lunged like a hurricane meeting a wildfire. He closed in, aiming a horizontal slash at Jein Frey Vanred's waist, but the protagonist was too quick. Jein Frey Vanred leaped high, dodging the blade completely. He landed heavily to the right, shattering the ground beneath him. Pushing off with explosive force, he sprinted straight at Gina's. His fist glowed with crimson flames, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Jean's whispered softly, "Phantom step." His body blurred, fading backward like a ghost. The fire punch hit nothing but air. Jean's raised his sword, mocking him. "Is that all you've got?" With half his face shadowed by hair, he looked down on Jein Frey Vanred like a god. "Your movements are as slow as a fly looking for a place to land." Jein Frey Vanred stood his ground, mind racing. That was a high-level swordsman skill. This isn't going to be easy. Round 1 complete, entering round 2. All stats tripled. The system notification rang in Jein Frey Vanred's head, sparking a wave of panic. Round 1 is already over. Jean's glanced up, his eyes searching for the source of the noise. Jein Frey Vanred didn't waste a second. With triple stats, he can't possibly keep up with me now. But even with the power-up, Jean's looked unimpressed. To him, this speed was still child's play. He smirked coldly. He got faster, sure, but he is still too slow. They stood face to face, mere inches apart. Jean's muttered counter-shock. He leaned in, practically whispering into Jein Frey Vanred's ear. Too slow. The mockery made Jein Frey Vanred grind his teeth in fury. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena. Debris flew everywhere as Jein Frey Vanred was blasted backward by the impact. The shockwave was so powerful it stunned Mira on the sidelines. Jein Frey Vanred crashed into the ground, coughing up blood. He desperately tried to catch his breath. His strength, it's far beyond my calculations. Before he could think, a blue light pierced the dust cloud. Emerging from the light was Jean's. His sword point was aimed squarely at Jein Frey Vanred. His face remained an emotionless mask amidst the blinding energy. A beam of pure azure sword energy shot out. It tore through the air, heading straight for the protagonist. This hit was going to be fatal. The beam shredded the space, slamming into the wall with a deafening roar. Rocks pulverized into dust. The crowd looked up. Jein Frey Vanred had taken to the sky. Just before the energy obliterated him, the audience screamed, "Tyrant slash!" Jein Frey Vanred descended from the heavens. He kicked off the air itself, landing firmly in front of Jean's. Internally, he was shaking. He's just a swordsman, but he mastered the hardest technique. Starlight swordsmanship. Jein Frey Vanred was sweating bullets now. This is bad. This is really, really bad. In the stands, the spectators were losing their minds. That Jein's guy is a monster. But the creator class guy isn't backing down either. Jein's Gemarian. Mira crossed her arms deep in thought. His power rivals the 8 Guardians. No doubt about it. How can Jein Frey Vanred possibly win this? Back in the arena, the two stood frozen in a standoff. The system chimed again. Round 2 complete. Entering round 3. All stats quadrupled. This is it, Jein Frey Vanred realized. The final round. A shadow cast over his face as he exhaled sharply. Whoosh, flames erupted around Jein Frey Vanred's fists. Skill 1 Fire Fist. He manually cloaked his hands in searing heat. Attack power doubled HP, regenerating every second. If I don't kill him now, I lose it all. Yet facing this inferno, Jeins didn't flinch. He stood there immovable as a mountain. But internally he sensed it. The atmosphere has changed. I see, Mira analyzed from afar. The next clash decides the winner. Jein Frey Vanred dug his heels in and launched himself forward. Jeins mirrored him, stomping the ground and rocketing ahead. He leaped high, swinging his blade in a deadly arc, aiming straight for Jein Frey. Vanred, he roared his ultimate attack, Thunderstorm. But in the blink of an eye, Jein Frey Vanred vanished. He materialized right behind Jeins, shattering his icy composure and forcing his eyes wide with shock. Seizing the advantage, Jein Frey Vanred soared into the sky. A fist of blazing fire ignited as he dove down with godlike speed. But Jeins wouldn't go down that easily. Relying on his elite reflexes, he leaned back, barely dodging Jein Frey Vanred's strike. Escaping the blow, he gripped his blade, preparing a deadly upward slash. Suddenly, reality warped in Jein Frey Vanred's hand. The silhouette of the centipede sword began to materialize. This piqued Jeins' interest, forcing him to turn his head. Did he switch weapons? It was the same move he used against Mira. Melt, Jein Frey Vanred commanded, transforming the blade's state. Instantly, ominous purple fragments materialized around Jeins. They hovered in the air, encircling him like a cage. One look at the violet glow, and he knew. That's poison. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air. Jeins whipped around. Something was tearing through the wind straight at him. The poison was just a feint, a classic bait and switch. Jeins dropped his guard and took a fire punch straight to the gut. He coughed up blood, eyes bulging in disbelief. Total domination. Jein Frey Vanred grinned, declaring checkmate. In that moment, Jeins' calm mask completely crumbled. Draw your blade and fight me, Jeins roared, swinging wildly. But silence answered him. Jein Frey Vanred had vanished into thin air again, leaving Jeins spinning in panic. He's gone again. Where the hell is he? While Jeins scrambled, a shadow loomed overhead. Jein Frey Vanred was right above him. Jein Frey Vanred looked down with a satisfied smirk. I didn't expect to unlock this so easily. The hidden condition for the class change was finally met. Skill 3, Lightning Speed, Kick. Unlocked. The Ultimate Art Thunder Dragon God, Heavenly Thousand Blade / cooldown, 96 hours. High in the sky, his boots erupted with blinding azure light. Thunder Dragon God. The sheer pressure of the aura crushed down on Jeins. Jeins looked up in horror. Jein Frey Vanred stood atop a massive blue dragon with glowing red eyes. Its maw was wide open, fangs glistening, ready to devour him. With a deafening roar, the beast lunged. Jeins scrambled backward, barely escaping the jaws of death. But the force was unstoppable. The impact slammed Jeins deep into the arena wall. As his consciousness faded, only one thought remained. What kind of monster skill is that? The crowd rushed to the railings, peering down into the dust. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall where Jeins was embedded, slumped over in total defeat. Jein Frey Vanred hovered above like a deity. The system voice boomed. Jein's Gemarian is unable to battle. The match is over. A spectacular victory for Jein Frey Vanred. He threw his hands up, beaming at the cheers. But internally he sighed. Just in time. If I'd waited any longer, that item would have vanished into smoke. Mira watched his celebration in silence. Slowly, she turned her back on the arena. As she walked away, a fire lit in her eyes. I need to become stronger too. The announcer's voice echoed through the clear sky. The third champion of the arena is Jein Frey Vanred. He receives 10 billion gold and the class change scroll. The scene shifted to the eerie ruins of the Rena Shrine, where a system window displayed an ancient book. The class change scroll. It's finally mine. Jein Frey Vanred didn't hesitate. Let's use it while it's fresh. A prompt appeared. Do you want to use the class change scroll? Yes, no. But Jein Frey Vanred smirked. Clicking yes is what a normal player would do. But I know a secret method. He stared at the blue interface finger hovering. He wasn't just hesitating. He was calculating his next move. He reached out and firmly tapped no. The system immediately panicked. Are you sure you do not want to change classes? If you select yes, the scroll will be consumed. Jein Frey Vanred calmly tapped yes. He refused the class change. Suddenly a new prompt flashed. Do you want to equip the class change scroll? Yes, no. His expression softened. There it is. He tapped the screen. A brilliant golden light exploded, and the book materialized in reality. This was a hidden piece found only in the Rena Shrine ruins. By rejecting the class change, the scroll becomes an equipable item. Naturally, he selected yes, and the system updated. Class change scroll equipped. The system chimed. The scroll transformed into the Memoria necklace, rank unknown. Wisdom 200. Durability 7000. Skill War Chronicle. Allows the user to freely switch to the class of any defeated opponent. He flicked the necklace with a grin. Excellent, he whispered. That makes hidden equipment number 5. Now I can swap to any class I've defeated. I can adjust my stats mid-battle and use their unique skills. In a leveling Manhwa world like this, that versatility is absolutely broken. He held the miniature book pendant to his lips. The third Demon King is down. It's time for the next step. Hands deep in his pockets, he strolled away. Next stop, the fourth continent. He approached a swirling ring of light. Portal to the fourth continent. Without breaking stride, he stepped into the glow. But his expression darkened, cold sweat trickling down his neck. The fourth continent is nothing like the others. This is where the adventurer retirement rate skyrockets. He stepped fully into the blinding pillar of light. As he vanished, he steeled himself. I can't let my guard down for a second, and arrived at a paradise. Crystal blue waters and blinding sunshine greeted him. Welcome to the fourth continent resort force. Men were cheering as they surfed the waves while gorgeous women played in the sand. It looked less like a dungeon and more like a summer vacation. Laughter filled the air as tourists soaked in the paradise vibes, exclaiming how perfect it all felt. But standing amidst the joy, Jein Frey kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze sharp. Don't let your guard down. Danger lurks even in heaven. Watching the carefree youth frolic, he realized the truth. This continent wasn't a battlefield for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. It was a sanctuary solely for leisure. A resort in the truest sense. Warriors who had survived countless hellish dungeons and blood-soaked battlegrounds could finally lay down their burdens here. It was a trap disguised as paradise. Once the sweetness of peace tasted your lips, the will to return to the abyss faded. This place was a graveyard for ambition. A voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Hey, Jein Frey, here all alone? His lips tightened in surprise. Who could possibly know him here? Standing before him was a girl with silver hair and a mischievous grin that revealed sharp fangs. His eyes widened as he analyzed her features. A rare species indeed. An adventurer from the Seawolf tribe. She beamed up at him. The name's Kukuru. I'm the top guide here at Resort Force. Stick with me and I'll show you the world. But she didn't know her stats were laid bare before his eyes. The system window flashed Class Master Thief. Leveling Method Theft. Race Seawolf. Noted exceptional swimming abilities. When he remained silent, Kukuru pressed on undeterred. Come on, mister. What's your name? Jein Frey, he replied coldly. But I'm not here for a vacation. I don't need a guide. Ignoring his refusal, she latched onto his arm. Got it, Jane. Let's start with the VIP tourist spots. Realizing she was deaf to reason, he pulled back. No, you don't understand. I'm fine. I'm not here to have fun. Instantly, Kukuru's bubbly mask shattered. She sneered, her expression turning icy. Whatever. She shoved Jean away, making it clear she was done with him. A giggle escaped her lips as she waved. See you later, Mr. Jean stood frozen, watching her sprint away into the crowd with suspicious urgency. He scratched his head, utterly baffled. What was that about? Shaking it off, he refocused. Forget it. I need to stash the few orbs I've saved up. Safety first. I need to check their durability before heading to the Demon King. Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed on his interface, making his eyes bulge in horror. Panic exploded in his mind like a grenade. What the hell, my spirit weapon? What gets gone? Jane stared at the empty inventory slot, trembling with rage. I told myself not to close the window, why? Then the gears in his head clicked. He froze, his expression darkening as a murderous aura leaked out. Sure, the sudden contact, the push, the mood swing, it all made sense now. That wretched little brat set me up. Elsewhere, Longlegs sprinted with glee. Jackpot. Kukuru skipped along, bursting with adrenaline. That adventurer was so gullible, but damn, this weapon is high-tier loot. In her hands rested Jane's missing spirit weapon. Her eyes sparkled with greed. I'm gonna make a fortune selling this bad boy. Back at the spot, Jane looked like his soul had left his body. His primary weapon had vanished. The memory of Kukuru clinging to his arm replayed in his mind. It was definitely her. Wind whipped past her as she dashed across the beach, her heart pounding with the thrill of a successful heist. Too easy. How many zeros should I put on the price tag? Lost in her fantasy, she slammed right into a pedestrian. Kukuru recoiled, shrinking back in fear. I'm so sorry. Sorry. The woman Mira steadied her cup of water. Her eyes softened with concern. No, it was my fault. Are you hurt, little one? Suddenly a voice cut through the crowd like a blade. Found you. Jein Frey emerged, his face twisted into a mask of pure irritation and menace. He charged toward them like a bull. Panic surged in Kukuru's chest. Impossible. How did he track me down so fast? Mira's eyes widened in shock. Jein Frey Vanred. Her expression soured instantly. A bad premonition washed over her. Trouble always followed this guy. Unable to hide her disdain, Mira stepped forward. Jane, what exactly do you think you're doing causing a scene here? But Jean ignored her, completely blurring past to snatch the girl's wrist. You're not getting away this time. His grip was iron tight, refusing to let the thief vanish again. He loomed over Kukuru, his voice dropping to a threatening growl. Hand it over. Now. Give it back to me. Kukuru played her part perfectly, screaming for help. Wait, what are you doing? Let me go, you creep. Jane roared back. Cut the act, you little thief. Splash. Ice-cold water drenched Jean's face, extinguishing his fury instantly. He blinked, shivering. That's cold. Mira stood with an empty cup and a scowl. Enough, Jane. Bullying a little girl in public. Have you no shame? Jane whipped around, dumbfounded. What? Jean wiped the water from his eyes. You again. Are you kidding me? Mira crossed her arms, her demeanor calm but judging. I'm just doing my duty. Let the child go. She's clearly terrified. Jean gritted his teeth, his patience snapping. This has nothing to do with you. Back off, Eve Holgatier. I will arrest you right here for assaulting a minor. Wait, Mira warned, hand drifting to her weapon. Kukuru watched, confused. Do these two have history? Desperate, Jane tried to salvage the situation. Listen to me, you've got it all wrong. That innocent child just robbed me blind. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream tore through the air, forcing them both to turn. Chaos erupted. A heavy chain lashed out from the shadows, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Kukuru gasped as the cold steel coiled tightly around her body. Terror seized her. What is this? Get off me. A group of hulking figures emerged, their laughter booming like thunder. Gotcha. Easy, now. The leader, Eric, ruthlessly shoved the struggling girl into a sack. Target secured. That was too easy. Their malicious whispers drifted to Jein and Mira, who stood frozen in shock. See, a member of the Seawolf tribe. That's rare merchandise. We hit the jackpot. Let's report to the guildmaster. Jein took a deep breath and roared, his voice cutting through the commotion. Hold it right there. I'm not done with that brat yet. Bruno narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. So, you noticed we've been shadowing you since you left the arena for this new continent? Jein blinked, utterly confused. Shadowing? Me? Bruno scoffed at Jane's reaction. Don't play dumb with us. The Beast Girl. She's just a bonus prize. Beast can fetch a high price after all. In that moment, the gears clicked for Jein. This wasn't just a simple theft, it was a coordinated ambush. The bandit leader sneered, his eyes locking onto his prey with malicious intent. But let's be real. Our true target is you, Jein Frey Vanred. A cold thought flashed through Jein Frey Vanred's mind. How do these lowlifes know my name? Mira stepped forward, her gaze piercing through them like a blade. I see now. You're those notorious hunter-adventurers. She touched her lip, analyzing the threat. Scavengers of the Fourth Continent, the Kong Guild. Jein Frey Vanred let out a heavy sigh, his eyes scanning the mob with utter boredom. Let me guess. You rats have been tailing me since the arena, haven't you? You're drooling over that 1 billion gold bounty. Internally, he scoffed. I've dealt with trash mobs like this in every leveling Manhwa game scenario. The thug tried to play it cool, raising his voice. Since you know the score, make it easy on yourself. We're professionals. Don't even dream of escaping alive. Bruno grinned, an arrogant mask of confidence on his face. Get him, boys. Tie him up and strip him of every last item. The mob erupted into a chaotic war cry, but Jein Frey Vanred stood frozen like a statue. Round screamed the command. Target locked. Take down. Jein Frey Vanred. Steel chains whipped through the air, aiming to crush him. But Jein Frey Vanred vanished in a blur. Round's face twisted in frustration. Damn it, he's too fast. Where did he go? Bruno shifted tactics, pointing a trembling finger at Mira. Change of plans. Get the girl. That's the quarterfinalist Rami alias She's Walking Loot. Jein Frey Vanred chuckled, dodging effortlessly. Looks like you're quite the celebrity. Mira sighed, annoyed that her rare vacation was ruined. But behind her calm eyes, a plan was forming. The association already marked this guild as criminals. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. This is actually the perfect opportunity to clean up the trash. Her aura shifted from calm to combat-ready instantly. The bandit laughed, oblivious to his doom. "We're taking the lead." In the background, Kukuru cried out in despair. "I'm not saving you." Jein Frey Van Redfrey panicked, shouting, "Wait! Hold on, you idiots!" But Ron, grinning like a demon, lunged forward with a roar. "Not so fast." Jein Frey Van Redfrey gritted his teeth, blocking the path. "Don't get in my way." Heavy thoughts weighed down on him. They look like thugs, but they're Fourth Continent adventurers. I can't take them down barehanded. Mira watched him, arms crossed and unimpressed. "What are you waiting for?" she asked coldly. "Why haven't you crushed them yet?" Jein Frey Van Redfrey scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "I would, but that beast girl stole my gear earlier. I'm unarmed." Hearing this disrespect, Ron exploded with rage. "You dare ignore us amidst a battle Mira remained unbothered. "Is that so? So that's why you were so desperate to chase her." Jein Frey Van Redfrey danced around the attacks. "Do you have any spare weapons?" Mira frowned, confused. "Weapon? You mean like my alchemy tools? A flask? Seriously? Who fights with test tubes?" He shouted, "Just show me your inventory, anything." "Why are you screaming?" she huffed. "Fine. Check your interface. I just sent my inventory data to your window." Jein Frey Van Redfrey scrolled through the list, but his expression darkened instantly. The hope drained from his face. "I forgot," he thought grimly. "She's a total item hoarder. It's nothing but bizarre, useless collector's items. She even has gear she can't equip. What a strange woman." Meanwhile, Ron was gasping for air, exhausted from swinging at nothing. "Stop looking away, you brat." Jein Frey Van Redfrey ignored him, his eyes locking onto a specific icon. "Wait, this might work. I'm borrowing this." Without hesitation, his finger pressed the screen. The decision was made. Mira panicked. "Are you crazy? That's a thief-class item." "You're a crafter. You can't use that." "Relax, Jein Frey." Van Redfrey smirked. The system Manhwa interface chimed item Memoria necklace. Skill 1. War Chronicle allows user to mimic the class and skills of a defeated enemy. A new notification flashed. Class change crafter to thief. Mira's jaw dropped to the floor. Class switching. Impossible. Did he use a change scroll? No, that's a completely different attribute. Jein Frey Van Redfrey coolly tapped the air. Skill steal. "Wait!" Mira shrieked. "You better promise to give that back." "I promise," he called out. He can use steal directly from the shared window. She thought, stunned. Jein Frey Van Redfrey grinned, feeling the power. "I didn't expect you to have a treasure like this." A large blue cloth materialized in his hands. Mira froze, confused. "That's the wine demon's sack." She watched him fumble with the cloth. "I don't mind lending it, but that's not a weapon." "What are you planning?" Jein Frey Van Redfrey turned, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "You just don't know how to use it properly." He plunged his hand into the magical sack. "Watch and learn." In a flash, he pulled out a massive golden club of the night demon. Mira was thunderstruck. "No way. I had no idea it had a storage function like that." Jein Frey Van Redfrey didn't waste a second. The weapon tore through the air like a meteor. Ron desperately raised his chains to block, but Jein Frey Van Redfrey slipped past, delivering a devastating punch to his jaw. Blood sprayed as Ron collapsed. Jein Frey Van Redfrey landed, his expression cold as ice. He dusted off his hands. "I wasted too much time on this trash. Where did that thief go?" He squinted toward the horizon. "Hey Mira, mind if I keep this for a bit longer?" Suddenly Mira let out a blood-curdling scream. "It's gone." She trembled on the verge of tears. "My muscle axe. It's missing." Jein Frey Van Redfrey chuckled nervously. "This feels like serious déjà vu. That beast girl must have pickpocketed you too. And no, it wasn't me." He let out a long, weary sigh. "Fine, I'll help you get it back." Mira was already stomping away furiously. "Where are you going? Where do you think?" "I'm getting my babies back. My collection is more important than my life." Jein Frey Van Redfrey watched her go, defeated. "She's dead serious, isn't she?" The scene shifts to the heart of the Kongu Guild headquarters, where the vast hall lay heavy under a suffocating blanket of solemn silence. I and Eric dragged Kukuru forward, their voices merging in triumph. "Feast your eyes, Guild Master. We have captured a member of a rare beastkin tribe." The young girl spun around, fury blazing in her eyes as she screamed, "Release me at once." Anjio identified her instantly. A descendant of the Seawolf tribe. He raised his hand, fingers tapping rhythmically as if calculating a fortune. "This little one will fetch an astronomical price, brother." Anjio nodded slowly, a sinister smile tugging at his lips. "Indeed, my little brother." As the guildmaster and vice-master of the Kong Guild, the Bazura brothers were both high-ranking mages of terrifying power. Angio's voice cut through the air. And what of our primary target? Eric hauled Kukuru up, his lips curling into a confident smirk. Yes, we located Jein Frey exactly as planned. His voice dripped with certainty as he continued. We will dispose of him swiftly and return before you know it. But the moment the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion rocked the room. The group spun around in shock, shouting, "What in the world was that?" Standing in the debris of the great doors, a silhouette emerged from the dim light. Mira stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze sharp as daggers as she pointed an accusing finger. "Found you now. Hand over my collectible this instant." Jein Frey sighed, completely exasperated. "Can you not open a door like a normal human being?" It was exactly like that time at the sanctuary. She had zero subtlety. She declared proudly, "I will not allow anything to obstruct my path, not even a door." Jein Frey was left speechless by her logic. Meanwhile, Kukuru's eyes went wide, locked onto the chaotic duo standing before her. Who are these people? The moment they recognized Mira, Eric and Y shrieked in terror. "What? Why are you here? What happened to our commander?" She ignored their panic, nonchalantly flipping her hair. "The commander. Oh, that piece of trash is probably playing with jellyfish at the bottom of the ocean by now. Now hand over the girl." The atmosphere plummeted as Mira's voice turned ice cold. "Or I shall personally send you to the afterlife." But suddenly her eyes widened, pupils constricting. Her instincts screamed of an incoming threat. A massive wooden tentacle lashed out from nowhere, aiming to crush her, but fortunately she dodged just in time. Mira turned to see Agio extending a hand toward her, his voice deceptively gentle. "Greetings, young lady?" He scoffed with disdain. "Breaking our door without even a proper greeting, how incredibly rude." Angio and Agio exchanged looks of curiosity, mixed with twisted amusement. "It seems we lost our original target, but perhaps we shall hunt this huntress instead." Jein Frey watched the escalation and groaned. "Isn't this getting a bit too complicated? I really didn't want any more trouble." Mira ignored him, staring down the brothers with authority. "The Bazura brothers of the Kong Guild. Your crimes have already been reported to the association." Yet the brothers showed zero emotion at her threat, simply standing there with crossed arms. After a moment, Angio broke the silence. "People from the association. I imagine they receive quite a few reports about us already." Agio added, "By the way, that girl reeks of gold. Just like our target." Without wasting another second, he roared the command to attack. This is exactly why I love a good manhwa recap the villains never learn. Let's end this wood tentacle. At Agio's command, the wooden spears shot forward like ballista bolts, aiming straight for Jein Frey and Mira. Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air, spinning his body in a defying gravity maneuver to evade the lethal strike. Jein Frey grimaced. "I guess avoiding a fight is off the table now, isn't it?" "Damn it!" Mira didn't retreat. She charged straight into the fray. "This rotten guild needs to be destroyed anyway." She screamed, summoning her contract spirit, Shin Awaken. As Mira called out, a wave of mana vibrated through the air. The spirit answered the call, manifesting in a burst of energy. Angio stood his ground, completely unfazed as the water spirit's attack rushed toward him. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a high-tier defense spell, Earth Fortress. Mira's eyes widened in realization. Earth magic was the natural counter to her water spirits. She was at a severe elemental disadvantage. Seeing her hesitation, Agio couldn't hide his excitement. A weak attack like that won't even scratch his fortress. But just as Angio turned, Jein Frey was already upon him, weapon in hand and aura blazing. He emphasized every word. "I have no personal grudge against you, but if you block my path, we're going to have a serious problem." Jein Frey moved like a phantom, skimming the ground to close the distance. But Angio wasn't easily overwhelmed. He unleashed a barrage of wooden tentacles in a furious counterattack. The vines intercepted him in a split second, unable to block the overwhelming force. Jein Frey was blasted backward, tumbling through the air. Agio and Angio roared with laughter. "You are nothing. The so-called arena winner is just a title with no substance." It was a harsh reality check often seen in a leveling manhwa. Jein Frey and Mira gasped for breath, struggling to stand. The thugs holding Kukuru watched the spectacle, their eyes glued to the battered duo. The little beastkin girl couldn't hide her terror. The Bazura brothers were notorious slave traders and cold-blooded killers. This wasn't a game. They were in mortal danger. Jein Frey glared at Mira. "This mess is your fault for rushing in like a maniac. Just stay back and support me." Offended, she pointed back. "What did you just say to me?" "Your attacks are weak. No, you stay back and support me." The two glared at each other, sparks flying. She shot back. "Oh, you think you're any better? You got a problem." Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion tore through the silence, shattering the area around them. As the thick smoke slowly cleared, Eric, Kukuru, and Y stared with jaws on the floor. Agio smirked at the destruction. They're dead. Angio crossed his arms with a sneer. Truly foolish. Eric scanned the scene and barked, check the bodies and take their money. Kukuru was trembling, her mind racing in panic. What do I do? They died because of me. But Eric suddenly shouted, wait a minute, there are no corpses, where did they go? From the shadows, a familiar voice echoed. I told you so. Jein Frey Vanred continued. We need to retrieve the stolen item first. Mira frowned instantly. Don't you dare give me orders. Jein Frey Vanred shrugged. Come on. I know you're tired of dealing with those small fry idiots. She sighed, defeated. True. But her expression hardened. However, as a member of the association, I cannot simply let them walk away. I cannot allow the reputation of the 8 Guardians to be tarnished by this scum. Jein Frey Vanred nodded slowly. Understood. Then listen close. Here is the plan. But Mira didn't wait. Let's go. Jein Frey Vanred panicked. Hey, listen to me first. Ignoring him, Mira raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of magic that flooded the space. Water Dragon Roar. She followed up by summoning a defensive structure that shook the ground, Earth Fortress. Mira hesitated for a split second. She had thought summoning this was a bad idea, yet here she was. No time to hesitate. She cried out, summon. But Jein Frey Vanred Frey instantly cut in. Hold on a second. Mira froze as a slimy, cold jellyfish flopped onto her head. She shrieked, what is this? He quickly explained, I picked it up from the sea earlier. No need to waste a summon on something like that. Hand over the stinking cypress stick and toad oil from your inventory. Jein Frey Vanred Frey added immediately, and lend me Ifrit's flare signal too. Mira narrowed her eyes, suspicion radiating from her. You're planning to use my collectibles again, he smirked. I'll make it worth your while if you lend them to me. Worth my while, she echoed. Jein Frey Vanred Frey nodded confidently. That's right. I'll craft a piece of special equipment just for you. Mira paused, the word special equipment echoing in her mind. Her voice turned ice cold. If you're lying, you're dead. The system window instantly popped up, listing the items stinking cypress stick, toad oil, and Ifrit's flare. Mira summoned the materials and tossed the lot at Jein Frey Vanred Frey. He caught them with a grin, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes like a true schemer. Jein Frey Vanred Frey stood calmly amidst the chaos and declared, class change. He spoke without hesitation. Alchemist. The system displayed the Memoria necklace info, Skill 1 Battlefield Memoir. It allowed him to freely switch to the class of anyone he had defeated. The system confirmed Skill 1 activated. Class changed from Thief to Alchemist. Watching from the side, Mira felt a wave of confusion. Now he's switching to an alchemist. What kind of broken system is this? Jein Frey Vanred Frey smiled faintly, his voice dropping low. High-level alchemy synthesis. A golden light erupted, coalescing into a long wooden stick. The interface flashed the new item's stats. Oil-soaked wooden stick. Rank A. Attack +10. Equipable class Great Swordsman. Description: a charred stick scorched by Ifrit's fire and coated in foul-smelling oil. Disbelief was written all over Mira's face the moment she saw it. She roared in anger. What is special about this? You scammed me. Give me back my collectibles. He waved his hands frantically. Calm down. Cool your head. Jein Frey Vanred Frey quickly activated the next phase. Switching battle stance. Class change. He announced his new role, Great Swordsman. The system confirmed the shift from Alchemist to Great Swordsman. Instantly, the complete weapon revealed its true form. Ifrit's sword. Rank S, attack +149, class Great Swordsman. The blade was engulfed in Ifrit's undying flames, releasing waves of heat capable of incinerating everything. Seeing the stick transform into a legendary blade, Mira stood paralyzed. Jein Frey Vanred Frey explained calmly. It's a weapon that can only be equipped by a Great Swordsman, created from that oil-soaked stick using alchemy. Eric, If, and Kukuru stood there, statues of shock. No one could believe the spectacle they had just witnessed. Kukuru thought with awe, incredible. What is happening? Even his armor changed. If shouted in panic. Boss. Ang gritted his teeth. I got distracted by his cheap tricks. He roared with renewed confidence. No matter what weapon you use, it is useless. Our combination skill is invincible. Angio stomped the ground, shaking the earth itself as he bellowed, Mud Earthquake. A massive wave of mud surged violently, completely blocking Jein Frey Vanred Frey's vision. Amidst the chaos, Aang unleashed a deafening scream. Mad Dragon Roar. But then a realization struck him. Wait. Fear began to creep into Aang's mind. Damn it, he was just bait. Aang realized too late as he was sucked into the vortex created by his own partner, Angio. Mira looked down at them, mocking coldly. That defensive fortress can't stop the rage of the water dragon. Where is your arrogance now? Angio stepped forward, trembling, and cried out a single word. Brother! Aang screamed in despair. I will tear you apart, raging earth. Jein Frey, Van Redfrey calmly raised his blade, reciting the technique, First Form Fire Sword. He lunged forward for the finisher, Fire Dragon Burst. Angio could only grit his teeth, watching helplessly as Jein Frey Van Redfrey's attack barreled straight toward him. Flames engulfed his entire body in a devastating inferno. Angio howled in agony. Kukuru stood frozen, her mind reeling from the destruction. She couldn't believe her eyes. In this Manhwa recap, they had easily defeated the Bazura brothers. Mira's voice turned stern. Kukuru, what did you say earlier? I'll let it slide this time. Mira pointed a finger sharply. But don't you dare steal around the hunting grounds again. Understand? Kukuru bowed her head. I'll remember. I'm sorry. Choking back tears, the little girl whispered. Thank you for saving me. Jein Frey Van Redfrey muttered to himself. I wonder if the brat actually learned her lesson. Then Mira remembered something. That's right, Jein Frey Van Redfrey. Mira spoke with genuine sincerity. Thank you for Ifrit's sword. I will definitely repay you properly. She hesitated, biting her lip as she prepared to say more, but he waved it off with a casual smile. Don't worry about it. See you later. Jein Frey Van Redfrey walked slowly toward the glowing warp gate. He thought to himself, Mira really does have everything. I secretly switched back to the thief class and managed to swipe this. The system displayed the stolen item, Shark Head Cap SHM, Rank B. Details allows the user to breathe underwater. Includes an underwater microphone. Single-use equipment. Duration 30 minutes. Jein Frey Van Redfrey chuckled. Time for a dive. The item looked ridiculous, but he clenched his fist with determination. Next is the fourth Demon King. I'll finish him off instantly. Observing the sea, he noted, the fourth continent's S-rank dungeon will appear underwater upon entry. He sighed. Honestly, I prefer better-looking gear, but I can't complain. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Master... Jein Frey Van Redfrey turned around, his eyes wide with confusion and surprise as he looked at Kukuru. Master, he replied instinctively. Kukuru bowed deeply, her face serious. Master, thank you so much. Her voice trembled with emotion. For saving my life back there. He thought. Is it because I took off the angel ring? Regaining his composure, Jein Frey Van Redfrey asked, The problem is solved, isn't it? So why are you still here? Kukuru looked up, her expression deadly serious. It's because I've fallen in love with your power. The system suddenly triggered a new notification typical of a leveling manhwa, activated demon's respect. The text glowed clearly. Kukuru has expressed deep reverence for your strength. He stood there stunned. What the hell? The little girl took a deep breath and declared, Jein Frey Van Redfrey. No, master. Please accept me as your disciple. He froze for a moment. But Kukuru beamed, grabbing his arm and pulling him along. Let's go, master! She cheered enthusiastically. Let's go defeat the Demon King together. Jein Frey Van Red hurriedly blocked her path, his face a mask of confusion. Hold on. How did the situation escalate to this point? He crossed his arms, rejecting her flat out. If you want to go, you are going alone. Kukuru blinked, completely missing the point. Why was this kid jumping to conclusions? I get it now. To become your disciple, I have to prove my strength first, right? Jein Frey Van Red shouted in frustration. Why are you making decisions on your own? But before he could stop her, Kukuru dove straight into the azure sea. Jein Frey Van Red stood silently, watching the ripples, a complicated feeling rising in his chest. He muttered to himself, should I just leave now? But then a voice echoed from the water, calling out, Master. When he looked back, Kukuru had already captured a mountain of massive sea creatures. She looked up, eyes sparkling with expectation. What do you think are my skills up to par? Jein Frey Van Red was momentarily stunned. She is fast. He nodded, acknowledging her prowess. Impressive. Truly worthy of the Sea Wolf tribe. Immediately, the system provided data for this manhwa recap. The Sea Wolf tribe, a beastman clan with mastery over underwater movement. On land, they are no different from ordinary humans, but submerged their speed increases tenfold. However, their underwater time is limited to 30 minutes. He turned his back, his tone casual and cold. I have nothing to teach you. You have already graduated. Congratulations and goodbye. Kukuru immediately protested. I have not even officially become your disciple yet. You are too heartless. The girl clasped her hands, her voice trembling with desperation. Hey, I am begging you. I truly want to become stronger. Jein Frey Van Red looked back, his expression somber as he weighed her words. Kukuru's eyes burned with intense determination, unwavering and fierce. He quickly reached a conclusion. With someone like her, words are useless. She rushed to continue. Please let me be your disciple. I swear I will repay this debt. Jein Frey Van Red sighed, finally making his decision. There is no other way. Fine, but only while we are inside this dungeon. Kukuru froze with joy before asking, "You agree to take me as a student?" He explained coldly, "I just do not want to waste any more time here. Plus, I do not want to become the target of your revenge later and stop stealing my stuff." Jein Frey Vanred added with a serious tone, "And remember, I am only your teacher for the duration of this raid." The girl cheered, unable to hide her emotions. So happy, Kukuru continued, "Thank you so much, master." He immediately frowned, issuing a warning. "Do not call me that. If you do it again, I will kick you out instantly." She stood at attention and replied solemnly, "Understood, teacher." Jein Frey Vanred. He turned toward the teleportation gate, speaking decisively. "Let us go." The system announced their entry into a new Zone S-rank dungeon of the 4th continent, the underwater castle Pablo Palace. He landed on the ocean surface, the water rippling gently as Jein Frey Vanred touched down. His mind was already calculating the optimal tactics. "All right, now that I can breathe properly, it is time to execute the strategy." Jein Frey Vanred's transformation necklace suddenly glowed brilliantly, radiating a strange energy. The system displayed the data using the skill of the memory necklace to switch class from alchemist to summoner. He furrowed his brows. "Changing classes. What kind of equipment is this?" Jein Frey Vanred gasped softly. Surprising. He quickly realized this was the special ability of the Seawolf tribe sound transmission, just like dolphins communicating. Jein Frey Vanred extended his hand forward, focusing all his power as he chanted summon. The system confirmed the entity's arrival. Summoned Beast Denden Level 1. Summon Rank E. A low-tier summon capable of paralyzing opponents with electricity. Kukuru's voice rang in his head with delight. "What is that? It is so cute." He assessed the situation pragmatically. "My class skills are still too low, so I cannot summon elemental spirits yet. But this summon is still decent." Jein Frey Vanred turned to her. "Kukuru, go lure a suitable monster over here." The system explained that the shark helmet was equipped with an underwater microphone. Immediately after his command, the girl replied, "Roger that." Jein Frey Vanred observed her departure. "That kid swims incredibly fast. She is actually useful." He continued his calculations. "Now leveling up Denden will happen much faster." Kukuru quickly returned, reporting with excitement, "Jein Frey Vanred, I am back." Jein Frey Vanred was startled, already. But when he saw the numbers, he was horrified. "That is way more than I expected." Jein Frey Vanred lowered his voice, issuing a stern, decisive command. "Do it." Electric shock. A horde of sharks rushed from the distance, eyes ferocious, thrashing violently through the water. Denden unleashed a blinding bolt of electricity, the raw energy spreading rapidly through the surrounding waters. The attack struck the charging monsters without hesitation. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred appeared before them, sword in hand, his aura overwhelming. He swung his blade, cleaving down onto their heads. His movements were precise and ruthless. The sharks were instantly paralyzed by the shock, their massive bodies convulsing violently in agony. The system analyzed the battle data. Due to the level gap, the damage output was low. But Denden's attack successfully applied the paralysis status effect. "Kukuru will lure them in, and I will strike when they are paralyzed by Denden." The system screens flashed continuously. Experience points acquired. Denden has leveled up from 1 to 12. It continued to record progress. Since Denden is assisting in combat, it shares the experience points. A new notification popped up. Experience points acquired. Denden has leveled up from 12 to 18. He thought to himself with satisfaction, "Good. A solid start." Jein Frey Vanred turned to his sidekick Kukuru, "Go find more of them." The girl replied sharply, "Roger." He briefly recalled a detail. "Come to think of it, I still have the weapon I borrowed from Mira." "Ah, never mind." Jein Frey Vanred continued the slaughter, shouting a single authoritative command, electric shock. The system continued its barrage of notifications, experience points acquired. Denden's level has increased. He smiled confidently. "Perfect. At this rate, I can max out the level." At that moment, the girl returned, shouting happily, "Hey, I brought a really strong one this time." Jein Frey Vanred instantly went on high alert. That is... A colossal octopus materialized before them, radiating a terrifying pressure. The system immediately blared a danger warning. "Demon crack level 175. His voice remained calm but carried distinct praise. "Good job, Kukuru." A wave of indescribable joy washed over Kukuru. Jein Frey Vanred actually praised me. Jein Frey Vanred quickly explained the mechanics. "Listen, the giant octopus is the mid-boss of this zone," he continued with certainty. "And once we defeat it, the Demon King will be forced to reveal himself." The girl flinched, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Wait, the Demon King? We really have to fight something that horrific?" Suddenly, a massive tentacle from Demon Crack lashed out violently. It slammed down where they stood, shaking the ocean floor with a devastating impact. Jein Frey Vanred defied gravity twisting in midair to evade the sudden death strike. He smirked, eyes gleaming with a gamer's intuition. Didn't see that coming. But honestly, this actually speeds up the grind. The system interface flashed an ominous crimson countdown. Kukuru 21 minutes and 11 seconds remaining before the dive ends. Jein Frey Vanred issued a cold command. We're wiping out every single tentacle on this giant octopus. Now. Kukuru nodded, instant understanding sparking in her eyes. Targets acquired. I'll draw its aggro. With reckless bravery, the small girl dashed into the kill zone. She waved her arms, screaming at the top of her lungs. Over here, you overgrown calamari, come and get it. Her confidence soared as she mocked the beast. Bet you can't even touch me. The kraken's rage boiled over at the provocation, its roar shaking the very ocean floor. Time seemed to slow as Jein Frey Vanred analyzed the monster's physiology like a pro player in a leveling manhwa. Each tentacle functions as an independent entity, which means a ruthless plan formed in his mind. If I hunt them individually, he gauged the aura radiating from the beast, as expected of a mid-boss in an S-class dungeon. Every single limb holds high-level vitality, and high-level mobs mean massive experience points. Jein Frey Vanred's voice dropped an octave, dripping with authority. Electroshock, Dendon unleashed a torrent of lightning that fried the water around them. Simultaneously, Jein Frey Vanred descended like a god of war, his blade wreathed in flames, severing the tentacles in one clean stroke. The interface exploded with notifications. Experience acquired. Dendon's potential has broken through. Level 21 to 27, experience points absorbed. Level 27 to 32. The level-up notifications cascaded like a waterfall. 32 to 35, 35 to 37, 37 to 39, 39 to 41, 41 to 42, 42 to 43. Jein Frey Vanred didn't let up, spamming the skill without mercy. Electroshock, Kukuru watched in awe, eyes wide. Incredible, you wiped out the entire limb army in seconds. He surveyed the carnage with a satisfied nod. Not bad, that's some solid farming. The system chimed a final confirmation. Level 45. Jein Frey Vanred's voice cut through the water. Kukuru, on it, she chirped, instantly returning to her role of keeping the krakens aggro. Meanwhile, Jein Frey Vanred stood amidst the chaos, observing the battlefield with the eerie calm of a veteran. Dendon has surpassed level 40. He noted, his eyes scanning the stat window. That means all sealed skills are now unlocked. Time to prep for the boss raid. He turned to his summon, commanding absolute obedience. Dendon Lightning Transfer. The system window popped up instantly. Second skill, Lightning Transfer. Unlocked at level 40. Effect temporarily imbues the user's weapon with the lightning attribute. Power surged through Jein Frey Vanred's veins. Perfect. My battle spirit is charged. He launched himself at the kraken, delivering the coup de grace with a thunderous crash. But he didn't stop. His eyes were already locked on the true objective, the Demon King. He channeled every ounce of mana into his fist. Thunder. God's fist. The kraken didn't stand a chance. Its massive body disintegrated, dissolving into the dark depths. Kukuru gasped. You actually did it. Jein Frey Vanred, did Dendon hit the cap? He gave a curt nod. Yeah. That farming session maxed him out. Jein Frey Vanred swiped the notification away. All right. All hidden conditions to challenge the Demon King have been cleared. Suddenly the ocean currents screamed. 3 colossal whirlpools tore open the void in front of them. Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes. This pressure. It was the classic intro for a boss in an awakening manhwa. Here it comes. The whirlpools morphed into blades of pressurized water, shooting toward him with suffocating, killing intent. Jein Frey Vanred didn't flinch. He coiled his muscles and unleashed his signature move. Thunder God's Fist. A deep, ancient voice reverberated through the abyss. None who disturb the shell shall return alive. The sheer weight of the aura froze Kukuru in place, terror gripping her heart. Jein Frey Vanred and Dendon stared down the source of the voice. The system interface identified the threat: 4th Demon King Neptunus. Level 200. Trait: Mystic Sea God. Passive effect: infinite HP regeneration. Kukuru gulped, the gap in power suffocating her. The 4th Demon King. His presence is overwhelming. But Jein Frey Vanred just clenched his fist, his gaze sharp as a blade. I'm ending this. Fast. He looked up at the towering giant Neptunus, analyzing every pixel of the godlike entity. Every Demon King so far has deviated from their scripted patterns. Something is wrong with this world. A hidden variable I haven't accounted for. He inhaled sharply, centering his mana. I have to take him down now before another anomaly occurs. Class change. A holographic text materialized before his eyes. Activated item skill: Necklace of Memories. Switching class to Great Mage. Kukuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoa. There it is. Jein Frey Vanred's cheat code class switch, get him? He offered a wry smile at her cheering. It's not a cheat, it's called high-level strategy. Instantly a complex magic circle blazed into existence on his palm. Ancient runes hummed with power. Jein Frey Vanred dashed forward, thrusting the glowing formation directly at the sea god's face. His voice thundered with magical authority. Summon heavenly lightning. Yet Neptunus watched the approaching doom with eyes devoid of emotion. The Demon King simply raised a hand. The massive palm caught Jein Frey Vanred's ultimate attack, stopping the momentum dead in its tracks. Realizing the danger, Jein Frey Vanred backflipped away instantly. Neptunus smirked, looking at his finger where the lightning had struck. It was nothing more than a mosquito bite to a god. Then the god retaliated. A simple wave of his hand sent a crushing shockwave through the water. Jein Frey Vanred reacted on pure instinct. Instant teleportation. He reappeared in a blur, moving so fast his body became a streak of light, leaving only fading afterimages in his wake. Concentrating all his voltage into a single point, he slammed a lightning-wreathed fist into the giant. The impact landed. Neptunus roared, his face twisting from indifference to pure, unadulterated wrath. Seizing the split-second opening, Jein Frey Vanred unleashed a barrage of destruction. Lightning crackled around him like a storm. Photon bullet. Bolts of pure energy bombarded the Demon King's face, a symphony of explosions blinding the deep-sea darkness. The Thunder God's fist, Shmei. The sea god was swallowed by a blinding prison of electricity. Jein Frey Vanred didn't stop his fists becoming a blur of lightning strikes. Kukuru cheered from the sidelines. Yes, that's the power of a true hero. But inside the explosion, a chilling, mocking laugh echoed out. Do you honestly believe a mere mortal can defeat me? Jein Frey shattered the distance between them. Instant transmission. He materialized right before the beast's eyes in a flash of light. A smirk played on his lips. I know your defense stats are off the charts, aren't they? But I've been saving a little surprise. Azure mana exploded around his legs, coiling like a serpent. Technique, Wind Dragon's Roar. A cataclysmic surge of azure energy erupted, crashing toward Neptunus with the force of a magical tsunami. The raging torrent swallowed the entire abyss. Bubbles burst and vanished in the chaos. Deep within the freezing currents, Kukuru's eyes widened in shock. What in the world? She desperately swam back to his side. Incredible. Did you actually take down the Demon King? But Jein Frey shook his head, his expression grim. Not yet. The battle isn't over. To wipe him out completely, I need one final decisive strike. If I hesitate now, his regeneration passive will kick in, and my time limit is critical. Shark Mask oxygen levels 3 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. After a split-second calculation, he triggered his trump card, Class Change. The summoner Dendon answered the call instantly. Come forth, summoned entity Dendon, level 50, rank E. Jein Frey calculated rapidly. Dendon's skill proficiency is maxed out. That means a 100% stun chance if it lands. Without hesitation, he issued the command. Dendon whipped up a violent cyclone, the wind howling even underwater. Jein struggled to shield his eyes, stunned, as the ferocious gale slammed into them before he could react. Nearby, Kukuru shielded her face in panic as the vortex threatened to consume them both. This power. It's absolutely terrifying. What sort of trickery is this? Neptunus emerged from the heart of the maelstrom, his majestic form looming amidst the roar of water and wind. His eyes dripped with absolute contempt. You act quite arrogantly in my domain, humans. Neptunus laughed, though his voice carried a twisted hint of praise. Unlike those pathetic adventurers who dare not face me without a full raid party. I must admit I am impressed a single insect like you can fight me to a draw. Suddenly his voice dropped an octave. But the moment he finished speaking, a colossal tentacle shot out with murderous intent. Jein Frey whipped around in panic, eyes wide, as he sensed the killing intent spiking from behind. What the hell? It was the kraken he had defeated earlier. Its massive form rose from the churning depths, looming behind Neptunus like a shadow of death. Jein Frey grit his teeth, sweat mixing with the sea as he stared down the monster he thought was already dead. His body went rigid with tension. Not again. This wasn't in the game guide of fusion evolution. Seeing Jein freeze, Neptunus mocked him. Splendid reaction, human. You should be honored. You are the first to witness my true form. Just then a tentacle brushed against a glowing jellyfish drifting in the dark water. The creature didn't even have time to flee, it instantly stiffened, writhing in silent agony. Jein Frey's jaw dropped, horror washing over him. He realized the terrifying truth behind the attack. The creature touched by the tentacle was dissolving into nothingness. Is that acid poison? Suddenly a deep, raspy voice cut through his chaotic thoughts. No time to be awestruck. The tentacle lashed out with devastating speed, smashing into him with the force of a freight train. He was sent flying, completely losing his balance. He slammed violently into a solid rock face. Damn it. Witnessing the brutal impact, Kukuru felt her heart clench. "Jein Frey!" she screamed. Neptunus threw his head back in mocking laughter. Now that is a beautiful sight. Jein lay motionless, buried under a pile of heavy debris. Kukuru ignored the dangerous currents and dove desperately toward him. No, this can't be happening, Jein Frey. Suddenly his breathing stabilized. He sucked in a deep breath, pulling himself back from the brink of death. Relief washed over Kukuru, shattering her fear. "Jein." Seeing the boy struggle to his feet, Neptunus scoffed. "Oh, you still cling to life, impressive tenacity." Kukuru shoved the boulders aside to help him while Jein wiped the grit from his face. "This is bad. One touch from those tentacles means instant death, and my oxygen is critically low. I can't hold back anymore." Pushed into a corner. This Manhwa recap moment demanded his ultimate move, class change. The gladiator has utilized the Necklace of Memories skill to switch classes. The system voice rang out clearly. Equipment War Spirit conditions satisfied. Unlocking special skill. Cost 80% of remaining HP. The gladiator's hidden art, Battle Spirit Ascension, was now active. The system continued its relentless notifications. Activating special skill, Heightened War Chi. Sacrificing 80% HP. Attack power and defense power doubled. Kukuru stood behind him, trembling as she sensed the shift. That golden aura. Did he just activate a berserker-type buff? Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the water. The hidden condition was equipping the War Spirit while in gladiator mode. I have to admit that last hit hurt like hell. This boss fight is harder than I calculated. Neptunus cackled with glee, his voice booming through the water. "Changing your outfit again. Do you think playing dress-up will save you?" His tentacles lashed out instantly. "Enough. I'm done letting a bottom feeder like you look down on me. Crumble into sea dust." The tentacles pierced through the water, but Jein Frey dodged with supernatural reflexes. Gasping for air, Jein barely weaved through the onslaught. His attack power has spiked, and his speed, he's even faster than before. Shark mask time remaining 1 minute 58 seconds. My time is almost up. He analyzed the battlefield while evading. If this drags on, I'm dead meat. I need to end this leveling Manhwa boss raid right now, but I can't find an opening. Suddenly realization struck him. Jein Frey. He turned to see the young girl walking steadily toward him. The look in her eyes made him freeze in his tracks. Jein screamed, "You idiot, don't come any closer, it's too dangerous." But she marched forward, her eyes burning with resolve. Neptunus roared with laughter. "I'll squash you both in a single strike." As she closed the distance, Jein Frey could only watch in total bewilderment. His eyes went wide, shock plastered across his face. Even the mighty Neptunus paused, confused by the sudden change in the atmosphere. Kukuru grabbed him, blasting off like a torpedo. He shot a glare at the little rascal dragging him around, but she just stuck her tongue out, pure mischief in her eyes. Never looked down on the velocity of the Seawolf tribe, even with the pressure her movement. It looked like she was baiting the attack to protect him. His face twisted as a plan formed in his mind. That brat. Seawolves are the apex predators of speed underwater. If it comes to a swimming contest, we're in trouble. But as their energies combined, a terrifying aura began to skyrocket. He whispered urgently, "You saved my hide, kid. Kukuru think you can keep dancing around his attacks?" She nodded instantly, zero hesitation. "You bet dodging is all I can do right now anyway. Jein Frey, you just focus on taking down that demon king." "Leave it to me," Jein replied, his eyes burning with intense focus. "We're out of time. We need to end this in a single decisive blow. When I give the signal, close the gap instantly. After I strike, retreat immediately." She flashed a dazzling smile, her eyes sparkling with absolute trust. "Okay." The Demon King roared in frustration, his voice shaking the very ocean floor. "Enough of these petty tricks." Tentacles lashed out like a chaotic storm. Jein and Kukuru wove through the destruction effortlessly. Neptunus scanned the void, confused. "Where did those rats go?" He tore through the water in a blind rage. Jein and the girl dove like hawks, his voice cutting through the water with lethal resolve. Time to turn the tables. Boom! A massive explosion detonated right on top of him. Blow after blow rained down, catching Neptunus completely off guard. He screamed in fury, the sound rippling through the abyss. You miserable insects." Jein Frey clenched his fist, his mind locking onto the final phase of the battle. "The clock is ticking. This is my final window. I have to end this nightmare right now." A brilliant light erupted as he committed to his fatal move. Now. Gritting his teeth, he dove straight for the target. His fist slammed into Neptunus's face, leaving the Demon King stunned in pure disbelief. A gut-wrenching scream echoed through the dark waters. Neptunus growled, a murderous aura boiling around him. Do not get cocky with me, human. But suddenly, the Demon King froze, staring at his empty hand in horror. Kukuru giggled, tilting her head with a mischievous glint in her eyes, looking for this little toy. She twirled the card in her fingers. I have this bad habit of swiping things on the fly. Sorry, not sorry. Neptunus's face went blank, then contorted into pure panic. My weapon. When did you... Jein Frey put his hands on his hips, shouting in mock annoyance. A bad habit, seriously. But then, a gentle smile softened his face. But this time, that habit just saved us. Good job, kid. For a... Thunderfist. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, a storm of violence raining down without mercy. Violent lightning fist. Jein landed an explosive blow, sending arcs of high-voltage electricity tearing through the water. Suddenly his voice cut through the chaos, startling the girl. Seize, Koi Kukuru. He roared while pummeling the enemy. Take his weapon and swim for the surface now. He regenerates endlessly down here, and I'm running on empty lungs. Kukuru responded instantly. Understood. We're taking this topside. Exactly. The Demon King's regeneration is nullified on land. I'll blast him out and you finish him. That's how you clear a leveling Manhwa boss. Kukuru's eyes widened. Me kill him. Jein shouted back, parrying a blow. This is no time for hesitation. I'm out of time and I can't kill him alone. The girl paused, the gravity of the mission sinking in. Then her eyes hardened with the resolve of a warrior. She shot forward like a bullet. Roger, that I'll give it everything I've got. Above them, the shimmering surface grew closer with every ripple. Kukuru breached the surface, soaring into the sky with godlike speed. Looking down, she screamed the signal. Ready when you are, brother Jein. Inside the depths, Jein raised his glowing fist, his determination shaking the ocean. Thunder Fist. The ultimate strike was primed. Nothing could stop him now. His fist collided with the enemy, forcing a scream of agony from Neptunus. Great Thunder Fist! A massive hydroblast launched the Demon King straight into the air. Instantly, Jein wove a seal, summoning a thunderous lion that roared across the heavens. Tear the sky. Summon Lightning Lion Dinon. Neptunus panicked in midair. What is this, my body? I can't move. Jain's mind raced. Dinon's paralysis lasts only 1 second. This is the only chance. He screamed to the sky. Do it now, Kukuru! The girl gripped the card, channeling every ounce of her spirit into a war cry that pierced the clouds. Equip. The card transformed into a massive axe in her hands. Her eyes turned cold as steel, absolute focus. She roared, ready to deliver judgment. Gravity became her weapon as she plummeted. Crack. The axe embedded itself deep into Neptunus's face, drawing a wretched howl of despair. She released the hilt, letting the weight drag the Demon King back into the abyss. His screams faded into the depths. Inside his shark head disguise, Jein watched the final moments of the tyrant. Jein tossed the shark mask aside, turning to his summon. And that marks the fall of the 4th Demon King. Ding, the system window flashed. Level 200 Demon King Neptunus defeated. Distributing XP and rewards. Kukuru stared at the holographic screen, her jaw dropping. 1 10 100, wait what? 200,000 gold. But the system corrected her instantly. Reward 2,500,000 G acquired. Level up 119 to 124, Kukuru trembled. She'd never seen such a massive jump in stats. Jein grinned, breaking down the math. The total bounty on Neptunus was 5 million. We split it 50-50, so that's 2.5 mil each plus the experience points. Kukuru hesitated. But I didn't really do anything. I can't take this. Isn't that totally unfair to you, brother Jein? Jein chuckled, seeing a perfect opening to tease her. Oh, so you have no problem stealing artifacts, but taking cold hard cash makes you shy. Kukuru pouted, firing back immediately. Thievery is a legitimate skill, okay. But I didn't defeat the Demon King by myself. She put her hands on her hips, staring him down. Am I right or am I right? Jein realized that arguing was futile against her stubbornness. He tossed the item over, defeated by her persistence. Fine. If you say you're good, take it. He tried to cut ties immediately. This is where we part ways. See ya. But Kukuru wasn't having it. Absolutely not. Her voice hit a frequency that could shatter glass. Jein snapped his patience, wearing thin. Hey, keep it down. But she stuck to him like a shadow. I still have so much to learn from you, master. I'm not leaving. Jein shot her a glare, a mix of exhaustion and annoyance. He ignored her plea, marching forward with a headache brewing. Hey, don't you dare ghost me! She scrambled after him, desperate not to be left behind. Wait up, I said wait. Leaving the endless ocean behind, the scene shifted to the 5th continent, the 5th garden. Kukuru's eyes sparkled as she took in the new world. She was vibing with the scenery. Whoa. So this is the legendary fifth continent. Jein looked at the hyperactive girl, unsure how to handle this level of energy. Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm entering the SSG. It's a life-or-death survival game. You really want to follow me into hell. But fear was a foreign concept to her. Of course! She completely ignored his ominous warning and marched ahead. Let's go conquer the SSG. Jein felt a knot of anxiety, but he had no choice but to trust her instincts. If she's this confident, maybe she won't die immediately. He tried to convince himself. Plus, her hidden class might actually break the meta here. Jein began running the calculations for their next move. To crush the fifth Demon King, he needed to dominate the SSG and secure the hidden relic. It was a classic setup for a leveling manhwa. They arrived at the venue and the crowd was massive. This is the starting zone. Kukuru stood on her tiptoes, peering at the sea of high-level players. So many adventurers. This is insane. Then the bombshell dropped. She turned to him with innocent eyes. So, what exactly is the SSG? Jein's soul left his body. I knew it. She's clueless. How did you even survive long enough to become an adventurer? She grinned, completely unbothered. Dunno, never really thought about it. Jein face-palmed, regret washing over him. I've recruited a burden. This is going to be a disaster. But the die was cast. There was no turning back now. He sighed. Listen closely. The SSG is a harsh shout cut through the noise, silencing the area. Stop following us, you trash, get lost. The crowd parted, eyes locking onto Dennis and Levin. The drama was heating up. A party dispute. Dennis was fuming. I thought high elves possessed god-tier magic. Turns out you're just a useless scammer. He spat venom at Levin. You wasted your awakening on a production class. Jane's ears perked up. A creator class. The bully sneered, his arrogance overflowing. The weakest job in the game, only good for mixing potions. You're pathetic. Beat it. Tears welled in Levin's eyes. You're right. But the system window told a different story. Name, Levin Luminous, Lydia. Advanced class creator. Dennis shoved her aside like garbage. Shut your mouth. You're dead weight to this team. Mar, the blue-robed lackey, laughed. We already replaced you with a real DPS. The realization crushed her. Levin trembled, her voice breaking. So, I'm all alone. I said shut it. Dennis pushed her again, harder this time. If you want a team, go find some other losers to drag down. What a moron. A calm voice sliced through the tension. Are you looking for a squad? How about you join the winning side instead of that trash? Jein Frey and Kukuru stepped into the spotlight. They looked at Levin with welcoming eyes. The sudden interference froze Dennis and Mar in their tracks. Dennis turned red with rage. Who the hell are you? Jein didn't even grant him eye contact. He was beneath notice. He focused solely on Levin. The SSG requires a 3-man cell. We happen to be short one member. Jein checked the timer. Clock's ticking. You and... Levin looked up, stunned. You want someone like me? Jein smiled, radiating confidence. Absolutely. We'd be honored. Right, Kukuru? The little girl gave a thumbs up. If boss says you're in, then you're family. Just then, the system announcement boomed overhead. The game is commencing. Jein moved fast. Party invite sent, accepted, and get ready. The deadline was seconds away. Hope returned to Levin's eyes. We're a team. She beamed, wiping away the tears. Accepted. Thank you so much. Kukuru had zero clue what was happening, but she vibed with the energy. Let's crush this Manhwa recap style. Mar sneered from the sidelines. Picking up our garbage, are you stupid? Dennis cackled. Try not to get eliminated in 5 minutes. Their mockery stung, but Levin bit her lip. Suddenly, the system intervened, drowning out the haters. Time is up. The SSG begins now. A crimson heart materialized on every player's chest. Levin and Kukuru watched their lifelinks appear. Kukuru gasped, touching the glowing mark. Jein analyzed it calmly, his tactical mind already dissecting the rules. Good luck, players. Runes ignited beneath their feet. Teleportation magic engaged. Whoa! What's with the disco lights? Kukuru panicked as the world began to warp. What is this magic? Beams of light shot across the map, scattering players like seeds. A massive pillar of energy slammed them into a dense forest zone. The light faded. Jein's squad stood alone in the wild. Kukuru scanned the perimeter, eyes wide with wonder. Wait. Where are we? Did we get separated from the others? Then reality set in. She had questions. Okay, Jein. Seriously, what is this system Manhwa game? Jein sighed. He had to explain the mechanics to the newbie. One time only, so listen up. The rules are simple. It's a battle royale. We have 48 hours. The team with the most hearts wins. If your heart is stolen, you're out. But if you steal a heart, you can revive a fallen teammate. Kukuru's eyes lit up. Finally, she understood the thrill of the hunt. Kukuru skipped along, practically vibrating with excitement. So, the rules are simple. We just need to harvest as many hearts as we can, right? This is going to be a blast. Meanwhile, Jein Frey turned his attention to their healer. Right, I haven't properly introduced myself yet. I am Jein Frey. He gestured to the energetic girl. And that noisy brat over there is Kukuru. Pleasure to meet you. The elf flushed slightly, bowing her head. My name is Levin. I am an elven explorer. Jein Frey's expression instantly shifted. The playfulness vanished, replaced by the cold focus of a veteran. Then let's not waste time. Shall we ignite the first round? Levin tilted her head, confused. Jane continued. Can you synthesize something for me? Realization dawned on her. Yes, I always carry an inventory full of herbs. Jane nodded, his tactical mind at work. Good. Use your crafting skill. Create some blast grass and toss it over that ridge. Levin nodded, immediately setting to work. Blast grass, understood. Levin immediately activated her skill synthesis. Essence swirled around her hands as she combined the herbs. Success, A-rank blast grass. It's volatile upon impact. I just need to deploy it over there, correct? Without hesitation, Levin hurled the volatile plant into the distance. Jein Frey watched with calculation in his eyes. The moment the grass touched the ground, boom. A massive explosion tore through the silence. Dennis and his squad were launched into the sky, screaming in sheer terror. What the hell? Jein Frey smirked, a predator watching his prey fall. Beside him, Levin watched with wide eyes, curious about the destruction she just caused. Gravity took hold, slamming Dennis's team right at Jein Frey's feet. Dennis groaned, his ears ringing. Huh, what? What just detonated? Jein Frey chuckled, crossing his arms as he towered over them. We meet again. Now be a dear and hand over your hearts. The three disoriented players found themselves kneeling before Jane and Levin, utterly confused. Humiliation turned Dennis's face red as he realized they had been ambushed. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Jane's eyes gleamed with mockery. How did you enjoy the taste of Levin's blastgrass? The realization hit Dennis like a truck. That explosion. It was her doing. He whipped around to glare at the elf. You, Dennis pointed a trembling finger at Levin. Don't screw with me, you wretched girl. If you had skills like that, you should have spoken up sooner. Regret gnawed at his gut. They had kicked out a hidden gem. If we had known, we would have kept you on the squad. But his rant was cut short. A shadow blurred past him. Kukuru had activated her theft skill. In the blink of an eye, 3 hearts vanished from Dennis's team, leaving him stunned. Kukuru grinned, holding the glowing orbs aloft. Yoink, mission accomplished. This is how we play right. Her hands moved so fast, even Jane and Levin were taken aback. Jein Frey raised an eyebrow. That kid is sharper than she looks. Dennis frantically clutched his chest. My heart. When did you? His teammate shrieked. Mine is gone too. The third member panicked. Same here. Jean smirked internally, analyzing the efficiency. That skill is seriously broken. Pretty impressive, huh? Kukuru beamed, flashing a peace sign. Stripped of their hearts, the system penalty activated. As their bodies began to fade, Dennis screamed one last time. You scum! Give them Before he could finish, the entire squad dissolved into golden particles of light erased from the battlefield. Kukuru blinked, looking at the empty space. They all just flew away. Jane stepped into the role of the guide. Once your heart is stolen, it's game over. It's a standard mechanic in this system Manhwa world. They get warped back to the start. Kukuru's eyes sparkled as she turned to the elf. So that's how it works. You're amazing, big sister Levin. Levin waved her hands, frantically blushing. No, not at all. You're the one who snatched their hearts so quickly. That was incredible. The praise went straight to Kukuru's head. Really? Then I'll just have to try even harder. Suddenly, she spotted another trio in the distance. Target acquired. She bolted forward. I found the next batch. Jein Frey reached out, panic rising. Hey, wait, Kukuru. But the adrenaline had already taken over. To her, those players were just walking loot boxes. She sprang from the bushes, her mind chanting one thing: steal the hearts. Clang, a sharp metallic sound rang out. What just happened? Mid-air. Kukuru's instinct screamed. Something was wrong. She twisted in the air, looking down. What the? Her own heart was gone. Standing before her, Pascal Corin and Leo wore identical mocking sneers. They looked at her like she was a clown. Jein Frey watched the disaster unfold, sighing deeply. Rushing in blindly. That's exactly what happens, you fool. Stupid girl. Kukuru finally realized she had walked right into a trap. She turned toward Leo's group, confusion written all over her face. Leo looked down at her with pity. Don't you know about the anti-theft mechanic's total rookie move? Korin juggled the hearts Kukuru had been holding. He laughed, clutching the spoils. Look at this haul. This brat delivered 3 extra hearts right to us. Talk about lucky. Kukuru reached out desperately. My hearts, Korin scoffed. Do you have any idea how expensive anti-theft consumables are? It's a one-time use item, but catching a thief like you made it worth every penny. The teleportation light began to surround Kukuru. No, this can't be. Levin watched her new friend fading away, tears welling in her eyes. Kukuru. Jein Frey walked over, scratching his head in defeat. Losing a teammate this early was a headache he didn't need. Unlike her, Jein Frey was a veteran of this leveling manhwa genre logic. Stealing skills were powerful, yes. But because of that, protective countermeasures were absolute basics in the SSG. True victory belongs to those who prepare. Knowledge is the ultimate weapon in this game. The enemy trio saw an opening. Korin grinned savagely. That's her teammate, right? He looks weak. Just typical fodder. Let's finish this right now. They lunged forward, zizit. A streak of lightning tore through the space between them. Before they could blink, Jein Frey held all their hearts in his hand. The trio froze, staring at their empty chests. What are hearts? Levin gasped in awe as Jein Frey tossed the orbs casually. I don't need a thief skill. His eyes glowed with suppressed power. My raw speed alone is enough to handle trash like you. Now let's go revive our idiot thief and lecture her. The light of elimination enveloped Korin's team. Leo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Impossible. That guy is a monster. They vanished into data. High above the system displayed their final words as a giant notification. He stole all our hearts in a fraction of a second. Jein Frey scowled at the sky. Do you really have to broadcast it like that? She couldn't believe the badge was designed like that. But after being resurrected by Jein Frey, Kukuru stood with her head bowed, dutifully waiting for her lecture. She knew she had messed up. Swallowing her pride, she apologized to Jein Frey with genuine regret. I swear I will be much more careful next time. Seeing her true remorse, Jein Frey sighed. By the time you realize that the sun went down, just focus on getting some rest for now. Levin, I need you to craft these items. Hearing Jein Frey call her name, a spark lit up in her eyes. She finally felt valuable. Understood, I'm on it. Night fell heavy over the forest. The trio of Jein Frey, Kukuru, and Levin drifted into slumber beside the crackling fire, unaware of the lurking shadows. Snap. Loud voices echoed from the darkness behind them. Whoa, what is all this? Jein Frey's eyes snapped open. He smirked. So noisy this late at night. Looks like tomorrow is going to be interesting. Buried in the leaves lay a pile of items and glowing hearts. A cheerful voice rang out from the shadows. Jackpot, we hit a massive haul. This was Jein Frey's domain. Looking at the loot his trap had secured, he nodded with satisfaction. Levin's heart tier traps are devastatingly effective when scattered like this. The interface popped up. This was thief grass, a nasty plant designed to steal the very heads of passing adventurers. A classic danger in this system manhwa world. Jein Frey paused, remembering his teammates were still deep in dreamland. He turned around and shouted without a shred of gentleness at the snoring Kukuru and the dazed Levine. Wake up, you two, Kukuru yawned, rubbing her eyes. Is it morning already? Levin blinked, totally disoriented. I was sleeping like the dead. I didn't hear a thing. Jein Frey shook his head at their lack of tension. He pointed behind him, his voice dropping an octave. Wake up. We have guests delivering gifts to us early this morning. Don't let them take your hearts. The realization hit Kukuru and Levin like a bucket of ice water. Without their leader, they would have been eliminated in their sleep. In the bushes, Hugo scoffed to his team. He spotted us. Iniza clicked her tongue, disappointment dripping from her voice. And here I plan to slaughter them while they dreamed. Jein Frey stood tall, radiating confidence, but his warning was sharp. Don't lower your guard. These guys are the ones who survived day one. He sized them up instantly. They aren't weaklings like yesterday's trash. Standing before them were the elite survivors, Hugo, Anissa, and Excel. Hugo narrowed his eyes at Jean's party. Detection skills and that crafter outfit, it's just bait to make us lower our guard, isn't it? If that's how you want to play. Hugo fanned out 3 cards, mana surging around him. Teleportation, split ×3. The spell activated instantly. Levin froze. Kukuru panicked. Huh, what's happening? Only Jein Frey remained calm, analyzing the skill in milliseconds. Splitting our formation clever. In a flash of light, the formation shattered. The 3 of them were ripped apart and scattered in different directions. What fate awaited them now? The first beam of light crashed into the far side of the forest. It was Levin. She stood face to face with Iniza. A one-on-one duel was inevitable. Another pillar of light erupted elsewhere in the woods. Who was the second victim of this forced separation? It was Kukuru, her opponent, the summoner Excel. And back at the clearing, Jein Frey stood alone against the mastermind who caused this chaos. Hugo Miyaskoum. The enemy leader smirked, twirling a card. Now that you're separated, I'll let my summons tear your friends apart while we chat. He ignored the murderous aura rising from Jein Frey. That was the plan all along, Hugo laughed, mocking the isolated leader. What's wrong? Worried about your little friends? Don't be. I'll send you back to the starting point to meet them in hell soon enough. Jein Frey picked his ear, looking bored. You really have zero charisma, you know that. His eyes suddenly sharpened like daggers. And you are underestimating them. The only ones going back to the start are you. Meanwhile, Kukuru drew her weapon, her fighting spirit exploding into a blaze. Levin clenched her fists on the other side. I refuse to lose. The quiet forest turned into a battlefield typical of a high-stakes manhwa recap. Kukuru became a blur. Her small frame was her greatest weapon, moving with godlike speed through the trees. Excel stood with his 3 beasts' veins popping on his forehead. Rage consumed him. This wretched brat is faster than she looks. She perched on a branch, looking down on him. I'm not fast. You're just slow. Swish. A dagger flew at her head before she finished her sentence. She flipped backward, barely dodging the steel. As she landed, her mind raced, analyzing the enemy's composition. 1 human, 3 summons. If I take out the master, the puppets vanish, and it's game over. Her logic was flawless. Seeing the disadvantage of a long fight, Kukuru turned into a streak of light, rushing straight for Excel's throat. She made her choice. I'll end this right now and take that heart. Clang steel sang against steel. Kukuru's blade thrust forward, but Excel pulled a hidden shield from nowhere, blocking the fatal strike. Excel frowned, feeling the impact. She's fast, he admitted, but there's no weight behind her attacks. Weak, Kukuru's eyes glinted mischievously. If I'm so weak, why are you hiding behind a shield? Scared much? That snapped his patience. Arrogant little witch, tear her to shreds. The 3 beasts roared in unison, charging with bloodlust in their eyes. Blood was about to spill. A tiny girl against 3 monsters. Seemed like a hopeless matchup, didn't it? Slash, in a single breath. Kukuru's blade danced and all 3 monsters collapsed instantly, a magnificent display of skill. Before the bodies even hit the ground, she was back on the high branch. With moves like that, you'll never catch me. Excel lost it. What are you doing, useless pets? Grab her. But when he looked up, the branch was empty. She was gone. Not so. Where did... A chill ran down his spine. Her voice whispered right into his ear from behind. I told you. You're too slow. The little assassin vanished into the shadows, activating her stealth mastery. Excel sensed a murderous intent behind him and spun around, but he was too late. A thunderous impact echoed as Kukuru's foot connected with his face, drawing first blood. The force of the blow was devastating. Excel was launched through the air like a ragdoll, completely overwhelmed by her godlike speed before he could even process the attack. With the grace of a phantom, Kukuru snatched the heart badge from his chest. She smirked, her eyes full of mockery. Hey, who were you calling weak a moment ago? 1 strike was all it took to end you. Anxious to regroup with her squad in this leveling manhwa, she didn't waste time. I will take the win, and your heart thanks. But her victory lap was cut short. 3 ferocious beasts, battered but still standing, emerged from the gloom to block her path. She froze in confusion. Wait, doesn't the system usually unsummon the beasts when the master falls? Is that guy not actually a summoner class? I thought he was just a cowardly tank hiding behind a shield. The beast didn't give her time to think, lunging with savage fury. Kukuru turned tail, screaming, Nope. This was not in the plan. My calculations were way off. Whatever I got the loot, invoking the ancient art of tactical retreat, she decided that running was the only option. Exploiting her high agility stats, Kukuru vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Levin was focused on her alchemy, synthesizing a new strain of grass. The blue window popped up. Item crafted: search grass. Rank A. Effect: ultrasonic magic detection within a 100-meter radius. Duration: 10 minutes. Levin focused, extending her senses through the plants. Nothing. No movement at all, she thought, recalling her clash with Anisa. They used smoke to evade my earlier attacks. I lost their trail back then. But while the alchemist hunted for her prey, she had already become the hunted. High above, Anisa watched through a scope, her bowstring drawn tight. Suddenly a voice whispered in the wind, catching Levin completely off guard. No matter what she tries, I see everything. The hunter is the true apex predator of this forest. Crushing a bug like her is child's play. Levin's instincts screamed. She finally pinpointed the enemy's location. Without hesitation, she synthesized her next weapon. Explosive grass. She hurled the volatile plant into the brush behind her, shouting, "Gotcha!" But Anissa remained cool, her inner monologue uninterrupted. Boom! The volatile grass detonated, shredding the foliage. Yet Anissa's voice mocked her from the shadows. "That is what happens when you attack blindly without confirming your target. If you can't hit me, your fancy tricks are useless." The failed attack cracked Levin's composure. Her confidence began to crumble under the pressure. A chill ran down her spine. Death was approaching from behind. Levin spun around, her eyes widening in horror as 3 hideous beasts materialized from the darkness. Summoned beasts. They didn't hesitate, launching a bloodthirsty assault. Levin's hands moved in a blur, desperately crafting a survival item to escape their jaws. Thick smoke erupted, blinding the monsters. Levin dove behind a sturdy tree just as 2 lethal arrows slammed into the wood exactly where she had been standing. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Close one, she analyzed. In this dense terrain, they are predicting my movements perfectly. It is a terrifying awakening Manhwa scenario. Anissa's voice drifted through the trees, dripping with arrogance. "My, what a slippery little fox you are. But how long can you dodge my arrows and outrun my beasts?" Levin ignored the taunt. The terrain favored the hunter, but she refused to be the burden that dragged her teammates down. Memories of her squad fueled her resolve. Her eyes sharpened. Levin activated her skill once more, synthesizing a new creation. System alert item created: charm. Grass rank A. Effect: irresistible pheromones that attract all summoned beasts. Levin raised the glowing herb high in the air. The monsters paused, sniffing the air. Seizing the moment, Levin hurled the bait before they could recover. "Go fetch." The 3 beasts snapped their heads up, tracking the flying grass. To their simple minds, it wasn't just a plant. It looked like the most delicious meal in existence. Hidden in the brush, Anissa watched in disbelief. She was utterly powerless as her ferocious pets turned into drooling puppies chasing a treat. Levin smirked victory within her grasp. "Now that the pests are distracted, it is finally just you and me. A proper duel." Anissa didn't back down. "Clever trick. But do not forget, I don't need those mindless beasts to put a weakling like you in the dirt." Levin raised an eyebrow. "Big talk for someone who hasn't landed a single shot yet." Anissa snapped, her face flushing with rage. "Shut up. Those were just warning shots." Levin didn't waste breath arguing. Her hands glowed with mana as she prepared her final gambit. "I understand, but I have no intention of losing this system Manhwa battle." A new item materialized: system info flash, grass rank A. Effect: emits a blinding high-intensity radiance. She tossed the orb skyward. A supernova of light exploded in the dim forest. Anissa gasped in panic. Her eyes, adjusted to the dark scope, were instantly overwhelmed. She collapsed to her knees, clawing at her face. "My eyes, I can't see." Totally blinded, she lost her footing and slid helplessly down the slope. Ugh, what kind of dirty trick was that? While the archer writhed in pain, Levin calmly walked over and snatched the heart badge from her chest. Levin smiled with polite savagery. "Sorry for robbing you while you were blind. Thanks for the points." She turned to leave. "Don't worry, your vision will return shortly." Anissa sputtered, still dazed. "Wait, what did you just say?" Levin didn't explain. "Well, I'll be going now. Bye." Anissa stumbled around, hands grasping at empty air. "Hey, get back here!" she screamed in frustration, her pride shattered. "Are you even listening to me?" But when she finally wiped the tears from her eyes, Levin had vanished like a ghost. Where did that brat go? With Levin securing the win, the climax of this Manhwa recap shifted to the final showdown. Hugo stood with his hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly. "Where do you think you are going? Don't act cool in front of me." Hugo unleashed his aura, summoning his army. "My beasts are high level and endless. You have absolutely 0% chance of survival." Jein Frey wasn't intimidated, he was just annoyed. "Quit your yapping, you are irritating. But thanks to your monologue, I have bought enough time for the cooldown." Suddenly a massive blue blur tore through the air. A gargantuan beast rushed past Hugo, leaving the summoner completely dumbfounded. Hugo stood frozen, his mind unable to process the betrayal, as his own 3 summoned beasts turned their fangs toward him. They moved to flank Jein Frey, leaving their former master drowning in confusion. How is this even possible? Rage eclipsed his reason, burning away all logic. "What is this sorcery? You belong to me, I am your summoner," Hugo screamed, veins popping. "What dirty trick did you use, damn it all?" Jein Frey calmly stroked the massive bird now perched loyally on his shoulder. "It seems they simply prefer my company," he mocked. He cast a cold glance at Hugo, who was still spiraling into madness. "Don't you agree?" Jein asked. Suddenly a holographic screen materialized, a classic trope in this system Manhwa. Condition met: 20 hours of continuous combat. Skill 3 of the Angel Ring has leveled up. The interface flashed. Illusion Garden has evolved into the gloomy Illusion Garden. Jein Frey wasted no time. With his new power secured, he issued a silent command to the beasts. All right, tear him apart. The three colossal monsters didn't hesitate, launching themselves at Hugo with primal ferocity. Panic set in as Hugo scrambled desperately, pulling a purple grimoire from his inventory. He was backed into a corner. With a frantic wave of his hand over the book, a massive rift opened and a towering behemoth stepped forth. Hugo shrieked in desperation. Block them! Crush them! The three beasts collided with the summoned giant in a violent explosion of force. Both sides fought with savage intent, but the sheer size of Hugo's new defender began to overwhelm Jain's turned monsters. One by one, the three beasts were struck down, suffering critical injuries, while the giant stood like an immovable mountain, barely scratching its thick hide. Hugo threw his head back and laughed, a manic sound of relief and arrogance. See, this is the price of betraying your master, your next brat. But his victory speech was cut short by a nightmare he never saw coming. The three beasts he had just slaughtered began to twitch. Bones snapped back into place as they rose from the dead, blocking Hugo's path once more. What, how? His eyes widened in pure terror. Resurrection! Impossible! Hugo stammered. Jein Frey watched with a satisfied smirk, enjoying the show. Hey, what is happening? Hugo yelled, his voice cracking. What kind of dark curse is this? Suddenly, Jein Frey's silhouette began to blur. You have so many allies, Jein taunted, his voice echoing. It's only fair if I bring a few of my own, right? Jein split into multiple copies, a legion of doppelgangers swirling around Hugo, cutting off every escape route. Hugo spun in circles, his mind fracturing as he couldn't distinguish the real threat from the illusions. What kind of broken skill is this, clones? Hugo stared at the army of Jein Freys surrounding him, his scream turning into a howl of helplessness. This isn't fair, Hugo cried, but he refused to yield. He clutched his grimoire tightly. Don't underestimate me, summon. Another rift opened, birthing a green ogre, a hulking monstrosity known as the giant snail. The ogre didn't wait for orders. Its massive axe swung down in a devastating arc, cleaving through the area where the clones stood. The weapon tore through the air with a terrifying whistle. Wherever the axe landed, the clones vanished like smoke, yet the real Jein Frey remained elusive. The illusions fell one by one under the ogre's relentless assault, but they offered no resistance. Watching the clones dissipate, Hugo regained his arrogant sneer. Is that it? Just paper tigers? You're nothing but cheap tricks. But the nightmare wasn't over. The fallen clones flickered and stood back up instantly, as if they had never been touched. The army of Jein Freys closed the circle tighter. True fear finally flooded Hugo's eyes. The clones spoke in perfect unison, a chilling chorus. Enough talk. I need to find my team. Let's end this. The color drained from Hugo's face as the reality of his situation set in. He had absolutely no counter to this overwhelming power. The corpses of his original three beasts lay motionless, a grim reminder of his failure. The aura of a reaper loomed over Hugo, waiting to escort him out of the game. His scream of ultimate defeat tore through the forest, silencing the birds and shaking the trees. Foaming at the mouth from sheer psychological shock, Hugo collapsed. His mind shattered. He lay there waiting for his heart and his points to be harvested. Jein Frey looked down at his defeated opponent. Just as expected, Jein mused. The gloomy illusion garden is broken. This was the kind of power spike you only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. He recalled the skill description, an upgraded version of the Angel Ring's illusion. It allows the user to cast complex hallucinations on multiple targets, simultaneously human summons and monsters alike. The unlock condition was brutal 20 hours of continuous combat, a feat only possible inside the relentless pace of the SSG event. Jein Frey knelt beside the unconscious body. He reached for Hugo's heart, but something in the pocket caught his eye. A heavy bag. It was a stash of hearts Hugo had stolen from other players. Jane's eyes lit up. Jackpot. This guy was a walking treasure chest. His thoughts shifted to his teammates. I wonder if those two are still alive. Time to regroup. The trio finally reunited. Kukuru puffed out her chest, demanding praise. Tell me I'm awesome, come on. Jein Frey sighed, giving a reluctant nod. Fine. You did great. Levin, ever the mother hen, looked them over anxiously. Are you both unhurt? Everyone's safe. With the hard part over the atmosphere relaxed into easy banter. Thanks to their trap, Kukuru had harvested a massive amount of hearts. The opposing teams were left fuming in defeat. Suddenly, the system announcement boomed. Time is up. The SSG is officially concluded. All participants will be warped to the starting point. In a flash of light, the survivors gathered at the plaza, the air buzzing with excitement and post-game analysis in this Manhwa recap. Jein Frey's team blended into the crowd, their anticipation building. They didn't have to wait long before the giant display lit up to announce the rankings. Let's reveal the results, the announcer shouted. In third place, with 46 hearts, Team Dogpath. The trio from Team Dogpath jumped for joy, high-fiving each other. The crowd nodded in approval. Dogpath in third, not bad, they lived up to their reputation. The announcer continued, the tension rising. In second place with 55 hearts, Team Jessica. The 3 members of Team Jessica beamed, radiating confidence and pride. The crowd erupted in whispers. 55. Wait, isn't that higher than the previous record? Yeah, the old record was 50. They completely smashed it, as expected of the unpredictable killer Jessica. Someone muttered. But if they are second, who on earth took first? The announcer didn't keep them guessing. And now the glory of first place goes to, with a staggering 108 hearts, Team Jein Frey. The number hit the crowd like a physical blow. Shock silenced the arena. As 108, someone gasped. That's insane. The whispers turned into a roar. Jein Frey, I read about him in the papers. That's him. That's the legend in the flesh. All eyes locked onto the 3 members of Team Jein Frey. They were the undisputed kings of the arena. The announcer moved to the rewards. Team Jein Frey receives the grand prize 100 million G and the keyless treasure chest epic grade. The event concluded, and the team huddled to split the loot. Levin looked at the pile of gold, then at Jane and Kukuru, her face flushing with guilt. She stammered, Is it really okay for me to take all 100 million G? Kukuru grinned mischievously. I'm more into stealing than receiving, so I'm good. Jane immediately smacked her upside the head. He turned to Levin with a warm smile. Take it. We don't need the cash. As I explained before, Jein Frey Vanred's voice was calm but absolute. Our only target is this seal-less treasure chest. Levin nodded, understanding the terms. I don't mind at all. As a healer, what I truly crave is funding for rare medicinal herbs. Jein Frey Vanred, eager to conclude their business, cut to the chase. Then it's a deal. Oh, but there is one final concoction I need you to brew. I already gathered the necessary materials during the SSG raid. Levin waved his hand casually. Consider it done. With the transaction complete, Jein Frey Vanred and Kukuru didn't linger, waving a quick farewell to the alchemist. Night draped its heavy curtain over the city. Back at the inn, Kukuru was already passed out, dead to the world, her sleeping posture absolutely disastrous. Meanwhile, Jein Frey Vanred stood outside under the moonlight, his eyes locked onto a holographic interface filled with complex grids. He had to make every second count. Good. The noisy brat is finally asleep. Time to finish this. Jein Frey Vanred's aura shifted instantly. The system flashed an alert necklace of memories, Skill 1 activated. War Chronicle effect class change initiated, switching from craftsman to summoner. With his class altered, Jein Frey Vanred wasted no time invoking the summoning ritual. Come forth, Dendon. His target was the keyless treasure, a legendary reward obtainable only after harvesting over 100 hearts in the SSG zone. Jein Frey Vanred tossed the chest into the air. To the untrained eye, a lockless chest seems useless. But Jein Frey Vanred's intellect was sharp. He summoned Dendon because he needed specific elemental assistance. I need your power, Dendon, Jein Frey Vanred commanded. Now unleash the artifacts Levin crafted. First, the rank. A flamethrower. Blazing fire erupted to engulf the chest. Next came the rank of frost sprayer. A glacial blast froze the flames instantly. Jein Frey Vanred knew the secret code. By bombarding the chest with fire, ice, and lightning, the seal would shatter, revealing its true key. The chest burst open. A holographic system window materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, the keyless treasure is unlocked. Received left arm of the destroyer. Jein Frey Vanred held the newly acquired equipment, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. This was a massive win. Another hidden artifact secured. His appearance returned to normal. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, he thought, now my arsenal is truly growing with another hidden item. Jein Frey Vanred leaned against the railing, staring into the abyss of the night. Under normal circumstances, I'd head straight for the S-rank dungeon now, he mused. But there was a complication. Ignoring the night's events the next morning, Kukuru was bouncing with energy. Brother Jein Frey Vanred, let's hit the next spot. She peered at him curiously. Are we doing more side quests or heading straight to the dungeon? Jein Frey Vanred hesitated. Ah, right. I still haven't figured out how to handle her. What should I do? He looked at the young girl sitting across from him. To be honest, taking Kukuru to an S-rank dungeon is a death sentence. She can't even handle a basic demon yet. He made a ruthless decision. Kukuru, he announced, I'm going to put you through special training. Kukuru blinked, completely blindsided. Training? Without explaining, he barked an order. Go gather materials from all over the mountain. Now. Kukuru looked at the list, horrified. Wait, this is way too much. Jein Frey Vanred lied smoothly. These are essential for the next dungeon run. And obviously using your steel skill is forbidden. Kukuru stared at the list and screamed in despair. Hey, this will take forever, she protested. Jein Frey Vanred shut her down cold. If you don't like it, you don't have to come. Our mentorship ends here. Take care. Kukuru gritted her teeth. Slumping her shoulders, she psyched herself up for the sake of the next dungeon. She dashed toward the mountain, shouting back, "Fine, I'll get them, just wait for me." Jein Frey Vanred watched her go, relieved his plan worked. Thank God she's so simple-minded. Finally, I can enjoy the thrill of solo play again. Location 5th Continent, S-Rank Dungeon Warp Gate. Before stepping into the portal, Jein Frey Vanred offered a silent farewell. Goodbye for now, Kukuru. He vanished into the light. I'm doing this for your own good, so don't hate me. Instantly, Jein Frey Vanred found himself free-falling through the void completely unhindered. As he plummeted, Jein Frey Vanred gasped in surprise. The sensation of falling without resistance, it was exhilarating. This wind pressure, it's incredible. This was the level 5 dungeon. The Sky Island, a floating fortress in the clouds. As he knew, the gate opens in the sky, forcing adventurers to stick the landing themselves. While calculating his descent, something caught his eye. Another person was screaming their lungs out nearby. The man was sobbing while falling. What the hell is this, the ground? Where's the ground? Jein Frey Vanred closed his eyes calmly. Adventurers who don't know the mechanics won't survive 5 seconds. The man beside him was Sebas. He scoffed. You stupid bastard, bringing a parachute is basic knowledge for this dungeon. A brightly colored parachute bloomed open. Indeed, the man had come prepared. Sebas sneered at Jein Frey Vanred. Behold my perfect preparation. But his arrogance was cut short. He spotted a flock of massive blackbirds, or so he thought. Those weren't birds. They were grotesque flying monstrosities diving straight for him. Before Sebas could react, talons snatched him out of the air. Huh! Wait, not yet, Sebas screamed. Jein Frey Vanred watched dispassionately. Even with a parachute, if you lack the skills, it's game over. It's a good thing I didn't bring Kukuru. The girl had no idea she'd been abandoned. Somewhere on the mountain, exhausted but triumphant, Kukuru cheered. I finally found it. Back in the sky, Jein Frey Vanred heard a strange noise. Glancing to his side, he saw the swarm of hideous beasts changing course, heading straight for him. Jein Frey Vanred calmly raised his hand toward the incoming horde. The hidden weapon on his arm hummed with power, reacting to his will. A three-eyed green monster froze, blinded by a sudden flash. Jein Frey Vanred extended his hand toward the rest of the pack. A pale golden light radiated outward, growing more intense by the second. He created a sphere of absolute force, terrified monsters scattering before it. System Ring of the Godslayer, left hand. Skill 1. Anti-gravity, repels targets away from user. Jein Frey Vanred admired the bracelet. This skill, it's flawless. Nothing beats a hidden item. He clenched his fist. All right, time to make my entrance. The left arm of the destroyer roared to life, generating arcs of violent lightning. This is the kind of action you only see in a leveling manhwa. He blasted the electricity toward the floating island to propel himself, crashing down onto the island of destruction and landing in a perfect combat stance inside the temple. Jein Frey Vanred moved quickly, venturing deeper. Even solo, his confidence was unshakable. I've arrived. He scanned the area, his gaze locking onto a mirror ahead. Found it. But suddenly he sensed them, countless unknown creatures in the shadows staring right at him. Jein Frey sensed it immediately. The moment an intruder set foot here, the dungeon's guardians would descend to purge them. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind, beasts of the abyss lunged from the shadows. He didn't flinch. He raised the destroyer's left arm reverse gravity field. They were crushed in a heartbeat. Such was the overwhelming might of a hidden weapon. Scanning the silence, he scoffed. Is that all you've got? Time to unequip the spirit ring. Now for the main prize. A massive mirror stood in the darkness, yet it shone with a light that pierced the void. Jein Frey stepped closer. His reflection stared back, but then it twisted. The image morphed into a menacing dark silhouette, and a voice echoed from the glass depths. I am the void incarnate. What shall I reflect? Hearing the riddle, Jein Frey merely smirked. His thoughts remained a mystery. He raised his left hand, calculating perfectly. This hidden event only triggers after crushing the Guardians and reflecting the Godslayer's left ring in the glass. In that instant, Jein Frey's image superimposed over the shadow in the mirror. He clenched his fist, eyes locked on the destroyer's left arm. He squeezed harder, refusing to let go. The logic of this system manhwa puzzle finally clicked into place. The mirror erupted in blinding light. A voice boomed. The Godslayer's left ring has been reflected. It seems the artifact has finally found its true master. A golden aura materialized before him. The hidden piece. The system notification chimed. You have obtained the Creator God's right ring. As he grasped the item, the mirror faded. Farewell, brave soul. Jein Frey grinned. The legendary set Godslayer's left and Creator God's right was finally complete. Back to the master plan. It was time to unleash the horde of items he had been stockpiling. Let's roll. Jein Frey ran the numbers. To take down the Sky Dragon ruling the 5th continent's S-rank dungeon, he had to face him. Demon King Bahamut was waiting. Bahamut stood atop the floating island, unfurling his colossal wings. He had been expecting a challenger. It has been an eternity since a human with such potent aura dared to approach. Jein Frey touched down before the beast, the picture of absolute calm. As he landed, the interface flashed displaying his maxed-out stats. After a chain of teleportations, he had finally reached the heavens. Gazing out, he saw Bahamut lying in wait, his silence heavier than gravity itself. Amidst a sea of clouds, the two titans locked eyes. Jein Frey cut the tension, his signature smirk playing on his lips. You're still as arrogant as ever, I see. The Demon King didn't take the insult lightly. He sprang to his feet, releasing a wave of dominance intended to crush the human spirit. But then confusion flickered on Bahamut's face. He whispered, "Have we crossed paths before? I never forget the scent of the strong." Jein Frey remained silent, his gaze deep and calculating. Even without full intel, Jein knew this boss. AI might differ from previous iterations. Suddenly, Bahamut raised a claw, condensing a sphere of pure destruction. In seconds, a massive sun of dark energy hovered before him. Black flame calamity. The mana surged like a fired arrow, rocketing straight for Jein's heart. But with his awakened perception, Jein Frey analyzed the trajectory in a split second. He triggered a teleport spell instantly to escape the blast zone gale shift. In a blink, Jein Frey vanished and materialized right in front of the Demon King's snout. Glaring into the beast's eyes, he crushed all hesitation. Jein thrust his arm forward. The golden ring flashed, unleashing a mysterious force. Reverse gravity. The shockwaves slammed directly into the dragon's face. Bahamut's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. I was forced back. A gravity manipulation skill, Yasko. Before the beast could recover, Jein clenched his fist, igniting it with blazing mana. Fire Fist. He drove the punch into Bahamut's jaw, sending the colossus toppling backward. A storm of flames and knuckles rained down, throwing Bahamut into chaos. Yet beneath the confusion, a thrill began to rise in the monster's blood. I can't let him create distance. Your skills are entertaining, human. Jein threw another haymaker, but this time Bahamut evaded with terrifying speed. Sensing the shift, Jein adopted a stance. Azure aura exploded from him, Dragon God's Tempest. In a flash, a spectral dragon materialized to clash with the Demon King. Seizing the moment of Bahamut's distraction, Jein Frey launched a mana-infused kick that tore through the air. The attack connected, forcing the beast to absorb the full impact. Jein landed in a crouch, skidding to a halt. He glanced up at the cloud-covered sky, waiting for the dust to settle. The verdict, not a single scratch. Bahamut tore through the white veil, his voice dripping with icy amusement. Truly interesting. Entertain me further, human. The sheer pressure of Bahamut's declaration froze the air. Jein Frey stared him down, his mind racing to analyze the boss's patterns. The stat gap in long-range combat is over 50%. His special effects are the real problem. Bahamut launched his counterattack, beating his wings to ascend to the zenith. Mana gathered in the Demon King's claws, turning them blood-red. Do not die on me just yet. A cataclysmic torrent of power cascaded from the heavens. Black Dragon's Inferno. It crashed down on Jein Frey, forcing him into a desperate defense. He triggered his ultimate survival skill, Super Reverse Gravity. He barely deflected the impact, but then a voice whispered right beside his ear, sending a cold sweat down his spine. Did you think that would be enough to stop me? A crimson line of annihilation slashed towards him, Black Dragon Tail Swipe. It was too fast. The tail slammed into Jein Frey, launching him like a ragdoll, but suddenly Bahamut froze, sensing an anomaly. Jein had managed to cast a gravity buffer at the last second. The boss scoffed. You minimized the damage with gravity just before impact. Impressive. But that was merely the warm-up. Bahamut raised his razor-sharp talons high. Crimson aura screamed into existence. Heavenly sonic catastrophe. The gathered might fired like a divine judgment, locking onto Jein Frey. A deafening explosion ripped through the sky. The shockwave shattered the clouds. Jein slammed into the bedrock, his body screaming in pain. He gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Damn it all! As he looked up, another sphere of annihilation was already waiting for him. Jein Frey's face went blank. He stood there staring into the face of absolute despair. With nothing left to lose, he activated the twin gauntlets of gold and silver on his arms. All right. Jein Frey Vanred slammed his fists together, eyes locked on Bahamut. This is the moment I've been waiting for. A confident smirk played on his lips as he chanted the incantation. Darkness Wheel. Instantly, a sphere of pure abyssal black materialized in the air. Just as predicted, the orb devoured every single technique the dragon had unleashed earlier. Bahamuden flapped his wings violently, eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? He stared at the void-like sphere that had stripped away all his energy. Did that thing just swallow my attacks whole? Meanwhile, Jein Frey Vanred manipulated the orb with both hands, his expression triumphant. Every strike you throw will end up right inside here. Jein Frey Vanred laughed, reveling in the power of the system Manhwa mechanics at his fingertips. Did you really think your attacks could reach me? Bahamuden fell silent, his mind racing to understand the situation. Does a skill like this actually exist? Seeing the dragon's hesitation, Jein Frey Vanred decided to pour salt on the wound. You look a little panicked there. Try to keep your cool. Bahamuden replied slowly, his voice dripping with pride. I will not fall for such cheap provocations. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished from Jein Frey Vanred's sight. In a flash, Bahamuden reappeared, his claws closing in on the black sphere. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, the energy impact rattling Jein Frey Vanred's bones. Seeing the human take the hits, Bahamuden realized the flaw. What's wrong? Can't absorb this. The more he attacked, the clearer the truth became. It seems you cannot block everything after all. I'm guessing physical attacks are your weakness. Panic began to rise in Jein Frey Vanred's chest. The enemy was calmly analyzing his artifact's limitations. To end it all, Bahamuden gathered his power for a fatal strike. We dragons take pride in our invincible bodies. Die, human. As the final punch neared Jein Frey Vanred's face, the protagonist's eyes suddenly snapped open. Jein Frey Vanred activated a blink spell, vanishing inches from destruction. Finding only empty air, Bahamuden whipped his head around in shock. Teleportation. By then, Jein Frey Vanred was already directly behind him, a massive surge of power building at his back. A sphere overflowing with dark spiritual energy was fully formed. The condition to unlock the twin bracelet's second hidden skill was to simultaneously activate the first skill on both arms. Inside the sphere lay a singularity, a black hole that absorbs while the other releases the stored energy. The black orb suddenly turned blinding white, radiating a holy brilliance. Light flooded the entire dimension. Spirit's fury. The two colossal forces collided, neither side willing to yield an inch. However, a shiver ran down Bahamuden's spine as chaotic energy ripped through the air. The pain was excruciating, forcing a scream from his throat. Is this my own sky echo blast? Moments later, silence fell. Bahamuden hung his head, stunned by the impact. When he looked up, the red aura of his power had been completely extinguished. Smoke rose from his charred scales, but his arrogance remained. This is merely a cheap imitation. Without a word, Jein Frey Vanred charged straight at his face, the orb pulsating in his hand. Is that so? The dragon clenched his fist, throwing one last desperate punch. What? Jein Frey Vanred didn't hesitate, rushing in with a victorious grin. It might be a copy, but can you survive an attack that reflects your own power back at triple the damage? Bahamuden took the full force of the blast. Spiritual energy engulfed his face before gravity took hold, sending him plummeting. He crashed into a boulder, his body racked with unimaginable agony. A moment later, the mighty dragon lay motionless, completely subdued by Jein Frey Vanred's overwhelming might. A system notification popped up. The bounty and quest results made him grin from ear to ear as he returned to the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, at the guild, Nice sat at the head of the table. Sorry to gather you all here when you're busy. Seated below were 3 other high-ranking adventurers, their presence commanding respect. A voice cut through the tension. No need for formalities. Vice President Weir spoke with a serious expression. If you summon us, I will always arrive immediately. His stiff attitude clearly annoyed the woman across from him. You're always so uptight, aren't you? Maria rubbed her forehead, exasperated. I'm free right now, so let's wrap this up quickly, Mr. Vice President. Nearby, Mira observed in silence as a fellow adventurer. To save time, Nis closed his eyes and spoke. I understand. Let's get straight to the point. He looked at the team. Recently, I have received several disturbing reports. Weir's curiosity was piqued. Is it a dangerous rogue guild or perhaps a new boss monster? Nis flatly denied it. No. He clasped his hands together. It is neither a guild nor a creature. The answer startled Mira into a long silence. Beside her, both the vice president and Maria looked completely bewildered. Nis lowered his gaze, his voice turning cold. The Wailing Black Spirits. That is the first report we received. Back in the bustling capital, Jein Frey Vanred walked the streets. The 5th Demon King had been defeated. He tapped through his system interface. I got the rewards and I'm feeling great. Time to head to the 6th continent. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred stroked his chin in thought. Ah, where did Kukuru go? Probably still in training. In another dimension, however, Kukuru was crying rivers of tears, suffering through a hellish ordeal. But focusing on the next dungeon, Jein Frey pushed the thought aside and looked at the crowd ahead. Why is it so crowded? Fueled by curiosity, Jein Frey approached the gathering. System, what's going on? A nearby citizen explained. Oh, are you an adventurer too? For some reason, the warp gate to the 6th continent isn't working. The news caused Jein Frey eyes to widen, freezing him in place. Somewhere else a voice echoed. The warp gate is down. This kind of bug never existed in the original game. Back at the meeting, Nis continued his briefing. These black spirits are like a mist. His eyes were deadly serious. And reports of their wailing began 2 weeks ago. Returning to Jein Frey, he watched the crowd disperse. I can't believe we're stuck here. He scratched his head in confusion. When will it be fixed? Suddenly something caught Jein Frey's eye, making him stare in shock. Far away, blending into the crowd, a black shadow was moving. That thing is definitely not human. Back at the table, Nis picked up his coffee cup, taking a sip to stay alert. Setting the cup down on the saucer, he sighed deeply. But they aren't monsters or animals either. They appeared suddenly and have started attacking civilians. Meanwhile, Jein Frey couldn't take his eyes off the shadow. A terrifying thought crossed his mind, and cold sweat began to pour down his face as anxiety took hold. The crowd surged past a river of strangers, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. We didn't know their origin or their goal, but one thing was certain. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. A chill ran down my spine. A harbinger of doom. The entity known as Nameless strolled forward, an apex predator in human skin. Meanwhile, W and Mira analyzed the data with razor-sharp focus, listening to N's tactical breakdown. We must purge this threat before the streets run red with blood. As if possessing a beast's instinct, the creature snapped its head around, locking eyes directly with Jein Frey. The intensity of that gaze paralyzed him, sending shivers of pure dread through his veins. Unknown or not, we must exterminate them. Nis interlaced his fingers, his mind racing. These creatures, these nameless entities. In the clearing, dark mist coalesced as Nameless confronted Jein Frey. The monster's face twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs hungry for flesh. The pressure rooted Jein to the spot. He was a statue before the coming storm. Seizing the opening, Nameless expanded, morphing into a towering titan that eclipsed the sun. Its colossal form cast a shadow of terror over the civilians. What in God's name is that? A monster here? Panic erupted. Why has a dungeon boss spawned in the middle of the city? The beast threw its head back and unleashed a feral roar that shook the very earth. Jein Frey stood frozen, cold sweat drenching his back. Identify this target. How did it breach the city defenses? My database is empty. This creature, it wasn't in the original game lore. This wasn't just a standard Manhwa recap scenario. Reality was glitching. What the hell is going on? Self-preservation took over as the crowd stampeded, leaving a helpless child sprawling in the dirt. Someone please. The cry was cut short as Nameless extended a clawed hand toward the easy prey. Just in time, a shield cut through the air like a meteor. Damn it, move! Superkinetic force activated. The savior was none other than Jein Frey, stepping between death and the child. The kinetic shield absorbed the impact, sending the monster into a frenzy of frustrated rage. As the child scrambled to safety, Jein recalled his barrier, his eyes narrowing for the battle ahead. Nameless gnashed its teeth, fury radiating from its core. Is it a lone wolf? Jein thought. Impossible. High-tier monsters don't just manifest in urban zones without a rift. The creature gathered mana, its hands weaving a deadly pattern. A sphere of blue spiritual energy materialized from its internal force. Without hesitation, it hurled the condensed destruction straight at a stunned Jein Frey. He braced himself, tanking the hit head-on. The sheer force drove his heels into the pavement, carving trenches as he slid back. Gritting his teeth, he forced composure and glared back at the abomination. Jein's mind raced, analyzing the attack pattern. Wait, that energy signature? The realization hit him like a truck. That's the warrior-class skill destructive sphere breaker. How does a monster possess an adventurer's ability? Before he could process the anomaly, Nameless abruptly shifted focus, throwing Jein into a state of total confusion. It's targeting the civilians. The beast sought to slaughter the defenseless. Senses sharpening to their peak, Jein exploded forward, a blur of motion chasing the threat. Damn it, stop! He pushed his agility to the limit, lungs burning. I won't make it in time. But just then, flash step, a skeletal warrior materialized from the shadows, blocking the path. Nameless halted, confused by the undead apparition. The skeleton stood silent, a sentinel of death staring back. Enraged by the obstacle, the beast roared and unleashed a savage claw swipe at the bones. The tables turned instantly. The skeleton parried and unleashed a flurry of flaming slashes. Nameless howled in agony as holy fire seared its flesh, blood spraying from the gaping wounds. The monster collapsed, its life force extinguished. Jein Frey watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide. He slowly turned his gaze toward the skeletal savior standing amidst the carnage. From the distance, rhythmic footsteps echoed. That summon, Jein realized. Whatever controls that undead soldier is in a league of its own. Emerging from the dust was the puppet master Nis. Jein's jaw dropped. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Ignoring the shock, Nis commanded the civilians with absolute authority. This zone is a hazard. Follow my death knights to the shelter. Instantly, a legion of undead rose from the ground, forming a protective phalanx around the trembling citizens. Sighs of relief swept through the crowd. It's Lord Nis. We're saved. The 8 great guardians are here. Hearing the title, the gears in Jein's head finally clicked. The 8 great guardians. Jein scrutinized the man's stoic face. So this monster of a man is Mira's teammate. The rumor was true. With the immediate threat neutralized, Nis turned to him. Your interference saved lives today. You have my gratitude. Jein hesitated, waving it off. No. He had a burning question. More importantly, what the hell was that creature? Before he could answer, a system window popped up. Jein Frey, hold that thought. This is W speaking. A holographic screen manifested, displaying data on the Nameless ones. Target at point N1 has been suppressed, the voice reported. Mira has stabilized her sector. However, surveillance at W4 indicates the target is observing us. Mira reporting in. We've tagged a hostile at coordinates 5-2. Nis let out a breath he'd been holding. Roger that. It seemed the wave of nameless monsters had been temporarily contained. Standing beside the high ranker, Jein pieced it together. Nameless, so that's what you call these abominations. He glanced down at the carcass decomposing on the asphalt. Wait, that implies this is an invasion, not an incident. Seeing the battlefield stabilize, Nis nodded. Leave the cleanup to my subordinates. Now where were we? Mr. Jein Frey Vanred. The use of his full name made Jein flinch. You know who I am. Nis offered a knowing smile. You're more infamous than you realize. Tell me, have you ever considered joining the ranks of the 8 great guardians? He paused, his gaze piercing through Jein, awaiting the verdict. Silence stretched between them. Jein scratched the back of his head, looking away bashfully. I'll pass. I prefer the freedom of a solo adventurer over guild politics. Nis sighed, the offer rejected. A shame. His mind drifted back to a conversation with Mira. There's an adventurer you need to watch, she had said. He studied the young man again. Mira was right. He's different. He could feel it, an aura that separated Jein from the rabble of common mercenaries. Oblivious to the internal monologue, Jein kept scratching his head. Without wasting more words, Nis extended a hand with practiced elegance. Allow me to properly introduce myself. His smile was polite but commanding. I am Nis, Vice Guild Master of the Adventurers Association. As Jein gripped the hand, his mind reeled. Vice Guild Master. That means he stands at the apex of the 8 great guardians. Just as the alliance was formed, the corpse of the Nameless twitched. It was rising again. Nis frowned. Good grief. Their regenerative capabilities match the intelligence reports. Even though my Death Knights are S-class summons. He glanced at Jein, who was visibly startled, and offered a calm reassurance. These are a completely new species. We've dubbed them Nameless. No origin, no data. Behind him, a wall of skeletal warriors formed, ready for round 2. However, there is one theory. The giant undead soldiers closed in on the reviving beast. A theory that we are about to test in blood. Nis stood there, his expression colder than the frozen tundra. Behind him, titanic skeletons rose like a scene from a nightmare, threatening to wipe humanity off the map. Without a word, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. In the blink of an eye, the smoke cleared, revealing the monster sliced into unrecognizable chunks. The nameless creature was reduced to mere ash. Jein Frey Vanred watched in stunned silence, his mind struggling to comprehend the overwhelming power he just witnessed. Nis shifted his gaze to the horde of undead. If you encounter a Nameless, he said with a chilling smile, I expect you to exterminate it immediately. Show them absolutely no mercy. Jein Frey Vanred swallowed hard, nodding as the realization of his new mission sank in. He knew he had to step up. Cold sweat trickled down his back. This was the true strength of a Vice Guild Master in a top-tier awakening Manhwa, a commander of death itself. Meanwhile, on Weir's battlefield, a nameless beast began to stir. It rose from the debris, letting out a guttural roar that shook the very air. Seeing the attack coming, Weir didn't flinch. He raised his golden shield just as the beast unleashed 2 devastating slashes directly at his defense. Steel rang against holy light. Weir survived the impact, sweat beading on his forehead as he analyzed the enemy's attack patterns with calm precision. That hit. It's definitely over level 300 May. But a tank never backs down. We roared back his fighting spirit burning brighter than ever. The reflection skill triggered instantly. The Nameless recoiled as its own damage bounced back. Wire smirked, wiping his face. Is that all you've got? You're 100 years too early to break my defense. We didn't give it a second to breathe, raising his shield for a counter-offensive. Shatter. Shield shock. A blinding pillar of golden light smashed into the weakened monster. The damage scaled with his defense, turning the beast's body black and broken until it collapsed in defeat. Weir stood victorious. He straightened his posture, immediately patching a communication line to Nis. Target neutralized, requesting orders from the vice chairman. But elsewhere the sound of frantic footsteps echoed toward a pool of fresh blood. Another Nameless was stalking an adventurer. At point W4, Maria took a long drag from her cigarette, looking utterly bored. Ugh, what a filthy, wretched creature. She halted, standing with perfect poise. You are a plague upon this world. Smoke curled from her lips as she pointed a finger. Those who defy me pay with their lives. She ascended into the air like an avenging angel. A massive battle cross materialized in her hands, radiating holy energy. She pulled the weapon back, her eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Go to hell, trash. The impact was deafening, sending a fountain of crimson blood spraying like rain. Job done. Maria turned her back on the carnage, strutting away. She paused only to spit out one last insult. What a waste of my precious time. Do the world a favor and rot. Back with the main duo, Jein Frey and Red Frey looked at Nis. I understand the gravity of the situation. If we don't purge these things, travel between the 6 continents will be completely locked down. Nis nodded, confirming the grim reality of this system Manhwa scenario. Jein Frey. Van Red Frey stroked his chin, deep in thought. This doesn't make sense. These nameless monsters, they never appeared in the original game data. Wait a second. A memory flashed in his mind. I remember hearing a vague rumor about this back in the day. The image of the beast lingered in his mind. If these are the rumored hidden mobs, dropping them might grant me a legendary hidden item. Good work, kid. Nis pulled up a holographic interface, startling Jein Frey Van Red Frey. Battle concluded already. Jein Frey Van Red Frey peeked over. That was insanely fast. Then Mira's voice crackled through. Mira sounded panicked. Vice Chairman, I'm sorry. The target has escaped. Nis's expression instantly darkened, the temperature dropping around him. Maria was the strongest, yet the enemy fled. Nis forced himself to remain calm. Are you injured? Give me a full situation report now. Mira was sprinting, wind elements swirling around her. I'm fine. It ran, but I'm in hot pursuit with the elemental spirits. They're heading towards Sector S5. Nis nodded. Understood. I'm en route. All units converge on Sector S5 immediately. Roger that. Jein Frey Van Red Frey stepped up, his eyes determined. I'm going too. He didn't wait for permission. We need to analyze this anomaly. Its power, its origin. If the intercontinental portals close, we're all doomed. His rapid analysis left Nis stunned for a moment. You're sharp. Nis regained his composure. We are fighting an unknown variable. If you want to join the raid team, your knowledge is useful. Nis's gaze turned steely. But remember, I am the commander here. We will ensure you don't die. Jein Frey Van Red Frey nodded, accepting the terms. Understood. Thank you. No time to waste. Let's move. Jein Frey Van Red Frey. At Sector S5, Mira and her spirits were closing in. The Nameless kept running, making her scream in frustration. Stop right there. Seeing the beast gain distance, Mira felt rage bubble up. You think you can run? What a humiliation. I won't let you get away. Letting a bug like you escape would be a stain on my honor. But the monster skidded to a halt. Maria was already there, blocking the path. She raised her holy cross high. Your stats have dropped. Mira, stop playing around. Before Maria could strike, Weir suddenly intervened. Expect the unexpected, Maria. Weir deployed a protective barrier. With the 8 guardians here, we fight as a team. Cover each other. The Nameless was now completely surrounded by the 3 rankers. In the distance, Nis and Jein Frey Van Red Frey finally arrived on the scene. Perfect timing. Mira looked surprised to see them. Vice Chairman and... She pointed a confused finger at Jein Frey Van Red Frey. Why is the rookie here? Jein Frey Van Red Frey laughed nervously. Just coincidentally passing by. Nis cut in, his voice sharp. Chatter later. Kill the target first. He held out his hand. Mask. Now. But Mira was sweating bullets. Wait, Vice Chairman, there's something I haven't reported. She shouted, her voice trembling as she pointed at the monster. That Nameless thing, it just spoke. Nis froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The Nameless. It spoke. How could a brainless entity possess language? Jein Frey was struck by a thunderbolt of realization, but he quickly turned to the group, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Fon. Iveramyan fallback. The nameless creature's lips curled into a sinister, scheming grin. Suddenly, from the shadows of the trees, a swarm of its kin surged forward like a dark tide. It looks like the menu has improved today, the creature hissed. Devour them all. The sheer horror of the scene froze the 5 adventurers for a split second before they tightened their defensive circle. The monster's charged fangs bared and thirsting for blood, rushing straight for Jein Frey and Mira. Maria raised her staff high, standing firm as the rearguard, while Mira Ifritas summoned a roaring inferno in her palms. Fear saw him. Ifrit's fire tide. In an instant, the blast knocked the vanguard back. The monsters shrieked as they were incinerated by the relentless flames, while the trio watched the destruction with the calm eyes of elites. Mira rested her staff on her shoulder. See that we handled them in a single breath. They were pathetically weak. Yet a shadow crossed her face. Still, I cannot forgive myself for letting filth like them escape earlier. The problem is that it spoke. Nis interrupted, his voice grave. A leader of the Nameless, capable of human speech. Judging by this situation, this isn't the work of a rogue individual. This is far more critical than we anticipated. He frowned, his mind racing. They possess intelligence. Jein and Weir looked down at the ground, the weight of the situation settling in. Maria and Mira stood aside, the silence heavy between them. Suddenly, Jain's eyes went wide, his senses tingling as if struck by a current. He spun around, gazing into the deep unknown. I detect a massive mana signature deep within the forest. It's another Nameless. The 3 behind him stood in a terrified silence until Nis asked the question on everyone's mind. Jein Frey, how could you possibly know that? Jein scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Well? Nis smiled knowingly from behind. It seems our rookie underwent some special sensory training back in his hometown. Nis looked at him, his expression serious. Regardless, we cannot ignore a threat of this magnitude. Jein Frey, can you guide us to their location? Jein looked slightly flustered, but nodded. All right. He took point, leading the party into the abyss of the forest. Deep inside, a glowing magical matrix pulsed on the ground. It's here. Jein pointed at the luminous formation. I can feel the Nameless's mana radiating from right above this. Nis's bangs overshadowed his eyes as he analyzed it. This is a dimensional gate, a high-tier skill belonging to the mage class. Mira's face hardened. This confirms the worst-case scenario. The Nameless are evolving. They can steal the skills of fallen adventurers. Jein stood silent in the darkness, his mind racing. There was no doubt left. This was the exact rumor he had heard in his previous life, a classic trope of a manhwa recap turned reality. If that is true, then these creatures are leveling up just like adventurers. This poses a catastrophic threat. Nis offered a reassuring smile. However, with 4 out of 8 guardians and a rookie with unlimited potential, we should be fine. Jein couldn't believe his ears. Jein Frey. Isn't that the name making headlines recently? Mira repeated the words with pure shock. The potential-filled rookie. Maria rubbed her chin, evaluating him with a new gaze. So it really was you. Nis's voice turned cold and commanding. Let's move in. John sighed internally. Why do I feel like I'm dancing in the palm of this guy's hand? The group of 5 stepped onto the matrix. The light warped, transporting them to a pitch-black chamber lined with countless doors. What the hell is this place? Nothing but doors as far as the eye can see, Jein muttered. Weir stepped forward, his shield ready. I'll take the lead. Everyone stick close to my back. Hey, rookie, you stick to the shield bearer. We'll cover the rear. Jein gave a faint smile. Understood. I'll leave our backs to you. He reached out, slowly creaking open a wooden door as Weir stepped in to scout. Jein followed him with a casual stride. Nothing here. Suddenly, something shifted beneath his feet. Both men whipped their heads around in shock as iron bars slammed down, sealing the wooden door shut. The team outside was just as stunned. Mira gasped. What on earth? The door slammed shut and a heavy cage dropped from the ceiling, trapping the vanguard. Nis's composure cracked, revealing genuine worry. Are you two okay? Jein grabbed the iron bars, testing their strength. He shook them violently. It's a trap. We're locked in. Jein shouted back to reassure them. We're fine. But a dark shadow began to coalesce behind them. Before he could finish his sentence, a screech echoed through the room, making them spin around in panic. A monster materialized from the darkness. Where did these Nameless come from? Weir immediately rushed forward, raising his shield. Nis's voice came from outside. What's happening in there? Target identified, preparing to engage. Jein narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting. Let me handle this. we're warned, Jein Frey. But Jein had already conjured a shimmering shield slash. Dozens of light beams pierced the creature, riddling its body with holes. Jein smirked. That Nameless had a mana level of roughly 150. A single strike was enough to delete it. Truly worthy of the title of Guardian. Nis gripped the bars from the outside. I heard a noise. Is everyone intact? A voice echoed from within. A Nameless appeared, but we've already neutralized it. Suddenly the monster's corpse morphed, revealing the form of Sibet. Oh my, a little lost adventurer. A poisonous purple smoke began to radiate from her body. Their eyes widened as they stared at her. Jein analyzed her face, his instincts screaming. This thing is on a completely different level than anything we've fought before. Jein summoned his shield slash once more. Wait. Sibat stood perfectly still, unbothered. She raised a single hand. Fu. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a shockwave that shattered his defense. Jein reeled, disoriented by the impact. He stumbled backward, crashing into the wall hard enough to crack the stone. Sibat laughed, a sound like grinding bones. Distinct pity, adventurer. I am Sibet. Jein's mind raced, calculating the odds. That attack just now, it was a swordsman's skill. So the rumors were true. They can utilize adventurer abilities. I had my doubts since I never saw it in the game, but now it's undeniable. Sibat placed a hand on her hip. Fu cat, got your tongue. You must be paralyzed with fear. Weir struggled to his feet, placing his body between Jein and the monster. Damn it, I let my guard down. Fall back, Jein Frey. Sibat's gaze lowered condescendingly. Don't worry. I'll give both of you a proper send-off. Hold on. Why are you smiling? Jein's expression was cryptic, contrasting sharply with Weir's panic. If the game rumors are accurate, there are 4 named Nameless in this dungeon, and she is one of them. Hands in his pockets, Jein walked forward with a swagger that defied the situation. And the rumor says... Jein stepped closer to the deadly entity. A smirk curled on his lips. If you defeat all 4 calamities, you obtain the reward. An image of the Reaper's scythe flashed in his mind. The hidden legendary artifact I never obtained in my past life, classic system Manhwa logic. Weir stood nearby, watching the standoff between Jein Frey and Sibet. But before I grab that hidden item, I need to clear up a few things. Oh, my offering yourself up voluntarily. Sibet drew a jagged sword. Yes, how adorable. Very well, I'll slice you into bite-sized pieces to make you easier to digest. She raised her blade and lunged, swinging with enough force to cleave a mountain. Jein braced himself, but suddenly he saw Weir throwing himself into the path of the blade, glowing with light. That's the Shield Knight's skill sacrifice. Weir turned his head, unable to look Jein in the eye. Our battle isn't over yet. Sibat shrieked in fury. You dying trash. Stop meddling in my meal. Jein screamed, Brother, that skill is... Weir smiled through the pain. Don't worry. As long as I, a member of the Guardians, still draw breath, I will not let a single hair on Jein Frey's head be touched. Is that really all you've got? She swapped her blade for a bow, eyes gleaming with malice. All talk, no bite. She drew the string, mana crackling. I always devour the delicious ones first, so die. The flame arrow tore through the air, shattering his defense. Flame missile. His jaw dropped as the projectile found its mark, but the tank stood firm. His shield, smoking from the impact, remained an unmovable wall. I told you, I won't let you lay a single finger on him. Fury twisted her face into a demon's mask. If you have a death wish, I'll grant it. The duo stood calm before her killing intent. She lashed out with a mana-infused whip. Clang. The massive shield absorbed the whip's strike effortlessly. Don't look so shocked. But before the dust settled, flame missile. Another arrow flew. He braced against the impact with both hands, sweat beading on Weir's brow. She's skilled. The MC watched in horror as a second arrow manifested. Flame missile. The third strike buckled his stance. Wait, shouldn't that skill have a cooldown? As Weir fell to one knee, the enemy's form shimmered and split. 2 bodies. My. She grinned, revealing predatory teeth. You take a beating well. The clone mocked them instantly. Better than I expected. 2 identical nightmares stood before them. What the hell? Weir stared, disbelief washing over him. The MC was speechless. Clone summoning arts. Both archers drew their bows in perfect sync. Die now. 2 streaks of fire screamed toward the kneeling tank. Even her clones can cast flame missile. The barrage was relentless. The earlier arrow rain was just a warm-up from her copy. Boom. An explosion swallowed them. Damn it, blocking attacks from 2 directions is impossible. The twins just scoffed coldly. In the smoke, Jein Frey raised a small orb, desperation in his eyes. Weir's eyes went wide as he knelt, looking up at his teammate. You saved me. Thank you. Weir looked down, voice trembling. I told you I don't need your sacrifice. Deactivate the skill now. The MC's eyes widened in panic. I can't do that. Jein was speechless. Brother. Weir struggled to stand, pain etched on his face. I know you have the potential. Otherwise the Vice Guild leader wouldn't have let you join us. Jein listened, heart pounding. Weir straightened his back, facing the twin death dealers. You are part of this team now, and that means it is my duty to protect you with my life, because I am the shield of this party. Purple aura flared around the enemy. Both enemies moved in perfect unison. Even during their cooldown phase, their defense was impenetrable. No openings. Even with the shield, passive defense is just a slow death. He clenched his fist. What do we do? The twins sighed simultaneously, scratching their heads. I'm bored, and I'm starving. She covered a sinister smile. Let's end this warm-up. Jein and Weir froze, jaws hitting the floor. 3 of them, 2 against 3, impossible. Weir's composure cracked. This breaks the system rules. Clone skills are capped at 1 copy. The MC's mind raced. Wait. If the clone can use skills, it can also use summoning. At this rate, she'll create an infinite army. Surprised, the enemies sneered. You have plenty of blood left to spill. Suddenly, 5 flame arrows locked onto them. 5 archers stood ready. Terror gripped them. A blinding light surged 5 clones. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the room. Hellfire tide. Outside, the team desperately battered the dungeon door. Mira's face was pale. It's no use, we can't break it. The door stood mocking them, scratching free even against the undead warrior's full power. What the hell is this material? She prayed. Please, survive. Inside the inferno, Jein Frey screamed for Weir, who lay motionless on the scorched earth. Hey, wake up! Blood trickled down his friend's head. A weak groan broke the silence, freezing Jean's heart. Jein Frey! The whisper echoed louder than a scream. Thank God. You're safe. Stop talking. You're pushing your body too far. Weir smiled brightly. I am the team's shield. That is my pride. Nearby, the witch covered her mouth, giggling at their misery. Jein stood up, face darkening. You bastard. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. I used every teleport scroll. My artifacts are useless. Flame missile. Ridiculous. Splat blood sprayed into the air as the attack connected. Weir stared in disbelief. Did he just take the hit? Jein stood drenched in crimson. I'm sorry. The shield failed you. I'm leaving you alone in this hell. The 3 clones giggled like schoolgirls watching a comedy. Blood mixed with tears on Jein's face. System alert. HP critical. This was turning into a brutal leveling Manhwa tragedy. I need you to help me do one thing. The enemy tilted her head, confused. Weir offered a gentle, resigned smile. All right. I trust you with my life. Tears turned to blood on his cheeks. Thank you, brother. The witch scoffed impatiently. Are you done with the melodrama? It's an eyesore. Another fire arrow screamed toward Jein's back. Cooldown complete. Only 1 left. Die / a flash of light cut through the air. Suddenly 1 clone was decapitated. Her voice trembled. Huh. What just happened? Jein Frey stood there, blade in hand, aura completely changed. His expression was absolute 0. You better prepare yourselves. Murderous intent poured off him. His eyes were sharp steel. When did he move? The clones charged in fury. How dare you look down on me, low-life trash, die! He vanished and reappeared in the air. Her eyes bulged as cold steel kissed her neck. Shing, a clean cut, sent her head flying. The remaining 3 stared in pure horror. Rage burned in his voice. I told you to prepare for death. There is no next time. He pointed his blade downward. Skill, liquefaction. In a blink, liquid blades pierced every remaining clone, dropping them like puppets with cut strings. A 4-leaf clover card materialized in the air. Jein clutched the card, turning his gaze to the pool of blood where Weir lay. He walked over, eyes closed, tears of blood falling. I have a request. He fell to his knees beside his friend. There is a weapon I need to repair. Hearing the request, Weir opened his eyes, a faint smile returning. Spirit inheritance. Is that it? Jein bowed his head in guilt. A skill an adventurer can only use once in a lifetime. So there is hope. Weir's smile was full of peace. I understand. I will gladly entrust my spirit to you. 3 weapons floated up, merging into Jein's blade as the flame of Weir's life finally flickered out. Usually a warrior's weapon follows them to the afterlife. But if someone inherits their will, the soul is transferred through the ritual known as spirit inheritance. The sword pulsed with ancient power. I swear, I will carry your will to the end. Weir closed his eyes, smiling, and spoke no more. He gazed down, deaf to the chaos outside, lost in his own world. Nissa's voice broke the trance. The path is open. We move now. Jein Frey and Mira froze, the reality of the moment setting in. Death hung heavy in the freezing air, 4 bodies scattered like broken dolls. She blurred past him, panic in her eyes. Wirt. Her scream echoed. What happened here? Damn it. The grime of battle still stained his face. Golden light erupted from Maria's hands, desperate to reverse fate. Hold on, I will not let you die. But Jein turned his back, unable to watch the light fade. Jein Frey. Nis approached, his voice heavy with suppressed emotion. You are wounded. Tell me the truth of this tragedy. Jein lowered his head, shame burning his cheeks. He took the blow meant for me. Fresh blood and deep gashes marred the paladin's armor. His eyes were wide, lost in the shock of the final moment. Nis surveyed the carnage before turning to Maria's desperate struggle. Wake up, damn you. What were you thinking? Sacrificing yourself like a hero, you absolute fool. He placed a gentle hand on her trembling shoulder. Maria, it is over. He walked past them toward the fallen warrior. Wirt's eyes remained forever closed. I have heard enough from Jein Frey. He gazed down at the silent system notification. You were the pride of the 8 Stars Guard. Rest now, brother. Maria's face went blank, her heart shutting down. Maria bit her lip, fury replacing sorrow. Jein buried his anguish deep inside. They turned their backs, leaving Wirt in the Reaper's embrace. Your death will not be in vain. We promise blood. They faced a massive gate, another trial awaiting them. The party halted. Nis stepped forward, aura flaring. I will take point this time. The heavy doors groaned open. The squad stepped into the unknown. Maria scanned the room, hands on her hips. Open house today. No traps. Nis remained vigilant. Indeed. It is too quiet. Suddenly 100 pairs of eyes glowed in the dark. Demons. An entire army grinning at them. It seems we cannot refuse their hospitality. Weapons were drawn instantly. Fall back, I will slaughter them all, Maria shouted, cold sweat betraying her bravado. What is with that energy? I am pissed off right now. Mira stepped up. Same here. Vice Captain Nis nodded, his eyes cold. We all share this rage. Arise, he summoned his undead legion, commanding them to charge. Maria roared, swinging her weapon with Mira close behind. I will crush these filth into dust. Nis watched from the rear. There is no time to mourn Wirt yet. Total extermination is the only option. He shifted his gaze, voice lowering. Jein Frey, are you holding up? The rookie answered without hesitation. No. I am wondering if this team is truly reliable. The words struck a nerve. Nis froze. You are speaking of Wirt, aren't you? Jein clenched his fists, head hanging low. Because of me. An elite of the 8 stars has fallen. Silence stretched between them. Nis said nothing, simply bowing his head in shared sorrow. Then tell me, Frey. Did Wirt ever give you a reason to resent him? The boy paused, memories surfacing. No. In the end, he only smiled. Nis closed his eyes, a bitter smile touching his lips. That sounds right. He was a damn fool with a heart of gold. He acknowledged you as a true comrade. That is why he shielded you, carrying on his legacy. That is the greatest honor you can give him. Jein Frey nodded, turning back to the battlefield. The slaughter was finished. Let's move. They buried their grief deep, stepping forward into the abyss once more. Mira pointed ahead. The path splits. Orders. Splitting the party is suicide in a dungeon. Nis calculated the odds rapidly. Staying together offers strength. But a single trap could wipe us all out. Given the monstrous aura ahead, this is a gamble with death. After a moment of tactical silence, Nis made the call. No, we split up. 2 teams of 2. We risk power dilution to ensure survival. We cannot let a single strategy end the mission. Maria stepped forward, pointing a finger. You. Rookie. You are with me. I cannot unleash my full power with the strict vice captain or silent Mira watching. Jein sighed internally. What kind of logic is that? Oh, look at that beauty, a fat punching bag just for me. Jein gasped, feeling like he was in a brutal leveling manhwa. What it is charging at us, it is a tier 2 beast named Booba. Level 299. Meanwhile, Mira and Nis faced their own nightmare. The intel was correct. You humans reek of delicious high-grade mana. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Devouring you will grant me exquisite skills. Are you prepared to die, girl? It is a tier 3 beast named Abis. Level 333. Mira's eyes narrowed. Always. Jein, Mira, Maria, and Nis locked in. Kill or be killed. The battle for survival began. But on the other side, Maria and Jein stared blankly as Booba simply ate. The beast gnawed on a bone with sickening delight. Jein analyzed the threat, but Maria was already a blur of motion. That monster's mana density. It is insane. It might even surpass the 5th Demon King. Wait, we need to observe its attack patterns first. Jane's eyes almost popped out of his skull. She was already sprinting, a manic grin on her face. She closed the distance in a heartbeat. Impossible. Maria looked down with queen-like arrogance. Filthy beast. Nothing that comes from your vile mouth deserves existence. Space warped as she summoned her weapon. A colossal warhammer materialized in her grip. The beast looked up in confusion. Eat this. She brought the hammer down with apocalyptic force. Jain stood frozen jaw hitting the floor, his face contorted in shock. That was a terrifyingly holy prayer. Wait a second. Maria grinned as the monster sprawled on its back legs, twitching. Your reflexes are trash, fatty. Let me help you shed some pounds. She rested the massive hammer on her shoulder. Jean analyzed her movements. It looks like reckless insanity. But every strike hits the fatal point. She truly is a master of the 8 stars. My current level is nowhere near hers. Suddenly Maria froze. She stared intently at her weapon. Ah, crap. I grabbed the wrong toy. If I used the axe, that would have been a one-hit kill. Jean slumped in defeat. Never mind. She is just reckless. But the beast began to stir. Interesting. A strong human has arrived. It licked its lips with a serpentine tongue. You are mine. Maria instantly swapped the hammer for a gigantic battle axe. Jain analyzed rapidly. Did its blubber absorb the impact, or did it cast a barrier the split second before the hammer connected? The monster tossed its meal aside, aura exploding. Its level is higher than it looks. No wonder Vert had trouble with these things. Maria's expression darkened. Fine then. A blinding light gathered around her. O merciful Lord, I offer my gratitude for your divine will. Take this beast's flesh as my tribute. Divine judgment command. She swung the axe, heedless of her surroundings. Oops, sorry. Jain turned pale, soul leaving his body. If I stand here, I'm going to get cleaved in 2. Adapt or die, rookie. She roared, charging the beast like a berserker from an awakening Manhwa. Is she insane? Jain summoned his blade. Damn it all, no time to whine. I must join the fray. Mestain. So centipede. Her eyes went wide as he charged in blade in hand. Maria barked orders from the side. Perfect timing. Rookie, lend me your back. She pivoted on her heel and launched herself. A sharp grunt of pain escaped him as she used his spine as a springboard, soaring high into the air. Maria gripped her battle axe, descending like a meteor straight toward Bubeka. The beast dodged just in time, her axe shattering the earth where he stood. Jein Frey Vanred lay flat on his face in the dirt. He dodged it. That fat tub of lard is surprisingly agile. He covered his mouth, whispering in awe. This is insanity. So. W. He really was incredible for acting as a shield for a berserker like her. Jein Frey Vanred sat up, watching her relentlessly swing her axe, taunting the monster. Her expression was cold, a mask of pure killing intent. He remained on one knee watching her. I get it now. Niss's words echoed in his mind, carrying on his fallen comrade's will. That was the only way to truly repay the debt. This was her way of seeking vengeance for W. A sharp shout snapped him back to reality. Hey! She tilted her head, panting heavily. You're an Outer Zone guardian, aren't you? Do your job properly, brat. Jein Frey Vanred looked up at her, determination hardening his gaze. He stood gripping his sword until his knuckles turned white. That monster's true power. It's still a complete mystery. Blindly attacking without a plan will only get us both killed. Seeing his resolve, Maria tightened her grip on her weapon, ready for round 2. Instead of rushing in, I'll focus all my energy on supporting her. She raised her axe high once more, laughing maniacally. Repent for your sins of gluttony and fall straight to hell. Amen. The beast clamped his eyes shut, baring his fangs. Keelan thunder roar. Elsewhere, Mira commanded Chihao. Beside her, the hound unleashed torrents of electricity that surged across the room. Abat remained seated, chin resting on his hand, unfazed. The electricity coursed through him, making his body tremble. But he stood up, flexing his muscles with a twisted grin. This tingling sensation, it's actually quite refreshing. He looked down at them as Abat massaged his temples. My body feels lighter than before. Nis called out to Mira. She glanced at him, understanding the signal instantly. She summoned her dragon and mermaid spirits. Keelan Hydro Mine. Electricity still crackled around the villain's body. A massive wave crashed down from behind him, causing his body to convulse violently. This attack is significantly stronger than the last one. This is bad. It was as if 2 grim reapers had seized his arms. Nis pushed up his glasses, analyzing the situation. Your body is sturdy, I'll give you that. But what happens if you take continuous damage while unable to move? The villain grinned, baring his teeth. Don't you humans always say to respect your elders? Nis's eyes turned ice cold. True. But when that elder is a monster harming innocents, that rule doesn't apply. Bloodspear stepped forward, blade drawn. He faced the enemy and drove his sword straight through Abat's chest. A gaping hole appeared in his chest. Nis stepped closer, his voice grim. Killing you won't bring my teammates back. But at least your death will serve as atonement for your sins. The villain collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Nis and Mira stood over the unmoving corpse, watching for any sign of life. We're done here. I wonder how Maria and the rookie are doing. You're right. We don't know what's coming next, so let's regroup immediately. They turned to leave, but a sudden noise made them spin around. The corpse on the floor vanished. It's gone. Where the hell did he go? Suddenly a shadow loomed over them and blood sprayed into the air. Mira watched in horror as a severed arm hit the ground. The villain landed gracefully. Vice Guild Master. Excellent. Truly excellent. She stared in shock at the stump where Nis's arm used to be. Abit flexed his claws. Both of you possess very delicious skills. Mira's mind raced. That move. It's the thief's steal skill and your regeneration. Surely that's the undying vitality of a warrior. Nis clutched his wound, his guard up. He must have stolen those skills, and he can use them simultaneously, so this is his true power. The monster laughed with pure glee. Stay sharp, Mira. He dragged a finger across his long tongue. Now, it's my turn. Cold sweat ran down their faces. No matter what, we have to take him down. A boom echoed through the chamber. Maria drove her axe straight into the center of Bubeka's face. Her eyes widened in shock. Jein Frey Vanred, watching from the side, gasped. The edge of the axe was stopped by a faint aura. The monster grinned, showing every tooth. That was a vicious hit, but I blocked it. A surge of power erupted from him, forcing her back. Maria watched as he stood tall, completely unharmed. He licked his lips hungrily. That is the strengthening skill of a mage. He realized he couldn't dodge that strike, so he used a buff to drastically increase his defense. She flew into a rage, gripping her axe. Is defense the only trick you know? She swung wildly at him. Come here, you damn fat pig. Bubeka blocked her attacks with his bare hands. Maria roared, You disrespectful piece of trash. She channeled a massive burst of energy to knock him down. You don't have the right to call me what I call you. Jein Frey Vanred watched the chaos, noticing a pattern. Ruthless battle axe. She ran her hand along the blade. I'll finish you in the next strike. Hold his legs for me. Got it. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred stepped in front of her with his sword. I can feel her rage. She wants blood for Wert's death. She's going to kill him no matter what. Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes, staring ahead. But something is off. The monster fell back, legs kicking in the air. That massive mana I felt when we first met. Right now he's only defending. But he must be hiding a trump card. What is he planning? A halo above the monster's head began to glow. Bubeka struggled to his feet. I won't go easy on you anymore. Neither of you will leave here alive. I'll tear you to shreds and devour you whole. They stood in silence, listening to his rant. He summoned a massive sphere of water, hydro cannon. He laughed triumphantly as the orb flew toward them. Explode and die, you little prey. But the torrent of water vanished instantly before his eyes. Jein Frey Vanred's small orb had absorbed it all. Jein Frey Vanred manipulated the sphere, sucking in the energy. What the? Jein Frey Vanred smirked. I see. So this was your hidden trump card. Too bad it's useless now. He held the orb up for the monster to see. Bubeka's voice trembled with excitement. What was that skill just now? Jein Frey Vanred laughed coldly and charged. You want it. With a single flash of his blade, he severed the monster's arm. Bubeka stared at his detached limb and screamed, clutching the wound in agony. You little pests are making me angry. In the blink of an eye, the arm reattached itself. But did you forget I can heal myself? Maria stood behind him, aura flaring. It's over, rookie. Her body and axe began to glow with blinding light. Well done, you child of the filthy mortal world. She charged, dragging the heavy axe. He conjured a defensive shield. My buff won't block that, I need to run. But Jein Frey Vanred, standing behind him, extended his hand. Control. My body. I can't move. Jein Frey Vanred's fingers danced in the air like a puppeteer. You hate moving, don't you? By using both pieces of equipment simultaneously, I can manipulate the enemy's movements freely. It's the ultimate advantage in a system Manhwa fight like this. Even though it only works on one target at a time, Maria leaped high, bringing the axe down. A beam of light bisected Bubeka. His body split cleanly in two. His skin turned deathly pale, and his severed hand twitched one last time. "Oh Lord, I offer this sacrificial lamb to you." She slammed her massive axe into the ground. "Eat up in the next life, okay? Hey, fatty." The four-leaf clover card materialized again. She stared at the card blankly. "What is this trash?" Maria tossed it aside, but he scrambled to grab it. "Are you crazy? This is a huge drop." "Well, I don't want it." He let out a relieved sigh. "We're halfway through the dungeon." She stood nearby, her brows knitting together in confusion. "When I unleashed my ultimate, something blocked that guy's movement. His power isn't just a rumor. Let's move to the next sector." "So the trash mobs are cleared, right?" "Yeah." They walked deeper, but Maria led them straight into a dead end. He was speechless. "I actually thought she had a map skill or something. She walked with such confidence I didn't question it." Their voices echoed through the empty corridor. "Let's just backtrack to the fork in the road." I know that," she snapped, pointing a finger in his face. "Damn it, rookie. You're supposed to be the guide in moments like this. The injustice of it all." Suddenly a noise made their hearts skip a beat. Their bodies began to fade into particles. Space magic? They materialized in a vast empty chamber. Total confusion took hold. Did we just get teleported? What the hell is happening? Mira and Nis were sprawled on the floor. The Vice Guild leader lay face down, unmoving. She was motionless beside him. Jein Frey rushed to her side, shaking her gently. "Hey Mira, wake up, are you okay?" One of her eyes cracked open weakly. "Jein Frey." A chilling laugh echoed, putting him instantly on guard. "You lot should be thanking me." A bot materialized right in front of them, arrogant hands on his hips. He raised a hand to halt Jein Frey. "I was kind enough to warp your pathetic teammates here." Jein Frey frowned gently, setting Mira down to assess the threat. Jein Frey analyzed the situation. "So he controls the spatial magic here. Inside this leveling Manhwa dungeon, everything is under his control." Maria didn't hesitate. She rushed toward Nis, who was critically injured on the cold stone. The Vice Guild leader let out a pained groan. "Maria." She checked his vitals, her voice trembling. "Hang in there, Vice Leader. My healing magic will patch you up. Your arm? It's going to be fine." But before she could finish, a pitch-black arrow pierced through her chest. Jein Frey, Nis, and Mira stared in absolute horror. A blast of dark energy erupted, forcing a fountain of fresh blood from her wound. As she collapsed, Mira's scream tore through the air. The team was paralyzed by shock. From the shadows, that cold, malicious voice dripped with amusement. "That was close. Don't be so hasty to heal your friends, little lady." That was a light mage skill. Abat had fired a high-density laser beam. Jein Frey stood frozen, his voice cracking with panic. "Maria, are you all right?" She turned her gaze to Nis, her voice trembling like a leaf. "My fault, Vice Leader. I let my guard down." Nis looked at her with desperation. "Forget about me. Focus on yourself. Heal your own wounds now." Maria tried to channel her mana. She stared at her shaking hands, terror filling her eyes. "What is this?" "My skills. I can't activate them." As panic set in, a bot threw his head back in manic laughter. "Look at this prize." Maria looked up slowly, her eyes widening at the weapon in his hand. "Socho impossible." Jein Frey's mind raced. That's Maria's axe summon. Did he just hijack her ability? How does a system error like that even happen? Usually the user has to die for a skill strip. Is there a hidden condition? A bot twirled the massive axe effortlessly. "Yes, gaze upon my new toy." Maria screamed in defiance. "Give it back, that belongs to me." But the agitation was too much. She violently coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Her teammates cried out. Jein Frey gritted his teeth. "This is a nightmare. Forget the skill steal logic for now. We need to keep her alive." He raised the axe high. "Relax, children. Let me teach you a lesson. If you manage to defeat me, perhaps all these stolen skills will return to their original owners." Abis smirked with overwhelming arrogance. "Well, do I look like the type who lies about the rules of the game?" Every instinct in Jein Frey's body screamed danger. He analyzed the bastard Abis. "I can't just rush in blind without understanding the mechanics of his theft ability. But I have no choice but to play his game." Casting doubt aside, Jein Frey launched himself forward, his eyes burning with killing intent. Seconds later, his body felt heavy. Abis extended a palm, looking down at him like a bug. "Calm down, boy." A crushing pressure slammed Jein Frey into place. "This energy, it's the Hand of God skill. The advanced warrior class ability. Emperor's Aura. It locks the opponent in place with pure dominance." Suddenly Nis struggled to his feet, his gaze locking onto the enemy with renewed fury. "You hurt Mira. And now you try to take Maria." Mana surged around him. Don't you dare underestimate the will of this guild. He unleashed the black slash. As the wave of dark energy roared toward him, Abis raised his weapon to block. The impact shook the room. Instantly, a shadow clone manifested. Abis looked at Nis with utter contempt. So impatient. Is this the best the younger generation has to offer? He paused for effect. You should really learn to respect your elders. Mira spat back disgust written on her face. No. A disgusting fossil like you deserves nothing but punishment. Mira channeled her mana into the Tri-Fury technique. Her eyes locked onto Abis like a predator, and she unleashed a devastating barrage. Abis stroked his white beard, smiling like a demon. Now that actually looked somewhat dangerous. But even as he spoke, he was gathering massive energy. But I think level 5 shielding should suffice. Iron Wall. It was a tank-class defensive skill forming an impenetrable barrier against her assault. Mira's eyes widened in shock. He blocked it again. How many layers of defense can this monster stack? The individual shields aren't god tier, but his cooldown is non-existent. Abis chuckled, clearly enjoying the struggle. Impressive. I didn't think you rats had this much fight left in you. The youth truly are full of surprises. Mira scoffed. Save your praise. Your technique is sloppy, old man. She summoned her 3 spirit guardians. Ifrit Undine Kirin, lend me your power. Answering their master's call, the 3 elemental spirits surged forward to amplify Mira's next strike. The atmosphere trembled as the elemental blessing buff surged, infusing the attack with raw natural power. Nis channeled his mana, glaring daggers at the enemy. Respect a monster like you doesn't deserve a shred of it. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion tore through the air, drowning the battlefield in choking dust. Nis and Mira braced themselves, scanning the smoke with bated breath for the result. Did we get him? Mira's voice quivered. Stay sharp, Nis warned, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, a piercing azure beam tore through the haze, a death ray seeking blood. The energy output was insane. The beam locked onto them with terrifying precision, leaving them barely a split second to react to the incoming destruction. Nis froze in horror, and Mira stood paralyzed. That stance. That was the Vice Guild leader's signature move. Abis emerged from the chaos, a twisted grin of triumph plastering his face. Here, have it back! Abis roared. Meanwhile, Jein Frey watched in disbelief. This wasn't just a simple fight. It was like a scene from a leveling manhwa where the boss copies every move. Confusion warred with rage in Jane's mind. How is this possible? The system hadn't warned him about a copy ability. When did the bastard steal their powers? His body refused to obey, locked in place by some unseen force. But as the beam closed in panic, shattered his paralysis. He had to warn them. Dodge now. Jean's roar ripped through the air, desperate to save his teammates. But the enemy's attack was faster than sound itself. Crash! The wall behind them disintegrated under the impact of Ifrit. But as the dust settled, Nis and Mira had been blown back. Abis sneered. Oh, summoning an elemental spirit to counter my strike, clever little insects. If not for that split-second summon, they would have been obliterated. They had cheated death, but the Reaper was still watching. Smoke drifted from Abis's injured eye, but his aura only grew darker. Splendid. You actually managed to scratch me. Nearby, Maria screamed from the floor, helpless and enraged. Stop using my skills, you filth, she wailed. Abis licked his lips. Then I'll just devour the rest. Nis scrambled to his feet, screaming, Mira, move your feet, run. It was too late. Abis's speed was god tier. The executioner's axe whistled through the air, destined for Mira's neck. Nis watched his heart pounding against his ribs like a war drum. Maria could only watch in terror from the ground. Mira stood paralyzed, the overwhelming killing intent locking her muscles. Death was inches away. It's over, she thought, feeling her soul tremble. But suddenly an invisible force yanked her body backward. Nis's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he watched the axe cleave empty air. The ground shattered where she had stood, but Mira was safe. Abis blinked, confused. The interference hadn't come from Nis, it was Jein Frey. Somehow the rookie had shattered the immobilization seal. Jein glared at the monster with cold fury. That was the unmistakable power of supergravity. Ho! Abis straightened up, masking his shock with arrogance. So the little mouse can move again. But internally he was calculating. What kind of anomaly is this kid? Jein. Was that you? Nis gasped, relief washing over him. Thanks. Jein stepped forward, his voice cold as steel. Step back. I'll handle this trash personally. Nis hesitated, but Jein cut him off with a tactical briefing. Listen closely. His copy condition is sight and blood. He needs to see the skill and taste the user's blood. Abis's smile faltered. He'd been figured out. Nis froze. Blood. The pieces of the puzzle slammed together in his mind like a thunderclap. He's been watching us through the dungeon surveillance, Nis realized. He marked his targets and just waited for a single drop of blood to complete the ritual. That small scratch Mira got earlier. She didn't think twice about it. But that was the moment her power was stolen. Exactly. Jein continued, his eyes locked on the enemy. The longer we fight, the more skills he steals. We're just feeding him power, right? Nis fell silent, the grim reality sinking in. However, Jein added a dangerous glint in his eye. If my intuition is right, the tables have already turned. Nis looked at the rookie, stunned by his composure. Nis studied Jein's back. The kid possessed a mysterious strength and the heart of a warrior. As a senior hunter, it hurt his pride, but he knew when to step aside. Fine, Nis sighed, lowering his weapon. It shames me as one of the 8 guardians, but he's all yours. Jein didn't look back. His focus was absolute. Don't sweat it, Jein muttered. Abat chuckled darkly. Playing the hero for the weaklings. How adorable. I'll make sure to crush you first, you naive fool. Abat replayed the earlier clash in his mind. The kid's movements were precise, surgical. This one is dangerous, Abat thought. I even had to use Emperor's aura to suppress him. Yet despite the overwhelming pressure, Jein Frey stood there completely unfazed. Abat narrowed his eyes. This human is more troublesome than I anticipated. The monster shifted his stance, mana flaring around him. No more games, he decided. I need to end this quickly before he pulls another trick. Jein took a step forward. One question. If I beat you into the ground, do the skills return to their owners? Abat grinned. Theoretically, yes. As long as the vessels are alive. That is how the curse works. The monster laughed, his voice dripping with malice. But that implies you can actually defeat me. A scenario that has never happened. Jein sighed at the arrogance. Typical villain monologue, he thought. But his senses were screaming. He's hiding something else. A trump card. Mira can't hold on much longer, Jein noted. I need to finish this now. Sensing the boy's urgency, Abat launched himself forward, a blur of deadly intent. What's wrong? Abat howled, closing the distance. Trembling in fear. Don't worry, I'll devour every last bit of you. Jein's eyes widened slightly. So you eat more than just skills, Jein realized. He smirked, channeling his internal energy. Don't look down on me, you ugly freak. Boom, their forces collided. Abat grit his teeth, sweat breaking out on his monstrous skin. This force, it's heavy. He couldn't overpower the kid head-on. Abat leaped back, creating distance. That was Jain's first skill, anti-gravity. The repelling force blasted the monster backward. Abat skidded to a halt, snarling. Repulsion magic. How annoying. But the thrill of the hunt was only getting stronger. The more he resists, the more delicious his soul will taste. Abat prepared to lunge, but suddenly his body locked up. An invisible pressure clamped down on him like a vice. Just like before, Jein thought his gaze cold. He raised his hand slowly, clenching his fingers into a fist. The air around them vibrated with tension. The artifact on Jein's wrist flared with blinding light. Get over here! The gravity reversed instantly, dragging a shocked Abat helplessly toward Jein. Jein summoned his blade, the steel singing a song of death. Centipede slash. With a roar, he swung the weapon, delivering a devastating blow straight into the monster's bewildered face. Pain ripped through Abat's body, forcing a wretched scream from his throat. Jein Frey Vanred's gaze turned razor-sharp. The villain's arrogance was finally beginning to crumble. Malevolence dimmed in his eyes, only for a sinister purple aura to flare up again. A twisted, cunning grin crept back onto his face. Not bad, Abat scoffed, breaking free from the encirclement. That actually hurt more than those pests earlier. But internally, Jein Frey Vanred gritted his teeth. This wasn't going to be a walk in the park. His defense was like an iron fortress, far tougher than expected. Jein Frey Vanred calculated the odds. The risks were sky-high, but gambling with Maria's life, that was never an option. It was do or die. He had to seize this fraction of a second. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred sheathed his weapon. Abat froze, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He put his weapon away. Is he giving up? Then the question dropped like a stone. Do you intend to repent for the skills you stole? Abat looked at him like he was speaking an alien language. Repent, don't make me laugh. His voice dripped with malice. I live for the absolute despair on their faces when they realize their power is gone, and they're about to die by their own skills. The weak deserve to be devoured. Glancing at the battered trio, he sneered. I should be laughing at their pathetic state, not apologizing. Who would I even apologize to? Foolish. Jein Frey Vanred's expression went pitch black. I see. Then I won't hold back either. His voice boomed across the battlefield. Class change, great swordsman. Behold the power of the memory necklace. This divine item allows the user to mimic the class of any foe they have defeated in this system Manhwa. In a flash of light, Jein Frey Vanred transcended from alchemist to great swordsman. Nis gasped in shock, but Abat merely scoffed at the new armor. What is this, a fashion show? Jein Frey Vanred roared back, his aura exploding. No, you're just the clown who's going to dance in my performance. I will bury you without a shred of mercy. But before the words faded, Abat vanished. He reappeared instantly behind Jein Frey, Vanred cackling. Cheap threats won't save you. Dance for me and die, rookie, your blood is mine. Crimson spray filled the air as Abat laughed maniacally. Become my feast, you little brat. But Jein Frey Vanred had already executed a tactical retreat, creating distance in a heartbeat. A thin line of blood trickled down his cheek, but his composure remained unshaken. In fact, a smirk played on Jein Frey Vanred's lips. Gotcha. Suddenly panic seized Abat. What? My skills. Why won't they activate? He stood paralyzed while Jein Frey Vanred watched calmly. Just as he calculated, this scumbag could steal class skills, but he was powerless against the skills embedded in items. Victory was within reach. Jein Frey Vanred summoned his arsenal. In an instant, his grip tightened around not one but two lethal blades. The crowd went wild. Nis couldn't believe his eyes. Dual-wielding Abat tried to suppress his trembling. More weapons won't change the outcome, but his body betrayed him. Angry red welts erupted across his skin, and Abat's heart hammered against his ribs in terror. What is this? Is my body poisoned? While he panicked, Jein Frey Vanred locked on. One strike. That was all he needed now that the skill ceiling was active. Abat gasped for air denial, screaming in his mind. Impossible, I can't lose. Jein Frey Vanred's face was a mask of death. It's over. Repent in hell. The twin blades sang a song of death, slicing through the villain, and a devastating cross-slash blood fountained into the air. The light faded from Abat's eyes, and he collapsed into the dust. System alert, enemy defeated. The reward, the black four-leaf clover number 3, Jein Frey. Vanred inspected the card before snapping his attention back to his squad. Mira. Panic edged his voice. But to his relief, their classes had been restored, and healing magic was already at work. Your skills, are they back? Mira beamed, looking at her hands. Just like you said, they returned. She looked up at the young hero, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, Jein Frey Vanred. Jein Frey Vanred blinked, recalling her usual fiery attitude. Rookie, do your job. Quite the change. Mira dusted herself off. All right, I'm fully operational. Give me your hand, Vice Commander. I need to top up Jein Frey Vanred's HP too. Nis chuckled weakly. No ladies first. Patch up Mira before you worry about me. You look like a wreck though, Vice Commander. Seeing the team bicker and smile, a weight finally lifted from Jein Frey Vanred's shoulders. The battle was won. A satisfied smile graced the MC's lips, but Nis caught his eye. I have a mountain of questions for you, kid, but for now, let's save them. Thank you, Jein Frey Vanred. I owe you everything. Jein Frey Vanred rubbed the back of his neck, humble as ever. No need. It was the least I could do. Suddenly his expression hardened. Don't relax yet. His gaze locked onto the dungeon gate. A terrifying black miasma was pouring out like a nightmare. This presence, Jein Frey Vanred muttered. It's far deadlier than the last one. And from the suffocating darkness, a small child casually strolled out. Ah, a child, Mira gasped. No, Nis barked. That is a monster. Stay alert. In the blink of an eye, the entity vanished and materialized right in front of Jein Frey Vanred. The speed was godlike. Mira and Mira froze, their voices trapped in their throats by the sheer pressure. The boy known as E flashed a bright, innocent smile. You smell the strongest here, come on, play with me. Even Jein Frey Vanred was stunned by this absurdity. Nis broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't even seen the movement. Play. Jein Frey Vanred repeated, bewildered. E nodded. Yup, I only like playing with the strong ones. The weak ones break way too easily. It's so boring. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread in this awakening Manhwa scenario. That struck a nerve. Mira snapped, her pride flaring up. Who are you calling weak, you brat? Mira panicked. Mira, stop, but she continued. Watch your mouth, kid. A's smile vanished instantly. Sharp fangs exposed in a demonic snarl. You're too loud. Boom! A wave of suffocating dark energy swallowed the entire party. I'm talking to him right now. E hissed, his eyes glowing with eldritch light. He glanced back at the others with a chilling glare. Do not interrupt me. Jein Frey Vanred watched helplessly as his team was encased. He recognized this technique immediately. Wait. That's the fear barrier. It's a shaman class skill. A nasty spell that traps the target, inflicts the fear status, and drains HP continuously. Worse yet, it silences all skills and item effects inside the barrier. Cold sweat trickled down Jein Frey Vanred's back. Fear barrier. This is a catastrophe. A massive spectral hourglass materialized above them. Time was running out. I have to break them out before their HP hits 0. E looked down on them with utter disgust. See one move and you're trapped. Weaklings are such a waste of space. The negotiation was over. A twisted smile stretched across the boy's face. Forget those trash mobs. You belong to me now, right? Jein Frey shifted into his battle stance, the air heavy with killing intent. He launched himself into the air, his movements light as a feather but deadly. Jein Frey roared as he parried. I didn't come here to satisfy your twisted playtime fetish. Release them now. E's expression instantly turned frost cold. You're fast. I guess you really are the raid boss of this pathetic group. He stared deep into Jein Frey's soul. Hey, stay here. Be my toy forever. I've always wanted a friend who wouldn't break so easily. He began listing his complaints like a spoiled deity. Siat is a boring old hag. Bu is just a lazy ball of fat and Abba is too fake. He paused, his eyes dead. They're all so weak. It's painfully boring. Come on, just say yes. Live here in my domain. Jein Frey wasn't having it. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, screaming, "Shut your mouth!" But he just sat back on a summoned chair staring him down. The arrogance radiating from him was suffocating. To him, Jein Frey was just another collectible action figure. The mask had fallen off. Do you really think you have a choice? Human, I will play with you until I rip your limbs off one by one. E licked his lips, a grotesque display of bloodlust. And once you're broken, maybe I'll just eat you. Jein Frey let out a long sigh, his eyes narrowing. Look at this brat. Listen up, kid. I'm going to spank your ass and chase you across this entire playground. You better be ready to cry. E stood up, his aura flaring. You're interesting. Fine, my turn. Snap. Lightning crackled into existence, summoning a devastating high-voltage strike. Jein Frey's grin twisted nervously. The situation was turning critical. The lightning bolt struck with the force of a calamity, but Jein Frey's reflexes kicked in, barely dodging the blast. E smirked. Come on, dance for me, one hit and it's lights out. Jein Frey weaved left and right, dodging death by inches. Cold sweat began to drench his forehead. Jein Frey clicked his tongue. What a pain. This kid is a nightmare difficulty boss. His head throbbed. He realized he was still unhealed. This was a leveling Manhwa scenario, where he was fighting with literally 1 HP left. He analyzed the lightning arcs. One wrong step, one glitched movement, and I'm ascending to heaven. He noticed the desperation, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jein Frey made his move, activating the ring of the world-destroying god on his left hand. Skill black hole. He stood tall, adrenaline pumping through his veins. His eyes lit up with manic glee. That's it. That's the skill you used to delete Siat and Bu, isn't it? Show me more. Jein Frey realized the terrifying truth. The boy was just toying with him. Meanwhile, Mira screamed from the sidelines. Damn it, I should have healed Jein Frey first. I need to break this barrier. Nis trembled, realizing the grim mechanics of the spell. This is a barrier of fear. It can't be dispelled from the inside. We have to defeat the caster, or he has to cancel it himself. Back in the arena, Jein Frey was in a death race against the lightning bolts. But E wasn't done. He leaped forward, matching Jein Frey speed stride for stride. E summoned dual blades, mimicking a high-level swordsman class. How about this? Can your little black hole absorb physical attacks? Jein Frey grit his teeth, anxiety spiking as he glanced at the boy. He parried the strikes, but his mind raced. His speed is god tier. He's attacking me in melee range while maintaining a high-level barrier, and his hit points are off the charts. E laughed maniacally. So weapons are a no-go. Then chew on this. He switched classes instantly. Fire bullet. A barrage of flaming projectiles materialized. Watching the flames roar toward him, Jein Frey calculated rapidly. 4 fire bullets, I can handle that. But E wasn't satisfied with a basic attack. Let's double the fun, summoning Mira. The skill copied the projectiles, multiplying the threat instantly. E grinned, baring his teeth like a predator. But then a voice cut through the chaos. What? A blinding light exploded outward. E stopped, leaning in to inspect the aftermath. His expression shifted from bloodlust to pure fascination. He smiled wider. A barrier of energy shimmered in front of Jein Frey. It was a reflection skill, a one-time use trump card that bounces an attack back to the sender. Jein Frey wasn't going down without a fight. He raised his right hand, channeling the ring of the world-creating god. Skill activate white hole. E's voice dropped an octave. I thought you'd absorb my fire. But you discharged the lightning you absorbed earlier. Bravo, Jein Frey. Now, I'm excited. I'm going to blow your body to pieces. E launched himself straight at Jein Frey. The MC braced himself, teeth clenched, thinking, the skills in this ring aren't leveled up enough for a finishing move. My HP is still stuck at 1. In this brutal system, Manhwa, my options are critically limited. I have no room for error. Jein Frey Vanred's resolve wavered. Even with my class change, my proficiency is tier 1. It lacks the raw DPS I need to put him down. Yaten's movement skill is on cooldown. I'm stuck with basic movement. The level gap is too massive. Is this really the end? Before he could finish the thought, E was already upon him with a chilling laugh. Hey, why are you slowing down? Come on, entertain me. Black and white fist. It was a dual elemental combo skill fusing light and darkness into a devastating punch. The two forces clashed, a golden light blinding everything. Jein Frey Vanred froze, his face paling as his instincts screamed danger. His inner voice yelled in panic. Impact! Jein Frey Vanred was sent flying, crying out in pain as he hit the ground. He slumped over, defeated. He walked up, looking down with pure disdain. Is that really your limit? E sneered, disappointed. I told you I was strong. Come on, don't be boring. Jein Frey Vanred grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I'm screwed. This is it. Silence fell over the arena, the air thick with tension. E broke the silence with a bright, mocking smile. What's wrong? Did you give up? You're ruining the mood. How disappointing. Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanred smirked, a strange, calculated expression. Yeah, you're right. I just didn't expect you to be only this strong. I feel like I'm babysitting an idiot. E's face went blank. He processed the insult slowly. Huh. Are you saying I'm weak? I won't let that slide. I'm going to end you right now. E puffed out his cheeks, furious. I am the strongest. Why would you call me weak? Jein Frey Vanred's grin widened into a trap. Isn't it obvious? In any decent awakening Manhwa, a true powerhouse wields at least 6 elements. You didn't know that? He stared directly into E's eyes, baiting him. You've only used lightning, fire, and wind. Oh, and light and darkness. That's only 5. E paused, then laughed. So you haven't given up yet? E began to channel his mana again. Fine, I'll make you eat those words. Yao, water sphere. He unleashed a massive condensed attack of the water element. Jein Frey Vanred smiled like a fox who just trapped a rabbit. The endgame had begun. The massive hydrosphere crashed into Jein Frey Vanred with devastating force. He froze, his eyes locked on the impact zone, unable to process what he was seeing. But there stood Jein Frey Vanred, grinning like a devil as he dusted himself off. Look at that, clean and precise. His voice dripped with mockery as he continued. I never thought you'd fall for such a cheap taunt. Thanks for the assist, kid. E's mind raced, unable to accept reality. Did he just absorb the hydrosphere? Unable to hold back, he shouted, why couldn't you fully absorb my weaker attacks earlier if you can do this now? Jein Frey Vanred smirked, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Oh, that yin-yang fist, that was just bait. His expression turned predatory. I needed you to underestimate me, didn't I? Jein Frey Vanred's smile widened as 2 contrasting magic circles flared to life around his hands. An eerie, mystical light enveloped him, leaving the onlookers completely stunned by his rising aura. Mira couldn't suppress her shock, her voice trembling as she asked, what in the world is that technique? Ignoring the crowd, Jein Frey Vanred addressed his opponent. You really are powerful, but thankfully, you're just a naive brat. If you had used those people in the barrier as hostages, I might have actually lost this leveling Manhwa battle. E roared, his pride shattered into a million pieces. Don't you dare look down on me. I don't need underhanded tricks to crush a bug like you. He glared at the 3 observers with pure contempt. Trash like them are only fit to watch. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his dual blades again. This isn't over yet. Jein Frey Vanred cut him off, his smile vanishing instantly. No, it is over. At least, for you. His gaze turned ice cold. For me, this is what absolute victory looks like. E scowled, his mind rejecting the reality that he was losing to someone he considered a mere plaything. He suppressed his panic and charged. Shut your mouth. You're just an annoying pest. I'll sever your limbs and make those insects watch while I devour you. But Jein Frey Vanred remained immovable as a mountain, channeling his internal energy for the finale. Great world. As the skill activated, E froze. He never imagined his opponent possessed power of this magnitude. Instantly, E felt himself plummeting into a void, a pitch-black galaxy. Panic set in. He looked around wildly, slashing his blades at the empty darkness in sheer desperation. Terror took root in E's heart. What is this eternal darkness? Before he could comprehend his situation, Jein Frey Vanred materialized behind him like a phantom. The unlock condition for Great World: absorb at least 6 elemental attacks within a specific time limit. And with a cooldown of 720 hours, a full 30 days, the penalty proved just how god-tier this skill was. As Jein Frey Vanred faded into the distance, E screamed, What is happening to me? I can't use my skills. Jein Frey Vanred, showing a sliver of mercy, explained, Great World is a super-tier skill capable of devouring any target completely. I told you, didn't I? This is my win. Stripped of his arrogance, he looked like a lost child struggling to grasp his grim fate. From the abyss below, tendrils of eldritch energy shot up, latching onto E. A desperate wail echoed, The darkness! It's eating me! He reached out toward Jein Frey Vanred's, retreating back in vain. Nay, no, come back, play with me, please, Jein Frey Vanred. The great world dimension vanished, taking the agonizing screams with it. It's so dark. Is anyone there? I don't want to be alone. No. Jein Frey Vanred didn't turn back, his expression shadowed and unreadable. He muttered coldly, Have fun playing in that void forever, you brat. With E defeated, the system rewarded him with the Black Clover number 4. The countdown hourglass faded away along with the enemy. The 3 party members, finally released from their magical confinement, rushed forward. Maria stared at him wide-eyed. The barrier, it's gone. Jein Frey Vanred, did you actually defeat that monster? Jein Frey Vanred replied nonchalantly, Yep. He's probably floating around in some dimensional rift right now. Theoretically, we'll never see him again. Maria exhaled a long breath. I see. Well, before I thank you. Suddenly she grabbed Jein Frey Vanred by the shoulders. Let me borrow your face for a second. I need to heal you properly this time. Nis chimed in with a warm smile. You truly went above and beyond to save us. You have my deepest gratitude. Jein Frey Vanred averted his gaze, acting humble. No, honestly, you guys helped me plenty on the way here. But Maria wasn't letting him off the hook. Vice Guild leader Mira scanned the area. It seems the immediate danger has passed. Jein Frey Vanred silently surveyed the room. She's right. The atmosphere is clear, and my angel ring isn't picking up any hostile signals. It seems when the boss falls, the minions vanish too. Suddenly Mira cried out, Vice leader, the entrance door, it's gone. Nis's face fell in confusion. He walked over to inspect the wall. It sealed shut just as she said. Maria panicked. What does that mean? We're trapped in here. Jein Frey Vanred's expression darkened. This must be that brat's final trap. E's malicious laughter echoed in his memory. Stay here and play with me. Forever. Jein Frey Vanred's mind went into overdrive. If this dungeon was sustained by the mage's mana, we should have been ejected upon his defeat. Wait. Unless... He immediately raised his hand to access the system interface, startling Maria. What is it? Did you find a way out? Jein Frey Vanred nodded slowly. I think I can get us out of here. Maria gasped. Really? I can't make any promises, but if my instincts are right... He pulled out a stack of cards from his inventory. These were the 4-leaf clovers, numbered 1 through 4. If I combine the boss drops with this item... Jein Frey Vanred made his move. Class change Alchemist Transmute. A flash of light erupted, birthing the Death Scythe. The party stared at the magical artifact in awe, especially Mira, whose eyes sparkled with admiration at its form. Jein Frey Vanred gripped the weapon, feeling its weight. Hidden piece number 8. The Death Scythe. I'd only heard rumors, but to think it actually exists. Suddenly, a booming maniacal laugh filled the room. Finally, fresh air. Oh, how delicious it tastes. The disembodied voice froze all 4 of them in place. Mira blinked, completely baffled. What was that? Does this weapon come with pre-recorded advertisement lines? Maria covered her ears. Damn it, can someone turn the volume down? The Death Scythe roared back. Do you think I'm some sort of toy, you insolent humans? So, you are the one who summoned me. My new master. Jein Frey Vanred muttered. So, the legends were true. An ego weapon. The scythe immediately started rambling. Hey, Four Eyes. What is up with those sleeves? Is that the new fashion trend? And tell me, are there any couples in this group? Jein Frey Vanred sighed internally. The raw power of this weapon is no joke, but damn is it loud. The Death Scythe grinned maniacally at Jein Frey. From now on, I'll be your aid partner. Let's have a fruitful cooperation, shall we? With a single decisive slash against the empty air, Jein Frey tore open the fabric of space. A gateway materialized instantly. Thanks to his overwhelming power, their escape was smoother than a walk in the park. Maria took a deep, trembling breath, her eyes wide with awe. Incredible. We actually made it out. We're really outside. The Death Scythe roared with laughter again. Leave it to me. I will shred anything you can imagine into ribbons. But I cannot tear apart the bonds of true love between couples, you see. I am a gentleman after all. Maria, losing her patience, snapped back. Shut your trap. Finding the weapon too annoying, Jane unsummoned it, thinking, at least its stats and skills are god-tier like a cheat item in a leveling manhwa. The 4 of them celebrated, completely unaware that a gaze was piercing through them from above. Finally, Jein Frey's instincts flared. He snapped his head toward the source of the hidden presence. But looking into the distance, there was nothing but empty air. Jein Frey narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his mind. Is it just my imagination? He wondered. Suddenly Nis broke the silence. He looked at Jein with serious respect. You saved our skins back there. Thank you. We plan to return to the association now. As you know, there's a mountain of reports to file. Hearing this, Jein Frey looked over, waiting for the catch. Speaking as someone who witnessed your contribution, I was wondering, could you accompany us to the association for a bit? Jein blinked, feigning ignorance. Nis nodded firmly. Naturally. You are someone our association is particularly interested in. Jein Frey cursed internally. Damn it, Nis added. There are a few things I'd like to ask you. Jein Frey's mind raced. If the Vice Guildmaster wants to talk, it is definitely about the hidden equipment. If I go with them, they'll detain me for interrogation. Worst case, they'll confiscate my hidden gear. He made a decision. Okay, time to bolt. But just then, another voice cut through the air. Our chairman also wishes to have a word. Jein Frey paused. Wait, the chairman? You mean the head of the Adventurers Association wants to see me? Nis explained. The association is taking the issue of these nameless monsters very seriously. We cannot force you, of course, but your voluntary cooperation would be highly appreciated. Jein Frey mulled it over. The chairman, huh? A moment later, a cunning smirk curled the corner of his lips as a plan formed. The scene shifts to the darkness of the 8th continent. A voice echoed in the void. Report, my liege. 4 entities, including E, have been annihilated in a human raid. Hearing this, the 4 shadowy figures seated above fell into a heavy silence. The subordinate continued. And there was a human wielding a divine artifact. Finally, one of them spoke. That is a name I haven't heard in years. It seems despite all our efforts, they have managed to return. However, we must still fulfill the wish of the Lord of the Abis. Indeed, anyone who dares stand in our way must die. Unaware of the looming darkness targeting him, Jein Frey followed them inside. Nis announced, Chairman, we've arrived. Before them sat an old man with a face radiating gentle kindness. It was Jinman. So you defeated the Nameless ones. Excellent work. He listed them off. Nis, Mira, Maria, and W. Nis stepped forward respectfully. Chairman, what happened to W is truly unfortunate. We have lost a powerful ally both personally and as an organization. Then Jinman's gaze shifted to the young man. Jein Frey. Allow me as the representative of the association to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Jein Frey analyzed the old man instantly. This is Jinman, the association chairman. His aura is on a completely different level from everyone else. He's no joke. The old man spoke again. Let me properly introduce myself. Jein Frey Vanred. I am Jinman. The reason I called you here is simple. You are someone who has piqued my interest. Hearing this, Jein Frey's expression darkened. The chairman continued. To be honest, the incident is far from resolved. With a wave of his hand, a holographic interface typical of a system Manhwa materialized in the air. Jein Frey and Nis stared, jaws dropping in shock. The screen displayed massive, ferocious beasts bearing their fangs. In the back, Maria gasped in horror. Monsters inside the city limits. That's absurd, Jein Frey thought. No matter the continent, cities are equipped with defensive barriers to stop any beast. Jein Frey wondered, monsters breaching the city. Could this be a side effect caused by the Nameless ones? Jinman explained, as you can see, immediately after the defeat of the Nameless, we received reports of a massive monster outbreak within the cities of the 6th continent. Upon confirmation, we immediately dispatched elite guardians and special ops teams to the 6th city. So far, we have successfully evacuated the civilians and lower-ranked adventurers. Nis nodded sharply. Understood. So our orders are to head to the 6th continent and regroup with the forces there. The chairman smiled, pleased with the response. You catch on quickly. However, are you up to the task? Nis replied instantly. Our condition has stabilized thanks to Maria's healing magic. We are ready to deploy. Jinman nodded solemnly. I see. I apologize for sending you back into the fray so soon after your last mission. But the situation is critical. We are struggling to find reliable hunters to handle a crisis of this magnitude. I know it is a difficult request, but I need you on the battlefield immediately. Nis didn't hesitate. I accept. Lighting a cigarette to calm her nerves, Maria chimed in. Looking at the big picture, tons of monsters have spawned, but the Nameless themselves are nowhere to be seen. Jinman replied, according to current reports, that is correct. Maria exhaled a cloud of smoke, satisfied. That's good. If monsters on the level of the Nameless appeared in the city, this whole situation would turn into a catastrophic disaster. Suddenly a voice cut in. I'm afraid it is too early to lower your guard, Maria. Jinmin continued. Just because we haven't received reports doesn't mean they won't appear. There is no guarantee that this isn't a trap laid by them. Jein Frey fell silent, recalling that those creatures possessed terrifying intelligence. He quickly asked, Chairman, what is the status of the 8 Stars Guardians deployed to the 6th continent? According to the intel, Jinmin said, Luluca just defeated the boss of a C-rank dungeon, immediately after all the monsters in the city vanished along with the dungeon gate. Mira's eyes widened. The monsters vanished after the C-rank dungeon was cleared. Maria looked equally shocked. Does that mean if we defeat all the dungeon bosses in the 6th continent, the monster outbreak in the city will end? Jinmin smiled broadly. That is our current conclusion, just like a classic awakening manhwa scenario. Let's pray this nightmare ends as easily as we planned. Logic dictates that as long as the dungeon boss breathes, the cycle of destruction continues. Until we sever the head of the snake, we are trapped in an endless loop of carnage. Every time the boss respawns, the horde rises again. Hearing the grim reality, Maria looked ready to vomit from the stress. Nis cut in, his voice grave. The link between this chaos and the mysterious Nameless faction remained a terrifying unknown. But seeing his hesitation, all eyes shifted to the team leader. The command finally dropped. We have no choice. We must slaughter every last beast flooding our cities before we are overrun. Chairman Jein Frey Vanredman took command with absolute authority. That is our mission. Luluca has already moved to intercept the A-rank dungeon nearby. Leon is securing the B-rank gate. Gigant is en route to the 2nd B-rank. Rio is handling the E-rank. But before he could finish, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Understood. Then leave the F-rank and the S-rank dungeons to me. Jein Frey Vanred spoke fast, but his mind was racing elsewhere. The old man hadn't mentioned the hidden piece. Did the vice-chairman keep it a secret? I might still be safe. He turned to leave, but a voice halted him cold, sending a shiver down his spine. Jein Frey Vanred, a word before you go. The atmosphere grew heavy as everyone turned. Chairman Jein Frey Vanredman's gaze bored into him. You aided us against the Nameless faction. For that, you have my gratitude. Jein Frey Vanred forced a stiff smile, sensing the danger. Think nothing of it. But the old man wasn't done. However, that is a separate matter. The girls internally groaned. Here it comes. Jein Frey Vanredman fell silent, his lips pressed into a thin, ruthless line. The air suddenly grew heavy. A terrifying pressure exploded from the chairman. Jein Frey Vanred's vision darkened as the overwhelming aura crushed down on him. Jein Frey Vanredman's voice turned into absolute ice. Apologies, but in this world words are wind. I only trust power that I can witness with my own eyes. Growing size, Jein Frey Vanred's instincts screamed. Look at this pressure. He's a monster. He's like the final boss of a leveling manhwa, stronger than Ifrit. Even with my hidden gear, my win rate is barely 50%. Oh. Yet against the crushing weight, Jein Frey Vanred grinned. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he didn't buckle. A flicker of genuine shock crossed the chairman's face. Nis threw himself between them, terrified. Chairman, now is not the time. Instantly, the killing intent vanished, replaced by a warm, grandfatherly smile. He patted Jein Frey Vanred's shoulder like nothing happened. My bad. Old habits die hard. Jein Frey Vanred, please lend us your strength once more. This association needs you more than ever. But behind his eyes, a calculation was made. This kid was a prodigy, a force capable of destroying monsters even the elite couldn't touch. He chuckled internally. Letting a seed like this escape would be the height of foolishness. Jein Frey Vanred's voice dropped cold and sharp. I have no obligation to the association. I'm only doing this for the vice-chairman. Nis gasped. Jein Frey Vanred, watch your tongue. Jein Frey Vanred ignored him. I guarantee I'll slaughter more beasts than any of your guardians. As for my hunting grounds, his eyes gleamed with determination. I'll show you my true skills. Give me the hardest one, the S-rank dungeon. The chairman smiled with deep satisfaction. Jein Frey Vanredman looked pleased. They locked eyes, two predators acknowledging each other, each hiding their true schemes. Very well, I accept your terms. Jein Frey Vanred didn't hesitate, he launched himself into the air. Good, no more time to waste. He had his own agenda. I don't know where the Nameless will strike next. I need to secure the next hidden piece before anyone else does. Scene shift, inside the hellish S-rank dungeon. Jein Frey Vanred and Mira were a whirlwind of destruction. Monsters shrieked as Mira unleashed her magic. Burn them all. Her flames reduced the horde to ash in seconds. Mira wiped soot from her brow. Their numbers are insane. It doesn't matter how many we kill. They just keep coming. We have to find the boss, or this never ends. She glanced to her side, witnessing a spectacle of violence. Jein Frey Vanred moved like a blur, severing heads with surgical precision. You're really going all out, Mira shouted over the din. Is this about your deal with the chairman? Partly, Jein Frey Venred admitted not missing a beat. But setting conditions is the only way to ensure my own survival in this ruthless system Manhwa world. Mira narrowed her eyes. You're plotting something again, aren't you? Jein Frey Venred laughed as he dodged a claw. Don't make me sound like a criminal. I'm a hero helping the association. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, right? Mira couldn't argue with that logic. Suddenly her comms buzzed. This is Mira. Report. While she talked, Jein Frey Venred's mind was on the loot. To get the next hidden piece, I need that specific item. But the drop rate is laughably low. This is a game of patience. We have to keep grinding these mobs. Hopefully the chaos and the Guardian's presence boosts the drop probability. Chairman Jein Frey Venredman's voice came through cheerful, yet demanding. How goes the battle, Mira? Any issues negative, she replied. Just an overwhelming number of enemies. Mira muttered. Jein Frey Venred is almost too efficient. The chairman pressed on. Are you sure just the two of you can handle it? The other Guardians are leading full raid teams. Jein Frey Venred cut into the channel. Save your worry. If I can't handle a simple S-rank, how can I prove I'm worth your time? The old man let out a cunning laugh. I see. Then I leave the stage to you. Jein Frey Venred slashed through another beast. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Mira watched him. He acts so strange around the chairman. But looking at the mountain of corpses, she had to admit, the guy is a beast. Also, Jein Frey Venredman continued. Here is the sit rep on the other dungeons. Team Leon Gigant and Rio are advancing smoothly. They've already neutralized their bosses. Vin and Maria are performing exceptionally, clearing the remnants as we speak. Mira smiled. Good to hear. Her smile faltered as a thought struck her. Wait. What about Luluca? Jein Frey Venredman's tone shifted slightly. Ah, no change there. We still cannot establish contact with her. Mira's face fell a shadow of worry crossing her features. Right. The other anomaly, she thought. A distinct eccentric on the same power level as Jein Frey Venred and the chairman. The last signal we had was before she entered the A-rank dungeon, Jein Frey Venredman noted. No distress signal. She's likely soloing the entire instance. Knowing her, she'll be just fine. Mira forced her trembling heart to steady. The chairman was right. If it was him, there was no need to worry. Besides, Luluca Anvis stood at the absolute apex of the 8-star Guardians. His power was limitless. Before ending the call, Jinmin added a final command. Contact me immediately if the situation shifts. Mira snapped to attention. Understood, sir. Suddenly, Jein Frey's voice cut through. You done yet? Mira flinched, turning to face him in surprise. Jane flashed a confident grin. Then let's move. The boss is waiting. Meanwhile, Jinmin patched through to the elite squad. Leon Gigan Ryu, status report. Leon's laughter roared over the line. Easy picking, this trash is no match for us. Ryu remained a silent statue, staring at the mountains of monster corpses he had created. Jigen scoffed with equal arrogance. It's a walk in the park. We're approaching the boss room now. Jinmin nodded. Excellent. I'm glad the operation is proceeding smoothly. Old man, it's me. How are the others holding up? A sudden voice interrupted the channel. Jinmin raised an eyebrow. Ah, you finally decided to check in. Luluca. I was beginning to wonder if you'd forgotten your mission. The strongest Guardian beamed his smile, radiating blinding confidence. I just stepped into the A-rank dungeon, he reported casually. Jinmin paused. Just now, that is uncharacteristically slow for someone of your caliber. Luluca's expression became unreadable. Yeah, well, he shrugged. Ran into a minor nuisance on the way. It's handled now, so I'll wrap this up in a heartbeat. Jinmin seemed satisfied. Very well. The chairman's voice turned serious. Report any anomalies immediately. Roger that, Luluca chirped. But the chairman had one final note to share. Hearing the news about the rookie, Leon burst into laughter. That newbie is arrogant. I like his style. That's real courage. Ryu remained silent as the grave. The silent warrior didn't utter a sound. But Gigan's eyes went cold. It's not confidence. It's insolence. Disrespecting the chairman. He's just trying to use us. He needs to learn his place. Jinmin didn't argue. He simply offered a knowing, mysterious smile. He has an edge, certainly, but his heart isn't black. Anyway, that's my report. I'm counting on you all to finish the job. Good luck. The call ended. Luluca smirked, his interest piqued. Jein Frey. The rookie shaking up this Manhwa recap world. Now I simply have to see him for myself. Back at Jein Frey's location, the scene was pure carnage. Corpses littered the floor. The Iron Goblin sneered. Impressive. You survived the trials to reach me. The monster's confidence was justified. It was a level 400 Iron Goblin with the Iron Fortress trait, a defensive tank, typical of a high-tier leveling Manhwa. Only massive damage could scratch it. Jain's gaze was ice cold. Surrender. He glanced at Mira. Looks like things just got messy, he said. Mira, stand back. I'm ending this now. Mira sighed, completely resigned. Fine, have it your way. Suddenly a shadow flickered. Luluca appeared out of thin air. Looks like I arrived just in time. Mira gasped in shock, but Jein didn't even blink. Luluca stepped forward, sizing him up. You must be Jein Frey. Show me what you've got, rookie. Jein narrowed his eyes. Who the hell is this guy? Jein analyzed the newcomer instantly. His energy. It's on a completely different level. He's easily on par with the chairman. No, maybe even stronger. Mira found her voice, shouting, Luluca, why are you here? The name rang a bell in Jein's memory. Luluca. Jinmin mentioned him, the one who went to clear the nearby A-rank dungeon. Jein's eyes widened slightly. Wait, isn't he one of the 8 Star Guardians? Luluca grinned, practically sparkling. Why, I heard a rookie was making waves in our system Manhwa world. I couldn't resist seeing the spectacle for myself. Just to watch. Mira blinked, confused. Jein tightened his grip on his weapon, watching the Guardian like a hawk. But the chairman said you just entered the A-rank dungeon, Mira protested. Oh, that. Luluca waved a hand dismissal. Finished it ages ago. Thought I'd lend a hand here. Mira went pale. Jein's mind raced. He cleared an entire A-rank dungeon and sprinted here in that time. The Guardian grabbed Jein's hand, shaking it vigorously. I'm Luluca Pleasure. Jein remained tense. He just checked in with the chairman. This guy is a total enigma. Whoosh! Suddenly a massive boulder hurled toward them like a meteor. The air grew heavy with killing intent. The boss monster roared in fury. Ignoring me, you dare underestimate a king while I stand right here. Luluca chuckled. My apologies, big guy. With a graceful leap, Luluca landed on a high rock ledge. I'll enjoy the show from up here, he shouted down. He's all yours, Jein. Jein Frey, Mira screamed at the Guardian. You're seriously just going to spectate? Precisely, Luluca replied with a carefree grin. Jein raised his blade, eyes locked on the enemy. Mira, get back. She pointed a trembling finger at Luluca. But what about him? Jein grit his teeth. Focus, Jein snapped. The Goblin King scoffed, looking down at the lone warrior. A solo attempt, your arrogance will be your funeral. The monster continued. Even if 2 of you attacked, the result would be the same. Come and die. Mira fumed at the creature's taunt. He's begging for a beating. Jein sighed. I told you to move, Mira. The clash was about to begin. Luluca watched with glee. How will he handle an S-rank threat in this awakening Manhwa scenario, Luluca mused. Before the thought finished, Jein launched himself forward. The Goblin King didn't flinch. With a roar, he unleashed his aura. A massive hand snatched Jein from the air, crushing him with mountain-shattering force. But Jein was already gone. He soared above the grip blade, gleaming with lethal intent, his eyes burning with determination. Boom! A heaven-shaking strike slammed down on the king. The monster trembled. He slaughtered my army and still has this much power left. A storm of slashes rained down. Jein analyzed his opponent mid-strike. Take, his skin is impenetrable. Is this the power of the Nameless one? I expected level 350, but he's evolved to 400. Jein's mind sharpened. Still, compared to him, this monster is weak. The attacks bounced off the iron skin harmlessly. Jein landed gracefully, his mind already racing for a new strategy to crack this defense. Mira stood in the shadows, her eyes locked on the battle like a hawk. This 6th Demon King. His physical might pale against the 4 heavenly kings, but his defense that was in a league of its own. Penetrating that ironclad hide seemed like a fever dream. Luluca shifted his gaze to Mira, the air between them heavy with unspoken tension. Then his focus snapped back to Jein Frey. Disbelief washed over Luluca. Is this it? Is this seriously all he's got? I came all this way for a show. I thought a rookie catching the chairman's eye would be a monster. But look at him. Wasting stamina on futile love taps, he hasn't even put a scratch on that armor. Silence fell as the disappointment settled in his gut. Luluca pouted like a bored child. This is boring me to death. But then logic kicked back in to soothe his ego. Alright, let's be real. Even with Mira babysitting a newbie, reaching this floor is unheard of. Sure, he's better than your average disposable adventurer, but that is his ceiling. Luluca's eyes dulled with dissatisfaction in this manhwa recap. What did the old man see in this kid? But in that split second, Jein Frey saw it. The thread of fate. Jein Frey launched himself straight into the jaws of death. The Iron Demon reached out, massive claws closing in to crush him. Luluca blinked, stunned. What the? A critical strike. Jein found the chink in the armor. The Iron Demon gasped in confusion. Huh. Luluca watched in horror as something detached. While Jein smirked with triumph, Luluca's jaw hit the floor. Whoa. That technique actually worked. I thought chipping away at the core would take ages. Then realization struck Luluca like a truck. Wait, hold on, he whispered sharply to Mira. Did you teach this rookie the Demon Lord hunting method? Mira panicked, waving her hands. No, absolutely not. Luluca rubbed his chin, mind racing. If he's a true rookie, this is his first boss raid since the tutorial. So how on earth does he know the secret mechanics? You see, the 6th Demon King hides a core deep within. And that core, it evolves. Its rank shifts based on the sheer force used to destroy it. Jein Frey grinned internally. Standard attacks are enough, but today, I'm going all out. Inside his soul, Grime cackled with glee. Oh ho! Finally, is it my turn to play? Is that girl the main heroine? What are you two whispering about? A little dungeon date? Jane sighed. You're so loud. Meanwhile, Mira fumed, denying everything. Not in a million years. Luluca ignored them, eyes glued to the fight. If he keeps hitting it, the core drops eventually. Maybe it was just dumb luck. That weapon? It's unique. Rare. But now came the real question of this leveling Manhwa. Can he actually pull off an S-rank clear? In history, only Luluca and the chairman Jein Frey Van Redman had ever achieved that legendary status. Grime stared at the fallen iron demon, drooling with anticipation. Oh ho ho, you lucky devil, the second skill is open. The system chimed condition, met level difference of 200 or higher detected. Death's second skill, unlocked Transcend Death. Effect unleashes a single strike inflicting damage equal to the sum of all stats. Usage limit 4 times. It was exactly as the legends said. Jein Frey was about to exploit the massive level gap against the buffed Demon King. Luluca lost his composure, standing up straight. Jein wiped sweat from his brow and smirked. With a roar that shook the cavern, he poured his very soul into the strike. The iron demon stared into the abyss of Jein Frey's power. Crack. The iron core didn't just break, it disintegrated. A catastrophic critical hit. The Demon King howled in agony. The monster watched helplessly as its body crumbled into dust. Luluca's face lit up with pure entertainment. But Mira. Her expression darkened, calculating every move. She studied Jein Frey like a dangerous puzzle. But our MC he was basking in glory. A satisfied smile stretched across Jein Frey's face. Finally, the Demon King collapsed into nothingness. Jein stood amidst the silence, waiting for the system's verdict. A golden card materialized. Core attack classification complete. Rank S. You have received the S-rank subjugation reward. But the system wasn't done yet. Item acquired, sealed core stone. An S-rank item pulsing with the sealed power of the core itself. Suddenly, the Death Scythe screamed in his mind. Did you see that? Did you see that, brother? That was all me, and that was just a warm-up. Next, I'll teach you poetry so smooth you can whisper it and make your crush swoon. Jane's face went deadpan. Get lost. Luluca, unaware of the voice, stared intensely at Jein Frey. What kind of insane weapon is that? Luluca looked at Jein with newfound respect and fear. Did he save his ultimate move for the very end? Even Jein hadn't expected the system to grant an S-rank rating. Truly impressive. He had just shattered the record, becoming the youngest player in history to achieve this feat. Luluca grinned, a sly fox watching a wolf. How irritatingly talented. Seeing the card in Jein's hand, he gloated internally. I got my S-rank reward just as planned. While Luluca calculated his next move, the scene shifted to Chairman Jein Frey Van Redman's estate. The old man spoke with gravity. Thanks to everyone here, we have successfully quelled the monster chaos threatening our city. A gentle smile warmed his face. Thank you, all of you. The room fell silent, respect hanging heavy in the air. Leon burst into boisterous laughter, breaking the mood. With enough burning passion, I could have swept this trash up all by myself. Jein Frey Van Redman glanced at him, and Nice bowed sharply. Yes, sir. Then the chairman gestured to the table. Here are the spoils from our successful raid. Leon pumped his fist. The synergy of the Guardian Guild is unbeatable. Maria nodded, beaming. Absolutely. And, Jein Frey Van Redman added, Jein Frey played a crucial role. Hearing his name, Jein flinched. He quickly stood at attention. Right. Suddenly Gigant sneered from the side. Oh, you mean the rude brat with zero manners. Hostility radiated off him. Let me be clear. I have no intention of playing nice with a reckless fool who doesn't know his place. Jein Frey Van Redman cut him off, voice stern. Enough, Gigant. Jein Frey was a keystone in this operation. Jein met Gigant's glare with cold steel. I didn't come here for your approval, old man. I'm only here to honor my pact with the chairman. Ignoring the fuming Gigant, he turned back to business. He pulled an object from his inventory and slammed it onto the table. Niss's eyes went wide. A collective gasp swept through the room like a shockwave. It was the subjugation reward for the 6th Demon King, an S-rank artifact. Gigant's jaw practically unhinged. Don't tell me. You registered an S-rank attack just like the chairman and Luluca. Impossible, but a voice cut through the doubt. It's true. Gigant whipped around. Luluca stepped forward, eyes gleaming. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Both Mira and I can vouch for this guy, Leon declared, his eyes lighting up with interest. We witnessed his fire firsthand. You're a rookie, right? He laughed, slapping Jein Frey on the shoulder with enough force to rattle bones. Excellent work. While Gigant seethed in silent jealousy, Jinmin beamed with approval. It wasn't just the sheer number of monsters you slaughtered, he added, but the fact that you secured the S-rank suppression reward. That is truly a feat for the history books. As promised, the spoils are yours. Take your pick of any item from this treasure trove before anyone else. Jein Frey stepped forward. Then I'll humbly accept your offer. His mind raced with rewards of this caliber he could easily, but then his gaze locked onto something. A specific item calling out to him. Found it. It was a card depicting a strange tail-like object. Jein grabbed it immediately. The system description popped up, Wire Monkey Tail F-rank. A common material dropped by wire monkeys. It was trash tier, unsellable, and worthless. The room went dead silent, jaws dropping in collective disbelief. Leon broke the tension with a hearty laugh. You kidding me? What are you planning to do with that piece of junk? Maria couldn't hide her shock. Jein, are you feeling all right? That's not even a treasure. Even Jinmin raised an eyebrow, skepticism coloring his voice. Are you absolutely certain that is your final choice? Positive, Jein Frey replied, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. This is exactly what I need. Watching from the side, Luluca narrowed her eyes. Look at that expression. He's definitely plotting something big. Jinmin nodded slowly. If your mind is made up, I won't stand in your way. However, I have a question for you. Would you be interested in joining the 8-Star Guardians? The room held its breath. Leon grinned, expecting a quick yes. But Jein Frey shattered their expectations instantly. I apologize, but I'll have to pass. I'm not really cut out for team dynamics. Luluca didn't even blink, casually whistling as if she expected this outcome. Jinmin's smile didn't falter. You might be the very first person to turn down an invitation like that, he chuckled. The scene shifted. Alone with his thoughts, Jein reflected on the Nobody incident and the recent monster outbreak. Too many mysteries remain unsolved, but they said they'd reach out if they needed me. Pushing those thoughts aside, he walked solo down the empty street. Time to focus. Let's go secure that next hidden legendary equipment. Deep within the 7th continent's S-rank dungeon, a booming voice echoed through the shadows. To resurrect Lord Abis, we require more souls. The undead army must feed. We granted power to the 6th continent, yet they were utterly annihilated. What a pathetic display. Hearing this, Orochi trembled, terror vibrating through his very bones. He bowed so low his nose nearly touched the ground. I have no excuses, my lord. We must focus all our energy on the resurrection ritual. Then prove your worth, the voice commanded. Gather the sacrifices. Orochi stammered desperately. Yes, I will harvest the souls, and I swear I will personally slaughter that human and bring you his holy weapon. The air grew heavy with malice. From the darkness, Grimoa stepped forward, his presence suffocating. Naturally, that is the sole reason your inferior species exists. He raised a hand. Orochi's eyes went wide, but before he could beg, a scream of agony tore from his throat as dark energy flooded him. Number 7, do not repeat the failures of number 6. Failure is not an option. Do you understand? The screaming stopped. Orochi stood up, his aura completely changed, evolved, and terrifyingly cold. Understood, my lord. Meanwhile, miles away, Jein Frey calmly tapped the glowing holographic interface in front of him. He reviewed his loot from the S-rank dungeon run: Red Bull Tiger Milk, Drahap Rabbit Fur, 3-headed Boar Fang. Then, Jein Frey pulled out the card he had chosen earlier. It was the guild reward. Ding, the system chimed. Wire Monkey Tail F rank. He initiated the synthesis process. Confirm transformation. Synthesis complete. You have successfully combined 12 materials. Congratulations. You have obtained Cat's Eye Scope, plus 13. Jein reached out his fingertips, brushing the cold metal of the new gadget. The moment he equipped it, his perception shifted. In the blink of an eye, his visual range expanded drastically. There it is. A grin of pure triumph spread across Yein's face. A hidden pathway invisible to the naked eye revealed itself through the scope. Just as I thought. Follow the line. As he traced the path, the concealed entrance materialized from thin air. The massive doors groaned and swung open. Jein Frey shoved them fully ajar, squinting as a blinding golden light poured out from the chamber within. He stepped into the vast empty void. Above his head, his halo pulsed with brilliant light, reacting to the ancient magic. Suddenly, the system alert rang out again. Magical energy detected. Target item is within a 10-kilometer radius. Jein closed his eyes, raising his hand to sync with the halo's resonance. There's only one thing in this room. A sphere of light manifested right at his fingertips. His eyes snapped open. Hidden equipment found. System alert. You have obtained the Athena Battle Tunic. You have obtained the Athena Battle Greaves. The light faded, leaving the legendary armor set resting in his hands. Jein couldn't suppress his excitement. His eyes sparkled with the thrill of a collector completing a set. He scanned the stats. Defense plus 300. Durability 8,000 out of 8,000. Skill 1. Stealth. Completely erases physical form and presence. Usage 5 times daily. The second and third skills were still locked behind conditions. But this was a huge step in his awakening Manhwa journey. With the Athena set secured, it's time to invade the 7th continent. The 7th continent, a land where the sun beat down with unforgiving intensity, bathing the world in scorching light. Jein Frey stood atop a dune, gazing down at the landscape with the calm demeanor of a veteran. He glanced at his map interface. Finally made it. Felt like an eternity, yet it happened in a flash. Buzz. His screen lit up. Missed call Kukuru. Ah, crap. It's Kukuru. He mentally kicked himself for ghosting her. Hey, Kukuru. Everything okay? Her voice crackled through the speaker, breathless. Jein, I did it. I've gathered every single ingredient you asked for. Jein chuckled. Good job, you worked hard. Suddenly, on the other end, Kukuru gasped, her voice spiking with shock. Wait, what? Jein had to repeat himself, shouting over the wind. Kukuru was baffled. What are you saying? I just got back to the inn. What do you mean, good job? She exploded. Look at the quantity, I got double what you listed. Jein scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Is that so? My bad. Hey, I need you to organize all that. It's for the next dungeon raid. Guess I can't check it right now. Shame, considering the loot in the next dungeon. Hearing the magic words, next dungeon. Kukuru's jaw dropped, her eyes sparkling with greed. She huffed, trying to act tough. Fine, I'll handle it. Jein turned away from the screen, sticking his tongue out playfully. Good luck, kid. He shoved his hands in his pockets, walking deeper into the sun-drenched wasteland. The upcoming battle with the Demon King. It's too dangerous for her. Forgive me, Kukuru. He stopped dead in his tracks, the silence of the desert swallowing him. Jein shielded his eyes from the glare. The 7th continent? He narrowed his eyes. This place is definitely different from the rest. To unlock the S-rank gate, I have to clear every dungeon from F-rank all the way up to A-rank first. Kukuru's stamina would never survive this kind of grind. Moments later, Jein Frey Vanred stood before a colossal, imposing entrance. The 7th continent S-rank dungeon. He barked out a command, his voice cutting through the dead silence with absolute authority. Athena battle suit equip. The massive doors groaned open with a heavy, ominous sound. Jein Frey Vanred stepped into the darkness, a confident smirk playing on his lips. All right, time to set a new personal record. This speedrun is exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier leveling manhwa. The first beast spawned only to be instantly obliterated by Jein Frey Vanred. E-rank dungeon clear. The second green monstrosity was cut down the moment it moved. D-rank dungeon cleared. Without missing a beat, Jein Frey Vanred slaughtered the red and green beasts in a blur of motion. Even the giant serpent was decapitated before it could strike. C-rank dungeon dusted. The blue wolf howled in agony as its body hit the floor lifeless. B-rank dungeon complete. Jein Frey Vanred stood amidst the carnage of fallen monsters, the dust settling around him. He couldn't hide his satisfaction. Man, this is going way too smoothly. Athena's stealth capability is god tier. They didn't even sense me. Jein Frey Vanred grinned. Time to keep this momentum and crush the A-rank dungeon. Suddenly a booming voice erupted from behind. Listen up, everyone. We are establishing our base of operations right here. Jein Frey Vanred turned, his gaze narrowing as he observed the group gathering below. Jein Frey Vanred focused on the red-haired man who was shouting orders with intense energy. That guy is, he racked his brain, one of the 8 Guardian Stars. His name was Leon Wright. Jein Frey Vanred wondered, is he on a mission? Down below, Leon was directing his team. Everyone move to the designated coordinates and begin the investigation immediately. I don't care how you do it. Just use your burning passion to find those clues. His subordinates roared in unison. Yes, sir. That was Leon's guild, the Supreme Fang. Jein Frey Vanred activated his stealth, closing in on the group in total silence. Jein Frey Vanred reassured himself. Right, with the Athena suit's stealth effect, I'm basically a ghost. He turned only to find Leon sniffing the air violently. This scent? It smells like pure green, unadulterated passion. Leon suddenly screamed with joy, his voice shattering the quiet atmosphere. We meet again. Jein Frey Vanred. Wait, what? Leon's finger pointed directly at Jein Frey despite the stealth mode being active. Jein Frey froze, the color draining from his face in sheer shock. Is he kidding me right now? Jein Frey couldn't believe it. I am literally invisible, aren't I? Leon laughed heartily, hands on his hips. What's wrong? Why so shy? Come on out. Jein Frey tried to keep his cool, swallowing hard. He didn't use a skill. Did this guy just find me through sheer animal instinct? Taking a deep breath, he deactivated the camouflage. Just like that, Jein Frey materialized from thin air, his figure revealing itself to Leon. He gritted his teeth, panic rising in his chest. This is bad. How am I supposed to explain this invisibility tech? But Leon's eyes were sparkling with excitement the moment he saw Jein Frey Then he shouted like a total fanboy. I knew it. What was that? A skill. What is this? Is that legendary gear? Oh my god, I am so jealous. By the way, if you are here, you must be planning to take down the 7th Demon King, right? Jein Frey laughed awkwardly. Yeah. Leon looked even more impressed. I knew it. You really are a hard worker. Good luck, you've got this, Jein Frey exhaled relieved. Somehow I dodged a bullet there. Guess I don't need to explain anything. So what about you? Jein Frey asked. Are you on a mission? Leon nodded gravely. Correct. We received reports that adventurers entering this area have gone missing. We are sweeping the area for survivors and any clues to explain the disappearances. Jein Frey stopped cold, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face at Leon's words. Leon continued. It's likely the work of the Nameless faction. Nothing is confirmed yet, so stay on your guard. Suddenly, Leon clenched his fist with fiery determination. If you find anything suspicious, just use your passion to beat it into submission. Super passion time to move out. He waved goodbye to Jein Frey I'm going to investigate with the others. See you later. Jein Frey smiled back. Sure thing. He watched Leon's retreating back, hearing the man laugh as he walked away. What can I even say, that guy is top tier in his own weird way. Jein Frey muttered, his voice calm but calculating. I guess I should keep moving too. Suddenly, a colossal beast blocked his path, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. The B-rank dungeon boss, the acid werewolf. Jein Frey smirked, his inner confidence surging. There it is. Time to put it down and advance to A rank. But he froze when the monster was suddenly sent flying, smashing violently into the dungeon wall. He spun around, his eyes darting down to see a massive creature lying motionless on the stone floor. Jein Frey realized with a start that green monster was the A-rank dungeon boss Horval. Why is the A-rank boss here? A familiar, boisterous laugh echoed through the hall. I can't believe you were running away from the enemy. You lack passion. Leon's face lit up the moment he spotted Jein Frey We meet again, Jein Frey Jein Frey stood there completely dumbfounded. Jein Frey thought to himself. I know, he said. See you later. But isn't this a little too soon? Leon stood there for a second, then tilted his head, asking slowly. So, what exactly is the situation here? Jein Frey looked back at him blankly, totally confused. Leon waved his hand dismissively. What the hell, sorry for cutting in. He spoke casually, pointing a thumb at the battered Horval behind him. I was investigating the missing adventurers when that thing jumped out right in front of me. It attacked and blocked my path, so I smacked it around a little bit, and it got scared and ran away. Jein Frey looked down awkwardly, his mind reeling. 1,000 thoughts raced through his head, none of which he could articulate. A little bit. Horval was trembling behind Leon. You made that monster terrified with just a little bit. Is that thing a low-level boss or something? The acid werewolf stood behind Jein Frey growling at Leon with a menacing, predatory threat. But the sheer ferocity radiating from the acid werewolf made Horval flinch, shrinking back in total silence. Jein Frey whispered, panic creeping into his voice. It looks like bosses from different dungeons are teaming up. I've never seen a system glitch like this before. Leon started smacking Horval while shouting. You pathetic coward, can't do anything by yourself, huh? I'm going to beat some bravery into your skull. Suddenly, Jein Frey sensed a spike in danger and screamed a desperate warning. Hey, watch out. Leon was already walking straight toward the two monsters. The two beasts roared in unison and lunged at Leon with killing intent. Leon channeled all his power into his legs and launched himself into the air, an explosion of raw motion. Leon vanished in a blur, reappearing behind the monstrosities with godlike agility. His blade was raised high, locking onto its prey with deadly precision. With a cold, confident smirk, he spoke calmly before unleashing a single devastating thrust. The steel beam pierced straight through the acid werewolf and Herpel in one heartbeat. He roared the skill name, Fatal Pierce. The twin beasts howled in agony as their heads were skewered, instantly blood spraying into the air. The massive corpses crashed to the earth just as Leon stuck the landing. Jein Frey stared, unable to comprehend the sheer destructive power he just witnessed. He annihilated 2 boss-level threats with a single strike. Watching Leon stand there so casually, Jein realized, this guy is a monster. But then a cold realization struck him. Wait a second. Jein's analytical mind kicked into overdrive as he processed the situation. If this guy wiped out the A-rank and B-rank bosses, my clear conditions are ruined. The logic of this system Manhwa world means I can't challenge the S-rank boss now. Leon answered with such nonchalance that it left Jein completely speechless, unable to form a single word of protest. Zero thrill in that fight. Oh, a message from the chairman just came through the interface. Chairman Jein Frey Van Redman appeared on the screen, his eyes sharp and calculating. Good work, Leon. Any leads? Leon glanced at the carnage he created with a confident grin. Still no trace of the missing explorers. However, I did just exterminate an A-rank boss that had no business being in this dungeon. The chairman frowned, sensing a disturbance in the ecosystem. An A-rank entity inside a B-rank dungeon. How is that possible? Leon shrugged, his voice steady as a rock. Who knows, the world is full of glitches. Jein Frey Van Redman's eyes narrowed as he spotted a familiar figure in the background. Is that Jein Frey behind you? His voice carried a tone of curiosity. You two are partying together. Jein sighed, his soul leaving his body. Hello. I wouldn't say together. More like I got dragged into his mess. The chairman asked gently, is something wrong? You look devastated, Jein replied with a hollow stare. It is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Jein turned away to hide his tears. Great. Now I have to wait for the bosses to respawn just to restart my grind from scratch. Suddenly the chairman's expression hardened. Actually, the timing is perfect. Sorry to drop this on you, but listen up. Leave the investigation here to the Legion. I need you two to team up and head immediately to the S-rank zone. Jein blinked. Did something happen? Jein Frey Van Redman's voice dropped an octave. What he said next shocked them both to the core. We have detected an anomaly. High probability it is the work of the Nameless. The chairman's words hung heavy in the air. The other guardians are tied up on missions. You are the closest active unit. Leon grinned, his fighting spirit igniting. Understood. Leon laughed, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. I have been dying to see what these nameless freaks can actually do. All right, Jein. Leon extended a hand, a playful smirk on his face. Time to party up. Jein stared at the system window, his mind racing. Leon sent a party invite. Accept, decline. As Jein ran after him, the gears in his head started turning. Wait, if we party up, his kills count as mine. That means the S-rank boss condition will be unlocked for both of us. Leon laughed. It is a deal then. Let us move, Jein. They halted before an ancient imposing temple. The 7th continent. S-rank dungeon. Smells like trouble. Jein scanned the horizon, his expression grim. The monster density is insane. It rivals the 6th continent. Leon glanced at Jein, that signature cocky grin returning to his face, teasing yet full of hidden meaning. If the density is this high, the Nameless are definitely involved. Leon stepped forward. Let us see how many bodies we can stack. The temple glowed with an eerie light against the darkness, radiating a sacred, yet terrifying aura. They plunged into battle. Jein analyzed the combat data. Just as I feared. This isn't a normal leveling Manhwa grind. Their stats have been unnaturally amplified. Jein unleashed a whirlwind slash, decapitating the mob swarming him in one fluid motion. Leon remained untouched, laughing amidst the chaos. They are tougher than usual, but still absolute trash. So boring, he pointed his blade at his partner. Let us have a contest, Jein. Jein blinked, bewildered. A what? A booming voice announced the title. Welcome to the Leon Cup. A battle to decide the apex predator behind him. A fresh wave of nightmares materialized from the shadows. Who is the strongest? Sponsored by the Adventurers Guild and the 8 Guardians. Jein rolled his eyes. That name sucks, and I know for a fact you do not have sponsors. The contestants, me versus you. Jein realized he had no choice. This is just forced labor disguised as a game. Whoever slaughters the most wins. Leon flashed a feral grin, his bloodlust spiking. Get ready! He gripped his sword aura, exploding around him. Start! He launched himself like a cannonball. Jein sighed. He literally just started without a countdown. That is when Leon shouted. The ground trembled as the monster horde rushed them like a tidal wave of death. Leon was a blur of destruction, tearing through the front lines with overwhelming force. Another head rolled. 1. Bodies piled up. 2-3. Jein watched his back, his expression shifting from annoyance to deep contemplation. Jein's mind raced back to the earlier kills. I suspected it when he one-shot those bosses. But watching him now confirms it. Even amongst the elite 8-star guardians, his power was unfathomable, concealed beneath a layer of deceptive ordinary. Yet his combat efficiency was absolute zero wasted movements, perfect judgment. Amidst the chaos, Jein Frey's mind drifted to Luluca. That mage possessed devastating magical prowess. Yet this man's raw strength rivaled even hers, echoing the words spoken years ago. Thanks. But in that split second, a chilling killing intent spiked from his blind spot. Jein Frey whipped around his gaze razor sharp. With a single fluid stroke of his blade, the beast was severed in two before it even realized it was dead. Leon cast a glance backward, his eyes narrowing in calculation. A spark of genuine shock ignited within him as he analyzed the feat. This was a 7th Continent S-Class dungeon, a place where even the trash mobs could slaughter an entire party of average adventurers. Gazing at Jein Frey, he couldn't help but respect that terrifying composure. Only a master with transcendent skills could butcher these high-level monsters with such casual ease. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech tore through the forest, shattering the silence. The beast convulsed in agony before crashing to the earth, its life force extinguished. Jein stood motionless amidst the carnage, leaving Leon to marvel in silence. Leon broke the quiet, his voice steady. That makes 775. What's your count, Jein Frey? Jein replied coolly. I'm sitting at 775 as well. Leon pointed a thumb at himself, brimming with confidence. Keeping up with me, I guess you're not just all talk after all. But make no mistake, victory belongs to me. Jein shrugged. Win or lose, it's irrelevant. Though internally he admitted, losing would actually sting a bit. Leon then pivoted. By the way, Jein Frey, what drove a guy like you to walk the path of an adventurer? Jein paused, failing to grasp the weight behind the question. Why the sudden interrogation? Jein wondered before answering simply, my family. We were poor. Leon froze. Then like a dam breaking, streams of manly tears began to cascade down his face. Jein stood there completely bewildered by the sudden waterworks. Leon's voice trembled with emotion. I see it now. Father passed away. Mother bedridden with illness. And you, the eldest son, sacrificing everything for your little sister. Jein was flabbergasted. I didn't say any of that. Who told him this script? Does he have a mind-reading skill, or is he delusional? Leon let out a wail of pure empathy and tackled Jein into a bear hug. Jein Frey, you've suffered so much, carrying such a burden at such a tender age. Panic set in. Why are you sobbing? Get off me. Jein struggled to break free. Leon sniffled. The truth is, I was raised in the savage mountains too. Jein stopped struggling, blindsided by the confession. Leon choked back tears. I had 20 brothers and sisters. We were dirt poor. I stepped on a landmine, Jein realized. Leon clenched his fist, lost in memory. After leaving the village, I endured 10 years of hell. But finally, Leon roared with pride. I reached a rank where I can send enough money back to feed them all. That is why I understand your pain better than anyone. He pointed a dramatic finger at Jein. You have fought well, my friend. Jein was at a loss. He's a good guy, but he's a bit much. Leon opened his arms wide. Come here, bring it in for a hug. Pass. Suddenly their instincts screamed. Both spun around in perfect sync as a heavy presence materialized behind them. A new boss monster had spawned. It was the mid-boss of the 7th Continent's S-Class dungeon, the Crimson Minotaur. The air grew heavy as man and beast locked eyes. Leon's grin returned. The mid-boss is here. Guess our bonding session has to wait, brother. Jein rolled his eyes, ignoring the cringe, and readied himself. Let's resume the hunt. But then the Crimson Minotaur spoke in a guttural voice. You shall proceed no further, humans. They froze, paralyzed by shock. Disbelief washed over them. Leon whispered, Did that thing just speak? Is this the corruption of the Nameless? Jein's expression darkened. I don't know. But mid-bosses aren't programmed with speech. Ignoring the anomaly, Leon drew his blade. Too late to worry now. Leon laughed maniacally. The score is tied. Whoever bags this mid-boss and the Demon King takes the crown. Leon didn't hesitate, launching himself at the Crimson Minotaur like a human missile. The beast snarled. By the command of Demon King Orisi, your lives end here. Die. As the words left its mouth, the Minotaur unleashed a wave of suffocating pressure ready to crush them. Skillstone Arrow. It was a mage-class spell. Leon's mind reeled as he processed the impossible reality before him. Since when do physical types cast magic? He swung his weapon to deflect the barrage. That's an adventurer's skill. The corruption of the Nameless has infected the entire dungeon system, Jein shouted from the backline. Leon. It's not one of the Nameless, but it possesses their unique authority. Leon glanced back, confirming the dark energy signature. The Minotaur scoffed. Struggle all you want. You will never reach Lord Orochi. Giving Leon no time to breathe, it unleashed another cataclysmic assault. Instead of fear, Leon shouted with savage glee. Finally, I've caught the tail of those nameless bastards. So, you're the scum stealing skills from hard-working adventurers. That is a sin I cannot forgive. Behind him, Jein sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Golden light erupted from Leon's body. Skill will of the war god. It was a Lancer-class buff that skyrocketed his stats, a classic move in this leveling Manhwa world. Leon pointed his spear at the beast. You want my power? Come and take it. I'll crush you and claim my points. The Minotaur gnashed its teeth, its eyes burning with a mixture of humiliation and murderous rage. Leon took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of mana into his weapon. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating thrust directly at the Crimson Minotaur. The beast howled in agony, forced to its knees in a cloud of dust. Yet as it staggered back up, its voice dripped with unbroken arrogance. You are definitely more than just a simple pest, aren't you? Jein Frey watched in shock as the creature's flesh knit together before his very eyes. Leon's voice cut through the air. So you possess recovery arts as well. Don't tell me. You harvested that from other adventurers. The abomination laughed, a rasping sound like grinding stones. Consider it a little bonus I picked up along the path of slaughter. The puzzle pieces clicked into place within Jein Frey's mind. The mysterious disappearances, it all made sense now. He immediately shouted a warning. Watch out. Leon, its activation condition requires eye contact and absorbing your blood to steal your abilities. Hearing this, the spearman fell into a heavy, tense silence, his brow furrowed in sheer revulsion. Absorbing my blood, you say? A provocative smirk slowly spread across Leon's face. That is absolutely revolting. If you think you can take what is mine, come and try it. Without a shred of hesitation, he launched himself at the beast like a streak of lightning. Jein Frey gasped at the reckless charge, screaming, Leon, wait! But the spearman was already unleashing a torrent of slashes, every strike carrying earth-shattering momentum. The monster trembled, reality crashing down on it. How can a mere human possess such overwhelming might? I cannot even counterattack, Leon roared amidst the offensive. What's wrong? Is that all you have? Come on, steal my technique if you are so good at it. Jein Frey stood frozen, mesmerized by the absolute domination unfolding before him. Jein Frey could not hide the shock in his heart. Incredible. Even a mid-tier boss cannot lay a single finger on him. He muttered in frustration, pushing the divine will to its absolute limit like this. He is insane. Oh, Mira, and now him. Why does nobody in this party listen to reason? Leon spoke up, puffing his chest. Watch closely, Jein Frey. My version of divine will is far superior to the standard active skill. Do you know why? Because I forged it with pure guts. His voice was rock solid. That is why it evolved. Jein was completely baffled. No, I have never heard of such a broken logic or setting in any system. The more Jein Frey analyzed it, the more dangerous it seemed. If a skill of that magnitude gets stolen, the catastrophe it would cause is unimaginable. He glanced at his companion, thinking, if he is this worried about theft, our future battle against the Demon King is going to be a nightmare. Leon turned, noticing the anxiety written all over Jein's face. He offered a gentle, confident smile. Through a direct mental link, he commanded, Jein, I want you to use my divine will. All right, I am granting you access. Jein Frey replied, internally stunned. Skill sharing, isn't that a restricted feature, only available when party conditions are perfectly met? The spearman nodded, his voice unwavering. Exactly. We cleared the hidden criteria by defeating 300 monsters together, did we not? Leon grinned, warmth radiating from him. Normally I would never share this, but you are family now, so I approved it. He reassured him, don't worry, the system link is already active. Jein Frey, if you want, you can even call me Big Brother. Jein instantly shut him down. That is never happening. Now focus on the battle. The system window popped up with details. Divine will utilized by the Lancer is a high-tier awakening Manhwa skill capable of amplifying all attributes. However, it carries a heavy backlash. Leon shouted with high spirits, let's go, little brother. The system chimed, player Leon's exclusive skill Divine Will has been shared with you. Mastering this ability requires time, and applying it in real combat demands rigorous discipline. Leon laughed heartily, his encouragement echoing, don't sweat it. Everyone is a rookie at the start. No need to be shy, just give it a shot. Jein Frey retorted immediately, his pride slightly stung. It is not about being shy. His mind raced with tactical analysis. Just because the skill is shared does not mean I can instantly wield it like a master. Jein Frey mentally conceded, that is the standard rule. Taking a deep breath, he decided to tap into the torrent of power Leon had granted him. Seeing the attempt, Leon nodded in satisfaction, his voice full of validation. That is the spirit, Jein Frey. Leon shrugged casually, dropping a bombshell. though that is barely 1/10 of my actual output. He pushed harder, his tone playful, yet demanding. Release more of it. Just let it explode. Jein Frey thought, his teaching style is incredibly cringe, but if I can master this, the benefits are astronomical. Fine, let's do this. He squeezed his eyes shut, regulating his breathing, channeling his internal energy to excavate this new potential. Jane quickly realized. As I suspected, this isn't something theory alone can solve. It needs a physical foundation. Leon shook his head vigorously, rejecting the method. No, not like that, the spearman gestured wildly. Flow the mana like this, then add a sprinkle of guts just like that. Jein Frey sighed. Easier said than done. I need time to grasp the mechanism. Leon nodded but kept the pressure high. Of course, that is why you need to grit your teeth and learn it faster again. He furrowed his brows. This is absolute madness. Courage has a limit, you know. Jein Frey adjusted his approach, self-correcting. No. Maybe this way. Like this. Leon tilted his head, evaluating. Jein Frey, you are clumsier than I expected. He stepped in to correct the form directly. Not that way. Like this. Leon closed his eyes, his voice firm. Feel the sensation. Yes, that is correct. Jean nodded. I see. Then asked, is this the frequency? Leon beamed with delight. Exactly. Yes, now add a dash of courage to that blazing fighting spirit. Once you have that mix in some pure unadulterated guts. He clenched his jaw, telling himself, I have come this far. One more time. Jein Frey couldn't help but think, I still have no idea what this guts theory actually means scientifically. However, a distinct shift occurred within his core. But I am beginning to grasp the sensation. The moment the feeling crystallized, Jein Frey's eyes snapped open. A scorching wave of power erupted, surging through every vein in his body. Leon smiled, confirming success. That is it, Jein Frey. The mage marveled. This feels incredible. It is as if my very stats are boiling over with energy. Just as expected, you have reached 50% of my output. Jein Frey shrugged, quipping. You could have just said, half, you know. The system's voice cut in, reminding them of the reality often forgotten in a typical Manhwa recap. Jean thought, I only managed to replicate half of Leon's divine will, yet I felt a massive torrent of power coursing through me. The system continued its analysis. Skill sharing is indeed a potent ability. However, whether that power can be utilized effectively depends entirely on the recipient's capability. Only when the shared skill is mastered to perfection will its true value shine. Leon clapped his hands sharply, signaling the shift. All right, listen up. It's time for lesson 2. He pointed straight at the enemy, his playful demeanor vanishing instantly. Manifest the will of God right here in the heat of real combat. Wait, what? Jein Frey Venred stammered, his instincts screaming that this was moving too fast. But before he could protest, the system chime rang out. Look at that kneeling already. Leon laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. How humiliating for a mid-tier boss. Hey, trash mob. Your opponent is Jein Frey Venred now. Don't hold back. The monster ground its teeth, rage exploding. Damn you, wretched human. Leon pushed him forward. Go on, give it a shot. Jein Frey Venred shifted his stance, channeling his new awakening power, bracing for the clash. Leon watched with hawk-like intensity, silently praying for a breakthrough. Show me Jein Frey Venred. Show me the true will of God. If I master this, Jein Frey Venred thought, gritting his teeth, I won't waste skills anymore. This was his one shot at a true power-up. He had to make it count. I can't face Lord Orochi empty-handed, the beast panicked. I need his head. Killing intent erupted as the monster unleashed a deafening roar. I will slaughter you. But Jein Frey Venred's eyes were cold steel. No hesitation remained. He swung his blade in a perfect decisive arc, a flash of light. The blade sliced clean through the monster's horn. But Jein Frey Venred realized the bitter truth. Damn it, my current stats can't keep up. He glanced back at Leon, and suddenly a strange sensation washed over him. His body felt lighter than air. This is Leon's domain. The divine power of courage. The monster growled, fighting in desperation. Damn it, this time I will... Suddenly everything froze. An overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, instantly crushing the mid-tier monster into nothingness. What childish games are you playing? Orochi's voice boomed with absolute scorn. Pathetic. I'll handle this myself. The system Manhwa interface flashed red frantically. 7th Demon King, Orochi. Level 500. The 8-headed Serpent King. Effect level increased by 50 in combat. Jein Frey Venred and Leon stared, paralyzed by the sheer presence of the boss. The crushed mid-boss trembled, lifting its head in absolute terror, begging for mercy from its master. Orochi's gaze was absolute zero. I have no use for weaklings. With a sickening crunch, the monster convulsed and collapsed in a pool of its own blood. Leon tilted his head, his voice terrifyingly calm. Well, technically that counts as my 776th kill. Leon's eyes locked onto the new threat. Guess we have a new target. Jein Frey Vanrid narrowed his eyes, a cold sweat breaking out. S-Class Demon King Orochi, Jein Frey Vanrid thought. Killing his own subordinate. And that sinister aura. This isn't the Orochi from the lore. He lowered his voice, his analysis sharp. It seems he's been corrupted by the Nameless one. Orochi turned slowly, his piercing gaze stabbing through them. He instantly sensed the anomaly standing before him. Is that the wielder of the divine artifact? Orochi's eyes locked onto the fluctuating power. A cruel, bloodthirsty grin stretched across his face. The killing intent suffocated the air as Orochi declared, "I won't let you insects interfere with my grand design any longer." Leon glanced at his student, seeing Jein Frey Vanred's combat stance. He took a deep breath, his tone dropping to a deadly serious whisper. "All right, Jein Frey Vanred, time for lesson 3. Jein Frey Vanred froze. Huh. But Leon wasn't joking. Take him down using only divine will. Jein Frey Vanred snapped back instantly. Are you insane? That's impossible against a demon king. Leon recited his warrior's code. If you think it's impossible, you've already lost. But if you believe reality will bend to your will. Jein Frey Vanred sighed internally. There's no reasoning with this guy. Leon continued casual as ever. Besides, you good with that? Leon shrugged with twisted logic. If I kill him, the score is 776 to 775. I win. Jein Frey Vanred ground his teeth, veins popping in frustration. Suddenly a massive serpent constructed of pure dark energy lunged. They split apart, barely dodging the lethal strike. The serpent's fangs decimated a massive tree behind them. Orochi raised a hand, his voice vibrating with dark magic. Jein Frey Vanred glanced back, heart pounding as he saw the obliterated timber. Focus! Leon's shout snapped him back to the battlefield. The enemy won't wait for your awakening. Jein Frey Vanred grumbled, internally annoyed. Look who's talking, you maniac. Whatever. Jein Frey Vanred sighed, feeling totally gaslit. It feels like I'm being manipulated, but this is the perfect hell for my training. Leon crossed his arms, laying down the law. You can use your weapon, but skills are strictly forbidden. Go get him, Jein Frey Vanred, Orochi scoffed, staring down at the boy. You want to face me alone, know your place, worm. Jein Frey Vanred took a deep, steadying breath, his eyes locking onto the Demon King with razor-sharp focus. I don't know what artifact he holds. Orochi sneered internally, but I fear no nobody. He swung his hand, unleashing a wave of destruction. Die in despair. The shadow serpent unhinged its jaw, coiling violently before shooting straight for Jein Frey Vanred's heart. But Jein Frey Vanred raised his blade, his eyes eerily calm in the face of annihilation. He put everything into the swing. The blade tore through the shadow snake, but the recoil was brutal. Jein Frey Vanred lost his footing, tumbling to the side. Pain shot through his body. He gritted his teeth, forcing his eyes open. Stay alert, he told himself. My stats are too high. If I don't control them, I'll crash. Orochi's cruel laughter rang out. Pathetic. That strike was nothing but a bad joke. Orochi continued to spit venomous insults, looking down on the boy like he was nothing more than an insect. Even if you managed to steal my technique, it would be useless in the hands of trash like you. Jein Frey Vanred ground his teeth, his body barely evading the serpent's lethal strikes. A storm of frustration raged within him as the cold reality of his own weakness hit home. Damn it, forcing the divine will is tearing my focus apart. He shut his eyes tight, inhaling deeply to find a single drop of calm amidst the chaotic battlefield. He shifted gears instantly. No more forcing it. Like a true protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he decided to synchronize with his stats. Forget holding back. It's time to let these new numbers run wild. Energy surged through his veins as his grip tightened on the blade. Channeling every ounce of strength into his legs, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, his mind locked on a single objective. Let's test this out. The voice of divine will resonated. In the distance, Leon stood like a statue, his sharp gaze dissecting every frame of the combat. The mentor narrowed his eyes, a cold judgment echoing in his mind. Too slow. Suddenly a blinding flash erupted, warping the very fabric of space around them. Orochi's hand shot out, catching the blade effortlessly. Jein Frey Vanred froze, his eyes trembling in disbelief at the monster's defense. But then the serpent narrowed his gaze, sensing a disturbance. I see now. Orochi turned his head, locking eyes with Leon, his voice dripping with cruel certainty. The true monster isn't this brat. It's that man standing over there. A satisfied smirk curled on Leon's lips. He chuckled, his aura shifting as he finally broke his silence, his voice soft, yet heavy with authority. Your warrior spirit has finally awakened, Jein Frey Vanred. That's enough for today. We'll save the rest of the lesson for another time. Both combatants turned confused by the sudden declaration. With a casual wave of his hand, Leon issued the command. I'm lifting the restriction. You are free to use your original skills again. Orochi scoffed, his arrogance unwavering. 1 or 2 parlor tricks won't change the outcome. You are still weak. But before the insult could land Jein Frey, Vanred had already vanished from his sight. Orochi's instincts screamed in alarm. He's gone! Panic flared as his mind raced, calculating every possible angle of attack. Is it a stealth cloak or a high-tier artifact? No matter, I'll just obliterate everything in the vicinity with a wide-range blast. A silver flash tore through the air. Blood sprayed like a fountain as a deep gash opened across Orochi's chest. The serpent's eyes bulged, his mind failing to process the sudden agony, confused about what just hit you. A voice whispered from the shadows behind him. I hope you're sturdier than you look, unlike that other trash. It was too late. Jein Frey Vanred was already looming behind him like the Grim Reaper. Before Orochi could even twitch, the blade descended for a second merciless strike. The monster roared, his pride shattered. You filthy human insect, are you too terrified to face me head-on like a warrior? Jein Frey Vanred's voice was ice-cold. I thought you said my skills wouldn't make a difference. The tone struck a chord in Orochi's deep memory, overlaying Jein Frey Vanred's image with a terrifying figure from his past. Terror and despair clawed at his sanity. I refuse to lose again. Orochi screamed, his aura exploding outward with enough force to shake the heavens. The sudden eruption caught Jein Frey Vanred off guard. His eyes widened as the pressure in the air multiplied instantly. Even Leon's expression darkened as he sensed the shift. Orochi's power was spiraling out of control, a massive wave of energy crushing the entire battlefield. Jein Frey Vanred's heart hammered against his ribs. A familiar suffocating sensation washed over him. His throat tightened as the faces of Emily and his mother flashed before his eyes. The air shimmered and phantom images materialized, figures that looked painfully familiar to Leon. The mentor spoke, his voice steady but grim. Lionel, Jisamaru, Tora, Jagaran, and Chitan. Those are my people. Orochi sneered, reveling in their shock. You humans are so predictable. Always crumbling when I dangle a few hostages, aren't you? My serpents can track anything by scent, blood, gender, even magical signatures. And right now one of my pets is slithering straight toward their hideout. A chill shot down Jein Frey Vanred's spine, freezing him in place. What did you just say? Black mana boiled around Orochi as he gathered his strength. His maniacal laughter echoed through the void while the tension between Leon and Jein Frey Vanred snapped tight like a bowstring. He looked down on them like gods judging sinners. Where did all that bravado go? With a savage roar, Orochi unleashed a barrage of chaotic energy blasts straight at them. Leon moved faster than light, throwing himself in the trajectory to deflect the incoming annihilation. Searing pain tore through his arm, his skin blistering red from the magical impact. Leon hissed through clenched teeth. You absolute lunatic, stop this madness! Jein Frey Vanred's mind raced, piecing together the horrifying puzzle. The snake bombs. They're rigged to detonate the moment the caster falls in battle. If we don't neutralize the snake tracking the hostages first, we can't lay a finger on Orochi. The villain smirked, knowing he had won the psychological war. This is your punishment. Who gave you permission to fight back? Listen closely. If you dare block my next attack, I will slaughter your precious friends one by one. Jein Frey Vanred glared at the monster, pure fury threatening to consume him. Leon cursed under his breath, the bitter taste of helplessness rising in his throat. Son of a... Orochi's eyes crinkled with sadistic delight. Let's see how long your resolve lasts. Without hesitation, he unleashed another catastrophic wave of energy. Jein Frey Vanred watched in horror as the orbs of destruction hurtled toward them with blinding speed. Leon's gaze hardened. He knew he couldn't dodge. The energy blasts slammed into him, shattering his defenses and tearing into his flesh, leaving him drenched in crimson. Thick drops of blood splattered onto the cold earth. Though his body was dyed red and broken, Leon remained standing an unshakable mountain protecting his student. Yom. Hondal. Jein Frey Vanred screamed, his voice cracking as he saw the carnage. Orochi just laughed, a sound devoid of mercy. Pathetic. You should worry about your own miserable life before crying for others. Jein Frey Vanred stared at the serpent, a cold hand of terror gripping his heart tight. The bombardment didn't cease. Explosions rocked the area, flinging blood and debris into the air. Finally, both warriors collapsed, their strength completely drained by the onslaught. Jein Frey Vanred bit his lip until it bled, forcing his trembling arms to lift his body. Orochi cackled like a madman. It's truly hilarious. Why do you humans always choose to become weak for the sake of others? Gasping for air through the pain, Leon turned his head, his only concern for his student. Kid, are you all right? Jein Frey Vanred could only manage a weak nod in response. Despair spiraled through Jein Frey's mind like a dark storm. Damn it! What can we even do? Leon grit his teeth. his voice heavy with crushing helplessness. One wrong move triggers the bomb, and it's game over. We might as well just roll over and die right now. His thoughts were a chaotic mess, every path blocked by walls of hopelessness. What now? We can't take him down without detonating that bomb. Powerlessness and rage boiled in Jein Frey's gut. We're backed into a corner. Shit. But just as despair threatened to consume them, a familiar teasing voice cut through the tension. Looks like someone's in a pinch, huh, my dear partner? Jein jerked his head around, eyes widening in shock at the entity that had just materialized. Jein Frey frowned, unable to trust his own vision. How did you get out? And why are you so tiny? The staff vibrated gently, its voice dripping with arrogance. I am a genius after all. My class is leagues above your average trash-tier equipment. It declared, its tone carrying a heavy hint. More importantly, partner, are you dense? Did you forget my skill? Leon lay there, glancing between Jein and the talking weapon with a bewildered expression. Jein Frey narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through the system interface. Your skill... If I recall correctly, you just unlocked that yesterday. So, bingo. It replied instantly. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces snapped together. Jein Frey stood frozen as the realization hit him like a truck. The staff cackled, confirming the brilliant spark in his master's mind. Looks like you finally remembered. That's right, your idea is spot on. Jein Frey stared at it, thinking, did this guy really come all this way just to save my hide? Time to make them pay. With interest. He took a deep breath, his gaze hardening into steel as he looked at his comrade. La salle sauveur, yellowne. Jein Frey's voice rang out, filled with absolute trust and unshakable resolve. Leave the bomb to me. We take this bastard down. Now. Leon paused, his eyes shifting slowly to Jein, assessing the weight of those words. A few seconds passed before the meaning sank in, and a wild grin split his face. He placed a hand on his hip, his tone teasing, yet filled with admiration. You're looking pretty arrogant right now, Jein Frey. Leon's expression turned grave, his voice dropping to a serious rumble. Begging me, huh? All right, what's the play? Jein thought fast, his eyes flashing with tactical brilliance. Deal a critical hit, but keep him alive. Both warriors turned in unison, their gazes locking onto the dangerous figure looming before them. Leon exhaled sharply, confidence radiating from him in waves. Honestly, I could kill him 1,000 times over, but I guess we're doing this the hard way. Leave it to me. Orichi laughed contemptuously, his eyes mocking the two humans. You pests still have energy to chat. If you die too easily, I'll be bored out of my mind. Without a second of hesitation, Leon channeled power into his legs and vanished, reappearing instantly in front of the enemy. His voice was ice cold, his killing intent exploding outwards. Don't worry. The Nameless will die. Everyone except you. Orichi's eyes bulged, clearly caught off guard by Leon's decisive speed. He roared, a warning panic bleeding into his rage. Hey, don't you care about those hostages? If you attack me, the bomb will... Before he could finish, Leon's direct hit smashed into him. Leon roared the skill name, unleashing all his power in a split second. Prison strike. The villain howled in agony as his massive frame was crushed by the overwhelming force. In that moment of chaos, Orichi's eyes darted upward, catching sight of a familiar silhouette descending from above. The staff screamed in excitement. He's down. Do it now, partner. In Jein Frey's mind, the system command flashed Death God's first skill, soul hunting. He thought to himself, I never imagined I'd use a leveling Manhwa skill like this to hunt down an abstract concept. The system voice rang out cold and mechanical. First skill. Soul hunting tears apart anything without a physical body. Jein moved instantly, pouring his entire will and mana into the charge. Jein Frey's eyes locked onto the target, refusing to allow even a sliver of escape. He didn't stop churning his energy and pushing his output to the absolute limit. Jein spun midair, swinging the staff down with the force of a collapsing mountain. The weapon vibrated violently, unleashing brilliant blue lightning that blinded the entire battlefield. In that split second, he felt it, the sensation of victory. Perfect. I actually caught the skill. Jein Frey shouted, his voice piercing through the chaotic noise. It's over, Leon. Use everything you have and finish him off. Leon stood firm below, muscles coiling like steel cables, ready to deliver the final judgment. Leon grinned with savage satisfaction, his trust in his teammate absolute. Good work, Jein Frey. His aura erupted as he roared the verdict for the sinner, for the crime of using my precious family as hostages. Die in regret. Orichi. The beast screamed, pain and despair finally etching themselves onto his face. Leon unleashed the ultimate strike, condensing all his might into a single time-stopping moment. Bakarais. Beast Spear Breaker. He thrust forward, the blade shattering Orichi's defenses like glass. The villain coughed up a massive spray of blood, his body failing him completely. Orichi's colossal form collapsed, crumbling right before Leon's feet. Blood pooled beneath him, staining the earth crimson. Leon straightened his posture, delivering a cold, emotionless assessment. Not tough enough. From the air, Jein Frey retracted his aura, his gaze calm as he surveyed the aftermath. Leon dusted off his hands, his voice relaxed but laced with smug triumph. Sorry about that, Jein Frey. I took down the Demon King, so that's 76 points for me. Jein froze his eyes involuntarily, sliding over to his teammate. A disbelieving thought flashed through Jein Frey's mind. Even at a time like this, he's thinking about the competition. Leon crossed his arms, his tone deadly serious. Theoretically, this was a team effort. But in the battle of who is the stronger predator, the one who deals the killing blow takes the points. That's the hard truth. Jein furrowed his brow, thinking, was there even a rule like that? And where exactly are these points going? Leon shrugged, the corner of his mouth curving up. Well, that means I win this round. Jein Frey replied reluctantly. Impressive. Leon laughed, his voice lowering to a tone of genuine respect. But don't feel bad, Jein Frey. You did well to fight on equal footing with me. Suddenly a foreign bone-chilling cold swept across the area, making both of them shudder in instinctual warning. No words were needed. Both warriors instantly shifted their bodies back into combat stances. The space above them twisted and warped, and a blurred figure slowly manifested in the sky. The entity paused, looking down with eyes so cold they froze the very air around them. Grimoa's voice dripped with absolute venom. Even after I granted you power, filthy insects remain filthy insects, don't they? His sneer widened, every word soaked in unfiltered humiliation. Actually, you're lower than trash. Leon tilted his head, his eyes scanning the new arrival with a mix of curiosity and scorn. Who the hell is this clown anyway? Jein Frey Vanred shook his head slightly. I have no idea. After a split second of calculation, his voice dropped to a grave whisper. But one thing is certain. He is not an ally. A cold dread coiled in Jein Frey Vanred's gut. This aura. It felt wrong. Unnatural. Is this another nameless one? In this leveling manhwa, one monster falls only for a worse nightmare to rise from the shadows. Grimoa dragged out his words, the opening lines of a cruel tragedy. In that heartbeat, the tension in the air snapped tight, pushing their combat instincts to the breaking point. He descended his boots, touching down with a shockwave that made the earth tremble. Standing tall, his voice boomed with god-complex arrogance. My name is Grimoa, the Grimoire of Annihilation. I detest crashing a victory celebration. But I'm afraid I'll need you all to be good little pawns and die for me. Neither of them spoke. They just locked onto him, eyes razor-sharp. The villains smirked, reading the defiance in their stance. I take it that silence means refusal. Leon let out a dry chuckle, his signature sarcasm cutting through the gloom. Introducing yourself first, surprisingly polite. But that second part. Yeah, that sounded like total nonsense. Are you a nameless one too? Grimoa cocked his head, his voice rumbling with ancient mockery. Nameless? Ah yes. The label you pathetic humans slapped onto us. He laughed softly, his gaze dissecting them like lab rats. A meaningless question. But if you must categorize us all together, then yes, close enough. Leon's knuckles turned white as he tightened his fist, his glare piercing the enemy. So what exactly is your endgame here? Grimoa answered instantly, as if stating a universal law. To resurrect the Lord of the Abis. Leon frowned, disgust warring with caution on his face. Lord of the Abis? Who the hell is that bastard? Never heard of him. The creature waved a hand dismissively. Fret not. Fanaticism ignited in Grimoa's eyes like wildfire the moment the name left his lips. Very soon, every soul on this planet will know his name. And kneel in worship. Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes, sensing the catastrophic mana surging around this lunatic. Jein Frey Vanred analyzed the threat anxiety clawing at his chest. A terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. Judging by the pressure, this abyssal lord must be the master of all the nameless ones. The realization hit Jein Frey Vanred like a ton of bricks. Failure was not an option. If that's true, then we absolutely cannot allow him to wake up. Grimoa suddenly turned, his eyes narrowing as he sensed an anomaly. He smiled calmly, his voice devoid of any urgency. No need to be so hasty. Grimoa's gaze locked onto the halo floating above Jein Frey Vanred's head, sparking with intrigue. His vision slid down, fixating on the pendant hanging from Jein Frey Vanred's neck. Finally, Grimoa stared intently at the blade gripped in the young hero's hand. He nodded slightly, confirming a vital suspicion. I knew the divine artifacts had resurfaced. Grimoa continued, a rare flicker of surprise in his eyes. But truthfully, I am shocked that a single brat managed to collect them all. Jein Frey Vanred flinched, his focus wavering. Divine artifacts? Is he talking about my equipment? In that split second, Leon exploded into motion. He blurred past Jein Frey. Vanred, his silhouette charging straight for the enemy battle aura blazing like a bonfire. Leon grinned amidst the suffocating pressure. To cut a long story short, he cocked his fist back. His next words were pure provocation. "You're just itching for a fistfight, aren't you?" White light erupted as Leon threw his entire weight into a devastating charge. But right before impact, a familiar shadow materialized to block the path. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes widened shock and alarm, screaming in his mind. Demon King Orochi. Why is it here? Leon drew his shining blade, twisting in midair to crash land on the cracked pavement. He muttered, "It's still alive, but the tournament victory." Jein Frey Vanred cut him off instantly. "That doesn't matter right now. Look." They both turned, witnessing Grimoa standing behind the beast, manipulating Orochi like a twisted marionette. Jein Frey Vanred gritted his teeth, a horrifying theory about the enemy's power flashing through his mind. "His skill?" Grimoa spoke calmly, his eyes cold as ice. "If we could have settled this with words, it would have been so simple. But you are right. This is the conclusion of our little discussion." He raised a hand to the heavens, chanting eldritch incantations that warped the air. Suddenly, a dark void tore open behind Grimoa, spewing out wave after wave of grotesque abominations. Jein Frey Vanred stared in horror, the danger level spiking off the charts. "A monster horde!" Leon gasped, unable to hide his shock at the chaotic scene unfolding. "What the hell is this? What kind of broken skill is he using?" Grimoa's voice rang out, dripping with arrogance. "This is a power on a completely different dimension from your petty tricks. A noble power granted only to us, the weapons of the Lord. Do not dare compare it to low-tier creatures who merely steal and mimic human skills." Grimoa didn't stop. He continued, his dark mantra, black energy swirling violently around him. The beast tide roared, surging toward Leon and Jein Frey Vanred with terrifying speed. Jein Frey Vanred flinched, a sharp cry escaping his lips as the situation spiraled out of control. "What?" He instantly raised his hand, channeling his mana into a familiar skill to blast them back. Super repulsion. But even after the first wave was crushed, the monsters kept coming like an endless tsunami. Jein Frey Vanred gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down his face as the sheer numbers overwhelmed him. "Damn it, there's too many of them." He glanced up, despair hitting him. "Even the sky, every exit is blocked." In that fleeting moment, Jein Frey Vanred realized there was only one path forward. "Looks like we have to slaughter every single one of them." Jein Frey Vanred." Leon's voice dropped, vibrating with an explosive rage. He glared at the incoming swarm, his killing intent flaring up like a storm. Leon roared in pure fury. "Where the hell did you crawl out from? You think you can just do whatever you want? Don't think you're walking away from this, you damn nameless piece of trash." Grimoa's expression darkened. The air grew heavy as he absorbed the insult. He turned his head slowly, his voice dropping to a freezing whisper. "What did you just say?" Grimoa flicked his wrist. A condensed beam of black aura shot toward Leon at light speed. Leon froze, his body locked in place by an invisible force. The dark energy twisted midair, morphing into lethal obsidian spikes. Without a second of hesitation, the shadow shrieked across the distance, aiming straight for Leon's heart. Jein Frey Vanred whipped his head around in panic, his eyes bulging as death closed in on his friend. He screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. "Leon," the creature's voice dripped with icy disdain, echoing through the hall. "I told you, do not compare a supreme being like me to such trash." Amidst the storm of attacks, a savage grin tore across his face, his eyes blazing with battle lust. Not bad for a monster. Grima's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the human to react so fast, a true underdog moment in this leveling Manhwa. The boy stood his ground, defying the overwhelming pressure crushing down on him. He lowered his stance, his voice ringing with absolute confidence. "Now it is my turn to play." With a roar that shook the air, Leon descended like a meteor, his spear aiming straight for the kill. But the entity shifted his weight, effortlessly slipping past the lethal strike. Relentless, Leon unleashed a torrent of thrusts, turning the air into a blur of steel. Grima dodged every strike, sneering at the display. "Your spear arts are pathetic. You have zero control over your own weapon." A wild smirk appeared as he shouted back, "You think I cannot master this spear?" "You ignorant fool." Leon kept the pressure up, mixing insults with his attacks. "Are you blind? This weapon has a soul of its own, and I am just letting it sing." Nearby, Jein Frey listened to this exchange in pure disbelief. He continued clearing mobs while thinking, what kind of insane logic is that? Meanwhile, Leon spoke to his weapon like a madman. "Can you keep up with my heartbeat, partner?" Instantly, the spear's velocity doubled, becoming a streak of light. Yet Grima remained scratchless, raising his bare hands to catch the bombardment. "Your speed and strength have leveled up, but against me it is meaningless." Ignoring the taunt, Leon launched himself skyward, driving the spear down like a lightning bolt. Grima froze, struck silent by the sudden intensity. As the tip descended, a blinding aura erupted, slowing time itself to a crawl. Jein Frey sensed the disturbance and whipped his head around. A massive explosion of dark energy swallowed the battlefield, cutting off all vision. He glared at the swarm of monsters, his irritation rising. What was that deafening impact just now, damn it? I cannot see a thing through this smoke. Inside the cloud, Grima had summoned a shield of pure malice to halt the strike. He stared down at the boy with supreme arrogance. Your steel will never reach my skin. It seems your resolve is still lacking human. Leon suddenly burst into laughter. You are right. But who said I was finished attacking? The monster's eyes narrowed, locking onto the vibrating weapon. Grima analyzed the situation. Is he trying to pierce my barrier with raw strength alone? With a primal scream, Leon poured every ounce of mana into the dark void before him. With a sickening tear, the spearhead punched through the absolute defense. Grima stood paralyzed, his mind refusing to accept this reality. Leon grinned like a demon, roaring in his face. I am just getting started. His muscles coiled as he twisted the shaft. Spiral break. The spear spun wildly, transforming into a deadly drill of destruction. Grima scoffed at the technique. Such a barbaric move. But a split second later, a thin red line appeared on his cheek. First blood. Rage darkened Grima's face. Know your place, insect. Shadow stomp instantaneously. A colossal foot materialized from the darkness behind Leon. He abandoned his weapon and caught the crushing weight with his bare hands. Leon gritted, his teeth veins popping as he struggled to hold up the sky. But the force was absolute, flattening him into the dirt. Jein watched in horror, screaming his name. Leon trembling, the boy clawed his way up, spitting out dust and curses. Damn it, you treat people like bugs to be squashed. Grima chanted again without mercy. Shadow domain. This time a massive hand of condensed darkness slammed the boy back into the earth. Leon lay pinned, black tendrils wrapping tight around his limbs. He snarled, fighting the restraints. My body. It won't move. The monster flexed his hand. Struggle is futile. Grima floated down, explaining the mechanics of his despair. I have seized control of your shadow. Since the body and shadow are one, you are now my puppet. Suddenly the boy's panic vanished. Oh, is that how it works? The calmness in his voice made the monster pause. Leon looked up, a twisted grin returning to his face. So basically I just have to win a fistfight against myself, right? If that is the case, then watch. This violent mana surged from his core, clashing against the dark bind. The sheer intensity incinerated the shadows, forcing them to fade away. Grima's eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. His shadow was enslaved, so how is his physical body moving? With a final burst of strength, Leon shattered the invisible chains. A roar of triumph tore from his throat. The sound sent shivers down Grima's spine as Leon clenched his fist, beaming with energy suitable for an awakening Manhwa hero. Your shadow trick is officially broken. Grima's expression turned pitch black. What kind of anomaly is this human? Leon pointed his weapon directly at the entity. What a pity for you. Hey, Nameless, looks like my shadow is off limits now. The monster closed his eyes and chuckled. Interesting. Grima thought I stopped playing games. It is time to show him true despair. Dark incantations began to spill from his lips. Leon stood there, blinking in confusion at the sudden shift. Grima raised both arms, the air vibrating with an ancient, unintelligible language. The boy hesitated, his weapon still raised. What the hell is he doing? He did not understand the magic, but every survival instinct in his body was screaming at him to run. His grip tightened until his knuckles turned white. I have to kill him before he finishes that spell. Roaring, he charged forward with lethal intent. Let's end this Nameless spear art's void strike. Yet the monster did not stop chanting. He flowed like water, effortlessly dodging the lethal barrage without breaking his rhythm. The chanting grew louder, a cruel sneer curling on Grima's lips. Leon gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding bone audible. He frantically analyzed the mana flow and the ominous verses. If I do not strike now, I am dead. But Grima ignored him completely. The chanting stopped, and a single phrase fell like a guillotine. Judgment of the demon realm. Silence fell. The very atmosphere froze in terror. Leon clenched his jaw, staring death in the face. He watched in disbelief as the shadows beneath them merged into one. Grima explained the mechanics of the ultimate curse. This technique demands a price. I cannot move, and neither can you. But in exchange, this execution is unavoidable. Perish, you insignificant worm. Instantaneously, a spike of solid darkness erupted from the floor, skewering Leon. A fountain of fresh blood burst from his mouth. Grima laughed maniacally, reveling in the boy's pathetic state. He began to turn away. Now, to deal with the other pest. but a voice cut through the air, freezing the monster in his tracks. At that exact moment, cold steel burst through Grima's chest. His jaw dropped, eyes bulging as he looked down at the wound. What is this? His mind raced, unable to process the impossible. Did the spear just extend on its own? Leon roared with adrenaline-fueled madness. It looks like your shadow curse does not work on my weapon's shadow. His face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated savagery. Ever heard the saying, never lower your guard, Nameless, because I am still very much alive? Rage twisted his face as he clutched his wound. Damn human filth! Suddenly the shadow beneath his feet detached, retreating toward him as his eyes went wide with shock. His entire body felt frozen in place. He cursed under his breath, face darkening. I can move, but this wound cuts deeper than I calculated. Damn it all! As Grimoa's form flickered, his attention shifted to Leon's strange condition. A sneer of pure contempt curled on his lips. You've reached your limit, yet you still pretend to be strong. Die. At his command, the shadow surged forward like a spear aimed straight for the kill. But in a flash, Jein Frey snatched Leon away, narrowly escaping Grimoa's lethal strike. The villain stared blankly at the empty space. What? Shocked, Grimoa whipped his head toward the pile of monster corpses behind him. Terror gripped him as he realized. When did he slaughter all those monsters? Meanwhile, Jein gently laid Leon's battered body onto the ground. Blood sprayed from Leon's lips. He looked up, his voice weak. Jein Frey. Jein gazed at him with concern. You really took a beating, didn't you? Are you holding up? Leon couldn't help but shout back. This isn't the time to worry about me. Jein roared in response. Then don't you dare die on me. Leon, stay with me, just hold on. I will end that bastard quickly. Grimoa's arrogant voice cut through the air. You think you can defeat me? How absurd. Clutching his stomach, the villain scoffed. Perfect. I'll slaughter you in a single move. Jein instantly launched himself forward, fist clenched and eyes burning with murderous intent. The villain froze, unable to react to Jein Frey's speed. A devastating punch connected with Grimoa's face, sending him flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he skid across the battlefield. Cold sweat ran down Grimoa's face as he glared at his opponent. Jein Frey dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, exhaustion evidently setting in. The villain sneered. You are struggling just to stay conscious. Human, you are clearly drained from that long battle earlier. You can't even activate a single skill now, can you? Jein bowed his head. That's correct. Because of you, I exhausted every skill I had. Which means I'll use this opportunity to recover. Grimoa wiped blood from his chin, bewildered by Jein Frey's words. Suddenly, a bright, confident smile broke across Jein's face. Athena equipment equip. Instantly, his armor transformed and a divine light enveloped him. Every wound on Jein Frey's body began to close at a visible rate. Grimoa watched in disbelief. What is this? His injuries. They're gone. Jein's voice turned dark and mocking. I suppose I should thank you. The only reason I unlocked this was because you pushed me to the brink. So thanks for that. On the System Manhwa interface, his health and mana bars instantly refilled to the max. System alert: player used 10 different skills within 1 minute. Hidden achievement unlocked: Blessing of God. Effect: full HP recovery. Randomly resets cooldowns or usage counts for 5 skills. Cooldown 48 hours. Reset complete: Melt and Dragon Roar. Usage replenished: Steel Supergravity and Gaze modification. Jein commanded inwardly, activate Divine Artifact. Grimoa stood frozen in stunned silence, staring blankly at the impossible recovery before him. Satisfaction washed over him. Good. Now I can fight properly. Jein Frey raised his hand, channeling inner energy. Leon is in critical condition. I won't waste another second with you. He launched into the air, flipping gracefully to land directly behind the villain. Jein Frey locked eyes with Grimoa's back, raising his sword for a devastating strike. An instant later, blood erupted from Grimoa's back like a fountain. He let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Crimson droplets splattered onto the earth. Jein Frey had delivered a merciless slash, scattering blood into the wind. He thought, thanks to Leon driving him into a corner, this victory will be easy. I'll end it with this. Jein Frey gripped his blade and roared, melt! But suddenly shadows swirled around the villain. Jein's jaw dropped in shock. Reacting to Grimoa's power, a terrifying purple aura exploded around his body. Grimoa turned his head, his gaze sharp as daggers piercing straight through Jein Frey. Lowly human filth. Grimoa threw his head back and bellowed, You dare look down on me. A catastrophic surge of energy erupted from his frame. Before Jein Frey's eyes, the shadows wrapped around Grimoa, forming a dark cocoon. Man and shadow merged into one absolute entity, his entire form turning pitch black. The transformation complete, Grimoa turned around, wearing a grotesque, nightmarish grin. The protagonist stood frozen, staring in horror at the monster before him. The creature spoke, I truly detest this technique. I never wanted to resort to it. Jein Frey wondered, what is this power? Grimoa bared his teeth. Especially against humans like you. Jein watched in terror as the black shadow took shape. His shape. It's me. Grimoa smiled cruelly. I have copied your existence perfectly. Now, you are me, and I am you. Jein Frey's mind raced. He didn't just copy my appearance. Did he copy my martial arts too? What kind of broken ability is this? Grimoa laughed maniacally. Surprised I can see you trembling. Jein stared him down, analyzing. This isn't like when I copy skills. If he can use my hidden equipment, I'm in trouble. Jein Frey's eyes turned ice cold. If that theory was correct, then this situation had just become catastrophic. Grimoa raised the blade, grinning. Being killed by your own self, it must be a terrible experience, don't you think? Jein Frey's gaze remained steady and determined, clashing with the villain's twisted amusement. I have no time to hesitate. I still don't understand the root of this shadow power, but I have no choice. I must take him down. He gathered his internal energy and roared, Reflection Shield. Grimoa mirrored the exact move. Reflection Shield. Two identical forces slammed into each other with earth-shattering power. The impact forced Jein to stare in pure astonishment. Panic rose within him. He completely nullified my skill. The villain laughed at his despair. Jein Frey raised his sword again. Then how about this? He shouted, Melt. Across from him, Grimoa mimicked him perfectly. Melt. Jein swung his blade down with full force. Poison Sky Gate. The villain mirrored the action instantly. Poison Sky Gate. The two blades collided neither side, giving an inch in the stalemate. Both fighters were forced back a half step by the recoil. Cold sweat dripped from the protagonist. He even copied Melt. Jein Frey analyzed the enemy rapidly. Wait. The power of Melt lies in its ability to freely change form. But why does his copy maintain a perfect shape solid enough to cancel out my own skill? Grimoa broke the silence. It is useless. The shadow and the body are a unified existence. Your techniques are now my techniques. A realization hit the protagonist. He asked sharply, In other words, you can't actually use my skills freely, can you? The creature grinned with malice, his voice dripping with arrogance. You do not need to understand the depths of your despair. My shadow simply mirrors its target. Unless you cease your struggle, the reflection will never fade. Jein Frey's eyes narrowed, cold calculation replacing his fear as he stared at Greo. He just revealed his fatal flaw. His voice dropped to a glacial whisper. It seems you are still hiding the full truth. The entity shrugged with maddening ease. Your instincts are sharp. It is true I cannot wield your abilities at my own whim. Jein Frey froze as a chilling pressure crushed the air behind him. He whipped around to face a wall of towering nightmares. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. The very beasts I slaughtered moments ago. Grimoa spoke with chilling indifference. As a shadow, I can nullify every strike you deliver. Do you comprehend your hopelessness now? Realization dawned on Jein like a heavy blow. Is that how this game is played? The monster continued. If we cancel each other out, only an external force, one not born from you, can harm me. Grimoa basked in his triumph. This is the ultimate trap. He stood amidst the horde like a dark king declaring, the outcome is already written. Jein Frey cursed under his breath. Damn it, this is a catastrophe. My skills are depleted and self-regeneration is offline. The odds are overwhelmingly against me. He ground his teeth, forcing his mind to race. Think, what is the path to victory? If this continues, checkmate is inevitable. Grimoa's laughter echoed like thunder. This is the requiem for your pathetic species. With a roar, he commanded the horde to crush him. The beasts lunged, jaws gaping wide to tear Jein Frey into oblivion. In the face of death, a singular thought pierced the chaos. Use divine will, Jein Frey. In an instant, blinding radiance erupted from his very core. Amidst the blinding light, his gaze shifted to a fallen figure. Lying motionless on the cold earth was Leon. Jane's heart hammered against his ribs. Leon. A matching aura began to envelop Leon's unconscious form. Jein Frey stared, the pieces of the puzzle snapping together. That is it. There is still a path to victory. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Leon's lips. Grimoa pointed a clawed finger, his voice dripping with scorn. Too late, destiny cannot be rewritten by insects. A colossal sphere of defensive energy manifested counter-shield. The shadow mimic attempted to mirror the move instantly, counter-shield. Yet the copy was a pale imitation dwarfed by Jein Frey's power. Grimoa's composure shattered. What he pushed me back, terror began to seep into his gaze as he looked at the boy. Impossible. I perfectly copied his stats. How can he overpower the system? Jein Frey stood encased in golden light, looking down on Grimoa like a god of war in a leveling manhwa. Leon kept his eyes closed, his mind projecting the truth. You may copy the form, but without the blood, sweat, and agony of training, you will never unleash the true potential of divine will. The summoned beasts began to dissolve into mist, the stench of blood fading. The shadow creatures stared blankly at the crumbling reality. What is happening? Jane's voice rained down from above, echoing with authority. Putting your heart and soul into a technique is something a hollow copy can never achieve. Jein Frey raised his blade, a war cry tearing from his throat as he brought it down. Grimoa desperately blocked, but his weapon could not withstand the devastating pressure. It shattered into dust. Disbelief washed over the monster as he stared at his broken hilt. But fate gave no quarter. Jane's blade carved a critical strike deep into his torso. The shadow cloak disintegrated. Grimoa collapsed, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. His agonizing scream pierced the air as life force gushed from his wound. Jein Frey knew this was the end. He looked forward, his spirit calling out. Leon and Leon answered within the void. Finish him. Jein roared, unleashing his ultimate art. Courage, divine will, fire, dragon roar. The system Manhwa interface chimed, critical limit break, attack damage tripled. Jein Frey poured every ounce of his existence into the final blow. Engulfed by the cataclysmic energy, Grimoa was obliterated instantly. Jein straightened his posture, watching calmly as his enemy faded into nothingness. Leon smiled, offering silent praise. Well done, Jein Frey. The battlefield fell silent, leaving only the clear blue sky witnessing their triumph. Scene changed to the majestic Adventurers Guild Medical Center. Inside, Mira stood alone in the grand hall, dwarfed by the towering architecture. She glanced up, startled to see two figures defying gravity. Jein Frey, Maria. As soon as their boots touched the floor, they sprinted like their lives depended on it. Maria screamed, "Where is Leon's ward?" Jein responded instantly. "This way, move," Mira called out in vain. "Wait, you two." They dashed down the empty corridor. Jein's mind raced back 3 days immediately after the boss raid. He had rushed Leon to this very sanctuary. But Leon's injuries were beyond the scope of ordinary healers. The chairman had summoned Maria back on an emergency priority, and Jein had teleported to retrieve her. As he ran, Jein Frey prayed to every god he knew. "Leon, I still owe you a debt of gratitude. Do not dare die on me now. Please let us be in time." The nameplate read Leon, but the room beyond was hollow. They froze, statues of disbelief. Jein whispered, "Is he gone?" Cold sweat beaded on Jane's forehead. "The bed. It has been cleared." Maria's voice trembled with dread. "Impossible. Did we arrive too late?" Grief began to swell in Jein's chest as he pictured his friend's face. "Leon?" But then a familiar voice drifted from behind. "Is that not Jein Frey? Did you come to visit?" They turned in slow motion, brains failing to process the sight. Jein yelled, "Leon!" Leon grinned, casual as ever. "Maria is here too. Long time no see. You looking healthy?" Veins popped on Maria's forehead. "Hey, where is the patient who was at death's door? Are you mocking me?" Jein raised his hands in surrender. "I am just as confused as you are." Mira leaned against the wall, looking utterly exhausted. He woke up and immediately started acting like this. Jein murmured, "Mira." She sighed. This might be a world record for recovery speed. She recalled the moment he woke up. He slept so soundly. He had laughed heartily. "Treatment is a hassle. A good nap is all I need." Jein watched him, realization dawning. Right. His raw, wild energy transcends human limits. Jein sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. "Well, I am just glad you are alive." Maria, fueled by rage, began devouring Leon's snacks. "I am eating all of this, hand it over." Jein's expression turned solemn. "Without your speed back then, I could never have defeated him." "Thank you." Leon's grin widened. "I am the one who should thank you. Now how about we spar to see who is truly stronger?" Jein Frey's eyes widened at the audacity. A small smile touched his lips as he gave a soft affirmation. Jein Frey stood firm, gazing up at the vast, limitless sky, a perfect ending for this chapter of a Manhwa recap. Tensions were sky-high. After the Grimoire catastrophe, the chairman and his elite 8 stars were on a warpath. But could they really track down the shadows lurking in the dark? Jein Frey walked the lonely path, mind racing. There has to be a monster out there even deadlier than Grimoire. I need that final hidden piece to survive. The scene shifted to a velvet sky exploding with fireworks. Below, a sea of souls gathered for the festival at the Serpent Lake Shrine deep within the 7th continent. The air buzzed with the aroma of street food and electric excitement. Jein strolled through the chaos, hands in his pockets, the calm eye of the storm. A faint smile touched his lips. Packed as always, but considering the legendary status of this race, I shouldn't be surprised. Suddenly, a magical broadcast boomed. The legendary Nightwalk of 100 Demons returns to the 7th continent. A classic event for any fan of a leveling manhwa. True to its name, this is a clash between ancient yokai and ambitious challengers. The prize, the coveted rank. Item, the Nightwalk scroll. The crowd roared drunk on the promise of treasure. Jein stood amidst the noise, a confident smirk sharpening his features. Things have been chaotic lately, he thought. But this is a nice change of pace. That scroll is the key to my next hidden equipment, and I'm taking it. The announcer's voice cut through the air. Participants to the shrine courtyard. The rules are simple. A 500-meter sprint against our NPC yokai. First one across the line takes it all with a reward this rare. The competition is fierce. It sounded easy, but there was a catch. Unequip everything, no magic allowed. Only your raw physical stats matter here. The announcer hyped the crowd. Are you ready? Let the yokai parade begin. One adventurer pumped his fist. The yokai always dominate, but tonight is my night. Another scoffed, keep dreaming, pal. That prize is mine. On your marks. Get set. Go. Like an arrow leaving the string, the chaotic mass of humans and demons surged forward. Jein watched them sprint like maniacs. Fast, they're already pulling ahead. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing broke his focus. A young yokai named Colin was wailing heartbroken. My fan! It's ruined! Jein's eyes lit up. Jackpot. He knelt down gently. Hey there, little guy. Trouble in paradise. Colin sniffled, holding out the debris. It won't make wind anymore. Jein suppressed a grin. Perfect. This race is as good as mine. He put on his best big brother smile. Technically, only players are banned from using items, he mused. Here, let me upgrade that for you. The system chimed instantly. Item reforged. You have created a giant gale fan. Jein handed the massive new weapon to the kid. How's this look? The kid bounced with joy. Whoa, you're the best to say thanks. I'm gonna blast you to first place. Colin swung the fan with all his might. Hang on tight. A hurricane-force gale slammed into Jein, launching him like a missile. He tore past the struggling runners in a blur of speed. Moments later, the announcement echoed. We have a winner. Jein Frey takes the gold. Jein flashed a peace sign, satisfied. Stage 1 complete. Now I just need that Nightwalk scroll to shatter the seal. He didn't waste a second, marching straight to the prize counter. The receptionist beamed at him. Congratulations. Here's your prize, the scroll of the night parade. Jein accepted it, eyes gleaming. Much appreciated. He turned to leave, but a sudden thought stopped him in his tracks. His eyes narrowed, a cunning light flickering within them. He glanced back at the crowd of yokai lingering near the shrine. Time for a bonus round before they disperse. He approached a one-eyed demon. Hey. The creature froze, confused. Huh. What do you want, human? You want my autograph as a souvenir? Another demon chuckled awkwardly. I don't get it, but... Sure. Why not? Me too, me too. Suddenly Jein was swarmed by eager demons wanting to leave their mark. Whispers rippled through the mob. Why does he want signatures? Hey, isn't that the guy who won the race? Here, let me sign it. As the scroll filled up, Jane's lips curled into a victorious smirk. Step 1, collect yokai signatures on the scroll. Now, for the main event... Suddenly, a heavy ancient voice rumbled from behind him. Hold it right there, human. An old man with an oversized head approached, his presence so overwhelming that the lesser demons parted like the Red Sea. His expression was unreadable, eyes sharp as daggers. If you want my signature on that scroll, surely you have something of value to offer. Jein's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly who this was. The supreme commander of all yokai, Nurarihyon. Jein raised a finger, cool as ice. Naturally, he opened his inventory. How does 1 million gold sound? The old yokai's eyes turned into dollar signs. He snatched the pen, grinning ear to ear. Oh, you speak my language, boy. For that price, I'll give you the finest autograph I have, he scribbled furiously. Jein checked the notification-acquired signature of the yokai supreme commander, but Jein wasn't done. He pulled up a transfer screen showing 10 million gold. Are you sure that pocket change is enough for someone of your stature? Nurarion's jaw hit the floor. His calculation changed instantly. This human, he's a walking treasury. I need to secure a connection with this whale. The old yokai's voice dripped with honey. My dear friend, you are truly generous. I've taken a liking to you. Here, accept this token of my esteem. System alert gift received from Nurarihyon. Item Demon Bell rank S. As the old commander waddled away counting his fortune, Jein smiled. Step 2. Complete. Jein Frey slipped through the encirclement with ghostly agility, his grand plan clicking into place. In the blink of an eye, he spotted Kappa, lurking in the shrine's shadows. Final step. Phase 3 starts now. The creature was busy inhaling a cucumber, his face twisted in pure, oblivious ecstasy, completely lost to the world around him. Nothing beats a crisp snack after a race, right? Jein stepped into the light, flashing a card. Hey, Kappa. Your plate looks a little dry. Consider this a bonus for that autograph earlier. The moment the words left his lips, mana surged. The card dissolved into a brilliant azure sphere hovering in the air like a captive star. It pulsed with the deep blue of the abyss, radiating a refreshing chill. This was the S-rank item, the Ocean Saint Jade. Kappa froze mid-chew, eyes bulging out of his head. Whoa, what is that shiny thing? Jain smirked, keeping it simple for the spirit. It's a jewel that summons rain. Perfect for keeping a water spirit nice and moist. The jade activated instantly. Cool, refreshing water cascaded down, and Kappa tossed his half-eaten snack in pure joy. Whoa, this is the best. He danced in the shower before shoving a fresh vegetable at Jain. You are a good human. Take this cucumber. Jain couldn't hide his grin. He gripped the cucumber like a legendary artifact, a wave of relief and triumph washing over him. Collection complete. That night, under a sky set ablaze by festive fireworks, Jain vanished into the silent forest to begin the forbidden crafting ritual. Resting in his hands were the 3 catalysts he had schemed all day to acquire. The signed Night Parade Scroll, Nurari Hyon's Demon Bell, and Kappa's Cucumber. His mana flared, engulfing the treasures in a blinding light of synthesis. System alert. The ingredients have merged. A new notification flashed before his eyes in this classic system manhwa twist. Item acquired, Cursed Talisman, rank F. Jain waved his hand and the cursed talisman spun in the air, humming in response to his aura. He clenched his fist, channeling every ounce of mana into his right arm. The air screamed as heat skyrocketed, igniting a crimson inferno around his hand with a crackling roar. Bathed in the glow of the fire, he unleashed a guttural roar. Flame Fist. The strike slammed into the floating charm. He wasn't just hitting it. He was following a precise hidden recipe locked in his mind. Burn it into existence. The talisman convulsed violently before detonating in a pillar of blinding radiance outshining the night sky itself. Smoke swirled, and from the ashes a skeletal claw emerged. Jain's heart hammered against his ribs. The hidden gear was finally revealing itself. System notification. The talisman has been destroyed. The seal is broken. Jain's eyes narrowed sharp. This was the final piece of the puzzle. Item Cursed Guardian Hand. The stats flashed on the screen. Attack plus 300. Defense plus 300. Agility plus 300. Durability 7,200. Skill 1 Cursed Call. Drastically reduces opponent attributes. Skill 2. Locked. Skill 3. Locked. Watching the skeletal hand dance before him, triumph surged through his veins. I finally obtained the Cursed Guardian Hand. But his smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. A shadow fell over his eyes. Memories of his past life clawed at him. Even in his previous run of this awakening manhwa, those last 2 skills had remained sealed forever. I tried every trick in the book and failed. Jain crouched, lost in thought. As a veteran gamer, not knowing the unlock condition was driving him absolutely crazy. He glared at the floating bones. You look pretty smug, don't you? He rubbed his temples in frustration. What am I missing here? Hey! A frantic voice shattered his focus. The spirit of instant death popped up on Jain's head, screaming, "You've done something horrible again." Dude. Jain dragged the spirit down, annoyed. The only horror here is you popping up out of nowhere. Knock next time. But surprises are my specialty. Death chirped. And just like that, a light bulb flickered in Jain's mind. Wait. The arm just appeared, didn't it? Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland where gray fog choked the sun and crows screeched omens of death, inside a cavernous, empty palace, 3 figures stood in the gloom. The leader's deep voice broke the silence. Is everything prepared? He turned his cold gaze to the woman beside him. Well, she scowled, fury etched on her face. Honestly, that grimoire is a useless piece of trash. This was the wand of destruction, a chi. The witch beside her hasn't flinched. The leader ignored the outburst. Heezen, you handle that side. Do not fail me. Magic staff. Heezen let out a blood-curdling cackle, eyes flashing with murder. Maybe I should kill you first. You forget who you're talking to. But Naime, the war blade of destruction, stood like an obsidian statue. His eyes were closed, masking a killing intent sharp enough to cut skin. Finally, the giant spoke. We need more souls. Only then will Lord Abis return to full power. You two will harvest the masses. I will hunt down the human holding the divine gear. Silence fell over the room. He must be eliminated. In Naime's mind, the image of Jein Frey burned clear, a small obstacle to be crushed. This world is destined to belong to Lord Abis. The next day, sunlight pierced the damp entrance of a rank 7 dungeon. Inside, the stench of blood mixed with chaotic mana in a suffocating fog. Jain was a blur of violence. With one decisive strike, he cleaved through 2 beasts at once, painting the cold stone floor with fresh crimson. Finish them! His companion roared. Jain didn't hesitate. He pressed the attack, unleashing a flurry of lethal combos to drop the monsters. Agonized screams echoed off the walls. Looking at the mountain of corpses at John's feet, the spirit couldn't help but be impressed. Unbelievable, simply magnificent. The Reaper cackled with glee. Your strength defies logic, partner. At this rate, unlocking the skills of the cursed guardian hand will be a piece of cake. Jein Frey smirked satisfied. I'm actually impressed you knew the hidden unlock conditions. Guess you aren't just a useless system interface. The Reaper roared with pride. I am the Great One after all. I told you, no artifact in existence compares to my greatness. Ignoring the beast closing in for the kill, Jein Frey didn't even flinch, casually continuing the banter. Fair enough. Your assistance is undeniable, but your constant noise is the only flaw in this leveling Manhwa experience. The entity grinned, flashing jagged teeth. Oh, that's about to change. The Reaper locked eyes with the monstrosity ahead. Let's do this, partner. The moment the words dropped, Jein Frey launched himself forward. His silhouette tore through the air like an arrow leaving the string. This is the final target. Time to end this with a bang. The corners of Jein Frey lips curled up, his mind focused on a single objective. This strike will finally awaken the second ability of the cursed guardian hand. In a flash, the battle concluded, and the duo swiftly exited the dungeon depths. In a desolate corner of the street devoid of life, Jein Frey slumped against a bench, chin resting in his palm, radiating pure boredom. His expression darkened as frustration seeped into his voice. Are you actually mocking me right now? The Reaper forced a crooked smile, trying to de-escalate. Come on, don't be like that, partner. Jein Frey shot him a glare cold enough to freeze hell over. That's what you said. The memory of their conversation in the dark forest last night flooded back. That was when he had asked, what is the specific condition to unlock the second skill? The spirit had answered without hesitation. Defeat 100 monsters in alphabetical order. A wave of crushing disappointment washed over him. Jein Frey gritted his teeth. You were so confident I followed your instructions to the letter, yet the system remained silent. The Reaper froze, his expression stiffening. He stammered a pathetic excuse. Well, it seems my memory might have glitched. Overcome with shame, the Reaper's form blurred and vanished into thin air, his voice fading away. My bad. Totally my bad. Jein Frey sighed the sound of pure despair. Damn it. I got my hopes up for nothing. What a complete waste of stamina. Jein Frey heart felt heavy. He was back to square one with zero clues on the awakening conditions. Guess I have no choice but to head back to town. Suddenly the frantic rhythm of footsteps broke the silence, getting louder with every second. Followed immediately by a desperate scream tearing through the air. Mister, over here, there's someone over there. Startled, he snapped his head toward the noise. Huh. Standing before Jein Frey were two young children. The little girl in the back trembled, pointing a shaking finger at him while the boy charged forward in a state of absolute panic. Terror filled the boy's eyes. Gasping for air, legs wobbling, San forced himself to run as if stopping meant death. In a heartbeat, he collapsed in front of Jein Frey swallowing hard to force a voice through his constricted throat. Jein Frey froze, lowering his gaze to the child. What's going on? Just a kid. San took a sharp inhale, his words rushing out like a torrent. You're an adventurer, right? The boy pleaded. You're one of the strong ones, aren't you? Please, you have to save us. Jein Frey crouched down to meet San's eye level. I am indeed an adventurer. But tell me what exactly happened. The boy bit his lip, eyes bloodshot with fear. You see, my mom and dad, they suddenly vanished. Jein Frey frowned, confused. Vanished? You mean they got lost? San shook his head violently. No. They were taken. A monster with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared inside our house. Hearing this, Jein Frey stiffened, his gaze darkening instantly. Images of past battles flashed through his mind, monsters he had slaughtered before, twisted grotesque forms. But most memorable of all were those eyes, burning crimson like dying embers. His thoughts raced. Red eyes. Jein Frey rubbed his chin, analyzing. If it's that species, they possess the power to neutralize the town's defensive barriers. It's possible. The boy grabbed his arm, begging. Please save them, mister. Seeing Jein Frey prolonged silence, the light of hope in San's eyes began to die, replaced by crushing despair. The little girl couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Daddy, Mommy. After a moment of calculation, Jein Frey finally nodded. All right, I'll find your parents. Hearing Jein Frey acceptance, the children's faces lit up with relief. Lead the way. The boy, overjoyed, spoke breathlessly while turning to point down the road. Thank you, mister, this way. In no time, they arrived in front of a desolate structure. A heavy, ominous aura hung over the place. The atmosphere was suffocating, as if the light itself refused to touch this ground. The scene made him pause. "Is this the place?" San hurriedly answered. "Mr. the Black Monster is in the back room." Jein Frey Vanred gestured to the outer hallway, his voice dropping an octave. "Understood. You two wait here. I'm going in." He pushed the heavy wooden door, the rusty hinges screaming a dry protest. Before entering, he cast one last sharp glance at the children behind him, eyes narrowing in suspicion before he turned away. Jein Frey Vanred stepped inside, his movements slow but coiled like a spring. His gaze swept the area, assessing every dark corner of the house. Spiderwebs and thick dust, he thought. There are no signs of life here. Jein Frey Vanred scratched his head, conflicting thoughts tangling in his mind. He pushed the issue of the siblings aside for a moment. "I'm more concerned about the red-eye rumors." Deciding to commit, he swiftly pushed open the door to the back room, his eyes sharpening. If this is a trap, how will they spring it? As the door swung open, the sight before him froze Jein Frey Vanred in his tracks. His jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. The house just ends here. Jein Frey Vanred stared blankly into the pitch-black void ahead, as if a chunk of reality had been carved out of the world. The wooden floor abruptly terminated at the edge of a complex pattern etched into the earth, a magic circle. He instantly recognized it as summoning magic. His instincts screamed danger. Jein Frey Vanred didn't hesitate for a microsecond. He instantly activated his movement technique. Gale. Steps thunder. Roared as energy exploded downwards like a torrential flood. In an instant, blinding arcs of lightning flooded the formation, wrapping the entire house in a prison of thunder. Deep within the palace, Hezen kept her eyes glued to the magic circle, the flickering green light reflecting in her pupils. A sadistic smile slowly spread across her lips. It seems a little rat has finally taken the bait. Moments later, the image of the house materialized in the center of the Grand Hall's formation. After the intense mana expenditure, he leaned against the wall, exhausted, coughing lightly. Lifting his head, Jein Frey Vanred took in his new surroundings, bewildered. "Where the hell is this?" Suddenly a grotesque cackle echoed through the silent space, tearing the air apart. His eyes snapped toward the sound. Huh. Hebomit. No matter how many times I see it, the aura of divine equipment is nauseating to behold. Hezen sneered, her voice dripping with malice. To think the wielder of such legendary gear would be so easily deceived. How pitiful. Her eyes glowed with mana, her lips curling into a triumphant grin as she prepared to begin this awakening Manhwa nightmare. The divine equipment. Recalling Grima's warning, he knew these artifacts had resurfaced. But on the other side he fell silent, his gaze darkening as the gears turned in his mind. "Are these things her lackeys?" Just then, the eerie voices of those two children echoed from behind, dripping with malice. Chip snickered. That's right, that's right." Beside him, San stuck out his tongue, taunting, "Big brother is way too careless." Jein Frey Vanred's voice cut through the air like ice. "Guess I can stop playing nice. The circus act ends now." His cold declaration sent a shiver down their spines. The playful grins plastered on their faces froze, instantly replaced by sudden dread. His voice dripped with disdain. "I know you're not human, but using such filthy tricks to deceive me, you make me sick." The woman raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh, so you figured it out. This is why divine equipment is always such a hassle." Hen immediately adopted a facade of righteous sanctity, her tone calm yet bone-chillingly cold. "I'm only telling you this for your own good. Hand over the artifact and die peacefully." Jein Frey Vanred's expression didn't waver. "I have no idea what this divine equipment you're yapping about is." The centipede blade materialized in his grip, its curved edge glinting with a lethal frost-like aura. "But you're mistaken about one thing. The only ones dying here are you." She slammed her staff into the ground. "Don't be so hasty." Hen's pitch-black mana surged forward, engulfing the two children in a suffocating wave. "Unlike with Greo, I don't plan on dirtying my hands with you personally." Her next words struck Jein Frey Vanred like a thunderbolt. "I went through great trouble to reverse summon you here, to the 8th region." Hen turned to leave, her voice drifting back casually. "Why don't you spend some quality time with the little ones?" His mind reeled. The 8th region. This place is... Panic rose in his chest as he shouted, "Hey, wait, where do you think you're going?" Her triumphant laughter pierced the air, a high-pitched screech that slithered through the hall like a razor-thin blade. "Going, isn't it obvious?" Hen tilted her head slightly. In that split second, her eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light, killing intent rolling off her in waves. "I am going to slaughter every last human. The resurrection of Lord Abis is at hand. It is time for this world to be turned upside down." With that, Hen vanished into the shadows, leaving Jein Frey Vanred yelling at her, retreating back. "Hey, I said wait!" he roared in frustration. "I still have a mountain of questions for you." His shout hadn't even faded when a dry grating sound cut through the noise. The heavy scrape of an axe dragging across stone, ear-piercing and terrifying. He spun around. The children were gone. In their place stood two hulking monstrosities fully grown and bristling with muscles. Weapons gripped tight, their murderous intent was suffocating. Sand's voice was deep and icy. "Silence, human. Hen is busy. Do not interfere." From the void, the witch's cackle echoed with sadistic glee. "Then I leave the rest to you, my pets." Her silhouette blurred, swallowed by the darkness until nothing remained. Jein Frey Vanred's furious roar shook the great hall. "Stop!" Jein Frey Vanred twisted his body, barely evading the barrage of attacks raining down on him. He clicked his tongue. "Ch-ch!" She got away. Suddenly, a spike of killing intent locked onto him. He glanced sharply to the side. He kicked off the ground, backflipping just as a whip cracked the space where his head had been. Mid-air, Jein Frey Vanred rotated, driving his center of gravity down for a heavy landing. His boots screeched against the stone floor, carving a long trench and sending sparks flying. Chip gripped his whip so tight it emitted a dry, threatening hiss. "Hen's orders are absolute. You die here." The creature mocked him, sneering. "Did defeating Grimoa and that trash make you think you're special? Those guys were nothing but small fry. Don't get cocky over a fluke, human." Jein Frey Vanred narrowed his eyes, trying to extract intel. "What exactly are you freaks plotting? San roared, losing patience. "Are you deaf? Hen already told you we're turning the world upside down." Jein Frey Vanred bellowed back. "Are you all morons? I'm asking what that actually means." Before he could finish, a massive axe cleaved through the wind. The cold steel stopped inches from his face, the polished metal reflecting his widened eyes for a split second. Jein Frey Vanred's reflexes kicked in instantly. Spiritual energy exploded beneath his feet. Blue-white lightning erupted, blasting his body straight into the air like a rocket. But a chilling presence was already behind him. Chip had intercepted him mid-air, eyes dark with fury. "That smug look on your face. It really pisses me off." Crack, crack. The whip lashed out in a frenzy, striking the stone floor with explosive force, leaving behind scorched, smoking craters. Gritting his teeth, the MC twisted in the air, finding the tiniest gap to land. His toes touched the ground with ghostly lightness, barely disturbing the dust, but the monsters gave him zero time to breathe. They darted back and forth like living shadows, their speed leaving blurred after-images. The air screamed as their killing intent wove a net of death around him. Boom! Both enemies stomped the ground and launched upward, appearing behind him in a blink. Chip roared, his voice cracking with bloodlust. "Die, die, just die!" Sand's face twisted into a grotesque mask of excitement, eyes bulging. "Die, die, die!" With death closing in from both sides, Jein Frey Vanred blasted himself upward, escaping the pincer attack by a hair's breadth. Below him, the two monsters hissed in madness. "Die!" But their weapons hit nothing but air. They realized too late their prey had slipped the net. Their heads snapped up in unison, predatory gazes locking onto Jein Frey Vanred as he hovered high above them. His mind raced, analyzing the battle like a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. These two are different. Their reflexes are insane. But their weapon handling is amateurish. The creature below shrieked, her voice shaking the vast hall. "What is wrong with you?" The male monster ground his teeth, a raspy hiss escaping his throat. "Is running away the only trick you know?" Havsi her chakam. Coward. Jein Frey Vanred's eyes went cold. He swung his blade, lightning tore through the sky, raining down like a storm of judgment. Splat blood sprayed into the air, illuminated by the blinding flash of electricity. He descended slowly, his gaze as cold as the abyss. "As for durability, I was trained in the fires of actual hell. Don't you dare look down on me." The two monsters clutched their bleeding chests, gasping for air. Their eyes burned with a mix of fury and utter disbelief. Jein Frey Vanred continued, merciless. "And hey, stop acting high and mighty. All you have is brute strength and borrowed weapons. You have no right to mock Grimoa or anyone else." His face twisted in annoyance. "It's so annoying. Nameless mobs like you just popping up and spouting nonsense. Get lost." Chip froze, his confidence wavering. "This guy, why is he suddenly—" San cut him off. "No. If Hen had her eyes on him, he's not just some random human." It was then the monster felt it, a blinding aura radiating from Jein Frey Vanred, overpowering and majestic. The invisible pressure crushed San's heart like a vice. Jein Frey Vanred lowered his voice, speaking to no one but himself. "Lately I've felt like my undefeated streak has been stagnating. Maybe I've gotten too involved with these humans. It's cramping my style." The monster stared, completely dumbfounded. "What are you babbling about? You think humans are weak without a party?" He shook his head, coolly denying it. "No. You've got it all wrong." Jein Frey's expression turned cold as ice. That might work for the masses, but it doesn't fit my style. My true stage is the solo battlefield, he continued. Thanks to you, Trash, I remember my origin now. Memories flooded Jein Frey's mind like a breaking dam. The uncharted 8th continent, the mystery of the Nameless. The unknown only fueled a veteran's excitement. A sharp, predatory grin cut across his face. I'll handle this. Alone. This is the true power of a veteran. Just then, a translucent holographic screen materialized before Jein Frey, a classic trope of this system Manhwa. Jein Frey's skill unlocked return of the veteran. He raised his centipede blade, his confidence radiating like a blinding sun. With a single decisive swing, a streak of dark purple aura lashed out, slicing through their flesh in a heartbeat. They collapsed onto the freezing stone, gasping for air shock plastered on their faces. Sang stared in horror, thinking, I don't understand a word he's saying. But this human's power is insane. The boy gritted his teeth, voice choked with rage. Damn it! Chip trembled as he pushed himself up from the ground, eyes burning with hatred. I really hate this guy. After a split-second, resolve hardened in her eyes. I'll use that to end him instantly. Sang nodded. Do it. They locked eyes on Jein Frey, anxiety tightening their chests. Bring it on. Yet contrary to the tension, he stood motionless, lost in thought. I'm curious about this 8th continent, but I need to get back to the bank first. Jein Frey recalled Heen's parting words. Overturn the world. His gaze darkened. He didn't know the meaning yet, but as the protagonist of this Manhwa recap, he felt a chill run down his spine. He raised the centipede again, mind a tangled mess. How do I get back? Maybe Green's skill holds the key. Just as his killing intent peaked, disaster struck. The blade slipped from his grasp, clattering against the ground with a deafening ring. The Reaper suddenly materialized, causing him to faceplant into the dirt. Yes, I remember now. The spirit boasted happily. I finally recalled how to unlock the Cursed Guardian Hand's second skill. He cursed furiously. You damn centipede! In that instant, the centipede weapon was forcibly unequipped. After all, a player only had one weapon slot. He roared, How many times have I told you not to pop up like that? The Reaper replied calmly, I'm serious this time. It spoke. Listen closely. Fine. The unlock condition that followed froze Jein Frey in his tracks, just like a grind in a leveling Manhwa. Level up 100 times on the 8th continent. He narrowed his eyes, skeptical. With your track record, I don't buy it. Got proof, the Reaper shrugged. The fact that I remembered it just now is the proof. Is that so? Only then did he notice the anomaly in the space around them. His eyes lit up as if he'd stumbled upon a legendary treasure. Wait. Perfect timing. We're already on the 8th continent. Brother. Jein Frey stood paralyzed, eyes wide, and jaw on the floor, speech failing him. He asked, Hold on. How do you know this is the 8th continent? The Reaper answered casually, Because I've been here before, pal. Suddenly it paused, sounding bewildered. So. But why did I come here originally? Hearing those words, the protagonist realized the truth. So it really does have memories. If I help it recover those memories, I might figure out what the Nameless are truly after. Scene shift to the 1st continent. Clouds drifted lazily across a serene sky, sunlight bathing the land in deceptive peace. Suddenly, Hisen materialized right where Achi and Naime stood. Achi asked coldly, Did you capture him? Hisen smirked, arrogance dripping from her voice. As if I would ever fail. Achi sighed. Grimoa is gone. The burden has grown heavier. You holding up? Hisen replied, pride intact. I'm fine. The moment she spoke, the three unleashed their mana. Beams of light intersected, weaving a massive magic formation. Then, let us begin. Dark purple sorcery exploded across the heavens. Beneath the anomaly, the masses looked up, eyes filled with creeping terror. Moments later, the colossal light descended like divine wrath. It swallowed the 1st continent whole, a catastrophic event, typical of an awakening Manhwa. The earth crumbled, leaving only a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. Inside the Explorers Association, panic erupted in the voice calling out. Sir, Mr. Chairman, it's an emergency. The chairman's door burst open with a dry slam, the hinges trembling from the sheer force of the intrusion. Jein Frey van Rejma asked calmly, Why the panic? What happened? The man bowed low, gasping for air, cold sweat pouring down his face. Huff, huff. We just received a report. The 1st continent has disappeared. The chairman froze, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Everyone present gasped in unison. The 1st continent is gone. A few seconds later, he confirmed it with a heavy heart. Yeah. Seeing Jein Frey van Rejma so despondent for the first time, Maria laughed loudly. That's not like you, Chairman. Is this your first attempt at a joke? Leon joined in. Is that it? My turn to tell a joke then. But Gigant snapped, shouting furiously. Silence. You think the chairman would call an emergency meeting for a prank? She stopped laughing, instantly, expression turning grave. No. A continent vanishing is too absurd to be a joke. Mira pressed urgently. What exactly happened, sir? He replied in a low voice. Seeing it is faster than explaining. The image provided by Jein Frey and Regma left them all stunned beyond belief. A second later, Maria shouted, "What the hell is this? The whole continent, it's pitch black." Leon was so tense that cold sweat silenced him. To stop the wild speculation, Jein Frey van Regma explained quickly. This is the current state of the first continent. We have lost all contact with local guild members. Even the radar. It's completely dead. From what we can confirm, it's as if it has been wiped from the face of the world. Leon voiced his thoughts. I can't wrap my head around it, but the only ones capable of such a massive scale are... Luluca cut in sharply. The Nameless, right. As tension filled the room, the chairman confirmed. It is highly likely. Curious about the chairman's next move, the main character muttered to himself. So, they have finally made their move. Maria hesitated, a tremor in her voice, as she asked the unthinkable. But what is their true objective? The chairman's expression darkened his answer, chilling the room. Their goal is simple. The total extinction of the human race. Gig couldn't believe his ears, his voice booming with disbelief. Are they planning to hunt on a continental scale? He slumped back, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity. They have guts, I'll give them that. But this crosses every line of sanity. Our mission is absolute. We must shield the innocent from these sudden calamities. That means we have to stop them right here, right now. Jinmin nodded, his eyes reflecting the same steely resolve as Luluca. Exactly. As soon as we have more intel, we'll broadcast it to every hunter. Until then, keep your senses sharp and your weapons ready. The storm is coming. Suddenly, Ryu's voice cut through the comms, laced with urgency. Chairman, do these unknowns have the ability to fly? The chairman paused, recalling a past report. Leon mentioned something similar before. Why do you ask? Ryu gazed up at the azure sky, his eyes locking onto 3 ominous silhouettes. I think I found them. 3 unknown signatures, high noon position. The hunt is on. Jinmin's heart raced, desperate to confirm the situation. Are they really there? 3 of them. Ryu, do not engage. Keep eyes on them. I'm sending backup immediately. Ryu relayed the visual, his adrenaline already spiking. They're beginning a ritual in the sky. It's too late, Chairman. You won't make it in time. I have to intercept them now. Ignoring Jinmin's desperate protests, Ryu leaped onto the dragon's back. Wait, Ryu. If those unknowns are on par with the monster Leon fought, you're walking into a death trap. Ryu cut the connection, soaring into the heavens without looking back. Below, Nachi and Hen watched in stunned silence as a lone warrior charged straight into the jaws of death. One of the entities scoffed, his voice echoing with disdain. It seems you found us sooner than calculated, human. Ryu didn't attack immediately. He landed before them, a silent sentinel barring their path. In his hand, Ryu gripped his umbrella weapon, tension radiating from his stance. His voice was cold as steel. I won't let you do as you please anymore. The 3 entities exchanged glances, their eyes filled with mockery for the insect before them. Na chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. It matters not. I will erase everything regardless. Meanwhile, in this intense Manhwa recap, the scene shifts to Jein Frey, where Grim was screaming in frustration. Hey, wait a second. This is the most critical part. How do you know about the 8th continent? Why did you come here? Jein Frey's patience was wearing thin. Remember, the creature sweated profusely, grinding its teeth in fear. No matter how many times you ask, I can't remember. The answer displeased Jein, his eyes narrowing. This guy is useless. While Jein Frey was lost in thought, 2 assassins materialized from the shadows behind him. But Jein's senses were honed to perfection. He spun around, feigning surprise for a split second. In the next heartbeat, his gaze turned icy. It was Chip and San. Seeing his back turned, the girl grinned with malicious delight. That's right. Game over. The boy sneered, his weapon raised. Daring to turn your back on an enemy to chat, your stupidity knows no bounds. But before their blades could connect, Jein Frey's voice rang out. Title match. Chip and San froze their brains, failing to process why their target stood unharmed. Shock paralyzed them instantly. The system interface flashed green. Skill activated. Title match, 3 rounds, 3 minutes each. All user stats double with every passing round. This is the power of a top-tier awakening Manhwa protagonist. However, the stakes were lethal. If victory isn't achieved in 3 rounds, all equipment vanishes. Jein Frey glanced at his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. High risk, high reward. Even in his past life, he had never set foot on the mysterious 8th continent. But this time is different. Jein Frey will conquer it no matter the cost. He wasn't done yet. He activated the cursed guardian hand. Skill 1 Curse of Attraction. The opponent's stats plummeted instantly. Feeling their power drain away, Chip and Sand's jaws dropped, terror flooding their eyes. Jein didn't waste a second. He blurred into motion, activating another skill as the system chimed in approval. Skill 2 unlocked. With a single devastating strike, he drew blood from both of them. His voice boomed like thunder. "Don't you dare mess with me!" The duo coughed up blood, collapsing to the floor like broken puppets. Dusting off his hands, Jein grinned. "Ah, that felt good. If you have complaints, blame that useless loudmouth over there." The system notification appeared, music to the ears of any fan of a leveling manhwa. "You have leveled up. Level 277 to 283. Jein looked at his cursed hand, muttering to himself. "I don't know if this is real or a glitch, but I'll take it. I just need to keep hunting monsters. Only 100 more levels to go. I gained 6 levels from that kill alone. 94 left. But if unlocking the second skill for this cursed hand requires a massacre, then so be it." Suddenly the earth groaned beneath his feet. Jein Frey stumbled, his eyes darting around. The atmosphere shifted, heavy with impending doom. Glowing bubbles materialized from thin air, drifting upwards. He touched one, puzzled. What the hell is this? The bubbles multiplied, their light intensifying until it was blinding. A pillar of light erupted, piercing the heavens. Jein shielded his eyes, confusion turning to caution. What just happened? San, with his dying breath, screamed maniacally. "Damn it, Lord Hen has completed the great miracle. You will be the first sacrifice." As the boy expired, the system chimed again. Level 2, 183 to 289. Immediately, a new legion of monsters spawned from the light. Jein Frey let out a dry laugh. That guy. Did he really have to leave behind one last annoyance? Well, look on the bright side. I don't have to go searching for prey. I'll turn every single one of you into experience points. His aura flared, ready for war. Screams of agony echoed through the cavern. Jein Frey was a whirlwind of destruction. Before landing a killing blow, he let out a feral roar. He drove his fist into the monster's gut, shattering its core. System confirmation, level 291 to 300. Rory saw Liam fall and shrieked in rage. Taking advantage of his blind spot, the creature attacked from behind. Be screamed in terror, warning him. Silas joined the fray, but against Jein Frey, numbers were meaningless. One flaming fist was all it took. He incinerated both attackers in a heartbeat. System confirmation, level 300 to 307. Jein exhaled steam, his adrenaline pumping. After slaughtering waves of enemies, he realized two things. First, unlike the previous trash that only stole skills, this mob knows how to use weapons. And second, 3 more enemies charged at him. Jein calmly unleashed a combo, dispatching them with surgical precision. A male icon blinked. Enemy weapon dropped. Reward acquired. Jein's eyes widened. Wait a minute. When I defeat these guys, there's a chance for item drops. The promise of loot fueled his battle spirit. He fought with renewed vigor. System alert, level 307 to 312. Surrounded by monsters, a brilliant idea struck him. If I use the alchemist's dismantle skill, I can extract rare materials from these dropped weapons. With the right combinations, I can craft coatings to reduce wear, increase durability, and even create items to lower cooldowns. This is the ultimate dream for a system manhwa crafter. His eyes shone with greed and excitement. Jein Frey smirked into the darkness, talking to himself. Oh, this feels right. Now this is what a real dungeon should be. He cracked his neck. Time to speedrun this. Suddenly, a spike of killing intent flared as Rand screamed, launching a sneak attack from the shadows. But before the assassin could even graze his skin, Jein's counterstrike was instant. Blood sprayed across the floor. A second later, Rand collapsed, coughing up a fountain of lifeblood, completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the battlefield was chaos. Naime unleashed a cataclysmic blow that sent Ryu ragdolling through the air, vomiting blood. As Ryu lay broken and terrified, Naime looked down with pure disdain. Pathetic. Is this all you have? The villainous trio Achi, Hen, and Na stood completely untouched, watching the hero fall like a bird with clipped wings. Minutes later, Naime channeled his dark mana, scoffing, "Too weak. Does humanity really have no one better?" Hen interrupted, bored. "Forget the trash. Let's move." In a flash of warped space, they vanished. Ryu stared up, paralyzed by shock and fear. The sky above him wasn't blue anymore. It was being devoured by Na's overwhelming magic. The scene shifts to Jein Frey Van Redman, who was moving with frantic urgency. Hearing the news about Ryu, he realized the situation had escalated to a disaster level. He immediately summoned an emergency council. Ryu has fallen, and the second continent is lost. Jein Frey Van Redman declared gravely. Their next target is the third continent. All forces mobilized to intercept. I will personally handle the civilian evacuation protocol. The guild members shouted in unison, "Understood." But Gigant's voice trembled with anxiety. "It's starting." Just as Ryu warned, I can see the three calamities descending on the third continent. The moment the enemy unleashed their combined power, reality shattered. The entire continent didn't just break, it vanished into a pitch-black void. Was it destroyed or shifted to another dimension? No one knew. Nis gritted his teeth. I'm worried about Ryu, but we have to stop them here at any cost. The scene cuts to the third continent, where the villainous trio had already arrived, waiting like predators. Naime smirked, cracking his knuckles. Shall we begin the slaughter? But suddenly his eyes narrowed. He sensed a hidden presence and shifted into a combat stance. He deflected a surprise attack with ease, but his expression twisted in genuine confusion. Achi sighed, looking annoyed. Great. It seems the insects have started to swarm. Just as predicted, humanity's strongest defenders had assembled. The lineup was legendary: Leon Nisgigant, Maria Mira, and Luluca, flanked by Chat. Na chuckled, clearly amused. Oh, you actually managed to track us down again. Your reconnaissance team must be quite impressive for a bunch of monkeys. Leon didn't respond with words. His eyes glowed as he activated his supervision to analyze the threat. Nis whispered to the group, "We need to verify the intel. Is that monstrous energy reading accurate?" Gigant replied quickly, sweat forming on his brow. They wiped an entire continent by combining their powers. The theory is if we separate them, they can't use that extinction-level attack. Nis weighed the strategy carefully, but suddenly the atmosphere warped. Luluca began releasing his aura, and the sheer pressure confused the enemy. Luluca stared at the villains with a mysterious, confident smile. Naime felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the threat. That one, he's strong. Naime stepped forward, confirming his instincts. I thought you were all just fodder, but it seems there's one exception. I'll kill that one myself. Luluca turned to his team, his voice calm. I'll take the bastard in the middle. You guys handle the leftovers. Do whatever you want. His eyes locked onto his target with unwavering focus. Mira watched him, stunned. I can't believe it. Luluca actually volunteered to take the vanguard position. Maria also realized the gravity of the situation. If Luluca is getting this serious, does that mean the enemy is really that powerful? A true monster? Suddenly Leon burst into laughter, pointing a finger directly at the villains. Hey, let's test a theory. You guys can't wipe out the continent unless you're holding hands right. That outburst made Maria, Gigant, Mira, and Nis all facepalm simultaneously. Their internal monologue was the same: that idiot just revealed our entire secret plan. Nis tried to salvage the situation in his mind. Well, confirming it is part of the mission. But we need to buy time. The Guildmaster needs every second to evacuate the civilians. If the land is empty, their destruction magic becomes meaningless. We have to hold the line until the evacuation is complete, no matter what. But Na heard Leon and sneered. So, that's your grand strategy. The villain laughed. Yes, humans, it's true. We cannot flip a continent unless the three of us are together. The admission was so casual it made Nis hesitate. He admitted it just like that. They're either insanely arrogant, or they're hiding a trump card. Naime, ever the brute, grew impatient. He flared his magic, shaking the ground. I hate these complex mind games. If separation is what you want, we'll grant your death wish. He glanced at his partners. Achi Hen. The woman grinned, bloodlust in her eyes. Understood. Hen immediately scanned the heroes. Then I'll pick my prey. When she hesitated, Naime barked, do whatever you want with the trash, but that strong one is mine. Luluca didn't flinch. He just laughed. Being famous is exhausting. People just keep picking me whether I like it or not. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist Jein Frey, he had just crushed Cyrus. A classic leveling Manhwa moment occurred as the system chimed. Level 374 to 377. 100 confirmed kills on the 8th continent. Skill unlocked, Cursed Hand of Soul Grasp. Jein pumped his fist. Let's go. Back at the Adventurers Guild, HQ basement level 1. Jein Frey Van Redmond turned to his subordinate. I'm entrusting the rest to you, Felix. Understood, Guildmaster, Felix shouted as Jein Frey Van Redmond sealed the heavy doors. Alone, Jein Frey Van Redmond began sketching a massive arcane circle on the floor. This emergency teleportation circle was created by the 8 guardian spirits of old, he thought. I never imagined the day would come when I'd actually have to use it. If activated, it can evacuate every living soul on the continent instantly, but it has to be done in total secrecy so the enemy can't track the destination. It won't be easy. Jein Frey Van Redmond stepped into the center of the glowing circle, placing his hand on the core. I leave the rest to you, guardian spirits of the 8th continent. The scene shifts abruptly to a desolate desert. Maria landed, stumbling under the weight of her equipment. She looked around, confused. Wait, isn't this the S-rank arena on the 3rd continent? What the hell just happened? We were in the sky a second ago. Gigant adjusted his glasses, analyzing the mana residue. I don't know the details, but it must be that witch's magic. She forcibly scattered us to different locations. She ground her teeth in anger. Scene changed to the fourth continent. Leon was laughing maniacally, taunting his companion. "Try not to die, Vice President." Alina didn't dignify him with a response, silently channeling her magic. Meanwhile, on the fifth continent, Mira stared at her opponent, dread pooling in her stomach. "I don't know why I got teleported with Luluca," she thought, trembling. "Luluca's power is god tier, but the thing standing in front of us, it's just as dangerous." Bis completely ignored her feelings. His gaze was locked solely on the man before him. A provocative smirk curled on his lips, daring him to make a move. Meanwhile, back at Maria's position, Sela let out a maniacal laugh, her voice dripping with malice. "I'll crush you insects quickly. Then we shall celebrate the glorious resurrection of Lord Abis." Her words sent a chill through Maria and Gigant. The tension was suffocating. It was the same for Leon and Nice. Even Luluca and Mira could feel the atmosphere turning heavy. The scene shifted to Jein Frey and Red Frey. He roared with pure ecstasy. "This is it!" The system window flashed before his eyes, confirming the unlocking of the cursed Guardian Hand's second skill, Soul Grasp. It allowed him to dominate the souls of defeated enemies, turning them into enslaved soldiers. A limit of 100 expanding as he leveled up. Jein Frey Van Red Frey stared at the status window, unable to hide the wild grin spreading across his face. Turning fallen enemies into my own personal army. The system continued to display the incredible details. The second skill of the cursed Guardian Hand, Soul Grasp. The power to seize the spirits of the vanquished and bind them to his will as soldiers. Soldier count limited to 100. Capacity increases with level. Reading this, Jein Frey Van Red Frey paused, confused. What does this actually mean? Right. Then Grim piped up, "I told you so. Brother, my memory is perfect this time." Jein Frey Van Red Frey nodded, agreeing with the little spirit. "Yeah, you were right. But more importantly, how do I use this thing?" Hearing this, Grim laughed heartily. "It allows you to build your own legion. You turn the souls of those you defeat into loyal subordinates." Eyes wide with shock, Jein Frey Van Red Frey asked. "So I can turn enemies into allies and force them to fight for me?" Grim confirmed immediately. "Absolutely, brother. The captured souls will offer absolute loyalty to their master. They will obey every command without question." Jein Frey Van Red Frey's expression shifted to pure intrigue. "Now that is interesting." He thought of Nis and muttered to himself. "It's similar to that vice president's witch. The only downside is the cap on the number of souls I can control. But that limit will break as I level up. The 8th continent offers an insane amount of experience points. Leveling up here will be lightning fast, not to mention the massive haul of weapons I can collect. Dismantling them yields endless materials for crafting legendary gear. Damn, this really is a top-tier skill for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Jein Frey. Van Red Frey checked the system one more time. A sudden thought crossed his mind. But more importantly, that strange earthquake and that spiritual pressure earlier. Something feels wrong. It seems even the Reaper doesn't remember clearly. Suddenly a voice boomed out, startling him. "I didn't expect to run into you again." Emerging from the shadows was Hero Rose, a demon. The moment Jein Frey Van Red Frey saw him, a flicker of fear sparked in his chest. A second later he shouted, "You are!" Without hesitation, Jein Frey Van Red Frey swung his blade. The demon backstepped swiftly, screaming in confusion. "What the hell is wrong with you? I was in the middle of talking." Jein Frey Van Red Frey clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, he dodged. Suddenly attacked Amber Rose began to get irritated. What is up with this guy? However, from Jein Frey Van Red Frey's perspective as a high-level player, all I see right now is a massive pile of experience points. The demon gritted his teeth, unhappy. Still as arrogant and unlikable as ever. Jein Frey Van Red Frey barked at Amber Rose. "Shut your mouth, who the hell are you anyway?" The demon, offended by the disrespect, retorted. I am the demon god of the first continent." Amber Rose. Jein Frey Van Red Frey looked blankly for a moment. Demon god of the first continent, then the memory hit him like a truck, leaving him stunned. Remembering the past, he stammered. "Ah, that Earth Digger guy, I totally forgot." Amber Rose snapped back, hating the nickname. "Don't call me Earth Digger. This is my true form as the demon god of the 8th continent. I am far stronger than before, prepare yourself." Jein Frey Van Red Frey gave a dry, mocking laugh. So? You have a tragic backstory like that. Those kinds of details are what make this game interesting. Hearing this, the demon looked at him with utter confusion. Jein Frey Van Red Frey sighed, then his eyes gleamed. "Perfect timing. I'll make you my very first soldier. You'll be unit number 1. His words left Amber Rose completely baffled. The scene shifted to Maria. She shouted loudly at her companion. Hey, Gigant, is that old hag actually older than you? Gigant answered honestly. I'm pretty sure I look younger than her. Not only do you have a sharp tongue, but are you blind too? Stella laughed at their banter. Rude and blind. You two are both ugly and unlucky. Meanwhile, with Leon. He cracked his knuckles and spoke. Anyway, we successfully separated them as planned. Time to settle this with brute force. Nis saw Leon's body begin to glow with aura. He muttered to himself, a formidable opponent. Nis decided to call for backup and shouted, Summon. In an instant, a legion of skeleton soldiers rose from the ground. Alina didn't flinch. She whispered mockingly, Do you even understand what tactics are, you muscle-brained idiot? Scene change. Luluca's hand was phasing right through Naime's chest. His strike was too fast, too precise. Naime couldn't react in time. As the blow connected, Naime screamed and vomited blood. Blood splattered onto Luluca, but his expression remained cold and emotionless. Slowly, Luluca withdrew his hand from Naime's body. He raised his blood-drenched hand for Mira to see, leaving her completely shocked. Mira was stunned into silence. As Luluca prepared to follow up, Mira wondered to herself, Did he already defeat him? A few seconds later, Naime collapsed onto the ground. However, Luluca stood there analyzing the situation. Realizing his opponent was faking, he smirked. Is this your fighting style? Just as expected, Naime materialized behind Luluca's back. The sudden shift caught Mira off guard. He stared at Luluca silently, but his thoughts were racing. He's faster than I imagined. Recalling the strike, Naime admitted internally, and he realized it was an illusion instantly. A moment later, Luluca shouted out, Why the long face? Are you perhaps lonelier than you try to appear? Mira watched them trembling. It all happened in a split second. I couldn't even see them move. They are on a completely different level. There isn't a single opening for me to exploit. Back at Maria's side, Heeson swiftly cast her magic. Meteor Shower. The moment the spell activated, Maria and Gigant's faces twisted in horror. She called it a shower, but it was a single massive asteroid. Gigant tensed up, realizing the danger. A moment later, Maria screamed in terror. It's a giant meteorite, Gigant grunted in agreement. Humph. While they were distracted, Heeson appeared behind them like a ghost. She shouted her command. Be crushed together. Trash like you cannot stop my ultimate attack. Hearing this, Maria screamed a warning. Back off, Gigant. But Gigant stood his ground. Cover me. Maria couldn't fight without her weapon. A piercing war cry tore from her throat, summoning the great axe of Viri. She leaped, riding the colossal weapon like a surfer on a wave of steel. The next second, Maria let out a deafening roar. Just like that, the axe collided with the falling star, shattering the heavens in a cataclysmic explosion. Heeson froze, her eyes widening in disbelief at the destruction. Rage twisted her face as she hissed, You destroyed a meteor with a single strike, what a barbaric little girl you are. Maria didn't waste her breath on the old witch. But Heezen's arrogance cost her. She failed to notice the trap laid beneath her feet until it was too late. Gigant's voice boomed like thunder. My turn, this isn't over. Reflection wall activate. Heezen gasped as a shimmering net of mana surrounded her. She scoffed, regaining her composure quickly. Impressive counter, really. But did you think my own magic would work on its master? I am immune to my own arts. However, as she tried to cast her mana, stagnated panic set in. Maria smirked coldly. Confused old hag. You insolent relic, rotting in the flow of time, get crucified. Chains erupted from the void, binding Heeson tight before she could even blink. Maria flashed a thumbs down, her eyes merciless. Taste your own medicine and perish. Saker. Never. The old witch shrieked, struggling against the bindings. An explosion rocked the battlefield, smoke cleared, revealing Heeson battered but free from Maria's formation. You wily little brat! Rage fueled her as she summoned the axe of destruction. But she flinched, seeing Maria's weapon spinning with terrifying velocity. What? Heeson barely blocked the strike with her staff. You damn kid! Maria's aura flared as she retorted. Senile fools who cling to life too long deserve divine punishment. Magnificent work. Maria. Gigant roared in approval. Eat this ray of glory. A blinding torrent of energy engulfed the witch. For a split second, fear flickered in Heezen's eyes. But then a sinister cackle echoed. Foo. Did you think I came alone? From the shadows behind Gigant, a monstrous antelope-wolf hybrid emerged. A blood-curdling howl ripped through the air, forcing Gigant to turn. Too late, the beast struck. Gigant cried out in confusion as claws tore through his defenses. Gigant! No! Maria screamed, horror washing over her. The dust settled, revealing Gigant broken and bleeding in a crater. Meanwhile, on Jein Frey's battlefield, Hamber Rose was losing his mind with rage. Phew. Witness the power of a god, the beast bellowed. But Jein Frey. He was totally ignoring him, scrolling through his interface like he was browsing a catalog. Dismantle, dismantle, synthesize. Jein Frey was casually optimizing his build mid-fight. This Japanese blade will do. Class change Blade Master. Equip. He glanced at a hammer and another blade, weighing his options. Not quite right, he mumbled. Synthesis complete. His outfit morphed instantly to match his stats. Amber Rose stared dumbfounded. Huh, are you playing dress-up? What are you looking at, you monster? Frey ignored the taunt completely. Mental command combine. Dismantle. Layer shift. Prepare for integration. And finally, fuse these two. After rapid-fire adjustments, he crafted a glowing item. System alert: acquired non-human fruit, rank S. He calmly absorbed the orb into his chest. Jein Frey analyzed the data. Grinding materials usually takes forever, he mused. But thanks to this system, Manhwa mechanic dismantling enemies is 3 times more efficient. Time to feast. Thanks for the grub. Crunch. Tastes like power. Amber Rose trembled with envy and rage at the sight. I will make you suffer for this insult. Frey just swallowed the last bite. System alert: consumption of rank S fruit confirmed. Buff applied: weapon slots, temporarily increased +1. The disrespect was too much. Amber Rose lunged, aiming to kill. Feudal Frey caught the 3-headed wolf's punch with one hand. He leaned in, mocking the beast. Down, boy. I'm going to teach you how to sit. The beast roared, shaking with humiliation. Impossible, I am in my perfect form. How are you overpowering me? It shouldn't be this easy. What kind of monster are you? System notification: multi-leg set plus soul tree equipped. Secret condition met. Unlocking hidden skill. Amber Rose froze in terror. Hidden skill. Domain of ruin. Targets within 10 meters suffer extreme poison and hellfire. Amber screamed as the realization hit him. What is this pressure? Debuff info: extreme poison strength reduced to 0. HP drain 20 per second. Hellfire defense reduced to 0. My body, it burns. What kind of poison is this? I can't move. It's like my blood has turned to stone. Frey stepped forward, cutting him off. Time to wrap this up. Frey launched himself into the air. He drew his blade back, ready to deliver the final judgment. Amber watched in paralyzed horror. I said, sit. Amber. Rose spat a fountain of blood and collapsed, totally immobilized on the cold floor. Frey admired the gleaming blade in his hand. Haven't used this beauty in ages, but the performance is still flawless. Elemental convergence. If fire worked this well, it means the 8th demon god has no elemental resistance. The first continent's god was fire attribute after all. He stared down at the defeated boss for a moment. Now, for the real prize. He opened his interface. Skill selected. Cursed Guardian's Hand. System prompt: activate second ability. Soul capture target: first demon god. Yes, no. Is that even a question? Frey smirked. Capture. The system began to extract the essence of the fallen beast. Even Frey was impressed by the result. Amber Rose's body erupted in blazing light. Whoa. I knew this was a leveling manhwa, but this loot is insane. New soldier acquired: first demon god. Level 666, HP 6150, MP 570, Strength 666, Defense 662. Wait. Frey frowned. Intelligence 5, Luck 77. A perfect physical tank, but dumb as a rock. Truly pathetic stats. Just as I calculated, his power is absolute. Suddenly a voice boomed with laughter. I have missed you so much. The protagonist turned, shock flashing across his face. It was Uma, the demon god of the second continent. Vibrating with excitement, the monster roared, This time I will devour you whole. Jein Frey Vanred stared him down. What a coincidence. Uma grinned back. I was just thinking of hunting you down. With a sinister smile, Jein Frey Vanred commanded, Hand over your soul. Uma blinked, confused by the audacity. Excuse me. Meanwhile, in the skies above the third continent, Hassan spotted Alina and sneered. Oh, you finally decided to show up. Is the job done? He asked. She replied with arrogant confidence. Naturally. Those insects were so weak it wasn't even entertaining. Leon, Maria, and Gigant, all wiped out. I agree. Hassan nodded. A moment later, she glanced around. It seems that guy Naime hasn't arrived yet. Hassan confirmed the situation. Even among humans, there is one monster on a completely different level. She shrugged casually. Should we go lend a hand? He rejected the idea immediately. Don't. If we interfere unnecessarily, Naime will throw a tantrum. It is too much of a hassle. Alina didn't argue. You make a fair point. No matter how strong he is, merely human. He cannot defeat Naime. Meanwhile, on the fifth continent, the clash between Naime and Luluca raged on. Luluca could not find a single opening to counterattack. He could only dodge desperately while his opponent grew more manic with every strike. Luluca was parrying a blade with his bare hands. Every technique he tried was instantly shattered. Pushed to the brink, Luluca unleashed his ultimate hidden move, but Naime sidestepped it effortlessly. Seizing the opening, he slashed Luluca, sending him flying with a single blow. The sheer pressure of Naime's aura made the entire forest tremble. Fearing for Mira's safety, the spirits rushed to shield her. She gritted her teeth, thinking, my power is barely enough to block the shockwaves. I have never seen Luluca dominated like this before. Luluca ground his teeth in frustration, unable to land a fatal blow on Naime. In contrast, Naime was fighting with pure, unadulterated ecstasy. The thunderous sound of their collision echoed through the forest. Finally, the onslaught paused. Luluca panted. How many years has it been since I was pushed to the edge, magnificent? Naime scoffed. I thought you were the best of the trash. Is that it? Luluca channeled his mana instantly. I return those words to you, double enhancement, Naime countered with his own dark art. Dance of darkness, Luluca roared, roaring fist of the thunder beast. Yet Naime met the blow with a casual smile. Suddenly the scene shifted. Naime had appeared before Alina and Hassan. Alina raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this Naime? She quickly added, you have perfect timing. Did that human last longer than you expected? Naime bowed his head in mock sadness. Unfortunately, he sighed. He did not know his place. It is over. Alina blinked. What do you mean? Hassan explained for him. The one fighting was merely one of Naime's clones. Alina gasped. Wait, really? Even Naime seemed bored. After all, he is only human. He is not a threat to the likes of us. More importantly, he continued, let us proceed with overturning the third continent. Back on the battlefield, Luluca was still locked in combat with the clone. Luluca fell to one knee, completely drained. He stared up at his opponent, who watched him in eerie silence. Finally, the clone spoke with condescending pity. Is this your limit? Perhaps I overestimated you. Luluca spat back stubbornly. This battle isn't over yet. But internally, panic was setting in. Does this monster have infinite stamina and mana? He is the first since the old man to block my attacks so perfectly. Just then, a massive tremor shook the ground beneath them. As the shaking subsided, Luluca's eyes widened. What was that, an earthquake? No, impossible. Realization dawned on him, and he scrambled to his feet. The clone smirked, noticing his reaction. You caught on quickly, didn't you? That is right. We just finished overturning the third continent. Luluca froze, struggling to comprehend the words. He roared in anger. You said you couldn't destroy it alone? Was that a lie? Naime shook his head calmly. No. My main body joined the others. It was a group effort. A cold sweat ran down Luluca's back. Wait, don't tell me this is just a clone. As if reading his mind, Naime laughed. Correct. The battle with your friends is already over. Luluca's heart sank, thinking of Gigant Leon and Mira. Naime pointed a finger at the ground. After the fourth continent falls, this place is next. Despair washed over him. This is bad. Even a mere clone has the power to shatter a continent. Even if I defeat this copy, I stand no chance if the original body teams up with the other two. I have to at least get Mira to safety. Without hesitation, Luluca activated a spell beneath her feet. Mira gasped as the magic circle glowed. As she faded away, Naime watched in genuine intrigue. A second later, Luluca cast the spell on himself to escape. It happened in the blink of an eye. Naime frowned. Did they just vanish? No. Was that a forced summoning spell? He scoffed, amused. Useless resistance. Run all you want, the ending has already been written. Scene change. The restricted underground zone of the Adventurers Guild. Due to a glitch in the teleportation protocol, like a system Manhwa error, they were warped here. Luluca looked around, dazed. Where? Is this... Mira? Are you all right? Suddenly a familiar figure approached. Luluca's eyes widened. Old man, chairman, where exactly are we? Mira asked. Jein Frey Van Ridman answered gravely. This is the restricted zone beneath the guild. Luluca nodded. So, this is the emergency rally point. Mira realized the implication. You summoned us back. That means the situation is critical. Correct. Thank you for buying us time, Jein Frey Van Ridman said. The evacuation of civilians from the 4th to the 6th continent is now complete. Luluca looked around anxiously. Wait. Out of the 8 spirit guardians, is it just us? Where are the others? Jein Frey Van Ridman's voice was heavy with regret. Forgive me. Time is against us. I can only teleport 2 of you. Mira's face fell, unable to hide the bitter disappointment that washed over her. Jein Frey Van Ridman offered them high praise. You 8 spirit guardians fought valiantly. But the enemy's power, it transcends all our calculations. With no other choice, he accepted the heavy burden. I see. So we are the final line of defense. Fighting for vengeance isn't my style, but we will stop them here and now. The chairman nodded at Luluca's resolve. Indeed. The next clash decides everything. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jein Frey's battlefield. He successfully obliterated an enemy, seizing a trophy worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. His eyes lit up. Perfect. I've acquired the Demon King of the Second Continent. The system window popped up immediately. Demon King of the Second Continent. Level 651. Health points 6,480 out of 6,480. Mana 623. Strength 610. Defense 637. Intelligence 315. Agility 688. Luck 198. Total warriors 2 out of 100. Jein Frey casually dismissed the interface. Everything is proceeding perfectly. At this rate, my army of shadow warriors will only grow stronger. Suddenly, an uninvited pressure descended. The enemy scoffed with a twisted smile. Still toying with souls, you arrogant human, was my ocean not enough? Now you dare plunder the 8th realm. It was Jack and Neptunus. The protagonist turned his expression calm and unbothered. Oh, you lot decided to show up all at once. The enemy's voice thundered with killing intent. This time I will harvest your soul, he smirked confidently. Wrong. I'm the one who will be harvesting you. In that instant, a plan formed. Time to unleash the 3rd skill from the vestments of Athena I just unlocked. The protection of the great goddess activated. It was a classic awakening manhwa power-up moment. 3rd skill. Great goddess's protection drastically increases stats upon use. Potency scales with level. Unlock condition: defeat 50 entities of level 300 or higher while in stealth mode. Defense rose from 501 to 777. Intelligence skyrocketed to 777. Agility and luck both hit 777. Jein Frey clenched his fist in excitement. Now I can test this overwhelming power firsthand. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a voice called out to the guard Luluca. How are you holding up? Luluca turned to see Jein Frey van Redman approaching. I have made a full recovery. My condition is peak, no issues at all. Mira called out from the rear. Chairman, preparations are complete. The veteran adventurers skilled in anti-magic warfare have taken their positions. We have deployed barrier specialist magic nullifiers and volunteers to act as mana batteries to shield the entire continent. Jein Frey van Redman nodded gravely. Understood. Individually, their mana is small, but united they can rival an army. Hearing this puts my mind at ease. Nearby, Kukuru pondered the task. So we just need to keep pouring mana into the magic circle like Big Sister Mira said, right? Her work on the barrier was interrupted by a familiar voice. Kukuru, it has been a while. Kukuru's eyes widened with recognition. Ah, Levin, long time no see, but Levin ignored the pleasantries. Is Jein Frey not with you? The mention of that name made Kukuru snap instantly. Listen, that jerk Jein Frey forced me to gather ingredients and then vanished. Thanks to him, I had to scour the lands doing all sorts of nonsense. Back then, Kukuru was dumbfounded. Huh. Ingredients for a hot pot. A dish from your hometown. What does that have to do with conquering a dungeon? Jein Frey had replied deadpan. You can't fight a war on an empty stomach, Kukuru retorted. Then just use your looting skills to steal food, Jein Frey scolded her. Fool, you want me to feed my master stolen goods, Kukuru shouted in confusion. What does that even mean? Since then she had lost contact with him. Levin's sweat dropped. I see. So that is the situation. Her expression darkened. Regardless, a catastrophe seems to be unfolding. Scene shift. Luluca looked up as unidentified objects descended from the heavens to engage them. They are here. The calamity trio capable of destroying planets has arrived. First Na, then I, and Hen. Hen sneered. I thought you laid a clever trap, humans. Is this desperate struggle all you have to offer? Na continued coldly. Only the 7th continent remains intact. The resurrection of Lord Abis is imminent. Resistance is futile. You will all be erased. Jein Frey van Redman stepped forward, silently listening to their mockery without a word. He assessed them internally. Their power, it is truly monstrous. My people have given everything to hold the line. Fury ignited in his eyes, and he launched himself at I and Hen. Before they could even blink, their heads were severed from their bodies. The enemy's final thought was pure shock. What, my head? What just happened? I couldn't even see the strike. Jein Frey van Redman landed softly, his aura settling. Secret art, wild hunt. The 2 bodies collapsed to the ground instantly. As he stepped onto the battlefield, Jein Frey van Redman sighed. Getting old is no fun. My movements feel sluggish today. Luluca watched in awe. The old man's berserker class is in a league of its own. He instantly killed opponents that the 8 guardians couldn't scratch. Truly a peak system Manhwa moment. As the corpses of Ai and Hen lay on the dirt, the defenders watched with bated breath. Jein Frey Van Ridman turned his gaze to the survivor. Now you are the only one left. What will you do without your partners to initiate the inversion? Na did not panic. He stared at Jein Frey Van Ridman, then a grotesque smile split his face. No. My presence alone is sufficient. Na inhaled the soul energy of Hen and Ai, swallowing them whole. Who said I needed their bodies? As long as their souls remain, the ritual can proceed. Jein Frey Van Ridman froze in horror. Sensing the catastrophic energy, Mira screamed, "Everyone brace yourselves!" The defenders launched a simultaneous assault on Na. A chaotic explosion erupted in the sky, forcing everyone below to hold their breath. Mira squinted through the smoke. Had they won, Na brushed off the attacks like a gentle breeze. Terror gripped the soldiers. He is a monster. Floating above, Na looked down with disdain. I have no interest in insects, but your stinging is annoying. Mira sensed the impending doom. This is bad. Everyone fall back immediately. At that critical moment, Jein Frey Van Ridman and Luluca rushed in to provide support. Luluca drew Naime's attention, shouting, "Over here! Your opponent is right here!" She immediately unleashed her ultimate technique, triple reinforcement, lightning god's flash. Seizing the opening, Jein Frey Van Ridman charged forward with his devastating berserk bone-crushing strike. But Naime's expression didn't even flicker. He simply raised his hands, catching the attacks as if they were nothing. Jein Frey Van Ridman stared in disbelief, his mind racing. Impossible, he blocked that with ease. Naime sighed with utter disappointment. I have seen enough. I am bored of toying with you insects. Luluca gritted her teeth and retorted, "If you're so bored, why don't you just go home?" Naime's lips curled into a grotesque ear-to-ear grin. How absurd. A chill ran down their spines. A premonition of death. In a flash, Naime unleashed his power. Return to dust. Annihilation. The scene shifts to a distant island. Start the count. The minions began tallying the harvest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jein Frey smirked with satisfaction. Excellent. My spirit army is growing nicely. To make his leveling Manhwa journey perfect, he just needed one final piece, the Demon King of the 7th continent. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble violently. An earthquake! Isn't this a bit of a cliché entrance for a boss monster? Suddenly, Jein Frey Van Ridman and Luluca crashed down from the sky, flung all the way from Naime's location. Jein Frey gasped, "Chairman Luluca, what are you two doing here?" But before they could answer, a chilling voice cut through the air. "You humans are such sore losers, struggling until the very bitter end." Naime stepped out of the shadows, having hunted them across the ocean. Jein Frey frowned, trying to process the situation. Jein Frey Van Ridman, battered and weak, looked up with fading strength. "Jein Frey, why are you here?" he asked. The chairman coughed up blood and explained, "A lot has happened. But are you okay? I'm sorry. Because of my weakness. All the continents, they've been erased." Jein Frey froze, his eyes widening in horror. "The continents? Erased? What do you mean?" Jein Frey Van Ridman pointed a trembling finger. "That monster. He is an ally of the one you and Leon fought before. It seems he wants to exterminate humanity for some twisted purpose." Jein Frey stood paralyzed, the words echoing in his mind. "The continent's gone. Humanity. Extinct." Jein Frey Van Ridman continued. "Even with my berserker skills, I barely saved myself. It seems only we 3 are left alive in this entire world." The weight of the truth crashed down on Jein Frey. "So that's what she warned me about." At that moment, Naime interrupted. "Oh, you're still alive. The owner of the holy suit." Jein Frey's aura flared with rage. "You bastard, what did you do to my home?" Naime laughed, mocking his pain. "There is no home for you to return to. I wiped out the continents to harvest their souls. It was the quickest method." Jane's face darkened, a shadow casting over his eyes. "My family. Are you saying you slaughtered everyone I loved just for your own selfish goals?" Naime channeled his dark magic as he replied, "Of course. They are merely nutrients for the resurrection of Lord Abis. This entire world belongs to Lord Abis now. All humans are sacrifices for his glory." Jein Frey stepped in front of his battered friends. Memories of his mother and Emilia flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. "Mother, Emilia." A few moments later, Naime roared, thirsting for blood. "Now, only you 3 remain to complete the ritual." Before the villain could finish his sentence, Jein Frey vanished. In a split second, his sword slammed into Naime, knocking him back. Naime screamed in disbelief. "Ha!" Jein screamed. "Bring them back. Turn everything back to the way it was." Naime steadied himself and replied honestly, "That is a request I cannot grant." Jein roared, "This isn't a request, it is a command." He unleashed a flurry of strikes battering Naime relentlessly. When the blade didn't cut deep enough, Jein ground his teeth in pure fury. At the same time, the monster was forced onto the defensive, using every ounce of strength just to parry the onslaught. Finally, Jein Frey's blade sliced through defenses, drawing blood. Naime shrieked in outrage. "What is this?" Seeing his own blood, panic began to set in. Naime glared at Jein Frey, analyzing him. "The holy armor user. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. You are a variable that could actually threaten Lord Abis. I must destroy you right here. This world belongs to Lord Abis." Jein Frey's voice dropped to a freezing whisper. "I will say this one last time. Change everything back," Naime scoffed, his voice low. "Humph. If you think you can take it all back, then try it." Jein Frey took that as a challenge. His eyes turned cold. Diplomacy was over. He activated his skill. "Take it back, I understand. Then I just have to beat it out of you." Instantly, the system window popped up. Skill 3. Protection of the Great Goddess. A massive buff applied to all stats, a classic moment for a system Manhwa protagonist. The buff scaled with his level. Jein Frey, level 750, strength 782 out of 999, defense 755, intelligence 642, speed 774. Jein Frey smirked, completely satisfied with this overwhelming power. It was the standard checkmate move. Meanwhile, Naime froze sweat pouring down his face. "What is this? This terrible pressure. My body can't move. I can't even use my clone techniques." Jein Frey delivered his final warning. "Don't you dare touch my people ever again." With a casual swing, he unleashed hell. Naime screamed in terror as he tried to dodge. The sword connected, and Naime's body immediately began to turn to stone. He screamed internally, unable to accept this reality. "I cannot believe I lost to a mere human like this." It wasn't just Naime. Luluca and Jein Frey Van Redman watched with dropped jaws, unable to comprehend the scene. The tiger that had terrorized the world was now a trembling mouse before Jein Frey. Jein Frey Van Redman stammered, "He's strong. He actually defeated him." Jein Frey stood over the defeated foe, his eyes void of emotion. "I beat him, but he is likely the key to this Abis character's resurrection. Defeating him will definitely trigger a hidden event." And his words. "Take it back. If I read between the lines, the erased humans must be stored somewhere. I will save them no matter the cost." Just then, Jein Frey Van Redman called out to him. Before the chairman could finish speaking, Naime's body began to emit a blinding light, spiking the tension in the air. "What is wrong with Naime's soul?" Jein Frey Van Redman asked, confused. "What?" Jein Frey sensed the anomaly immediately, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. "It's starting." Just as he feared, Lord Abis was hijacking Naime's body for his resurrection. A twisted smile formed on the enemy's face. "Shall we begin?" This was completely outside their calculations. Terror gripped the three survivors. Luluca trembled. "What is this teleportation magic?" Jein Frey Van Redman shook his head, his face pale. "No. We haven't moved an inch." His words sent a chill through Jein Frey, signaling the start of a new nightmare. Standing before them was Abis, the entity Naime had worshipped with blind devotion. His eyes snapped open, and his voice rumbled like thunder. "Humph. Just when I thought my resurrection was finally complete. This sideshow has gone on long enough." Facing a greeting from a literal god, Jinmin didn't want to cause panic, so he swallowed his fear and kept his thoughts internal. This magical energy. It's razor-sharp and terrifying. Even without words, Luluca could feel the crushing pressure of the situation. Jein Naime. He was nothing compared to this, Jein Frey Van Red analyzed instantly. This is a being from a dimension entirely beyond our comprehension. He transcends every enemy I've ever faced. His mind racing, the protagonist threw out a question. "Are you Abis?" The entity answered with chilling honesty. "Indeed. I am Abis. God of the Abis and the true master of this world." The sudden nature of this encounter left Jein Frey Van Red stunned. The sheer scale of the enemy was suffocating. Abis continued bringing up ancient history. "Defeated in a war 1,000 years ago. This world fell into the hands of you wretched humans. But this time, I will rule it as my own. First, I must obliterate that cursed god armor and its master." Hearing this, Jein Frey Van Red's eyes narrowed. "So you really are the true final boss." In his mind, Jein Frey Van Red shifted his perspective. If this were a typical leveling manhwa, this would be the ultimate final boss raid, the only battle that matters. He gripped his sword, his expression hardening. "Fine then. I'll defeat you and achieve 100% completion. I swear it on my pride as a hardcore gamer." Even as he spoke, Jein Frey Vanred was already launching himself at Abis. Jinmin, terrified for him, screamed his name. Jein Frey Vanred, the hero roared back, "My family, my friends, and all of humanity, give them back." He poured every ounce of his strength into a single strike. Abis blocked it effortlessly. Can you not distinguish between dreams and reality? Out of my way! With a mere flick of his wrist, Abis blasted Jein Frey Vanred backward. Jein Frey Vanred screamed in frustration, his mind racing. Damn it, my defense is being overwhelmed. I have no choice but to go all out with my hidden gear. He unleashed a torrent of flames to incinerate Abis, but the fire didn't even singe him. Abis mocked his naivety, insulted Jein Frey. Vanred instantly switched tactics, chaining skills, as the system verified the combo. Super gravity, super reflection, high-speed wind shift, counter-stealth. He threw everything at him. Abis remained unbothered, calmly remarking, "Chaining attacks like that. How nostalgic, how exciting." Suddenly, Grim shouted, "I am here." Jein Frey Vanred grabbed the weapon and unleashed the ultimate technique, Transcend Death. The impact was cataclysmic, creating a deafening boom. But Jein Frey Vanred froze when he saw Abis manipulating the axe with pure magic. A few seconds later, Abis spoke coldly. "That god armor you wear is the very thing that once halted my ambition. It is the existence I loathe most in all creation. Absolute Dark Greatsword, Ancient Lightning Spear, Death Arrow of the Divine Splitter Axe." Jein Frey Vanred didn't realize the Ancient Lightning Spear and Death Arrows were closing in on his blind spot. In the next instant, Abis gave the command, "Decapitate him." Jein Frey Vanred whipped his head around, eyes widening in disbelief as the legendary weapons were inches from his skin. He desperately summoned his supernatural power. Abis hovered high above, observing with godlike indifference. Jein Frey Vanred looked at the weapons on the ground, analyzing. Free summoning and control of weapons. Is this Abis's innate ability? No. That kind of telekinesis is something only top-tier explorer specialists possess. There's something else. Abis didn't let up. Demonic Ice Fang Staff. Lightning Dragon Scale Staff. A devastating blow hammered down. Jein Frey Vanred barely dodged, rolling away to reassess the situation. Every single weapon has massive damage output and unique skills attached. I've never seen anything like this. Truly worthy of the title Final Boss. Suddenly, Abis spoke again. 1,000 years ago, humanity's hope and my enemies consisted of 8 people. All of them self-proclaimed heroes. Jein Frey Vanred looked confused. What's your point? Abis continued. Even if you gather the strongest divine artifacts, you cannot defeat me alone. That is what I mean. Abis raised his arm, which turned pitch black. He summoned a terrifying aura around himself. Jein Frey Vanred didn't flinch. Oh, so your secret to strength is just mob tactics. That's laughable. Then how about this? Abis looked at the arsenal of power Jein Frey Vanred summoned and offered a rare compliment. Interesting, provided they aren't just decorations. The swords summoned by Abis shot straight for Jein Frey Vanred. The hero charged forward to meet them, and 2 massive waves of power collided head-on. On the sidelines, Luluca and Jinmin watched in silence. From above, Abis seemed genuinely surprised. Impressive. Jein Frey Vanred returned the sentiment. You too. Luluca and Jinmin held their breath. Jinmin assessed the situation grimly. Unbelievable. Even if I attacked in my prime state, I wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance in that battle. Jein Frey Vanred suddenly shouted, "Hey, Abis, let's cut the crap. Stop these useless probing attacks." Abis scoffed. Arrogant and conceited. Very well. I will play along. Consider this the opening act. A blinding light descended from the heavens, forcing Jein Frey Vanred to shield his eyes. Even Luluca had to look away. A dark, malevolent energy erupted from Abis. It has been 1,000 years since I assumed this form. I, Abis, Lord of the Abis Perfect Form. Luluca and Jinmin felt a primal fear wash over them. Luluca thought, trembling, perfect form. You mean he wasn't even serious before? Jinmin was paralyzed with dread. Jein Frey Vanred. As the main force, I couldn't save anyone. I ran away. It is shameful to admit this, but at this moment you are the only one who can save the world. Please, save everyone. Abis looked down with confidence. Now it is your turn. I am certain this is not your limit. Jein Frey Vanred smirked, his confidence unwavering. Of course not. Though it might not be as flashy as your transformation, and it's a bit noisy. Abis didn't understand, but waited silently. Jein Frey Vanred let out a war cry, psyching himself up. I am personally descending now. Grim Reaper Perfect Form. Abis started recognizing the name. I have heard of him. The Death God and the 3rd skill of the Cursed Gauntlet Ultimate Manifestation. Condition met, 300 soul soldiers unlocked. A mysterious fruit appeared. Frey grabbed it and took a bite. It was time to consume the trump card he had been saving. All right, let's do this. Due to the effects of the otherworldly fruit, 100 souls and Soul Eater were set as dual equipment. Hidden skill. 100 Poison Fire Karma Sword activated. 100 souls, Soul Eater, and the Death God. The fruit's power surged through all three. The Grim Reaper cackled maniacally. Hey, don't keep me waiting, Abis. This time we end it all. Jein Frey Vanrid asked surprised, Did you finally recover your memories? The creature replied, Yes, this ultimate incarnation is absolutely perfect. All right then, let's do this, partner. Jein Frey Vanrid warned, Just don't try to boss me around. Abis heard the remark and shot back a retort at the Reaper. Ending everything is my line. I will never let you block my ambition again. Jein Frey Vanrid shouted, Let's go. Green Abis raised his arm, gathering energy, then rocketed straight toward Jein Frey Vanrid. The hero dodged the strike in a blur of speed, and suddenly Grim materialized behind the enemy. As Abis turned to face Grim Jein, Frey Vanrid launched his attack, but the villain was too fast, evading both strikes effortlessly. He soared high into the sky, left a mocking farewell to the duo, and vanished. A massive impact slammed down on their location, forcing Jein Frey Vanrid to retreat. Grim spoke grimly. That bastard is just as overpowered as ever. Jein Frey Vanrid stared silently at the empty space. He asked, What is your true goal, Abis? Why target this specific world? Abis answered willingly. This is simply my script. I am the Lord of the Abis, the one who devours and dominates all. There is no world I cannot rule. This is merely how I prove my existence. There is no deeper reason. Jein Frey Vanrid rested his greatsword on his shoulder, unfazed. A final boss who is surprisingly simple and selfish. How strange. But I prefer it this way. No need for tedious negotiations. Abis smirked. Jein Frey Vanrid added, By the way, hearing Grim speak reminds me. How did you actually defeat Abis in the past? The entity recounted, 1,000 years ago my previous master and the other heroes defeated Abis. They were the ones he calls the 8 great heroes. Abis retorted, You are mistaken. Those heroes you speak of failed to defeat me. They could only seal me away. That is precisely why I still exist. Jein Frey Vanrid finally understood the gravity of the situation, looking to Grim for confirmation. Is that true? The Reaper replied, Yeah, he's right. Partner in that fierce battle, a seal was the absolute limit of our power. Abis admitted, they were indeed strong, so I invited them into my mental world to destroy them one by one. In the end, drained of every drop of magic, they wound up sealing each other inside. They were sealed by the few survivors. But this time you are all alone. Ultimate severing slash. Jein Frey Vanrid was listening intently when Abis launched a surprise attack. Grim flew over in a panic. Brother! Abis, overflowing with power, shifted into a vortex and declared, You fought well, but this is the end. Grim frantically checked on Jein Frey Vanrid's condition. Are you okay, partner? Abis suddenly announced. Before I finish you, I will erase that accursed divine equipment once and for all, so it never plagues this world again. Jein Frey Vanrid was confused. What is he saying about hidden gear? Abis's voice thundered. I created this mental world for one sole purpose, to seal the divine equipment. It consumes a massive amount of mana, so I can only use it once. After absorbing the gear, I will obliterate it with my ultimate art. Without the divine equipment, your power is nothing. Disappear, you cursed artifact. Instantly, a mysterious force latched onto Jein Frey Vanrid. The sword in his hand, the halo above him, and the aura at his feet all vanished. Jein Frey Vanrid gasped in sheer shock. What the hell? His hidden gear was crumbling into dust. Suddenly, Grim called out, Brother! It reached desperately toward Jein Frey Vanrid before fading away. Grim! The hero screamed. Grim's voice echoed in his mind. Yes. This happened 100 years ago, too. I was hit by this technique, torn to shreds, and lost my memories. Jein Frey Vanrid lunged forward to grab Grim, but it was too late. His partner turned to ash before his eyes. Grim! He roared. He stood frozen, watching his sworn brother disappear into nothingness. Abis laughed maniacally. Ha, it is over, human. Jein Frey Vanrid frantically checked his status. All his hidden gear had been stripped away. Meanwhile, Abis gloated. Every piece of that divine equipment is now the foundation of my mental world. It will never return. Surrender your soul and become part of me. With that, Abis launched a sword straight at Jein Frey Vanrid. He took the hit, gritting his teeth against the agony. Ugh! Internally, Jein Frey Vanrid was in chaos, frantically trying to calm himself to find a solution. Damn it. Think. In this type of leveling Manhwa, he had faced impossible odds before. Come on, brain. There has to be a move Jein Frey Vanrid can make. Abis wouldn't give him time. He pressed the attack on Jein Frey Vanred, shouting, "This world is under my absolute control. Die, human." Cold sweat drenched him. Damn, this is bad. Suddenly Luluca materialized and blocked the strike. Thunder reinforcement, triple cast. Jein Frey Vanred looked up in disbelief, jolted awake by the sight. "Luluca." Abis recoiled, shocked to see her standing there. She smiled, boosting Jein Frey Vanred's morale. "Don't give up." "Jein Frey Vanred, we haven't given up either." Jein Frey Vanred blinked, confused. "Huh." Luluca urged him, "Can't you hear it? Their voices. I can hear them." Abis snapped, "I hear nothing. How could weaklings like that survive?" Yet a creeping sense of dread washed over him. "What is this?" Suddenly from within his own body, another voice called out to encourage Jein Frey Vanred. "Grit your teeth. Fight with pure will. Jein Frey Vanred, don't you dare quit. Jein Frey Vanred looked around wildly, quickly recognizing the voice. "Leon." Where was it coming from? Leon answered, "Right here, Jein Frey Vanred. We are all inside this thing. But we're still alive, hanging on by sheer willpower." Maria chimed in, "Swallow us into a place like this. There's no way we'd let you get away with that so easily." Another voice soothed Jein Frey Vanred's anxiety. "Are you all right, Jein Frey Vanred? You too, Luluca." Hearing them, peace returned to Jein Frey Vanred's heart, and his fighting spirit roared back to life. Abis said it himself, Jein Frey Vanred realized. Inside him. So that's where everyone disappeared to. Leon confirmed, "Jein Frey Vanred, I heard everything. I'll lend you my power so we can all break back into the real world." Kukuru added, "Do it. Master, you're not off the hook for abandoning me just yet." Jein Frey Vanred beamed internally. Kukuru, even Leon. Meanwhile, Abis was panicking. What is happening? The souls I absorbed should be under my absolute command. Then a crucial detail from the earlier clash flashed through the villain's mind. The scythe, that divine equipment. Just before it was sealed, it sliced off a fragment of my mental world. Damn you, divine equipment. Give that accursed power back to me. Pain exploded through Abis, and he screamed in agony. Ugh, my body. Impossible. Abis panicked. They are resisting me even in spirit form. Jein Frey looked up, realizing the tyrant was breaking apart from within. Then a familiar voice cut through the void. "So your gear consists of relics from the ancient era." Jein Frey recognized her instantly. "They say ancient artifacts choose their masters," Mira explained. "Call it an otaku's hunch, but if we shatter the mental world he absorbed, your gear might return to you." It was a desperate gamble for Jein Frey, but there was no other choice. With millions of souls overloading the system, they would break Abis's mind and reclaim the hero's power. Jein Frey stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their support. All he could whisper was, "Everyone." Abis writhed in agony, clutching his chest. "You foolish humans," he roared. "Do you think I will permit this?" But his body convulsed violently. "What me then?" Leon's spirit shouted. "Go shatter his mental world with your willpower." Maria, Mira, Niece Gigant, and Ryu. They all rallied as one. "Let's do this, sister." The others joined the chant. "We'll lend Jein Frey our strength. That monster destroyed our home with a single feather. That bastard stole my submaso. Remember the name, return the wine I won at the auction. I've heard the legends of Jein Frey, the blue-eyed hero. Send us back to our world. I'll fight too. Count me in." Their collective will became a weapon, making Abis scream in pure torture. "Stop it, useless insects," Abis shrieked. "No matter what you do, it is futile. You belong to me. I forbid this seal activate." Suddenly, Jein Frey Vanredman burst onto the scene. Furious fist. Crushed from the inside and hammered from the outside, Abis couldn't take it. Jein Frey Vanredman pressed the attack. Jein Frey and Luluca watched in shock at the sudden assault. Jein's jaw dropped, eyes wide. Jein Frey Vanredman commanded, "Do it right now." The barrier shattered. Jein Frey Vanredman leaped back as the illusion crumbled. "We're back," Luluca gasped. Abis's domain was destroyed. Jein Frey stood there speechless at the miracle. A mystic seal manifested before Jein Frey's eyes. He reached out, grasping the blinding light. It flared up. This was the climax of an awakening Manhwa. Essence flooded back into him. Everything returned to its rightful master. He looked down at his body and declared, "My gear. It has returned." The interface flashed. This was the ultimate system Manhwa moment. Hidden gear release confirmed. Full re-equipment sequence complete. Conditions met via deployment and re-equipment. Jein Frey raised his hands to the heavens. The system announced special conditions satisfied. Hidden job unlocked. Class changing from alchemist to hidden gear master. Jein Frey trembled. What kind of godlike power was this? The status screen appeared. Name Jein Frey. Level unknown +999. Rank unmeasurable. Class Hidden Gear Master. HP unknown plus 9,999. MP unknown plus 9,999. Strength unknown plus 999. Defense unknown plus 999. Truly the peak of a leveling manhwa. Intelligence unknown plus 999. Agility unknown plus 999. Luck unknown plus 999. Unmeasurable power.